Chapter 1. The youth Zhou in a daze. Zhou was woken by a cacophony of noises. His eyelids flickered as he struggled to open his eyes, turning his head towards the source of the sounds. But a few yards away on a pile of rubble, two gray wolves were busily gnawing on a human corpse. The noisy sounds he heard were the wolves crunching and eating. The sight of this bloody scene made his scalp tingle, and he quickly shut his eyes. But as soon as he closed his eyes, a flood of memories that didn't belong to him suddenly emerged in his mind, causing his heart to shake violently. And he couldn't help but open his eyes wide again. Transmigrated? He had actually transmigrated and reborn into an immortal world. Zhou couldn't doubt the authenticity of these memories because whether it was the wolves eating the human corpse or the ancient-style clothes on the corpse and his own body, all indicated that this was real to a T this time. To consider why he would transmigrate after merely sleeping seemed utterly meaningless. The immediate priority was how to ensure his survival in this world. From the memories, it appeared to be a world of cultivation, possessing divine skills and magical abilities, and the original owner of this body was indeed a cultivator. With this in mind, Zhou immediately began to search through the vast memory for useful information. Soon, with a slight glint in his eye, he found a way to drive away the two wolves. He reached with effort towards his chest, and, from within the clothes pocket, he fumbled and pulled out a waterproof oil paper package. "Beasts, look here!" Zhou let out a low roar, startling the two wolves into puffing up their fur, immediately stopping their feast to turn and look in his direction. Yet when they saw that the supposed dead person on the ground was glaring angrily at them, a hint of horror flashed through the wolves' eyes. However, they quickly realized that the person on the ground seemed to be all bark and no bite, not even able to stand up. This realization made their eyes flash fiercely, and they immediately flanked Zhou, ready to pounce. But just as the wolves were about to leap onto Zhou and go for his throat, he forcefully lifted his arm and scattered the contents of the opened oil paper package. Instantly, a cloud of pungent, fishy-smelling, yellowish-brown powder scattered out, coating half of Zhou body. The wolves that were charging stumbled as if struck by thunder at the smell, their limbs going weak as they whimpered and hastily turned tail to flee, soon disappearing from the ravine in a cloud of dust. Thus, with the help of a pack of beast-repelling powder left by his predecessor, Zhou successfully drove off the two wolves and averted danger. This only reinforced his belief in the abilities of cultivators, which he obtained from the memories. Half a day later, having regained some strength, Zhou had crawled to the creek to quench his thirst, and he also sorted out a portion of the memories. Understanding why he was here, it turned out that his predecessor was also named Zhou, a disciple of the Xianxia sect, a cultivation sect. The Xianxia sect was strange. Although it was a sect that recruited mortals with spiritual root aptitude as disciples, the real power of the Xianxia sect was always in the hands of the Li, Zhou, and Yu families, who were cultivators. This so-called Xianxia sect was jointly established by the ancestors of these three families. After more than 1,700 years of inheritance, the current Xianxia sect faced a great crisis and had to relocate the sect to avoid disaster. Zhou and the half-eaten corpse, Li Han, were discipled from the Zhou and Li families within the Xianxia sect, respectively, and each knew the other. During the sect's relocation and escape from calamity, the two met and quickly agreed to travel together. But the two friends, who were initially supporting each other, turned against one another over a treasure they found on the way, coming to blows and ultimately perishing together in an unknown ravine. If Zhou soul hadn't suddenly transmigrated and taken possession of the body, both cultivators' corpses likely would have fed the wolves. Having understood the course of events, Zhou couldn't help but reflect on the perilous nature of the cultivation world and warned himself to always be wary and not repeat the same mistakes as these two had. After getting the basic situation straight, using the memories and the muscle memory of his body, Zhou quickly entered a meditative state to begin recovering his mana. His body had exhausted all its mana in the life and death battle earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use the beast-repelling powder to drive away the wolves. After about 6 hours of meditation and cultivation, Zhou finally recovered about 60% of his mana. His cultivation level had originally been at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, and with 60% of his mana, he was already capable of casting some spells. At least he no longer had to worry about being injured by wild beasts. However, when Zhou finished his meditation and opened his eyes, he could feel a faint prickling pain in the acupuncture points within his body and an inexplicable agitation rising from somewhere. Is it because I directly absorbed and refined nature's spiritual energy, causing my mana to be contaminated with evil Qi? Gently rubbing his temples, he forcefully suppressed that frenzied urge, and Zhou Chun's eyes slightly darkened as he was quite clear about the cause of this condition. Ever since the ancient times tens of thousands of years ago, when the immortal world experienced the immortal demon war, the nature's spiritual energy of this world had been polluted by evil qi. If a cultivator absorbed and refined nature's spiritual energy containing evil qi, their mana would be contaminated and it would become difficult to remove. And if one absorbed too much evil qi, not only would they easily enter demonic frenzy during cultivation, but the cultivator's mind would also become maddened and twisted by the erosion of evil qi, turning into a mad evil cultivator. Therefore, until now, unless absolutely necessary, no cultivator would refine nature's spiritual energy without the protection of a spirit cleansing formation. But the setup of a spirit cleansing formation is not easy, and to maintain its operation is extremely resource-intensive, beyond the reach of any but those powerful cultivation sects and families. So up to now, being able to cultivate in a place protected by a spirit cleansing formation has also become a difficult matter for cultivators. Even a sect cultivator like Zhou Chun would have to bear a certain cost for this privilege. However, Zhou Chun still insisted on meditating to restore mana first. Naturally, he had his plans. Firstly, he was in an unfamiliar area at this time, completely void of mana, which was very unsafe. Secondly, purging and purifying the evil qi in one's body might be difficult for others. But for him, who now exclusively possessed that treasure, it was very easy. Zhou Chun reached out and slapped his storage pouch, taking out a cyan black jar and opened its wooden lid. This cyan black jar was only about 1 foot tall with dark green patterns both inside and outside, and it had 2 curved handles on either side for easy two-handed lifting and holding. Inside the jar now was a full jar of spirit water, shining with a blue glow. Zhou Chun, looking at the spirit water in the jar, hesitated not a moment before he greedily guzzled a large mouthful. The slightly icy spirit water went down his throat into his belly, quickly dispersing the pent-up agitation as the effects of the spirit water spread. The prickling sensation in his acupuncture points also quickly faded away. The so-called evil qi was completely purged and purified by the spirit water with its powerful cleansing ability. Indeed, this jar that could produce purification spirit water on its own was the very root of all evils that caused Zhou Chun and his good friend Li Han to turn against each other with swords drawn. Both had discovered the object together, but Zhou Chun had gotten his hands on it first. And when the two of them found out about the use of the object, the seed of calamity was sown. According to their experiments, as long as the jar was left uncapped and placed outside, it would produce a jar of spirit water every 7 days on its own. This spirit water possessed powerful purifying properties, able to easily purify spiritual medicines and spirit ores contaminated with evil qi, cleanse demon beasts polluted by evil qi, and even purge cultivators' own evil qi contamination. For cultivators in the present age, the significance of such a treasure was crystal clear in their minds. Thus, although they both spoke of offering the object to the Sanju sect for rewards after reaching the new headquarters of the sect, in reality, both harbored the thought of silencing the other to possess the treasure for themselves. Neither had anticipated that in the end, it would lead to mutually assured destruction. Now, the treasure had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of Zhou Chun, who had been reborn through transmigration. Having used the purification spirit water to cleanse the evil qi within his body, Zhou Chun proceeded to carefully store the cyan black jar, then began cleaning up the battlefield. He collected several magic artifacts scattered on the ground into his storage pouch, buried Li Han's remaining half-corpse, and took his storage pouch along with some useful items. He then located the corpse of a green-furred leopard in the nearby woods, based on his memory. This demon beast, known as the Wind Shadow Leopard, was a spirit beast reared by Zhou Chun, its strength comparable to that of a Qi refinement realm cultivator of the 5th level. But due to Li Han's surprise attack, this loyal spirit beast hadn't even been able to exert its full strength before it permanently fell right here. Zhou Chun, looking at the corpse of the spirit beast that had died, defending its master loyally, felt gratitude in his heart and bowed deeply as a sign of respect. Then he cast a spell to cremate it on the spot, to prevent its remains from being gnawed on by other beasts. Having completed all this, Zhou Chun finally strode out of the mountain forest. Jingwa Country, Yinzhou, Sangyin City, Wangjiang Tower. Sangyin City is a mortal city located on the banks of the Sangyin River in the southern part of Yinzhou in Jingwa Country. That it has a well-developed water transport system and a large population. Wangjiang Tower is the tallest tavern in Sangyin City, with up and down 5 floors. Sitting on the top floor and looking down through the window, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Xianxia city. Zhou had left the forest, and soon afterwards he arrived in Xianxia city, where he had been staying for over a month. And Wangjiang Tower was the place he visited the most. Immortals do not dwell with mortals, and although Xianxia city had a permanent population of over 100,000, Zhou, after observing for half a month, hardly saw any cultivators. Even when he occasionally caught a glimpse of cultivators, they were mostly just passing through the area while traveling, with no intention of staying for long. Therefore, Zhou was definitely very safe staying here. However, Xianxia city, being a city inhabited by mortals, had a mix of all sorts of people and thin, spiritual energy, which made it far from suitable for cultivation. Even if Zhou had the stone jar that allowed him to resist the erosion of evil qi, he couldn't possibly stay and cultivate here for long. In fact, the main reason he had been here for over a month was to heal his body and integrate and process the memories of his former life. Now that more than a month had passed, he had almost completely integrated and processed the memories of his previous life's 21 years. Zhou also had a general idea of how he should proceed in this cultivation world that I've arrived, and I will conquer. That's the thought of a young adolescent. But since he had arrived in such a vast and magnificent cultivation world, and had become one of its cultivators, Zhou certainly wanted to fully experience the wonders of this world, if possible. He even wanted to know, to see for himself whether immortals truly existed, whether there were really people who could achieve eternal life. To achieve these goals, being a lone loose cultivator would undoubtedly be very difficult. After thinking for several days, Zhou decided to follow the plans of his original self and head to Black Earth Ridge in Lanzhou, within the borders of Jingwa country, returning to the embrace of the Sanju sect. However, the journey from Xianxia city to Black Earth Ridge in Lanzhou was still 1,000 miles away, and peace was not guaranteed along the way. Zhou still needed to think of a way to get there. 2 days later, several cargo ships bound for Yushan city in Lanzhou via the water route left the docks of Xianxia city, moving against the current and slowly departing Xianxia city. On the leading vessel, a cargo and passenger ship, Zhou, dressed in white and wielding a sword, stood on deck, clothes fluttering in the wind, arms crossed, gazing at the scenery on both banks of the river. Young Master Zhou, though the journey is generally safe, it is not impossible that water bandits might harbor malicious intent toward our fleet. Should we really encounter such an event, we would hope for the young master to draw his sword and assist. Of course, the fleet will naturally offer a reward afterwards, said a short and sturdy bald man with a short blade at his waist, who looked at him with reverence and quietly relayed the fleet owner's request. Zhou understands. Zhou responded briefly without turning around. Hearing this, the bald man did not dare to ask further. He simply bowed and turned back to report. Indeed, Zhou was currently playing the role of a martial arts hero, ready to travel to Lanzhou to challenge other martial experts. The bald man revered him because, to gain the trust of the fleet, Zhou had subdued him with a single move. That time, Zhou had only strengthened himself with a minor first-tier spell, light body skill. Because the first part of the journey was sailing upstream, the fleet speed was not fast, covering less than 100 miles each day. It wasn't until after more than 10 days of travel, when they entered another stream with a downstream current, that the fleet speed finally increased due to favorable wind and current. Half a month after Zhou boarded the ship, the fleet completely left Yinzhou, which was mainly plains, and entered Lanzhou, which was more mountainous. During this time, the water bandits mentioned by the bald man did not appear. That afternoon, as the fleet was passing a river bend, a whistle suddenly sounded from the reed marshes on both sides. 7 or 8 small boats burst out and charged straight toward the fleet. No good, it's the water bandits. On the cargo ship, the bald man's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in shock as he saw the people on the small boats wielding bows and swords. Because of his shout, several arrows were immediately shot towards where he was, prompting him to quickly drop to the deck and roll into the cabin for cover. Zhou, who had been resting inside the cabin, quickly came out upon hearing the bald man's cry. He looked up to the water surface, and when he saw that the number of water bandits was actually around 30 or 40, he couldn't help but frown. With so many enemies, coupled with bows and arrows as their weapons, it would be difficult to deal with them without using spells. And once he used spells, it would inevitably be impossible to stay among the fleet any longer. Forget it. We've already reached the territory of Lanzhou. Even if I take a detour by land, it would only take a few days to reach Black Earth Ridge. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhou quickly made a decision. No sooner had he made up his mind than he began to cast a spell, and soon a blazing flame appeared in his hand. With a flick of his sleeve, the flame turned into a fist-sized fireball that shot toward the small boat. In an instant, a boom sounded, and the small boat was directly blown to pieces, with 6 or 7 water bandits aboard screaming as they caught fire and fell into the river. This scene, witnessed by the remaining water bandits, terrified them to the point where they felt as if their souls were leaving their bodies. It's a spell. A spell. There's a cultivator among the fleet. A seemingly knowledgeable water bandit couldn't help but shout loudly, then hurriedly knelt down toward the merchant ship for which the fireball came and begged, "Immortal Master, spare our lives, please. We meant no offense to the Immortal Master." As soon as he spoke, the rest of the water bandits were also scared into kneeling and kowtowing endlessly. "Please, Immortal Master, spare our lives." Intimidated by the formidable reputation of cultivators, they didn't even dare to run away. Seeing this, Zhou coldly commanded, "All of you scram. Don't let me see you again." Clearly, he didn't wish to commit unnecessary killings. After the water bandits left, offering endless thanks, the merchants, guards, and boatmen on the merchant ships, who were equally stunned, slowly came to their senses. They couldn't help but look towards Zhou. Soon enough, the fleet's owner, a merchant surnamed Wu with a shaven head, approached Zhou. "I was not aware that the Immortal Master was aboard. I apologize for any negligence or offenses. Please forgive me, Immortal Master," he said with a bow, profusely thanking Zhou for the earlier events. The portly boss Wu, upon seeing Zhou, hurriedly bowed and said his thanks for the earlier events. "Boss Wu is too kind. I have been under the care of the merchant convoy all this way, which has allowed me to focus on my cultivation. Today, I merely wish to offer a token of my gratitude in return," Zhou said with a gentle wave of his hand, indicating it was of no matter to him. Then, looking at boss Wu in front of him, a glint of curiosity in his eyes, Zhou suddenly asked, "Has boss Wu encountered other cultivators before? You don't seem to hold the common reverence for cultivators that mortals typically have." With those words, Zhou pointed out the insincerity in boss Wu's earlier speech, causing a flicker of panic in his eyes. Boss Wu hastened to reply, "No, no, no. Please forgive me, Immortal Master, I meant no disrespect." After speaking, he even knelt before Zhou. Zhou saw this and shook his head, saying, "There's no need for that. Boss WIT was just a casual question that if you do not wish to answer, you are under no obligation to do so." However, boss Wu didn't dare to take his words at face value. After wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, he quickly responded respectfully, "I dare not deceive you, Immortal Master. I've traveled far and wide and indeed have seen several Immortal Masters and even witnessed them casting spells." Zhou eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he asked, "Oh, then do you know where there might be a marketplace nearby where cultivators gather?" It was a casual inquiry. He didn't really expect boss Wu to be able to answer. After all, only cultivators knew and were able to enter the cultivators' marketplaces. How could a mortal possibly know? To Zhou surprise, after hearing his words, boss Wu hesitated for a moment and then replied softly, "I've heard a piece of news once, saying that immortals can often be seen in Yunlan Mountain within Lanzhou. Perhaps that's where the marketplace you are seeking might be found." "Yunlan Mountain? Is it far from here?" Zhou asked, his interest piqued as he looked intently at boss Wu. "Not very far. After disembarking here, if you head to the northeast for more than 200 miles, you will reach it," boss Wu replied in a low voice after doing a quick mental calculation. "More than 200 miles isn't far indeed." Zhou nodded slightly, then addressed boss Wu directly. "Thank you for the information. Boss Wu, I shall not accompany you any further. We shall meet again in the future." Without waiting for a response from boss Wu, Zhou immediately began to form hand seals and chant to cast an intermediate first-grade spell, Wind Control Skill, then took to the air, flying effortlessly over the riverbank without touching the water surface, landing more than 10 yards away. He then leaped powerfully, elevated another 10 yards into the air into the woods, and was soon completely out of sight of the mortals on the ship. To move with the wind, a stride of 10 yards, truly, it's the method of the immortals. Boss Wu, filled with envy, muttered as he watched Zhou vanish into the distance. In Lanzhou's Yunlan Mountain, it was rumored that immortals resided there, and woodcutters and herbalists who went into the mountains to chop wood and gather herbs would invariably claim to have seen traces of immortals. As a result, many mortals who adored the path of immortality, the spirited individuals upon hearing such tales, would successively head into the mountains to seek the immortals and ask for their teachings. However, the terrain of Yunlan Mountain was perilous, rife with venomous snakes and fierce beasts. Most of those who went in search of immortals perished in a foreign land without ever catching a glimpse of them. Even for those who did manage to encounter an immortal, they would quickly find out that they lacked the spirit root aptitude required to cultivate immortal techniques, and as such, would be ultimately turned away. After parting ways with a merchant surnamed Wu and his fleet, Zhou traveled across mountains and ridges using the wind control skill, and in less than a day's time, he arrived within Yunlan Mountain. Knowing that there might be a cultivator's marketplace here, Zhou didn't dare to travel as carefreely as before. Otherwise, if he were to encounter someone with malevolent intentions lurking in the dark to ambush him, he would have hardly any time to react. By a stroke of good luck, he encountered a cultivator from Jingwa country in Lanzhou after wandering the mountains for a while. The cultivator was also on his way to Qingyun Valley, within Yunlan Mountain, to exchange cultivation resources. From this cultivator, Zhou learned that there actually was no true cultivator's marketplace within Yunlan Mountain. It was only because Qingyun Valley housed 3 loose cultivators with foundation establishment stage cultivation levels, who, for the convenience of their own training, gathered some loose cultivators to form a place for resource exchange, which also primarily served the Qi refinement realm cultivators within Lanzhou. There are quite a few such places in the cultivation world. After all, cultivators need to absorb the pristine spiritual energy for their practice, and even those at the foundation establishment stage cannot maintain the operation of a spirit cleansing formation on their own. Therefore, some loose cultivators, even if they reach the foundation establishment stage, would have to seek a place with a spirit vein to establish a spirit cleansing formation and gather manpower to maintain the array's operation if they did not choose to join a cultivation sect or cultivation family for their future practice. Zhou followed the cultivator. After winding through several mountain peaks, they came to a mist-shrouded valley. Without needing the other's reminder, Zhou could see through the aura viewing technique that the mist deep in the valley was an illusion created by an array, not natural water vapor or cloud. However, since his cultivation level was not high enough, he could not directly see through the mist with the aura viewing technique and discern the true sight within the valley. After the two paused outside the valley for a while, the cultivators inside noticed their identities, and someone from behind the array began to question them. The loose cultivator needed no further introduction. As he had been to Qingyun Valley before, he passed the questioning with ease and was let through. Zhou, with only the 6th layer of the Qi refinement realm, posed no threat to the loose cultivators inside Qingyun Valley. Thus, after a simple interrogation, he too was allowed to enter the valley after paying a deposit of 3 spirit coins. These silver-white spirit coins, which looked like a sort of currency called silver dollar from his previous life in a certain era, were refined by cultivators using special metals, embodying a high level of anti-counterfeiting craftsmanship that made them difficult to replicate. The spirit coins in Zhou possession were issued by Moonwheel's sect, the only force in Jingwa country capable of refining and distributing spirit coins, with the emblem of their sect, a curved moon pattern, on the back of each coin. This kind of spirit coin is the currency used in transactions among cultivators, and the fixed value of each spirit coin is such that its bearer could use it to cultivate for 1 day at Moonwheel's sect, or at any sect, family, or marketplace in Jingwa country. Indeed, that's cultivating for 1 full day, 12 hours, to be honest. Zhou was also surprised when he first learned of this. He had not expected that in this mighty cultivation world, where power converges within oneself, there would exist such a credit currency system. But after giving it some thought, he couldn't help but admire the cultivator who invented this spirit coin. Clearly, in this world where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was polluted by the evil Qi, the emergence of this credit currency was definitely the most fitting product of the era. The powerful cultivator forces issuing credit currency could harvest resources from other smaller forces and loose cultivators. And with the most populous loose cultivators, the advent of the spirit coin solved their problem of lacking the shelter of a spirit cleansing formation for their cultivation practices. What's ingenious is that although the spirit coin appears to be a credit currency, because it fixed the practical value of being able to cultivate for 12 hours a day, it runs no risk of devaluation. Even if a major power were to issue too many spirit coins, as long as it's not a completely uncontrolled inflation, there's basically no need to worry about credit bankruptcy or currency collapse. In such a situation, even if the Moonwheel sect, which issued the spirit coins he held, were to be destroyed, the spirit coins would still remain valid. That's because the power that destroyed the Moonwheel sect would have to recognize the original value of the spirit coins. Otherwise, it would become the enemy of all cultivators holding these coins, and the currency it issues would also not be recognized or used by them. After realizing the various benefits of spirit coins, Zhou became even more circumspect about the world's cultivators. Without a doubt, In terms of intelligence, these cultivators, who pursue the goal of eternal life, are in no way inferior to the so-called intellectuals of his previous life and may even be smarter. When he entered Qingyun Valley, Zhou Chun looked around and saw that only the front half of the valley, where some shops and attics were built, was open to outsiders. The deeper parts of the valley remained shrouded in the fog of formation, unclear to the eye. Perhaps because it was not a proper marketplace, Zhou Chun did not see many cultivators there. Only the occasional customer silhouette inside a few shops. His visit here wasn't to buy or sell anything, but to gather information. The Xianxia sect used to belong to Fenghua to the south of Jingwa country. Whether it could successfully relocate and settle in Lanzhou Jingwa country was still an uncertain matter. Zhou Chun needed to clarify this before deciding whether to truly rejoin the sect. Thus, after wandering around the valley for a bit and seeing a few cultivators sitting around a table sipping tea and chatting in a tea house, he also entered, ordering a pot of spiritual tea worth 1 spirit coin. While he seemingly sat drinking his spiritual tea, he was indeed all ears, listening to the conversation at the next table. Those people were originally discussing the exploits of some renowned cultivators within Lanzhou territory and internal matters of cultivation sects and families that they had heard through the grapevine, as they talked, the story of Xianxia sect. The sect from Fenghua that had moved into Lanzhou of Jingwa country naturally became a topic of conversation. Fellow Taoists have probably also heard about the deeds of Xianxia sect from Fenghua, who fled here recently, right? Tang just learned the news a couple of days ago. Under the leadership of Green Lotus Temple, Xianxia sect has already been disbanded into 4 parts. From today onwards, there's no more so-called Xianxia sect. TSK, a cultivation sect with a 1,700-year legacy, even with 3 golden core cultivators, has just like that ceased and ended its lineage, truly lamentable. At the tea table, a man in a yellow robe with a mustache twitched his eyebrows and guzzled a mouthful of tea, then shared the intelligence he knew with a smug expression on his face. Upon hearing his words, the loose cultivators at first were startled. Then, like the mustached man, began to discuss the matter with a schadenfreude attitude. Clearly, as loose cultivators, they were very gratified and pleased about the sudden demise of these prestigious cultivation sects. Even though Xianxia sect was a sect of Fenghua and had never oppressed them, they felt no sympathy for the sect's misfortune. After all, the cultivation sects of the world were all the same to them, maintaining their privileged status by exploiting the vast community of loose cultivators. Being oppressed loose cultivators themselves, they naturally had to clarify their stance. But upon hearing this news, Zhou Chun was shocked, feeling turmoil inside as if oceans were flipping over. This outcome was undoubtedly the worst possible scenario for him. With Xianxia sect gone, what was there to rejoin? Did he have to work for these cultivation sects and families like these loose cultivators to earn resources for his own cultivation? Could it be that even with rebirth he couldn't escape the fate of being a worker? For a moment, Zhou Chun was also lost, unsure of what to do next. Fortunately, he was sitting with his back to that table, so they couldn't see the change in his expression, and then the mustache man continued to share the news he had heard. His words gradually brightened the lost Zhou Chun's eyes, reigniting a sense of hope. Xianxia sect is gone, but the Zhou family remains. The Green Lotus Temple, a major cultivation sect of Jingwa country, dismantled the Xianxia sect, but they did not completely annihilate its legacy. The divided Xianxia sect became 4 powers: Elixir Leaf family, Talisman Yu family, Spirit Beast Manor, and Spirit Beast Zhou family. Among them, the Li family and Yu family were originally part of the Xianxia sect. They both became cultivating families within Jingwa country, with many disciples within their clans preparing to join the Green Lotus Temple, a major sect of Jingwa country. Spirit Beast Manor was founded by Zhou Jinghua, a golden core stage cultivator who had been with the Zhou family, and whose disciples were primarily the external disciples of the former Xianxia sect, of course. This once son-in-law of the Zhou family had since reverted to his original name and would now be known as Yu Jinghua. And the Spirit Beast Zhou family consisted mostly of Zhou clan members from within the former Xianxia sect. The reason it was mostly is because many people from the Zhou family had been drawn in by Yu Jinghua, the golden core stage cultivator, to join what is called the Spirit Beast Manor at the same time. Because they lost Yu Jinghua, a cultivator in the golden core stage, the Spirit Beast Zhou family, with only 1 purple mansion phase cultivator at its core, also became the weakest among the 4 forces after the disbandment of Xianxia sect. Therefore, Zhou Chun now actually had 2 options. One was to go to the so-called Spirit Beast Manor and become one of its members. The other was to return to the Zhou family and walk the cultivation world as a clan member of the Zhou family, a cultivating family. With such a clear distinction between the two choices, Zhou Chun hardly needed to think much about it. If Yu Jinghua has abandoned the Zhou family to establish something like the Spirit Beast Manor, it's clear that he wants to completely erase his ties with the Zhou family. Zhou Chun, a direct descendant of the traditional Zhou family, going to join the Spirit Beast Manor, would definitely face difficulties in being trusted and valued. While the Spirit Beast Zhou family, being established by the legitimate descendants of the Zhou family, would welcome Zhou Chun back with open arms, as long as he proved his strength and capability, gaining the family's recognition wouldn't be difficult. With such an obvious difference between the choices, there's no need for much contemplation. With this in mind, Zhou Chun waited for the group of loose cultivators at his table to scatter before leaving the tea house himself. He then intercepted the mustachioed man halfway and inquired about the whereabouts of the Spirit Beast Zhou family. However, to his disappointment, the man with the mustache only heard of the news that the Sanju sect was split into 4 forces and did not know the specifics of where these 4 forces were now based. Still, Zhou Chun managed to learn from him the address of the cultivators' marketplace within Lanshouse territory and planned to go there to further probe for information. Thus, Zhou Chun quickly reclaimed the 3 spirit coins deposit and left Qingyun Valley. Not long after leaving Qingyun Valley, Zhou Chun's brows furrowed, and his eyes suddenly darkened. He raised his hand, and a fist-sized bird with a sharply pointed beak landed on his wrist, chirping noisily. Known as the red-beaked sparrow, this bird was extremely intelligent and had exceptional eyesight. It was also small and a common bird, not something that cultivators would usually pay much attention to. Therefore, it is often tamed by low-level cultivators skilled in beast taming techniques to act as scouts for tracking and vigilance. While Zhou Chun was recuperating in Sangin City, he chanced upon this red-beaked sparrow, caught by a hunter for sale at the city's bird market during a casual stroll, and bought it to tame. Now, under the beast taming technique he learned from his memories, this little bird had grown quite close to him, capable of keeping watch for him. Zhou Chun had discovered the loose cultivator who led him in Yunlan Mountain also because this little bird spotted the person first. And just a moment ago, this little bird, flying overhead to keep watch for him, suddenly told him that someone was following him, and there wasn't just one person either. Who could be tracking him? Zhou Chun quickly ran through his experiences in Qingyun Valley in his mind and soon had a rough idea of the target as to whether his guess was correct. He would soon find out. Immediately, Zhou Chun ducked into a nearby clump of grass, formed hand seals to cast a spell, and used a first-grade middle-tier spell, with concealment technique, which allowed him to merge with the essence of plants to conceal his presence and form. After a while, a man in yellow robes and a young man in black walked into Zhou Chun's line of sight. It was him. Zhou Chun, upon seeing the yellow-robed man who sported a mustache, immediately confirmed his suspicion. The young man in black beside the man in yellow robes was also the loose cultivator Zhou Chun had seen earlier in the tea house. Clearly, the man in the yellow robe was very cautious, even with malintent towards him. He feared he might not be able to overpower him alone, so he specially found the young man in black as an assistant. Where is he? Where did that boy disappear to? How could he vanish without a trace all of a sudden? In the woods, the man in the yellow robe looked around with a shocked and puzzled expression, speaking quickly and urgently, filled with an intense sense of anxiety. The young man in black was also looking around vigilantly, saying in a deep voice, he must have noticed that we were tailing him. These cultivators from the sects and families always have some spells that we ordinary loose cultivators can hardly learn. There was a tone of envy and resentment in his words. Zhou Chun, hearing their conversation, immediately understood why they had come to it was his eagerness to inquire about the Zhou family situation that had aroused the suspicions of the man in the yellow robe and thus brought this danger upon himself. However, this had also given him a direct experience of the perilous nature of the cultivation world. Just because he tried to find out a piece of information, he would attract jealousy and murderous attacks. Was this the brutality of the cultivation world? Zhou Chun's eyes were dark as he watched the 2 men in the forest, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. If you want to kill me, then let's see who ends up killing whom. With malicious intentions, the will to kill arises spontaneously. Zhou Chun reached into his sleeve, and a black iron spike was pulled out from the pocket within. Then, he targeted his mark and threw it with a flick of his wrist. In an instant, a streak of dark light flew from his hand, piercing straight through a large tree and striking the chest of the young man in black, who just happened to be blocked from sight by the tree. "You little thief!" A roar of anger came from the man in the yellow robe as he hurriedly slapped a talisman onto his body, forming a circular earthy yellow protective barrier around himself. He then slapped his storage pouch on his waist and immediately called forth a purple-red copper hammer magic artifact, smashing it towards where Zhou Chun was hiding. But since Zhou Chun had chosen to strike first, he had naturally left the spot swiftly after making his move, by the time the copper hammer magic artifact hit the empty space. He had already used another pale golden flying knife magic artifact to slit the throat of the severely injured young man in black who had fallen to the ground. Having taken the initiative and eliminated one enemy, Zhou Chun looked at the man in the yellow robe, who was now panicking in the woods, and couldn't help but reveal a cold smile as he said, smiling coldly, "Isn't this Taoist friend Dai? If you follow Zhou in secret, could it be that you wish to invite me for tea?" While speaking, Zhou Chun had already started forming hand seals and had retrieved the two magic artifacts that had killed the young man in black. Seeing this, the man in the yellow robe became even more panicked. He sneakily glanced at the lifeless corpse of the young man in black. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he quickly called out to Zhou Chun, "Let's speak nicely. Taoist friend Zhou, it was a moment of folly on my part that led me to harbor ill will against you. Now that I've come to my senses, I hope Taoist friend Zhou can grant me a chance at redemption." Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, spoke coldly. "There's no need for redemption. After all, death extinguishes all wrongs, and no matter how grievous your faults, death resolves all." With that, he formed spells with his hands and launched a fierce assault on the man in the yellow robe with his two magic artifacts. In terms of cultivation level, the man in the yellow robe was in the 7th layer of the Qi refinement realm, just one level higher than Zhou Chun. But in terms of the quality and number of magic artifacts, Zhou Chun, who had acquired the relics of Li Han, completely outclassed him. Moreover, having lost his nerve before the fight, he had already lost his courage, which naturally made it difficult for him to exert his full strength in the battle. After an intense struggle, Zhou Chun finally broke the man's protective spell barrier before running out of mana and pierced his brow with the pale golden flying knife magic artifact. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. This is the cultivation world. Looking at the dead body of the man in the yellow robe on the ground, Zhou Chun murmured softly to himself, raised his hand to retrieve the flying knife artifact, and then quickly cleared up the battlefield. Half an hour later, Zhou Chun, having scavenged both bodies, set fire to the corpses, turning them to ashes, and then swiftly left the scene with his spoils by the banks of a pond at the outskirts of Yunlan Mountain. Zhou Chun, after counter-killing 2 loose cultivators who had attempted to ambush him, sped away for dozens of miles until his red-beaked sparrow confirmed there were no traces of human presence nearby. Only then did he stop by this pond to rest and recover. First, he meditated for over 4 hours, restoring his mana to its peak condition. And then, as usual, he used purification spirit water from a stone jar to cleanse the evil chi from his body. Only after that did he begin to examine his gains from the encounter. The 2 loose cultivators didn't have much of value. On them, aside from a total of 34 spirit coins, there were only 2 low-grade first-order magic artifacts that were somewhat worth some spirit coins. The rest of their belongings, put together, weren't worth 10 spirit coins. With such meager fortunes, no wonder the pair, upon speculating that Zhou Chun was a solitary member of the Zhou family cultivators migrating over, became greedy and harbored thoughts of killing for treasure. Even without counting the priceless stone jar, Zhou Chun himself had 135 spirit coins, 2 mid-grade first-order magic artifacts, and 2 low-grade first-order magic artifacts. Even his other miscellaneous possessions were worth 40 to 50 spirit coins combined. This is the life of the lowest-ranked loose cultivator in the cultivation world. The spirit coins they earn are mostly spent on purchasing time to meditate and cultivate. How could they save any money? It's like those burdened with mortgages and car loans. No matter how hard they work over time, how much can they really save in their bank accounts? Zhou Chun couldn't help but voice his thoughts, filled with emotion that it also further solidified his decision to return to the Zhou family. In this dangerous world of cultivation, the situation for low-level cultivators under the protection of an organization versus those without is completely different. He quickly discerned his direction and headed toward the marketplace he had heard about. At dawn, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged on a mountaintop, engaged in his daily meditation and cultivation. And as he meditated with the appearance of the first rays of sunlight from the east and the arrival of the purple chi, he absorbed it into his body and refined it at a soft pop suddenly emanated from within him. It was another acupoint within his body being forced open. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, purple mansion, golden core, nascent soul, divinity transformation. These are the 6 known realms of cultivation within the cultivation world. During the Chi refinement realm, One refines essence to transform it into qi, drawing the essence of nature from the outside and the vigor from within, merging the two to consolidate mana. The strength of a qi refinement realm cultivator's mana is determined by the number of acupoints he has opened up. The human body has 108 major acupoints, and with each additional acupoint opened, a qi refinement realm cultivator's mana becomes more profound. Furthermore, as the quality and total amount of mana change slightly after every 9 acupoints opened, cultivators divided the qi refinement period into 12 levels. They categorized levels 1 to 4 as early qi refinement period, 5 to 8 as mid-qi refinement period, and 9 to 12 as late qi refinement period. Zhou was at the 6th level of the qi refinement realm, which placed him among mid-level qi refinement cultivators. Now, with a new acupoint opened, he had 47 acupoints total at the age of 21. Having reached the 6th level of the qi refinement realm, Zhou's cultivation speed was quite remarkable. However, his spirit root aptitude was not outstanding. It was only a mid-grade spiritual root. One could say that at his age, his cultivation level truly came from his own efforts, steadily achieved through diligent and hard practice. Indeed, Zhou was gradually adapting to his new identity. In his subconscious, he had begun to see himself as cultivator Zhou, his daily habits and manner of speaking increasingly resembling that of cultivator Zhou at that moment. Sensing progress in his cultivation level, Zhou felt joy in his heart and immediately continued to operate his cultivation technique to absorb nature's spiritual energy from the surroundings, converting it into mana to fill up the newly opened acupoint. The disciples of the Sanju sect predominantly practiced the 5 Qi Chuyang scripture, a foundational cultivation technique suitable for almost all types of spirit root aptitudes. The mana cultivated from the 5 Qi Chuyang scripture was moderate and peaceful, with a pure and righteous aura, making it very convenient to switch to any other cultivation technique after reaching foundation establishment. This cultivation technique was not exclusive to the Sanju sect. Many cultivation world families and sects would impart this technique as a foundational practice for their disciples. And the optimal time to cultivate the 5 Qi Chuyang scripture was at dawn, when the morning sun first rose at sunrise. As all things revived, nature's spiritual energy was at its most active and most suitable for absorption and refinement under the mingling of yin and yang. From the hours of 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., cultivating during these 2 hours was worth 4 to 5 hours of practice at any other time. This evil qi is indeed annoying and a wonder cultivators nowadays, without the protection of a spirit cleansing formation, dare not practice in the wilderness. At this moment, Zhou emerged from his meditation, slowly exhaling a breath of white air, and couldn't help but frown and grumble. It turned out that although he could rely on the purification spirit water in the stone jar to expel and purify the evil qi within his body, the invasion of evil qi during cultivation still continuously caused pain in his meridians and acupoints, and made it difficult to meditate calmly. He felt nothing like the ethereal pleasure of cultivation that he remembered. Hence, it was clear that even with the stone jar in hand, Zhou could only cultivate at ease in places protected by a spirit cleansing formation. After finishing his cultivation session, Zhou stood up to stretch, took out some dry food from his storage pouch to swallow with some water, and also fed a handful of dried fruit, a favorite treat of the red-beaked sparrow, before continuing on his way to the cultivator marketplace in Zhou, Jingwa country. There was only one cultivator marketplace in Zhou, and that was the Hongyan marketplace. This cultivator marketplace, located within the central part of the Hongyan mountain range in Zhou and managed by the major sect Green Lotus Temple from Jingwa country, was the preferred place for cultivators. In Zhou, to buy and sell resources for cultivation at the same time, the entire Hongyan mountain range was an extremely dangerous area. Because the marketplace attracted a congregation of cultivators, many bandit cultivators who made a living from killing and plundering would lurk in the wilderness outside the marketplace, ready to ambush cultivators entering and leaving the marketplace at any time. Although the marketplace sometimes dispatched patrol teams to inspect the area and strike against these bandit cultivators, it was hard to completely eradicate this issue and ensure such incidents would not occur. When Zhou arrived at the periphery of the Hongyan mountain range, he became highly vigilant, and no longer did he travel recklessly using the wind control skill, but instead, he moved forward slowly while concealing his aura as much as possible. The paths he trod were those that the red-beaked sparrow had scouted and surveyed repeatedly beforehand. Even so, he still clutched a wood spirit shroud talisman in his hand, ready to activate it at any moment. In truth, Most Qi refinement realm cultivators, for the sake of safety, would travel to and from the marketplace in groups. A Qi refinement realm cultivator traveling alone like Zhou was either extremely confident in his own strength, or as in his current situation, having suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar place, had no trustworthy friends to accompany him. In this regard, the movement range of Qi refinement realm cultivators was restricted. They generally would not easily venture too far from a familiar marketplace, nor would they readily travel to unfamiliar ones. For 2 consecutive days, Zhou traveled through the Hongyan mountain range, covering a distance of less than 100 miles. During this journey of less than 100 miles, he heard the sounds of cultivators engaging in battles and the booming of spells 3 times. Each time the sound arose, it would end quickly, never lasting more than 15 minutes. During this period, the red-beaked sparrow flying ahead to scout had alerted him 7 times, each time causing him intense nervousness, leading him to choose to take detours and avoid any trouble. With the help of the red-beaked sparrows scouting and his own caution, Zhou finally arrived outside Hongya Marketplace without incident on the afternoon of the 3rd day. When he saw the marketplace area covered by a misty array ahead, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back into his stomach. He then recalled the red-beaked sparrow that had been on guard in the sky and thanked the little creature with a full heart, saying, Xiao Hong, these past few days you've truly performed a great service. Once we get to the Zhou family, I'll make sure to take special care of you. After feeding the little fellow to its fill, he carefully placed it back in his pocket. Next, just as when he had previously entered Qingyun Valley in Yunlan Mountain, since Zhou had never registered at Hongya Marketplace before, he had to undergo an origin inspection and pay a deposit of 5 spirit coins before he was allowed to enter the marketplace. Compared to a small place like Qingyun Valley, Hongya Marketplace was much larger. This marketplace was established atop a mountain peak 2 to 300 feet tall, including the nearby hills within its bounds, housing hundreds of shops. Zhou walked in and could easily spot the figures of cultivators moving about on the mountain. Only such a hustle and bustle could truly befit the term marketplace. Being a safe place, Zhou looked around and then leisurely began to stroll through the marketplace, seeking an opportunity to learn about the whereabouts of the Zhou family. After the earlier incident of being attacked, Zhou was definitely more cautious in gathering information, but he could not afford to let others easily associate him with the Zhou family, potentially harboring malicious intent against him. After wandering around the marketplace, Zhou soon entered a shop that seemed decent. This shop, named Wu's Grocery Store, was not big, and there wasn't even an assistant in sight, just an elder in green clothes reading a book on a chair. Upon seeing Zhou enter, the elder in green glanced up at him, and realizing he was not a regular customer, said lazily, "Greetings, fellow Daoist. All the items for sale in our store are listed there, with fair prices, honest and old alike." After speaking, he gestured with his mouth towards a white cloth on the wall covered in black characters. His manner hardly reflected the idea that the customer is God. But Zhou knew that this was normal in this world. Those who could open a shop in the marketplace were either highly cultivated and wealthy individuals with skills of their own, or they were stores set up by sects or families, managed by their disciples. In either case, compared to common loose cultivators, their status was significantly higher in such a situation. Expecting them to treat Qi refinement realm cultivators who visit the shop as gods was implausible. Moreover, even in his previous world, the number of street-side shops that managed to do this was few, and it was already good if they didn't overcharge customers. Naturally, Zhou would not take offense at the elder's attitude. He did not look at the list of items on the white cloth, but instead cupped his hands towards the elder, saying, "Shopkeeper, you're kind. I have a few magic artifacts that have been discarded. Does your esteemed store wish to purchase these items? You wish to sell magic artifacts?" The elder in green showed a moment of surprise, then set aside the book, squinting his eyes to scrutinize Zhou. Seeing Zhou's young and handsome face, he frowned slightly, seemingly unable to believe that such a young junior cultivator could be one of those bandit cultivators who make a living by robbery and murder. If not a bandit cultivator, then how could someone of Zhou's age and cultivation level have spare magic artifacts to sell? Various thoughts ran through the mind of the elder in green, and after a good while, he nodded slightly and said, "Then show me the items first. If there's no issue, our store may consider buying them, depending on the situation." Their type of grocery store bought and sold all kinds of things. Without further ado, Zhou took out the magic artifact he obtained from those 2 loose cultivators, as well as 2 first-grade low-quality magic artifacts he had on him, and presented them. For cultivators, magic artifacts, spells, talismans, elixirs, formations, all have different grades. Generally, they're classified into first, second, and third order, further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades within the first order. Typically, first-order magic artifacts are used by cultivators in the Qi refinement realm, second order for those in the foundation establishment stage, and third order for cultivators in the purple mansion phase. The value of a magic artifact, besides its overall grade, also depends greatly on its usefulness, performance, and other factors. The magic artifacts Zhou Chun presented were single-purpose attack artifacts, without any remarkable special abilities, merely artifacts used by novices who had just entered the world of Cultivation. So, after an appraisal, the 2 artifacts he got from killing the loose cultivators were returned to him by the Elder in green, keeping only the 2 genuinely discarded ones. Then, looking at him, he said, "The quality of these 2 magic artifacts is still acceptable, and it's clear that the artifact refiner had some skill. Our store is willing to take them for 20 spirit coins each. As for these 2 artifacts, fellow Daoists will be better off dealing with them at the makeshift stall market inside the marketplace. Perhaps there will be newcomers who've just stepped into the cultivation world willing to buy them as their first magic artifact." This outcome somewhat made Zhou Chun feel a pang of sympathy for the 2 deceased, loose cultivators who had fallen by his hand. It turns out that even a grocery store wouldn't buy back the artifacts those 2 fellows used, showing just how miserable their situation truly was. So, he did as the Elder in green suggested, took the 2 returned artifacts, and carefully counted the 40 spirit coins given by the Elder. After leaving Wu's grocery store, Zhou Chun really did go to the makeshift stall market in the marketplace, just as the shopkeeper had suggested. The makeshift stall market is a staple in every marketplace within the cultivation world, where cultivators conduct free trade, and also a place rife with fakes. All it took to spend a whole day in the street market was to pay the market managers 1 spirit coin for a stall fee, and you could even sit in meditation and cultivate there. The assumption, of course, was that someone would actually be bold enough to enter a meditative state and cultivate in such an environment. After arriving at the Hongyang marketplace, Zhou Chun found indeed that the number of cultivators had increased substantially, with the number of cultivators running a stall and those patronizing the place being about half and half. Since cultivators usually prefer peace and quiet, unless they encounter a situation where the price cannot be agreed upon, the street market wasn't overly noisy. Zhou Chun actually saw several loose cultivators who appeared to have casually laid out a few items and were sitting in meditation in front of their stalls. Seeing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before he also paid a spirit coin to secure a stall, laying out 2 magic artifacts and some miscellaneous items, thus starting his own stall. Of course, Zhou Chun's real intention was not to run a stall, but to use it as a pretext to chat casually with other loose cultivators running their stalls, trying to subtly probe for the information he wanted to know. In just less than 2 days of running his stall in the marketplace, Zhou Chun successfully sold 2 magic artifacts for the price of 13 and 14 spirit coins respectively. However, gathering information did not go as smoothly. Many of the loose cultivators running stalls had heard about the Xianxia sect being divided, but where the Zhou family had gone after breaking away from the sect was something no one knew. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only patiently wait for an opportunity within the marketplace. On the 3rd day of his arrival at the marketplace, a loose cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement suddenly appeared at the street market. This elder, whose hair was already streaked with white, laid out more than a dozen items as soon as he set up his stall, including freshly picked spiritual medicine, spirit ores that looked to be dug up from unknown places, and slightly damaged magic artifacts. Upon seeing this, many of the cultivators running a stall looked at the elder with a strange light in their eyes. Generally speaking, cultivators who sold a bit of everything were quite likely to be those bandit cultivators who specialized in killing and robbing treasures. Or even if they themselves were not bandit cultivators, they had strong connections with bandit cultivators responsible for dealing with the treasures the latter had looted. But while many thought so, unless someone had a good relationship with the person interested in a particular item on the stall, no one would bother to intervene. Instead, most of the time, because the items dealt with by bandits would be slightly cheaper than market price, it would attract many cultivators eager to take advantage of a bargain. However, when those cultivators looking for a bargain stepped forward to ask for prices, they immediately left in a huff. Because even though the elder was running a street stall, his prices were not much cheaper than the market rate, leaving little room for reselling and making a profit by flipping the items. As such, the crowd that had gathered quickly dispersed. Zhou Chun, who noticed this, suddenly had a glint in his eyes and also stepped forward to inquire about the prices. "Fellow Daoist, how much for this piece of spirit ginseng?" He pointed at a yellowish-white spirit ginseng on the stall that still had some soil on its roots and asked in a low voice. Wild ginseng with a herb age of over 150 years, only for 24 spirit coins. The price is firm. The elder looked up at Zhou Chun and stated the price indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but frown and said, "Wild ginseng harbors accumulations of evil qi, and to be used in medicine, one must first expel the evil qi. Over 20 spirit coins is indeed a bit costly." The elder, hearing this, immediately frowned and huffed. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that the methods of expelling the evil qi from these spiritual objects are in the hands of those sects and families, would a 100-year-old spirit ginseng sell for so little? After saying that, he glared at Zhou Chun. "Young man, buy it if you will, but if not, stand aside and don't waste my time." "Ah, I was just saying, why be angry, fellow Daoist? Bargaining is all part of business, after all." Zhou Chun shook his head and then scanned the other spiritual herbs on the stall, adding, "How about this? I'll take all the spiritual herbs you have here, fellow Daoist. Could you please offer me a discount and knock off a few spirit coins?" The elder, hearing this, kept a stern face and said, "No, not a single spirit coin less. If you try to haggle, I'd rather give them directly to the medicine shop." Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately softened his tone, looking at the elder with a pleading expression, and said, "Please, have some mercy. Couldn't you just help a junior out? It's not easy for someone of my cultivation level to earn spirit coins. You must understand, having come from humble beginnings yourself." "Yeah, I help you, but who will help me?" The elder kept sneering. He then looked at Zhou Chun with a mocking expression. "Stop playing the pity card in front of me. With such cultivation at your young age, you must be a descendant of a cultivating family, seeking to buy spiritual medicine at a low price from a street market and then sell it to your family at a higher price. I've been wise to that trick for more than a decade. Cough, cough, fellow Daoist, you're overthinking it. I have absolutely no such intention." Zhou Chun coughed awkwardly, rushing to deny it, even though in truth he did harbor such thoughts, but they were not at all as the elder had described. But evidently, the elder didn't believe him, simply snorting coldly without saying more. In the end, Zhou Chun could only purchase the spirit ginseng for the price of 24 spirit coins. Hongyang Marketplace, welcoming immortals in. After purchasing a stock of wild ginseng from the street market, Zhou Chun temporarily closed his stall and came to the welcoming immortals in to rent a cultivation room. In marketplaces like Hongyang Marketplace, the inns were officially operated by the marketplace authorities, charging according to the duration and the grade of the rooms. For cultivation room of the second rank suitable for cultivators in the Qi refinement realm, the cost was 1 spirit coin for every 12 hours, which could be tallied up cumulatively. For example, a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement could only meditate and cultivate for 2 hours a day. Therefore, after paying 1 spirit coin as an initial fee on the first day, he could come and cultivate for 2 hours for free for the next 5 days. Zhou Chun had already rented a cultivation room in the marketplace for the past few days. Honestly, the feeling of cultivating in a cultivation room was incomparable to cultivating outside, without the disturbance of the evil qi. The euphoric sensation during cultivation was utterly addicting if it weren't for the limitations of his own meridians and acupoint's capacity and the sparse spirit coins in his wallet. Zhou Chun would indeed desire to stay in the cultivation room all day, not exiting until he had cultivated to the 12th level of Qi refinement in one go. However, Zhou Chun's current entry into the cultivation room wasn't for cultivating. After activating the small soundproof array in the room, he took out that stone jar from his storage pouch to make tea this moment. There was still half a jar of purification spirit water unused. Zhou Chun looked at the spirit water inside the jar, hesitated briefly, then placed the wild ginseng, which had cost him 24 spirit coins, into it to soak. The purification spirit water in the stone jar could purify and remove the accreted evil qi within the wild spiritual medicines and spirit ores, according to the information Zhou Chun had from the original owner's memories. But he didn't doubt this, and now that he had the opportunity to verify it, he naturally wanted to try. Sometime later, the blue color of the spirit water in the jar had indeed lightened slightly. When the color of the spirit water no longer changed, Zhou Chun took the wild ginseng out again. The wild ginseng now looked much brighter in appearance, with a light glow appearing on its yellow-white skin, emitting a faint scent of ginseng. Now, the evil qi within the wild ginseng had been completely purified, making it equivalent to the spirit ginseng cultivated in a spiritual field. Such ginseng, at the same age, could fetch more than double the price. In other words, any wild spiritual medicine that came into Zhou Chun's hands could double in price just by soaking it in the stone jar's spirit water. At this thought, Zhou Chun's breathing hitched. He excitedly looked at the stone jar and exclaimed, "Treasure basin! This is the real treasure basin!" For a moment, his mind was flooded with various ideas, and he saw himself making a fortune by buying low and selling high with the stone jar, leading to a peak life of prosperity. But as he pondered, a very practical problem presented itself. How could he explain the origin of the spiritual medicine in his possession? The loose cultivator who sold the spirit ginseng had mentioned that in the cultivation world, the method of purifying the evil qi within wild spiritual medicines was only known to those cultivation sects. If Zhou Chun, as an individual, was to sell this purified medicine, how could it not arouse suspicion about its origins? Even if he could wait until he joined the Zhou family and sell under their name, if the quantity sold was large and the variety of goods wide, it wouldn't withstand scrutiny, right? Moreover, as he knew from his memories, even when a lot of spiritual medicines were planted in the fields of cultivation families, most of these medicines were considered public property of the family and were not meant for individuals to sell separately. Usually, they were directly used by the family or traded in bulk with other forces or sold in the family's own shops. In that case, unless I can sell through official channels in the future or sell anonymously, I should not lightly bring these purified medicines out for sale. Realizing this, Zhou Chun's eyes dimmed with joy, and he quickly regained his composure. Then he looked at the spirit ginseng in his hand, carefully placed it into a jade box that could effectively prevent the dissipation of its medicinal power, and stored it in his storage pouch. After cultivating the cultivation room for a little over 2 hours, Zhou Chun resumed his position in the marketplace to gather information. 3 days passed, and it was only then that Zhou Chun finally learned of the Zhou family's current whereabouts from a loose cultivator who had recently set up a stall in the marketplace. According to that loose cultivator, the Zhou family of spirit beasts had now taken Jiufeng Ridge in the eastern part of Lanzhou to serve as their family residence. For this purpose, they had even fought a ferocious battle with a group of loose cultivators who had originally occupied the area, killing 2 of those at the foundation establishment stage. After learning of this, Zhou Chun no longer had the desire to stay in Hongyao Marketplace any longer. He barely waited until the early morning of the next day, when he quickly closed his stall and headed straight to a certain shop within the marketplace. This shop renowned for its talismans. Zhou Chun purchased talismans worth hundreds of spirit coins in one go, then prepared to leave the marketplace to head for the so-called Jiufeng Ridge. Just as he was about to approach the entrance of the marketplace, he suddenly encountered a group of 3 cultivators walking in from outside. And just when he had casually glanced at the 3 of them and was about to leave, a sudden shout stopped him in his tracks. "Is that Brother Chun from the Leopard Garden?" Zhou Chun quickly looked up to see that the person who had called out was a long-faced young man a few years older than him, with a noticeable black mole under his right eye. In an instant, his memory aligned with a certain familiar cultivator, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are you Brother Young from the Monkey Garden?" Upon hearing this, the long-faced young man's expression brightened with joy, and he burst into laughter, saying, "Ha! It seems it's really you, Brother Chun. It's great that you're safe." As it turned out, this long-faced young man was a disciple of the same generation in the Zhou family, named Zhou Yong, with a cultivation level at the 6th layer of Qi refinement realm. Previously, both had worked in the beast gardens of the Sanju sect, except Zhou Chun was responsible for managing the leopard garden, while he was in charge of the monkey garden. Because they worked in the same location, the two had a rather good relationship, which is why the long-faced young man recognized Zhou Chun immediately upon seeing him. Once the two recognized each other, with Zhou Yong's explanation, Zhou Chun gradually recalled the names of the other 2 based on his memory. After all, they were all once cultivators of the Zhou family, and although they may not have had much of a personal relationship, they would see each other at important family gatherings, and so he had generally heard of their names. The oldest of the other 2 was named Zhou Fei, who was already 47 years old, with a cultivation level at the 10th layer of Qi refinement realm. The other was named Zhou Jingwen, a 35-year-old female cultivator with a somewhat short stature and a cultivation level at the 8th layer of Qi refinement realm. After such recognition, Zhou Chun thought quickly. Not waiting for Zhou Yong and the others to ask about his own matters, he immediately cried out with an extremely happy appearance. "It's so great to meet Uncle Fei and Brother Yong here. I just found out that our family has settled in Jiufeng Ridge and was preparing to go join them." Hearing this, faces of Zhou Fei and Zhou Yong instantly lit up with smiles, evidently satisfied with his words. This saved them a good deal of persuasion. Thus, Zhou Fei also replied immediately, "Chunner, you are thoughtful. Since we have the fate of meeting here, after we finish our affairs, we will naturally take you to meet the clan leader and the elders." The other elder, Zhou Jingwen, also nodded continuously. Yes, the family is just settled here in Jingwa country and is in great need of help. With a clansman of excellent aptitude like you, Brother Chun, returning to the family, the clan leader and the elders will surely be delighted and won't mistreat you. The elders are right, Brother Chun. You can just follow us back without worry. The family definitely will not mistreat you, Zhou Yong added. Seeing the attitude of these three, Zhou Chun seemed to have a clue about the current situation of the Zhou family. Clearly, after experiencing the split, the Zhou family now highly valued every returning family member. This was also what he had anticipated earlier, a cultivation family that had just broken free from the constraints of sect would inevitably focus on wooing young cultivators from the family to strengthen unity and settle people's hearts. In this way, he should not have to worry about being treated like a workhorse upon his return. Hongyao Marketplace. After negotiating Zhou Chun's return to the family, Zhou Fei also took the initiative to talk about their task for coming to the Hongyao Marketplace. It turned out that after establishing the family residence at Jufeng Ridge, the Zhou family began to lay out their industry. The task for Zhou Fei and his two companions in coming to Hongyao Marketplace was to investigate the commercial intelligence within the marketplace, to see which goods sold well and where the Zhou family could get involved. Upon understanding this, Zhou Chun also actively offered to help with the investigation. Thus, the four of them split up and began to surveil the nearby shops. After staying in the marketplace for about 7 days, the four had basically gathered all the basic commercial intelligence and were ready to return to the family to report. This time, with 3 Zhou family cultivators accompanying him, Zhou Chun did not have to worry about encountering bandit cultivators like he did on the way here. Upon exiting the marketplace, Zhou Fei slapped his spirit beast pouch at his waist and released a blue-black demon wolf over 10 feet long to scout ahead. At the same time, Zhou Jingwen took off the spirit beast pouch at her waist and released a dozen crimson sparrows, each the size of a turtle dove, to spread out in all directions around them and take up the duty of keeping watch, with such ground and aerial coordination in scouting. The majority of bandit cultivators wouldn't even think about ambushing them. Even ordinary bandit cultivators, upon seeing such a display, would actively avoid them to prevent themselves from becoming the prey. This situation was a complete reversal compared to the anxiety Zhou Chun felt when he first traveled to the marketplace. It also made Zhou Chun secretly resolve to get 1 or 2 spirit pets for himself after returning to the Zhou family. You see, back when the Zhou family was still in the Xianxia sect, they were known for their beast taming technique, with almost every disciple having 1 or 2 spirit pets. These spirit pets not only greatly increased a cultivator's strength, but also provided means of transportation and vigilance when traveling. Therefore, when the Xianxia sect still existed, the Zhou family was often the strongest of the 3 families. Now, although the scattered Zhou family was not as powerful as before, providing Zhou Chun with 1 or 2 demon beasts as spirit pets should not be a problem. With the pathfinding and warning provided by the spirit pets, the group briskly started their journey using the light body skill. The reason they did not use the quicker wind control skill to hurry along was, of course, due to its greater consumption of mana, and Zhou Fei and his companions did not dare absorb nature's spiritual energy from the outside environment to restore mana like Zhou Chun. Even with the enhancement from the light body skill, the group left Hongyan Mountain Range in less than a day. Once on the flat terrain outside, Zhou Fei found several top-quality war horses from Immortal City for them to ride. Then he administered secret medicines to the horses to boost their potential, raising their speed by 40 to 50%, as if they had inexhaustible stamina. However, the consequence of this was that after just half a day, traveling 300 to 400 miles, the horses collapsed dead on the ground from overexertion. But if this type of behavior were exposed in Zhou Chun's previous life, the few of them would probably be socially dead on the spot. But in this cultivation world where even human lives are disregarded, let alone the lives of a few beasts, we're now less than 300 miles away from Jufeng Ridge. Let's continue our journey using the wind control skill, Zhou Fei said. Looking up at the sky without glancing at the corpses of the fallen horses, he then announced the next step in their travel plan in a grave tone. Less than 300 miles, if they continued using the wind control skill, they would arrive in less than a day. Then, once they returned to the family residence protected by the spirit cleansing formation, they could certainly meditate in peace to recover their mana. Zhou Chun was all too eager for this, as on the ride there, to prevent the others from noticing anything unusual about him, he endured the physical and psychological pain, using his mana to persistently hold out and avoid embarrassment. Traveling using the wind control skill meant relying on the spell's power to carry one's body, which consumed very little physical strength and was almost like taking a normal walk. The group immediately began to cast spells and control the winds to move forward, resembling a band of immortals on an outing, their large sleeves billowing as they gracefully danced through the wilderness, their demeanor as free and easy as could be. Now and then, laboring farmers who saw this scene would be so astonished that they kneeled and kowtowed repeatedly, thinking they had encountered real immortals after riding the wind for nearly 200 miles. Just as they were about to make one final push to reach the Zhou family at Jiufeng Ridge, a mournful howl of warning rose from a few miles ahead on the mountain. Not good, there's danger ahead. Zhou Fei, at the head of the group, changed expression and quickly halted, emitting a long whistle to recall the scouting demon wolf spirit PET. At this point, Zhou Chun and the others, alerted by his warning, also halted, either casting spells to enhance their protective barriers or readying magic artifacts and releasing spirit pets in preparation for battle. It wasn't long before the demon wolf spirit pet, having knocked down several trees as thick as a wrist, returned to Zhou Fei's side. Hearing its low growls, Zhou Fei, with a grave expression, told Zhou Chun and the others, "They are cultivators, and there are 5 or 6 of them." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingwen immediately speculated, "We're less than 100 miles from Jiufeng Ridge now, and we didn't see any dwellings on this mountain when we passed by earlier. These fellows are probably targeting us specifically. Whether they are or not, just get ready for the fight, as they will be here soon anyway." Zhou Fei shook his head slightly, then immediately reached out to his storage pouch at his waist and took out a magic artifact. Sure enough, just dozens of breaths passed, and 6 cultivators wearing various colored clothes were seen chasing from the direction where the demon wolf spirit pet had returned. Upon encountering each other, Zhou Jingwen immediately shouted, "It's really aimed at us. These few fellows are all loose cultivators from Jiufeng Ridge before." On the other side, seeing the 4 Zhou family cultivators, a black-robed, muscular man immediately turned red-eyed and roared furiously. "You scum of the Zhou family! You have occupied my cave dwelling and killed my fellow cultivators. Today you shall pay with your blood for your debt." That's right, blood for blood. We must let these outsiders from the Zhou family know that we loose cultivators of Jingwa country are not to be trifled with. Blood for blood, kill them. The 6 loose cultivators, roaring and shouting, launched their attack directly at the 4 Zhou family members. The cultivation levels of these 6 loose cultivators were not low. One of them had the same Qi Refinement Realm Level 10 cultivation as Zhou Fei. Another one was a Qi Refinement Realm Level 9 cultivator, followed by 2 Qi Refinement Realm Level 8 cultivators. And the remaining 2 were also a Qi Refinement Realm Level 7. Now facing the attacks of 6 people, the Zhou family members could only fight back with all their might. However, before truly engaging in combat, Zhou Fei, to be on the safe side, quickly sent up a messenger firework in the sky. This kind of messenger firework was not driven by gunpowder, but was refined by cultivators using their artifact refining techniques. It could fly up to hundreds of feet high, and the pattern it formed upon explosion would last for a quarter of an hour without dispersing, with the sound of the explosion reaching 100 miles. This place was less than 100 miles from Jiufeng Ridge, and once the messenger firework exploded, the Zhou family cultivators on Jiufeng Ridge would surely notice, and reinforcements would definitely come quickly. When the loose cultivators saw the messenger firework explode, they instantly realized the danger of the situation. Therefore, they fought even more furiously, using all sorts of skills to quickly fight and kill Zhou Fei and the others before quickly retreating from the place. In such a situation, Zhou Chun became the most unlucky one. Because he looked the youngest and seemed to have a high cultivation, he was directly targeted by the loose cultivators as a genius disciple of the Zhou family, and was besieged by 1 Qi Refinement Level 8 cultivator and 1 Qi Refinement Level 7 cultivator. These 2, set on quickly killing him, launched their magic artifacts and talismans at him right away. Zhou Chun had originally only cast an Earth and Protection spell, the Earth Spirit Cover, on himself, and seeing this situation, he was so scared that he hurriedly used the Vajra Shield talisman he had bought for a hefty price at the marketplace. An explosion of firelight and the sound of heavy blows and slashes rang out, and Zhou Chun's initially cast Earth Spirit Cover dispersed like smoke, while the Vajra Shield protective barrier that followed was also violently trembling. As his protective barrier was broken and his chi disrupted, he felt a tightness in his chest and almost vomited blood. This moment, the Zhou family cultivators also saw the intentions of the loose cultivators. Zhou Yong, who was fighting a Qi Refinement Level 7 loose cultivator, immediately shouted, "Brother Chun, hold on. I'm coming to help you." As he spoke, he ordered his spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, to stop attacking his opponent and instead help Zhou Chun by restraining one of the enemies. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingwen also timely sent over 5 crimson sparrows to assist. Zhou Yong's spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, was a first-grade mid-tier demon beast, equivalent to a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, capable of casting several fire element spells and possessing the strength to rip apart tigers and leopards. the 5 fire sparrows that Zhou Jingwen had. Although they were just first-grade low-tier demon beasts, their combined effort was comparable to a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. With the help of these two types of spirit beasts, and Zhou Chun focusing on defense, he quickly stabilized his footing, and no matter how hard the two loose cultivators attacked, they couldn't take him down in a jiffy. He even had the leisure to glance at the others' battlefields that he saw Zhou Fei single-handedly facing off against. That Qi Refinement Level 10 loose cultivator and another Qi Refinement Level 8 loose cultivator. He himself and a spirit snake pet that he had released were dealing with the Qi Refinement Level 10 loose cultivator, while the demon wolf spirit pet was single-handedly handling the Qi Refinement Level 8 loose cultivator, appearing to have the upper hand on both fronts. Zhou Jingwen, on the other hand, was up against a Qi Refinement Level 9 loose cultivator who was one level higher than her in cultivation. With the help of 9 fire sparrows, she was not falling behind at all, leaving her opponent without the will to fight. Only Zhou Yong, as he had let his spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, assist Zhou Chun, was somewhat struggling by himself against the Qi Refinement Level 7 loose cultivator, fighting to a stalemate. All this seemed rather normal. After all, the Zhou family members were all formal disciples of the Sanju sect before, and the spells, magic artifacts, and spirit beasts they possessed were beyond what a loose cultivator could compare to that. If they were to be defeated by a few loose cultivators at this point, that would truly be an embarrassment for both the Sanju sect and the Zhou family. After fighting like this for a while, and seeing that they really couldn't gain an advantage, and also worried that reinforcement from the Zhou family on Jufeng Ridge could arrive at any time, the loose cultivator who was dueling with Zhou Fei suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "This is going nowhere, brothers. Let's retreat for now and look for another opportunity to get even." Having said that, he was the first to start retreating. Seeing him retreat, the other loose cultivators didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly followed suit, escaping into the woods. But seeing this scene, Zhou Fei didn't choose to chase. He just let out a cold snort. Humph! Think they can escape? Do they really believe they can get away? Zhou Chun initially did not understand the meaning behind Zhou Fei's words. But when a red-robed elder of the Zhou family, riding a red fire crane, arrived at the scene, he understood what Zhou Fei meant, because this red-robed elder was an elder at the foundation establishment stage in the Zhou family, ranked 3rd among the current elders, upon arriving at the scene. This elder named Zhou Quan learned of the situation from Zhou Fei and immediately extended a hand to slap the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a gopher-like yellow-brown spirit pet. He then instructed the spirit pet with a few words, and it ran over to the place where the loose cultivators had been, sniffing around vigorously. After a moment, the little creature squeaked incessantly at Zhou Quan, and then, like a wisp of smoke, it turned into a yellow phantom and dashed into the forest. Seeing this, Zhou Quan immediately ordered Zhou Fei and the others, "You return home first to report the situation to the clan leader. I will go and exterminate those blind fools." Then, he rode his second-order demon beast fire crane to pursue them. This was also because when the Zhou family migrated from another country, the local loose cultivators had no idea what means they possessed, which is why they were foolish enough to attack the Zhou family disciples near the Zhou family's mountain gate, in Fenghua, where the loose cultivators had heard of the name of the Sanju sect and the Zhou family. They would never dare to lay an ambush near the Zhou family's mountain gate to attack a Zhou family disciple without being utterly confident they could silence them completely, because those fools from the past who dared to do so all ended up as food for the spirit pets bred by the Zhou family cultivators. He could see this moment, seeing the silhouette of Zhou Quan on his crane disappearing above the forest. Zhou Fei quickly recovered and waved to Zhou Chun and the others. "Let's go. We should return to the family too." With the 3rd elder personally handling it, those stupid thieves are sure to be dead. So the group continued on their predetermined route, and after traveling some 70 miles, they finally arrived at the current gate of the Zhou family, Jufeng Ridge. Jufeng Ridge, located deep within towering mountains, comprised 9 magnificent peaks forming a spiritual sanctuary. The area stretched over 20 miles east to west and 17 to 18 miles north to south. It was originally the lair of a group of loose cultivators in Lanzhou, with 1 foundation establishment stage loose cultivator stationed on each of the 9 peaks, and 200 to 300 Qi refinement realm loose cultivators living here for long-term cultivation. After Sanju sect was disbanded and the Zhou family had nowhere else to go, they quickly set their sights on this place. After investigating and finding out that these loose cultivators had no significant ties with larger sects or families, the Zhou family launched an attack on Jufeng Ridge, forcibly occupying this precious cultivation site. This It had not been more than 3 months since the large-scale conflict involving hundreds of cultivators. In many places inside and outside, Jiufeng Ridge still bore the scars of that battle. For instance, the burned forests and the peaks with parts of their mountainsides blasted away. According to Zhou Yang's account, during that battle, even though the Zhou family had Purple Mansion phase cultivators and many second-order spirit beasts, which were comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators, they still paid the price of over a dozen clan members who lost their lives for victory. Now, within Zhou Chun's view, Jiufeng Ridge was obscured by a thick fog of formations, making it impossible to see the true scenery inside. Following Zhou Fei's lead, the group walked around the area for a while and arrived outside a valley entrance between two mountains. Upon reaching this point, without saying a word, the Zhou family cultivators guarding the entrance inside the Misty Valley recognized Zhou Fei, Zhou Yong, and the others, called out to them, and started asking about Zhou Chun's origins. After explanations from Zhou Fei and additional confirmation from Zhou Jingwen and Zhou Yong, the Zhou family cultivators inside quickly manipulated the formation, causing the mist veiling the valley's entrance to churn and reveal a passage wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The four of them walked less than 100 yards along this passage when the view opened up before them, and they could clearly see the landscape inside without any obstruction. Within this formation, 9 spirit peaks of varying heights were distributed in the 4 directions of southeast and northwest, with dozens of smaller mountains encircling and guarding them. Mountains, rivers, lakes, waterfalls, secluded ponds, grasslands, mountain streams, deep valleys. All kinds of terrain and landforms could be found in this miniature world. Within the forests, one could spot the figures of monkeys frolicking among the treetops, as well as the agile shapes of tigers and leopards springing and dashing by the streams. Deer, sheep, bulls, horses, and other beasts quietly grazed on tender grass, while bears could be seen playfully fishing in the water, in the lakes. Giant turtles lounged on the water's surface, underneath a waterfall, several intimidating-looking. Blue-black giant pythons coiled around column-like rocks, allowing the rushing waters to cascade over them as if they were thoroughly enjoying it. On the grasslands, one could see Zhou family youths, who appeared underage, playing and chasing after giant wolves, along with young ladies grooming and delousing foxes larger than themselves. Near a secluded pond, 2 Zhou family elders played chess with stones as their board, deeply engrossed in their black and white game, while not far from them, a one-horned bull demon was huffing and puffing, locking horns and struggling in a head-to-head contest with another green bovine demon. Zhou Chun, observing these scenes, quickly took a liking to this place after getting over his initial discomfort. Humans and nature harmonized so perfectly here, animals and humans coexisted in such harmony, that places like this could purify the soul, allowing one to relax completely. Before coming to this world, such places, such lives had been what office workers like Zhou Chun yearned for in their dreams, existing only in fantasy. Brother Chun, don't overthink it. Although this place can't compare to the Sanju sect mountain gate we had back in Fenghua, it belongs solely to our Zhou family. And as long as we, the Zhou family, manage and develop it well, it won't necessarily be worse than our time at Sanju sect. Walking through the pathless forests and mountains, Zhou Yong, noticing that Zhou Chun seemed somewhat out of sorts after the journey, quickly spoke up to comfort him. Zhou Chun, seeing that he had been misunderstood, shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, Brother Yong, you worry too much. This place is very good, extremely good. I'm very satisfied." Haha, if you're satisfied, that's great. That's great. Zhou Fei, who was leading the way ahead, burst into laughter upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, clearly satisfied with his response as well. After about 2 more quarters of an hour, they finally reached the main peak of Jiufeng Ridge, the office of the clan leader of the Zhou family, Pagoda Peak. Pagoda Peak, just like its name suggests, looked like a round pagoda, standing tall on the land. It towered 470 zhan high, its peak covered in ancient trees reaching the sky. Its spiritual energy rich and dense, making it the best spot for cultivation amongst all of Jiufeng Ridge. Climbing up the mountain path carved out from the base to the midsection of the mountain, the view suddenly widened, revealing a range of palaces and pavilions built along the side of the mountain. Before Zhou Chun could take a good look at these palaces and pavilions, Zhou Fei led them into the hall hanging a plaque that read, "Central Peace Hall." Soon, Zhou Chun saw the clan leader of the Zhou family, Zhou Gai, deep within the Great Hall. Like many sects and families, the clan leader of the Zhou family was not the individual with the highest cultivation level. Zhou Gai's cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He had become the clan leader of the Zhou family when the Sanju sect was still extant. for Zhou Fei, Zhou Chun, and other descendants of the Zhou family. This clan leader inspired more awe than even the current Purple Mansion Fei's supreme elder. The clan leader of the Zhou family was a muscular figure with a resolute face, an aura of majesty, clearly a man accustomed to high authority. After Zhou Fei and the others had finished their salutations, he didn't rush to inquire about Zhou Chun's matters, but instead had Zhou Fei report on the investigation in Hongya Marketplace and took the summary he had prepared to review. Scanning through the booklet with lightning speed, it took him less than a quarter of an hour to finish reading, after which he put down the booklet and nodded slightly, saying, "You've handled this matter reasonably well. The relevant merits will be recorded by myself." Then he turned his gaze to Zhou Chun and said, "Now, let's talk about your matter. If I remember correctly, your name is Zhou Chun, right? You were supposed to be working at Leopard Garden?" As the clan leader of the Zhou family, he had already committed to memory the names, appearances, and whereabouts of all adult Zhou family cultivator clan members. Shortly after seeing Zhou Chun, he had already recalled his relevant information, with no need for introductions by Zhou Fei or anyone else. Hearing the topic shift to himself, Zhou Chun quickly responded respectfully. "Clan leader's perception is as luminous as a torch. I am indeed Zhou Chun." Then he took the initiative to recount his journey of escape from Fenghua to Jinghua country, and how he had met Zhou Fei and the others, leaving out the part where he had fallen out with Li family cultivator Li Han, and rather told that the two had parted ways halfway upon hearing the news of Sanju's sect's dissolution. His story, which was 9 parts true to 1 part false, certainly couldn't be questioned by Zhou Gai, and he trusted that Zhou Gai wouldn't delve deeply into the matter. Indeed, Zhou Gai just praised Zhou Chun's account of his escape, commending his determination and will to return to the family despite hardships and dangers, without probing any further. Instead, after thinking for a moment, he nodded lightly and said, "Our family has just established our new mountain gate, and there's much to be done. We are in need of people. Zhou Chun, you braved great difficulties and intend to return to the family. Such sentiments and intentions deserve to be rewarded. Since your previously trained spirit pet has fallen in battle, I bestow upon you this rock earth turtle spirit egg to be nurtured as your new spirit pet. I hope you will cherish and make good use of this, and serve our family well in the future." Having said that, he tapped a storage pouch at his waist, took out a white jade box, and handed it to Zhou Chun. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, overwhelmed with happiness. Holding the jade box with both hands, he bowed deeply to Zhou Gai, his face full of delight, and said, "Thank you for the reward. Clan leader, I will certainly do my utmost to serve our family and live up to the clan leader and the family's generous love. All right, you'll go to Baoji Peak to cultivate next. Regarding the current state of our Zhou family, as well as the rules and regulations you need to follow within the family, you can inquire about them from the Peak Master of Baoji Peak," Zhou Gai instructed, then waved his hand lightly, signaling that they could leave. Seeing this, Zhou Fei and the others hurriedly performed the salutations and retreated from the place. Jufeng Ridge. Baoji Peak. After the Zhou family occupied Jufeng Ridge, aside from the main peak, Pagoda Peak, where the Supreme Elder and the clan leader resided, each spirit peak had its own peak master appointed. The peak master of Baoji Peak was named Zhou He, a lady cultivator of the Zhou family with cultivation at the 12th level of the Qi refinement realm, and she was 67 years old before Zhou Chun arrived at Baoji Peak. There were a total of 12 Zhou family cultivators living and cultivating on the peak, which included Zhou Yong, with whom he had a decent relationship. Having returned from Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun was then led by Zhou Yong to pay a visit to Zhou He, the peak master, a senior member of the Zhou family. Zhou He was extremely delighted to learn that Zhou Chun, a clan member with decent talent, had returned to the family and was now under her command. She even took out the spirit honey tea, which she usually couldn't bear to drink herself, to entertain Zhou Chun. Then she personally led Zhou Chun to an independent courtyard outside and assigned this secluded residence in the mountains as his dwelling place. Afterward, she took Zhou Chun to visit all the other Zhou family cultivators on the mountain, making sure everyone was aware that they had gained a clan member like Zhou Chun. Such a warm reception made Zhou Chun feel both surprised and deeply touched, and his heart was filled with warmth. It wasn't until late at night that he was able to return to his own isolated courtyard and calmly reflect on the events of the day. Without a doubt, the experiences of the day fully validated his decision to return to the Zhou family. Returning to the Zhou family certainly meant being bound by family rules and being ordered about by the clan leader and elders. However, after returning to the Zhou family, the benefits he could enjoy were definitely worth those impositions. In short, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Moreover, Based on the experiences of the day and the interactions with Zhou, Fei, and the others in the past few days, the atmosphere within the Zhou family seemed to be fairly positive. While backstabbing might be inevitable, it probably wouldn't have much to do with them. The ordinary clan members, of course, he had just returned to the family, so none of these observations could be conclusive. Further observation was needed. After sorting through today's events, Zhou Chun suddenly slapped his storage pouch and took out the rock earth turtle spirit egg bestowed upon him by the clan leader, Zhou Gai. Upon opening the jade box, a large gray and white egg came into view. This giant egg was even larger than the ostrich eggs he had seen in his previous life. The egg of a low-level demon beast called the rock earth turtle. The cultivation world classifies demon beasts according to cultivators' cultivation realms, ranging from 1 to 6 ranks, and then categorizes them into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top grade, based on the beast's growth potential. Generally speaking, low-level demon beasts have a growth potential ceiling of the 1st rank, unless they experience special fortunes that cause their bloodline to transform and evolve. Low-level demon beasts almost never grow into 2nd rank. Similarly, medium-level demon beasts have a growth potential ceiling of the 2nd rank, high-level beasts of the 3rd rank, and top-grade beasts of the 4th rank. Therefore, if someone were to obtain an egg or cub of a top-grade demon beast, as long as they survived until the beast matured, they could gain a 4th-rank demon beast as a spirit pet with strength comparable to a golden core stage cultivator. The rock earth turtle spirit egg in Zhou Chun's hands, although a descendant of a low-level demon beast, belonged to one of the strongest among low-level beasts, at least significantly stronger than the wind shadow leopard he had previously nurtured. This kind of demon beast not only possessed incredible defensive capabilities and tenacious vitality, but also wielded substantial offensive power. Once it reached adulthood, it would be equivalent to a 1st-rank, top-grade demon beast, capable of contending with late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. That is to say, if such a rock earth turtle spirit egg were to be sold at the marketplace, it would be worth at least 300 spirit coins. Hence, the reward Zhou Gai gave for Zhou Chun's return to the family was indeed generous. After examining the rock earth turtle spirit egg for a while, Zhou Chun quickly cut his finger, using his blood as ink, and began to inscribe a contract formation on a flat stone slab. The Zhou family, known for its beast-taming techniques within the cultivation world, possessed various secret techniques that allowed cultivators to form contracts with demon beasts. The soul-controlling blood array Zhou Chun was using was one of the safest and most reliable contract secret techniques. However, this method was only suitable for entering into a contract with rock earth turtle spirit eggs that had not yet developed spiritual intelligence, like demon beast eggs, and was hardly effective for those demon beast cubs that had already been born and opened their eyes, let alone adult demon beasts. Zhou Chun spent nearly half an hour engraving the contract formation before continuing to etch related spirit patterns onto the shell of the rock earth turtle spirit egg. Only after the gray-white surface of the rock earth turtle spirit egg was covered with various blood-colored spirit patterns did Zhou Chun place the spirit egg onto the stone slab engraved with the contract formation. Then, using blood as a catalyst, he pinched his fingers together, recited an incantation, and activated the contract formation. As the contract formation was activated and set into motion, the array patterns etched with Zhou Chun's fresh blood on the stone slab turned into a blood mist that rose like evaporated water, surging towards the rock earth turtle spirit egg in the middle. Soon, the entire rock earth turtle spirit egg was enveloped in a dense cloud of blood mist at that moment. The previously inert rock earth turtle spirit egg seemed to sense something, suddenly emitting a suction force, drawing the blood mist from outside into the spirit egg as nourishment for its growth. With all the blood mist absorbed, the rock earth turtle spirit egg returned to its original gray-white color. But by then, Zhou Chun had already established a mysterious connection with the rock earth turtle spirit egg and could faintly feel the life inside, which had been sealed from growing, now rapidly incubating and maturing. Generally speaking, if one acquired a demon beast spirit egg and had not yet found a suitable owner, a cultivator in possession of a special sealing secret technique would use it to temporarily seal the life force of the spirit egg, significantly delaying its growth and incubation time. Only when an owner contracted the demon beast spirit egg would the sealing be lifted, and the egg would then incubate many times faster than normal. After observing the rock earth turtle spirit egg for around 2 hours, Zhou Chun concluded that it would take at least 2 days and at most 3 days for the spirit egg to hatch successfully. Therefore, he did not put the item away, but left it under his bed to hatch on its OWN in the second half of the night. Zhou Chun only managed a light sleep for less than 2 hours before he got up and hurried to the cliff top of Baoji Peak that he thought he had arrived early enough. before the hour of Mao, 5 a.m. But upon arrival, he discovered that Zhou Yong and 3 other Baoji Peak cultivators from the Zhou family had already been waiting there. It seems the world never lacks for diligent people. Zhou Chun sighed inwardly and found a place to sit down cross-legged. Around 2/4 past the hour of Mao, as the sky began to whiten, 7 Zhou family cultivators had gathered on the cliff top. Then, the 7 cultivators each sat cross-legged on the cliff, forming hand seals and quickly entering a meditation state to cultivate by the time the morning sun rose and purple qi arrived from the east. All 7 were deeply immersed, capturing a wisp of morning sunlight purple qi and refining it into their bodies in the most perfect state. When Zhou Chun reopened his eyes and stood up after the session, the sky was already bright, and the time was around 4/4 past the hour of Chun, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. By then, 3 of the Zhou family cultivators had already left after completing their cultivation, while Zhou Yong and the remaining 2 were still meditating. Seeing this, Zhou Chun silently left the cliff top and went to the communal dining hall on Baoji Peak for breakfast. The Zhou family had moved a long way from Fenghua, and the majority of the mundane clansmen were unable to come along, leaving only a few relatives of the Foundation establishment elders and other high-ranking cultivators who were brought over to Jingwa country. Now that the Zhou family was in full swing, even the relatives of high-ranking cultivators had to contribute to the family's efforts. Therefore, places like the dining halls and laundry rooms of each peak were staffed by these individuals. However, these people used to live in luxury and comfort, so naturally, their work now hardly met satisfaction. Zhou Chun picked up a few meat buns for breakfast, only to find that 2 were undercooked. Since he didn't spend any money and didn't want to cause trouble just after his arrival, he held back from complaining. Otherwise, he would have certainly scolded them. Eventually, annoyed, he tossed down the buns and left, deciding to simply cook his own food from then on, after casually finding some edible wild fruits in the mountains to fill his stomach. Zhou Chun hurried to the residence of clan leader Zhou He. Although people like Zhou Fei had already told him a bit about the current state of the Zhou family, they hadn't been very detailed, especially about the various rules and such. Now, Zhou Chun needed Zhou He, the peak master, to give a detailed explanation so he could get a clear understanding. You should be aware of the old family rules of the Zhou family, Brother Chun, so I won't repeat them. Now that our family has settled down in Jiufeng Ridge and will fully become a cultivation clan from now on, the rules will certainly change. This matter will still need to be discussed and amended by the Supreme Elder, Clan Leader, and the Elders. At present, the family is adapting accordingly to our new environment and circumstances and has only added a few additional rules. Firstly, without the family's assignment, members are not allowed to leave Jiufeng Ridge without good reason. This rule is mainly to protect all clan members and to minimize the chances of provoking enemies. After all, we are still unfamiliar with life here and don't understand much about Jingwa country. Secondly, without the family's permission, one must not boastfully display our family's various techniques in front of outsiders, nor reveal internal information about the family to them, nor bring outsiders back to the family. This rule is also for the protection of the family and clan members. Thirdly, in order to concentrate our efforts on major initiatives, the family is temporarily suspending the distribution of spirit coins as welfare and rewards for tasks to clan members. Instead, we will use merit points, where 1 merit point corresponds to 1 spirit coin. Once the family has firmly established itself, the exchange of merit points and spirit coins will be opened up. All sorts of big and small rules, along with various matters that required attention and things to avoid, were meticulously articulated by Zhou He and intently listened to by Zhou Chun. One spoke clearly and in detail, the other listened attentively, and even took notes while listening in less than a day's time. Zhou Chun had gained a fairly clear understanding of the current situation of the Zhou family. That it should be said that the current situation of the Zhou family was not bad at all. Ignoring those members of the family who, like Zhou Chun, might still be wandering outside, there are more than 130 cultivators in the Zhou family. Among them, 1 was at the Purple Mansion phase, for we're at the Foundation establishment stage, and the rest were all cultivators at the Qi refinement realm. Such strength, even when placed in the cultivation world of Lanzhou, in Jingwa country, would allow them to rank among the top 10 of many cultivation clans. However, the Zhou family, after all, was new to the area and had forcibly occupied the feng shui treasure land of Jiufeng Ridge through violence, which resulted in them having a very poor reputation among the loose cultivators in Jingwa country. The cultivation sects and families of Jingwa country surrounding them were also somewhat wary and hostile towards this new external force and were not particularly willing to interact or cooperate with the Zhou family. Fortunately, the pressure was partly alleviated by the 3 other forces that had split from the Sandu sect. So for the moment, it seemed that no one dared to be the first to openly become the enemy of the Zhou family. It appeared that the upper echelons of the Zhou family were very aware of the current difficulties facing the family. The rules they established were all designed to address these challenges. Zhou Chun trusted that they must have other measures to break out of these entanglements. But he simply was not privy to them at the moment. Of course, the Zhou family situation was not something for him to worry about at the moment. His cultivation level was not yet influential enough to impact the Zhou family's decisions. Now, all he needed to do was to follow the arranged schedule, continuing his cultivation daily and completing the tasks assigned to him. After Zhou, he had finished conveying all the matters that required Zhou Chun's attention. She also shared a piece of news with him. It was that the group of loose cultivators who had lain in ambush near Jufeng Ridge had all been slain by the third elder, Zhou Quan. That he had also managed to track down and eliminate a dozen more loose cultivators who harbored enmity towards the Zhou family. Another sunny and splendid morning arrived out on Baoji Peak. After completing his meditative cultivation on the cliff top, Zhou Chun returned to his residence to have breakfast. His breakfast was simple, plain congee and steam buns, accompanied by some fruit jerky and dried meat strips. Actually, many cultivators didn't have a habit of eating breakfast, most. They would eat some wild fruit from the mountains and drink a few sips of spring water in the morning. Once reaching the foundation establishment stage and achieving the ability to abstain from grain, it was common for them not to eat for a month. But Zhou Chun was different. Him maintaining the habit of 3 meals a day was a remembrance of his previous life, reminding him daily of how he differed from others. And this little habit, even if discovered by someone else, would not attract much attention, even if someone were to inquire. Zhou Chun had ample justification to explain. After spending approximately 2 hours on breakfast, Zhou Chun leisurely made his way to the Spirit Cleansing Pavilion located on the mountainside of Baoji Peak. The Spirit Cleansing Pavilion was nestled in a valley on the shaded side of Baoji Peak. The environment there was tranquil and fragrant with flowers, and it was planted with many beautiful flowers. Upon arriving at the valley, Zhou Chun noticed 3 Zhou family cultivators sitting cross-legged around a well in the center of a 4-corner pavilion. Every so often, a black and white mottled white jade column would pop out of the well. At that time, the 3 Zhou family cultivators would cast controlling spells at the jade column to press it back into the well, repeating the process without end. The well was one of the foundations of the spirit cleansing formation that sheltered the Zhou family at Jufeng Ridge, also known as the Sinking Evil Well. Atop each of the 9 spirit peaks of Jufeng Ridge, there was such a spirit cleansing pavilion and a sinking evil well. Every moment, Zhou family cultivator stationed beside the well would manipulate the array to sink the evil qi absorbed by the formation deep underground, ensuring that the spiritual energy refined and absorbed by the Zhou family cultivators on the mountain was pure. This task was exhausting, not only taxing the mind and body, but also preventing normal meditation and other activities. Therefore, the current rule of the Zhou family was that every disciple of the Zhou family at the Qi refinement realm had to guard the spirit cleansing pavilion for at least 3 2-hour periods each day. Now that Zhou Chun had settled down and cultivated on Baoji Peak, he would need to guard this nearby spirit cleansing pavilion daily. Seeing him arrive on time at the spirit cleansing pavilion, a Zhou family cultivator who had been sitting for enough time greeted him with a smile and nod before leaving the place first. And Zhou Chun took over the task. Sitting on a straw mat the other had just vacated and started to guard the sinking evil well together with the other 2 Zhou family cultivators. Besides guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion, Zhou family cultivators at the Qi refinement realm, like Zhou Chun, also had to take turns guarding several places within the mountain protection array. They also needed to hunt outside for the spirit beasts raised by the sect, build structures, clear mountain paths between peaks, and develop the medicine garden, among many other tasks. However, except for guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion, where not the slightest carelessness was allowed, the rest of the tasks were not difficult, and no one supervised them closely, so doing a little bit each day was sufficient. After all, if cultivators had anything in abundance, it was time. While carrying out these tasks, Zhou Chun naturally got to meet and become familiar with other Zhou family cultivators. One day, Zhou Chun returned from hunting in the mountains outside Jufeng Ridge with several other Zhou family cultivators, and after delivering most of the prey to the beast garden, he returned to his own residence. Upon entering his courtyard, he saw a rock earth turtle gnawing on tree bark. 3 months had passed since Zhou Chun's return to the Zhou family at Jufeng Ridge. The rock earth turtle which had been just an egg at the time, had now hatched and grown into a small gray-brown turtle the size of a wash basin, somewhat resembling the alligator snapping turtles from Zhou Chun's previous life. An adult rock earth turtle could comfortably bear 3 or 4 people on its back without it feeling crowded, so this size of turtle was truly just a small turtle. But despite its small size, this little guy was not lacking in bite strength. With its sharp teeth, it could easily crush pebbles. Even without awakening or mastering the rock earth turtle lineage's innate spells, this little turtle already posed a great threat to ordinary people. One of the best things about raising rock earth turtles was their undiscriminating diet. They would eat almost anything, animal meat, tree bark, or even soil, swallowing it all down with powerful digestive capabilities. Feeling the return of Zhou Chun, its master, the little turtle munching on a tree in the courtyard immediately turned its head toward him, shaking its tail, and conveyed a sense of hunger. Generally, spirit beasts raised by cultivators from a young age, being rarely affected by the erosion of evil chi, were much smarter than wild demon beasts. Some species of demon beasts, already intelligent by nature, could even achieve a level of wisdom comparable to humans. However, rock earth turtles weren't known for their intelligence, and being able to convey hunger was already the best this 3-month-old turtle could do, given the mental pact between them. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had no particular expectations for the intelligence of the rock earth turtle. He was interested in its tenacity and ability to take and deliver a beating as long as it could help him in combat and spell casting in the future. That was enough that he immediately approached and took out some nutritious items he had specifically saved, such as wild beast hearts and livers, tossing them into the feeding bowl for the little turtle to gnaw and eat at its own pace. He then proceeded to enter the kitchen, start a fire, and cook a meal. 2/4 of an hour later, Zhou Chun had prepared several dishes, whether fried, roasted, or boiled, and then he began to slowly savor the sumptuous dinner all by himself. Jufeng Ridge, Baoji Peak. That day, Zhou Chun had just emerged from the spirit cleansing pavilion, and as usual, he first returned to his residence to sit in meditation and recover his mana. However, he had been meditating for less than an hour when he felt the array in his courtyard being triggered by someone from outside. When he finished his meditation and opened the courtyard door, he saw Zhou Yong waiting for him with an urgent expression. As soon as he saw him come out, Zhou Yong immediately said with a grave voice, "The clan leader has ordered that, except for the cultivators guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion and the mountain protection array, all clan members within the mountain gate must gather at Pagoda Peak, that there's an important matter that needs to be announced publicly." After speaking, he gave Zhou Chun a fist-in-palm salute and said, "I still need to notify others. Brother Chun, you should hurry to Pagoda Peak. An important matter that needs to be announced publicly?" A flash of uncertainty crossed Zhou Chun's eyes. He looked at the departing figure of Zhou Yong and promptly tidied up before heading to Pagoda Peak. By the time he reached the summit of Pagoda Peak, he found that dozens of Zhou family cultivators had already gathered there. From old men over 100 years old to teenagers in their teens, their eyes were filled with confusion. Evidently, just like Zhou Chun, they had all been suddenly called here. Seeing the situation, Zhou Chun put aside the thought of seeking information, greeted some of the familiar clan members, and then waited together with them. Half an hour later, when a number of Zhou family cultivators gathered on the mountain had reached nearly 100, clan leader Zhou Gai and 3 elders finally emerged from the central peace hall. But just when Zhou Chun and the others thought the reason was about to be announced, clan leader Zhou Gai and the 4 foundation establishment cultivators suddenly bowed in unison toward the mountaintop and said, "We respectfully welcome the Supreme Elder's emergence from seclusion." No sooner had the words fallen than a burst of azure light shot up from the mountaintop, quickly descending to the middle of the mountain, revealing the figure of an elder in blue robes with white hair. This elder in blue robes was Zhou Wendy, the like pillar of the Zhou family, a purple mansion phase cultivator. Though he appeared somewhat aged, Zhou Wendy's years were in fact not considered high among purple mansion phase cultivators. Purple mansion phase cultivators generally have a lifespan of over 400 years, some even approaching 500 years. Zhou Wendy was only a little over 200 years old. The reason for his full head of white hair was that he had reached the purple mansion phase when he was just over 200, close to the lifespan limit of foundation establishment cultivators that in fact. Zhou Wendy's breakthrough to the purple mansion phase over a decade ago was seen as a godsend for the present-day Zhou family. If it weren't for Zhou Wendy, who dared to take the lead and stand up when the Sanja sect was being disbanded, it's doubtful that any of the Zhou family cultivators would have dared to face Yu Jinghua, a golden core stage cultivator, and propose creating their own faction to establish the Zhou family. Therefore, in today's Zhou family, Zhou Wendy, the supreme elder, was still greatly beloved and respected. Upon his appearance, led by clan leader Zhou Gai, all the Zhou family cultivators present bowed and said, "The younger generation pays respects to the supreme elder. No need for such courtesies, my fellow clan members. Follow me into the ancestral shrine," said Zhou Wendy. With a sweep of his big sleeve, he then led the way to the ancestral shrine, which since its establishment had always been kept closed as a cultivation family organized around the family clan. The Zhou family's ancestral shrine was naturally a place of particular importance, constructed with precious materials and protected by a dedicated array. Normally, to open this ancestral shrine, only Supreme Elder Zhou Wendy and clan leader Zhou Gai were qualified to AT that moment. Zhou Wendy opened the doors to the ancestral shrine, and Zhou Chun and other Zhou family cultivators followed behind, witnessing for the first time what lay inside. Upon entering, one could see a square-shaped courtyard with a pond at the center, where several lotus leaves floated. The lotus leaves were as green and translucent as jade, radiating intense spiritual energy. Beneath the lotus leaves, in the clear pond, swam several large golden carp, their bodies also emanating a faint spiritual energy. Looking to the corridors on either side of the courtyard, the walls depicted the origins of the Zhou family through murals and inscriptions, recounting some of the heroic deeds once performed by ancestors of the Zhou family. For example, an ancestor from the Zhou family named Zhou Tong had once, along with two golden core friends, slain a fourth-order flood dragon that plagued the cultivation world in the mural. One could see this ancestor of the Zhou family slashing down the flood dragon. Another example was an ancestor named Xianxia, who had once entered a strange land and brought back a type of spiritual insect called the jade spirit bee, greatly benefiting the Zhou family. On the mural, one could also see this ancestor raising bees and harvesting honey. All ancestors of the Zhou family who appear in this ancestral shrine in the form of murals are those with great merit to the Zhou family and deserve to be remembered forever by the descendants and cultivators of the Zhou family for their contributions. People must not forget their origins, nor can they forget their ancestors. Although we cultivators seek immortality and the way of eternal life, being born human, we must base ourselves on humanity and behave in a manner befitting of humans. Without the contributions of the ancestors depicted on the merit walls on either side, how could we have the opportunity to stand here today? How could we possess our current cultivation levels? Therefore, no matter how high your cultivation reaches in the future, no matter where you are, never forget the achievements of your ancestors. Never forget whose blood flows in your veins. Of course, I hope that one day, the names of some of you will also appear on this wall of merit, making the spirits of our ancestors in heaven and the descendants of the Zhou family proud of you and taking pride in you. The sonorous and deep voice came slowly from Zhou Wendy's mouth and reverberated in the ancestral shrine. When the cultivators of the Zhou family, who were present in the ancestral shrine, heard these words, a peculiar emotion arose in their hearts. Some of the elderly showed expressions of shame and embarrassment on their faces, and hung their heads, as if feeling unworthy of their ancestors. Some of the younger people, the youth, involuntarily puffed out their chests, their eyes showing longing for such esteem. Even Zhou Chun's eyes slightly tightened, somewhat touched by the sentiment. Worshipping the ancestors and honoring one's lineage are matters that were respected and acknowledged even in his previous life. He distinctly remembered that when he was admitted to college, his parents, grandparents, and other blood-related relatives were so happy that they told everyone they met. And the villagers also praised him for his success. That must have been the highlight of his previous life. Unfortunately, after entering society, that kind of recognition never occurred again, and he even avoided going home often because he had not married. Lost in thoughts of his previous life, Zhou Chun unconsciously followed the crowd to the main hall of the ancestral shrine. Since the Zhou family had a history of over 1,000 years, the number of cultivators that had emerged from it was countless. Therefore, the spirit tokens in this main hall, besides those of the first and second generation ancestors, all belonged to individuals with cultivation levels of foundation establishment stage or higher. The spirit tokens of Zhou family cultivators who had not reached the foundation establishment stage were offered in the side halls on both sides of the main hall. But in reality, since mortals were not allowed to enter the ancestral shrine for many of the spirit tokens inside, it was difficult to find corresponding descendants among the cultivators present today. Take Zhou Chun as an example. His body's parents and grandparents were mortals, and it was only within 5 generations that a cultivator with a spiritual root like him emerged. If he did not consult the family genealogy, he really did not know the names of his cultivating ancestors from 3 generations above, not to mention where their spirit tokens were currently offered. And among the Zhou family cultivators present here, there were quite a number who were in the same situation as him. Therefore, so as not to affect the unity of the clan members, Zhou, when he simply led everyone to bow and offer incense to all the spirit tokens starting from the main hall. After completing the set of ancestral worship rituals, everyone returned to the main hall of the ancestral shrine, where Zhou Wendy slowly turned around, his back to the spirit tokens of the ancestors and his expression stern as he faced the crowd. Seeing this, everyone tensed up, knowing that he was about to announce something important. They immediately focused, holding their breath and waiting in silence. From the time our ancestor founded the Sanju sect, the Zhou family has existed. It can be said that as long as the Sanju sect has been handed down, our Zhou family has too. Over the years, the Zhou family has always shared honor and disgrace with the Sanju sect, and in order to maintain the sect's succession and unity, our ancestors have always intended to dilute the influence of the family. Now that the Sanju sect is no more, and the Zhou family has been split into 2 by a great calamity, the clan members have scattered. Since we of the Jiufeng Ridge lineage have inherited the orthodox line of the Zhou family and the ancestral rites of worship, we must from now on take the family as our foundation and our bloodline as our bond, working together with one heart to forge brilliance, to develop and glorify the Zhou family, making our ancestors and future generations proud and admiring of us. Having said this, Zhou Wendy paused slightly and looked at the clan members who were listening attentively. Then his tone suddenly became more solemn, and he solemnly said, "Therefore, in order to develop and glorify the Zhou family, to make the cultivation of future generations go more smoothly and conveniently, and to strengthen the Zhou family, reformation is imperative." After several months of discussion with the clan leader and the elders, we have initially drafted most of the necessary reforms. Today, I will announce them publicly here, in the presence of our ancestors. Jiufeng Ridge, inside the Zhou family ancestral hall. In front of most of the Zhou family members, Zhou Wendy, the supreme elder of the Zhou family, solemnly announced the various reform regulations of the Zhou family. According to his words, since the Zhou family was now officially continuing as a cultivation family, it should continue its lineage like all the major cultivation families. Therefore, the first reform was the arrangement of generational names and the changing of titles: sky, earth, clarity, prosper, uphold, household, righteous, heart, source. These 12 generational names were decided upon after discussion between Zhou Wendy, the clan leader, and the elders. From now on, starting from Zhou Wendy to the newly born children, everyone's name would follow this 12-character generational naming system. And because the ages of the Zhou family cultivators varied, the specific generation they belonged to would be determined from the generation of Zhou Wendy's ancestors, with each generation spanning 50 years. According to this division, there were 2 members of the Ming generational name within the Zhou family: the Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde and the Great Elder Zhou Mingshan. There was 1 member of the Chong generational name, the Second Elder Zhou Chongshan. There were 2 members of the Dao generational name, the Third Elder Zhou Daoquan and the clan leader Zhou Daoi. There were 3 members of the Zhou generational name, all of whom were Zhou family. Members over 100 years old. The Jia generational name was the most numerous, with 67 people. There were also 33 cultivators of the Zheng generational name, which would be used for over a decade more. Following this order, cultivators of the same age as Zhou Chun and Zhou Yong, along with the 35-year-old Zhou Jingwen, were classified as the Zheng generational name. As for Zhou Chun's previously acquainted Zhou Fei, he was ranked in the Jia generational name. Zhou He, the Peak Master of Baoji Peak, was also classified as the Jia generational name. After the generational names were arranged, when addressing each other, family members within 3 generations must use titles like grandparents, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters. Among those of the same generation, seniority would be determined by age. This way, Zhou Chun was ranked 13th among the cultivators of his Zheng generational name, slightly older than most of his contemporaries. For the convenience of every Zhou family cultivator to know the rankings within the generational names, a manual was specifically distributed to every cultivator present, detailing the generational names and ranks among contemporaries of all current Zhou family cultivators. Those Zhou family cultivators who were not present would receive the manual subsequently. Clearly, the purpose of arranging generational names and changing titles was to unite all Zhou family cultivators, both internally and externally, and to enhance their sense of belonging to the family and to other family members. The by using kinship as a bond and the titles among family members as buttons, all Zhou family cultivators were united together, cementing their recognition of the Zhou family as one big family. Zhou Mingde and the other high-level members of the Zhou family had truly poured their hearts into this. And because Zhou Mingde and the other senior officials were leading by example in changing their names, even if some Zhou family cultivators felt uncomfortable suddenly having more elder relatives of an older generation, they had to suppress their feelings and were unable to object. Of course, in order to alleviate these cultivators' discomfort, Zhou Mingde also made a serious statement on the spot, firmly prohibiting any Zhou family cultivator from bullying other family members of a lower generation by taking advantage of their higher generational name and older age. Furthermore, considering that some people's names might not sound pleasant with the addition of a generational name, it was permitted for the present Zhou family cultivators to still use their original names when introducing themselves to outsiders. In summary, the generational names were created to unite Zhou family cultivators, and they must absolutely not become an obstacle to their unity. After the generational names, Zhou Mingde quickly announced the second reform. That was to classify the current Zhou family cultivators according to 3 factors: cultivation level, merit, and aptitude, and to rank their identities accordingly. The highest category was the Supreme Elder, followed by the clan leader, and then the elders. Beyond the elders, there were 3 tiers: core family members, elite family members, and ordinary family members. In the future, whether it was the annual distribution of welfare offerings, the right to exchange and use certain family resources, or the right to cultivate secret techniques, everything would be graded according to the identity tier of each Zhou family member. Even when clan members later have conflicts with one another, and it is difficult to distinguish right from wrong, the clan leader and the elders will tend to favor the side with the higher status identity during their judgment. According to this regulation, now in Jiufeng Ridge, apart from those of Pagoda Peak, every other Spirit Peak's Peak Master will automatically become a core clan member. Clan members who have reached the later stages of Qi refinement will also automatically become elite clan members, with all others being ordinary clan members. This set of identity recognition standards will be effective for the next 10 years. That means ordinary clan members like Zhou Chun, as long as they can cultivate to the later stages of Qi refinement within 10 years, can automatically be promoted to elite clan members. That, of course, if an ordinary clan member performs exceptionally well, makes significant contributions to the family, or has outstanding talent, even if their cultivation has not reached the later stages of Qi refinement, they can still be promoted to elite or even core clan members. Clearly, compared to simply listening to the verbal ranking by generation, this identification of status brings tangible benefits. This system is somewhat similar to the distinctions of elite disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples in sects. Or rather, it's just a change of name. With this hierarchical status system in place, ordinary clan members and elite clan members will definitely work hard to improve their cultivation and accumulate merits in order to become core clan members, thus bettering their own treatment and acquiring more resources for cultivation. This highly motivational change was, without doubt, accepted on the spot by all Zhou family cultivators. Following that, Zhou Mingde announced the third change. This change had to do with the regulations concerning the future of Zhou family cultivators joining sects and getting married. The Zhou family would not prevent members from joining other sects in the future. On the contrary, they would offer certain assistance and subsidies. But these are not for free. If a Zhou family cultivator joins a sect and accepts the family subsidies but fails to achieve foundation establishment by the age of 60 and become an inner sect disciple of the sect, they must return to the family to serve loyally or repay the subsidies they had received. Similarly, if a Zhou family cultivator wishes to leave the family for personal marriage reasons, they must compensate the family for the various resources spent on them over the years, and they must not privately divulge the family's secret techniques or reveal any family secrets. Conversely, if a member brings a maternal family cultivator to the family through personal marriage, the family will also have a reward for them. Looking at this third change, the Zhou family's family tradition is still very open-minded. At least Zhou Mingde and the other senior members are such enlightened individuals, at least to Zhou Chun. If he were to join a sect or leave the family for a beloved woman, the family's open-minded approach would make him grateful and remember it for a lifetime. Of course, he certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Those cultivation sects, not to mention whether they are easy to enter. Once inside, those without exceptional talent won't necessarily have a better treatment than within the Zhou family, and they might even face more exploitation and restrictions. After announcing these three major changes, Zhou Mingde continued to announce some new family rules. For instance, it was strictly forbidden to provoke major sects and clans like Jingwa Country's Green Lotus Temple, which were overseen by nascent soul and golden elixir cultivators, as well as powers. Presided over by Purple Mansion cultivators. It was also strictly forbidden to deceive others in the name of the Zhou family, to murder and plunder, and to damage the Zhou family's reputation. Among other things in contrast, the restriction that prevented Zhou family cultivators from leaving Jiufeng Ridge was lifted. From now on, if a Zhou family cultivator wanted to leave Jiufeng Ridge, they only needed a legitimate reason and to apply in advance to the clan leader. Upon approval, they could depart. Thus, having stayed in the Zhou family ancestral hall for more than 2 hours and listened to Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde announce and explain various revolutionary decisions and family rules, Zhou Chun and the other Zhou family cultivators were finally allowed to leave the meeting, and the matters announced at this clan meeting within the ancestral hall were naturally hotly discussed by all the family cultivators. Even while stationed at the spirit cleansing pavilion, Zhou Chun could hear several of his uncles and elder clansmen discussing these matters. He also expressed some of his own views, which were mostly in agreement and supportive. Without rules, there is no circle to least in Zhou Chun's view. The changes made by Zhou Mingde and the other Zhou family seniors had a positive effect, and the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. The Zhou family cultivators were currently abuzz with discussion simply because they were still not used to these changes. Once they got used to them, they would no longer be concerned about these matters. Jiufeng Ridge, Flying Rock Peak. Flying Rock Peak abounded in dense spiritual energy and ranked third among the 9 peaks, serving as the cultivation haven for Zhou Daoquan, the third elder of the Zhou family. The book collection tower of the Zhou family was also built on this peak. On this day, after completing his task of guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion, Zhou Chun headed to Flying Rock Peak to read books in the book collection tower. He ascended the well-trodden mountain path and, after a short while, arrived at the base of a 3-story building. Casting a glance at the golden lacquered characters book collection tower hanging above the doorframe, Zhou Chun stepped inside. Within the grand hall on the first floor, a gray-robed, green-haired ape was sprawled across a long table, fast asleep. Seemingly alerted by the noise, it fluttered its nostrils slightly, sniffed awake, glanced at him, nodded gently, then lay back down to continue sleeping. Although this was not the first time he had witnessed this scene, Zhou Chun still found it quite marvelous. This green-haired ape was no simple creature, having once been the spirit pet of a deceased cultivator from the Zhou family, back when it was still a low-level greenwood ape. Before the Zhou family cultivator passed away, he ended the contract with the ape, intending to release it back to the forest and grant it freedom. However, the witty ape declined the cultivator's kind gesture, choosing instead to stay with the Zhou family and continue serving them. More than 2 decades after the Zhou family cultivator's passing, astonishingly, the ape evolved from a first-order superior demon beast into a second-order demon beast, the Greenwood Spirit Ape. This event caused quite a stir within the Sanju sect, and several Golden Core Stage cultivators even came to take a look at the green-haired ape upon hearing the news. In the end, after research, the Golden Core Stage cultivator Yu Jinghua concluded that the green-haired ape likely harbored a latent Greenwood Spirit Ape bloodline. For reasons unknown, this latent bloodline transformed into a dominant one, subsequently elevating its species' rank and allowing it to break free from the constraints that usually prevented low-level demon beasts from advancing to the second order. Nowadays, this Greenwood Spirit Ape has reached the status of a second-order intermediate demon beast, equivalent to a core clan member in the Zhou family, and has been given the title Elder Yuan. It is even entrusted with the oversight of the vital book collection tower. Although it cannot speak the human language, its intelligence is on par with that of an average person. It can read and write, allowing for written communication with others. When Zhou Chun first visited the book collection tower and saw it, out of curiosity, he even engaged in a written exchange with it. He found the experience exceedingly novel and regretted not having a mobile phone. A video of their interaction would no doubt instantly top the charts on Douyin and become a viral sensation across the internet. Unable to resist, Zhou Chun took several more glances at the slumbering Greenwood Spirit Ape before treading lightly towards the rows of bookshelves at the back. According to Zhou family rules, the first floor of the book collection tower was freely accessible to all Zhou family cultivators. The second floor was open only to core clan members upon request, and the third floor was exclusively reserved for the elders. Even just the first floor alone housed thousands of volumes, more than enough for Zhou Chun to read for a considerable time. After all, the time he could devote to reading each day was not particularly ample. Zhou Chun was selective in his reading, His current priority lay in various classics related to beast taming, especially the Zhou family ancestors' summaries of beast taming experiences and records of extraordinary demon beasts. As Zhou Chun's time within the Zhou family at Jiufeng Ridge grew longer, and he encountered various types of demon beasts. His interest in the art of beast taming flourished greatly. He too wished to raise a few intelligent spirit pets like Elder Yuan, which could not only provide substantial aid in magical battles, but also serve as companions in his leisure time. Even cooking and doing laundry for him did, of course. This was not something he could expect from his rock earth turtle. These roles were best suited to those inherently wise and attractive. Furry children. Days passed into nights, seasons changed, and before long, Zhou Chun had been in this world for a year. Since arriving at the Zhou family of Jiufeng Ridge, besides his brief absences to fulfill hunting missions outside, he spent the remainder of his time within the sex domain. His life was exceedingly regular, immersed in daily meditation, cultivation, and guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion, undertaking minor tasks, and spending his time reading and learning in the book collection tower. Occasionally, he would accept invitations from his fellow clan cultivators to participate in cultivation and beast taming experience exchange events, sharing insights and techniques with one another. Through a year of this routine, his cultivation level had steadily improved, and he had broken through 3 more meridian points. His spirit pet, the rock earth turtle, which he had been nurturing for a year, had finally grown to the size of a basin and successfully awakened 2 innate spells: Stone Skin Spell and Earth Spike Spell, granting it the strength equating to that of a Chi Refinement Realm 4th level cultivator. Everything was progressing favorably, including the Zhou family itself. Zhou Chun had not left home for a year, but that hadn't kept him from closely observing the movements of the Zhou family's upper echelon and the changes within the Zhou family itself. Through his various observations, he had come to understand that the Zhou family's leaders had spent the year frequently venturing out to visit the powers of Lanzhou and the surrounding states within Jingwa country, striving to dissolve their hostility and wariness, and to gain their recognition of the Zhou family's future role as a member of Jingwa country. And from changes within the family, it was clear that the Zhou family's efforts had borne some fruit, at the very least. Over the past 6 months, a number of cultivators from Jingwa country had been invited by the Zhou family's higher-ups to visit Jiufeng Ridge Point one day, as Zhou Chun made his usual way to oversee the spirit cleansing pavilion on Baoji Peak. He received good news from Peak Master Zhou Jia, who was sitting in with him about a year after the Zhou family had established itself on Jiufeng Ridge. Several bold loose cultivators had come to rent the Zhou family's cultivation rooms for their practice. Renting out cultivation rooms for cultivators from the outside world to train was a business from which many cultivator families and factions could easily earn spirit coins. Now that loose cultivators were willing to come to the Zhou family for cultivation, it signified that the family's notorious reputation for seizing Jiufeng Ridge was gradually fading. At least some loose cultivators were now willing to trust that the Zhou family would not persecute those who came to cultivate. This was truly a piece of very good news, for if a sufficient number of loose cultivators came to the Zhou family to cultivate, it would not only bring in a steady stream of spirit coin income. The Zhou family could, in turn, use the temptation of free cultivation to involve some of these loose cultivators in the duty of guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion. This would free up some Zhou family cultivators, allowing them time to go out and do their own things. And the good news did not stop their point 2 days later. As Zhou Chun was reading in the book collection tower, a vibrantly feathered blue macaw suddenly flew into the tower and, speaking human language, called out to him, Brother Chun, the clan leader has ordered, asking you to come to Pagoda Peak to see him immediately." Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression tensed, and then he nodded lightly, replying, "I understand, Lon Lon. You go back and tell the clan leader I will go to Pagoda Peak to see him immediately." "Roger that. Goodbye, Brother Chun," the blue macaw replied, and then flapped its wings, flying out of the book collection tower. This blue macaw was a spirit pet specially trained by clan leader Zhou Daoist for efficient internal communication within the family. It was but a first-grade, mid-tier demon beast, yet was very intelligent, capable of mimicking speech, recognizing the faces of over 100 Zhou family cultivators, and could easily find any specific member within the family to promptly relay Zhou Daoist's orders. There were many other Zhou family cultivators who also employed the services of low-tier demon beasts to assist them in their work. Not daring to delay, Zhou Chun put the book he was holding back in its place soon after the blue macaw had left, and then promptly left the book collection tower, heading straight for Pagoda Peak. When he arrived at the central peace hall on Pagoda Peak, he discovered that not only he, but also 2 other Zhou generation cultivators, a man and a woman from the Zhou family had been summoned here. After they had paid their respects, and seeing him approach, clan leader Zhou Daoist spoke to the three of them. I've urgently summoned the three of you because there's a task I need you to undertake. Are you willing to take it on? Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the others couldn't help but glance at each other. Then the oldest among the Zhou youths promptly replied respectfully, "May I ask what the task is? Please enlighten us, clan leader." Zhou Daoist immediately said, "The task itself is not difficult. The Zhou family has reached an agreement with 3 cultivator families from Jingwa country. They wish for knowledgeable beast taming Zhou family cultivators to reside in their families for 3 years, to cultivate some of their clan members in the beast taming technique." After speaking, he gave the 3 a profound look, adding lightly, "I've investigated, and with your knowledge and cultivation level, the 3 of you are fully capable of taking on this task. What about our safety? If we go to other families by ourselves, will they ensure our safety?" The Zhou family female cultivator also asked softly about her concern. "Of course, they will treat you as honored guests and ensure your personal safety without fail." Zhou Daoist nodded firmly, making a promise without hesitation. Hearing this, the female cultivator immediately said, "Since that is the case, I am willing to comply with the family's arrangement and serve the family." "I'm also willing to serve the family," Zhou Chun and the other young man both responded in quick succession. "Good. Then you can go back and prepare that I have compiled the specifics of the task into a booklet here for each of you. You should read it over several times to be fully prepared." Clan leader Zhou Daoist nodded in satisfaction and, with a wave of his sleeve, handed a booklet to each of them. Lanzhou, Biyun Lake. Biyun Lake is a well-known lake in Jingwa country's Lanzhou, where the waters are clear as jade and the scenery is picturesque, a favored destination for many scholars and literati. And on the west shore of Biyun Lake, there stretches a range of rolling hills called Biyun Mountain. In these mountains, there is an area shrouded in mist all year round. Travelers who accidentally wander into it often spend days finding their way out, and it invariably leads to a serious illness after they emerge. Over time, no one dared to venture into it anymore. What the mortals naturally didn't know was that the mist-covered region within Biyun Mountain was precisely the location of the Mu family, a cultivation clan of Lanzhou, originating from the renowned Green Lotus Temple of Jingwa country. The Mu family's ancestors were among the outer disciples of the temple, boasting generations of clan members who succeeded in cultivating there. The current Mu family had not only 3 cultivators in the foundation establishment stage among themselves, but also 2 Mu family cultivators at the same stage within Green Lotus Temple, one of whom was even the registered disciple of a golden core stage cultivator of the temple. Therefore, within the entire Lanzhou, the Mu family was a rather famous cultivation clan. But after all, the Mu family was a new clan with only a history of over 300 years. Despite being fortunate enough to have a succession of foundation establishment cultivators, they still couldn't compare to those long-standing clans with higher-level cultivators or those with thousand-year legacies in terms of accumulated depth. The 4 major arts of cultivation, alchemy, tool refinement, talismans, and arrays, were not too problematic. With the Mu family's connections to Green Lotus Temple, acquiring some basic inheritances wasn't difficult. However, as for the art of beast taming, even the Green Lotus Temple had scant inheritance to offer. Furthermore, this art wasn't like the others, which could easily be experimented with using materials when the Zhou family approached them with a proposition to exchange their friendship for help in cultivating talent adept in the beast taming technique. The Mu family's foundation establishment cultivators only pondered for less than half a day before agreeing to the proposal. After accepting the task 5 days ago, Zhou Chun prepared on Baoji Peak for 5 days, and today he was personally escorted by 3rd Elder Zhou Daoquan of the Zhou family to the Mu family at Biyun Mountain. "Taoist friend Zhou, this is the cultivation place we have arranged for you, that if you have any instructions or needs in the future, feel free to discuss them with Xing. She lives right over there in that courtyard," said one Mu family cultivator, standing outside a single-family courtyard with Zhou Chun amidst the stunning views of Biyun Mountain, showing him the place where he will reside for the next 3 years at BY. This time, 3rd Elder Zhou Daoquan had already left. Zhou Chun had also met several Mu family foundation establishment cultivators and some core clan members, having made his presence known among the Mu family. The Mu family cultivator introducing the place to him was none other than a core member. Mu Yunshan, standing beside Mu Yunshan, a beautiful young girl in purple attire, was the Xing he mentioned, also one of the Mu family members whom Zhou Chun was to teach the beast taming technique. After a brief survey, Zhou Chun nodded slightly towards Mu Yunshan and said, "Thank you for your efforts, Taoist friend Mu. I am very satisfied with this place." Hearing this, Mu Yunshan couldn't help but smile and said, "If Taoist friend Zhou is satisfied, Then we won't disturb your rest any longer, but we shall take our leave." Then he and Mu Xing, the female cultivator of the Mu family, departed. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately entered the courtyard, closed the gate, and then slapped his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the sleeping rock earth turtle within. "Stone, this will be your new home from now on. Remember not to wander off, or you'll be in for spicy punishment." Looking at the rock earth turtle on the ground, which was still timid and reluctant to show its head in the unfamiliar place, Zhou Chun issued a stern warning. First, he had to do this. Back at the Zhou family, this creature once bit through the gate of his courtyard and frolicked outside. This wasn't the Zhou family's territory. Should this creature escape and get discovered by a Mu family cultivator, it could very well be mistaken as a demon beast and slain. Indeed, upon hearing the words spicy punishment, the rock earth turtle's head immediately withdrew completely into its shell, clearly frightened. Although it could eat anything and digest everything, that didn't mean it wasn't susceptible to certain kinds of special food, and a small fruit known as spicy hot fruit had become Zhou Chun's best means of keeping the turtle in line due to its spiciness, which exceeded the hottest peppers of Zhou Chun's previous life by several folds. Feeding this little creature a few spicy hot fruits was enough to make it, which doesn't like approaching water, jump into the pool and guzzle down water to alleviate the burn.so. By using this as a warning to them, it proved effective every time without fail. And so, Zhou Chun quickly settled down in the Mu family. Compared to being in the Zhou family, he actually felt much freer in the Mu family. Besides teaching Mu Xing and 4 other Mu family cultivators for 2 hours every day, he had all the rest of the time to himself, and he could even apply to be accompanied by Mu family cultivators to stroll in the nearby mortal cities. It was a pity that he couldn't enter the Mu family's book collection tower. Otherwise, it would have been even better. And since he had more free time, Zhou Chun decided to spend his extra time practicing spells, aside from his daily cultivation routine. There were many spells in the cultivation world, but most of them revolve around the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the 3 exceptional aspects: wind, thunder, and ice. However, depending on the cultivation realm, spiritual root attributes, the traits of the cultivation technique, and the individual's comprehension, the speed at which one can learn spells can vary greatly. Zhou Chun, at the mid-stage of chi refinement, was currently only suitable for practicing low-grade and mid-grade first-level spells. Also, because his spiritual root attributes leaned more towards the metal, earth, and wood elements, he found it easier to practice spells related to these elements, and the power of such spells would also be enhanced. Now, Zhou Chun had already mastered 20 to 30 spells, but the vast majority of them were low-grade, first-level spells and weak in power. When he came to the Mu family as a teaching assistant, clan leader Zhou Mingde probably guessed that he would have a lot of free time and specially gave him a hand-copied The Insights of First-Level Spells Practice Before Departure. The book recorded over 100 ways to cultivate first-level spells, as well as the experiential insights and understandings of previous cultivators who practiced these spells. Now that Zhou Chun had the time, he naturally did not want to waste clan leader Zhou Mingde's painstaking efforts, and immediately chose a few spells from the book that were not only powerful, but also had excellent practical effects as his cultivation targets, and devoted himself to their practice in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chun had spent half a year in the Mu family at Beyond Mountain Point one day, as Zhou Chun was practicing a mid-grade first-level spell called Wood Armor Spell in the courtyard of his residence. Suddenly someone knocked on the gate frantically from the outside, accompanied by the anxious shouts of Mu family's female cultivator Mu Xing. This startled him, and he quickly ceased his practice to open the gate and let the person in. "It's terrible. Something terrible has happened. Taoist friend Zhou, you must go and see. The ink scale steeds in the beast garden have suddenly fallen to the ground, foaming at the mouth with blood." As soon as the door opened, Mu Xing, with a face full of panic, tightly grabbed Zhou Chun's arm and pulled him to run outside. Seeing this, Zhou Chun slightly frowned but did not say much, simply following her as they both ran towards the Mu family's beast garden. Compared to the Zhou family's wide variety of spirit beasts, the Mu family's beast garden had very few, only a handful of species. The ink scale steeds that Mu Xing mentioned were, to the Mu family, the most important spirit beasts. The ink scale steeds were mount beasts modified and domesticated from first-level demon beasts. These beasts had the bodies of horses and heads of donkeys, but their size was larger than any horse, measuring 1 zhang and 6 shi in length and over 7 shi tall. Their hooves were covered with black scales, making them look imposing and powerful. The ink scale steeds were ferocious and vigilant, carnivorous but also herbivorous, capable of traversing mountains and rivers, able to travel 1,000 li in a day, making wolves and leopards keep their distance. That if cultivated to a high-grade first level, they could awaken the wind-riding innate talent, allowing them to travel with the wind under their hooves and cover 3,000 li in a single day. If a cultivator had such a spirit beast for travel, it would allow them to move quickly without consuming their own mana and provide a significant alert function as well. The Zhou family originally raised 20 to 30 ink scale steeds, but during the split of the Xianxia sect, those ink scale steeds were all taken away by the spirit beast manor, causing the Zhou family members to rely solely on their own legs to travel now, which was somewhat ironic. Now, as he followed Muzing to the beast garden, Zhou saw all 8 of the Mu family's ink scale steeds collapsed inside the enclosure, their bodies spasming uncontrollably, with a ceaseless flow of bloody foam from their mouths that a few core Mu family members who had heard the news had rushed over, along with Mu family members responsible for taking care of these ink scale steeds. And at that moment, they were all as frantic as ants on a hot pan, sweating profusely. When Muzing brought Zhou over, Mu Yinshan, a core Mu family member who had initially received Zhou, hurried forward, grabbing Zhou's shoulder, and said, "Taoist friend Zhou, you've come just in time. Your Zhou family is an expert in beast taming. Oh, you know what sickness these ink scale steeds have contracted. Taoist friend Mu, don't panic. Let Zhou have a look first," Zhou said as he pushed aside Mu Yinshan's arm and walked into the enclosure with a somber expression to investigate. Cultivators are human, and humans can fall ill. Similarly, demon beasts can fall sick as well. However, cultivators and demon beasts generally do not fall ill easily, and when they do, it is not with mundane illnesses such as the common cold or flu. Generally, their illnesses are caused by improper cultivation practices or the invasion of external poisons, leading to diseases unique to cultivators. The Mu family's 8 ink scale steeds suddenly all fell to the ground, spitting blood, which was clearly a typical symptom of poisoning or illness. Zhou entered the stables, and after examining the ink scale steeds' eyes, tongue, and even their feces, he recalled the various beast taming classics he had read, and immediately thought of several corresponding symptoms. However, he did not rush to conclusions but turned to the anxious Mu family members watching him and said, "Zhou has some speculations, but whether they are correct or not, I need to inquire about some details before I can conclude. Before that, you may give them the elixirs in this bottle first. It can temporarily alleviate their symptoms and prevent casualties." After speaking, he reached into his storage pouch, took out a bottle of medicine, and handed it to Muzing. But Muzing, holding the medicine bottle, did not act immediately. Instead, she looked towards Mu Yinshan. "Do as Taoist friend Zhou said." With a brief hesitation, Mu Yinshan nodded, gesturing for Muzing to feed the ink scale steeds the medicine. After swallowing the elixirs that Zhou had provided, the convulsions of the ink scale steeds indeed diminished greatly, and the blood at the corners of their mouths also slowed down significantly. Seeing this, several Mu family cultivators showed expressions of surprise, and their gazes toward the medicine bottle in Muzing's hands changed. But they were clearly aware that this kind of secret elixir must be the Zhou family's proprietary medicine, and they did not expect Zhou to share the recipe with them, so they did not bring it up. Then, Mu Yinshan gestured and took Zhou to a slightly more distant place, then looked at him seriously and said, "Taoist friend Zhou, feel free to ask any questions you may have. Zhou would like to know what these ink scale steeds have been fed over the past 2 days. Which places outside have these ink scale steeds visited in the last 3 days?" Zhou didn't mince words and immediately posed 2 questions. Upon hearing this, Mu Yinshan immediately responded, "Please wait a moment, Daoist friend. I will go and inquire right away." He then went to communicate with several of the Mu family cultivators responsible for taking care of the ink scale steeds. Shortly after, he brought Muzing and a middle-aged Mu family cultivator back with him. "I dare not deceive Taoist friend Zhou that a few days ago, our family cultivators discovered a hidden serpent nest in a forest south of Biyun Lake, where they killed a number of first-order demon snakes and countless mortal snakes. For these past 2 days, the ink scale steeds have been feeding on snake meat and some sweet leaf grass that they like. For the past 3 days, the ink scale steeds have not left the gates of the mountain. They've just been running their usual laps around the mountain gate." Muzing and the middle-aged Mu family cultivator answered Zhou's questions in turn. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately looked at Muzing and asked, "Has snake meat been fed to the ink scale steeds before?" "Yes, the ink scale steeds aren't picky eaters and have no dietary restrictions. We have fed them a variety of meats from birds, beasts, insects, and fish before, without ever encountering any issues." The middle-aged Mu family cultivator answered this time, looking skeptically at Zhou as he asked, "Does Taoist friend Zhou suspect there's something wrong with that snake meat?" After saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head and add, "But that snake meat is extremely delicious. Many of our Mu family cultivators and mortals have eaten it without anyone experiencing poisoning or falling sick. Yes, even you ate it, Tao's friend Zhou." Mu Xing also chimed in. Without expecting it after hearing their words, Zhou Chun nodded and said, "It's very likely the problem lies with that snake meat." Before the two could object, he explained, "The snake meat we humans eat is cleaned and cooked properly, essentially eliminating the possibility of poisoning from eating the meat. But the ink scale steeds enjoy eating bloody, raw meat. When you fed them, you probably just threw the snake carcasses to them. Although with the physical constitution of the ink scale steeds, even bites from ordinary poisonous snakes wouldn't have much effect on them. If it were some highly venomous demon snakes and their offspring, it could still cause serious poisoning. Therefore, the reason these ink scale steeds are experiencing such severe poisoning symptoms is likely due to having consumed the carcasses of demon snakes and their offspring, allowing the snake venom to enter through their mouths and cause such a serious toxic reaction." His explanation was logical and clear, leaving the Mu family cultivators without a word to say in rebuttal. In the end, it was Mu Yinshan who spoke up and asked, "If it is indeed snake venom, does Taoist friend Zhou have a way to detoxify them?" "Of course there's a way, but the ink scale steed is only a rank 1 demon beast, and I'm afraid that you're reluctant to use the extremely costly methods." Zhou Chun glanced at Mu Yinshan and then continued, "Therefore, it would be best if someone accompanied me to the vicinity of the snake den. Generally speaking, near the dens of venomous snakes, one can find some herbs that counteract snake venom. Then we'll have to trouble Taoist friend Zhou that I will go to report to the clan leader immediately," Mu Yinshan said. After speaking, Mu Yinshan gave Zhou Chun a cupped fist salute and hurriedly left the beast garden. After an hour, Zhou Chun, accompanied by 5 Mu family cultivators, left Biyun Mountain and headed to the location of the snake den on the southern shore of Biyun Lake. There is a bamboo sea that stretches over a dozen miles along the southern shore of Biyun Mountain, and the snake den was discovered deep within the bamboo forest. When Zhou Chun arrived near the entrance of the snake den under the guidance of the Mu family cultivators, he could still see numerous venomous snakes. "Taoist friend Zhou, please look, the snake den is inside this underground cavern. There was even a rank 1 superior serpent king that emerged. We had to exert great effort to kill it." In a cleared space within the bamboo forest, a Mu family cultivator pointed at a pitch-black cavern entrance and explained the situation in a low voice. He was one of the people who had personally taken part in the battle to clear out the snake den a few days earlier. However, Zhou Chun knew that the people from a Mu family hadn't told the whole truth. Normally, after a snake becomes a demon, it does not gather other ordinary snakes to form a serpent nest. If such a situation occurs, it indicates that there is something in the snake den that is extremely beneficial to the growth of snakes, attracting a large number of snakes to congregate. Even a demon beast cannot monopolize it and has to share it with the swarm. However, there is no need to speak openly about such matters. After all, whatever treasures the Mu family cultivators obtained from the snake den were their own fortune. Thus, after staring at the dark cavern entrance for a moment, Zhou Chun shook his head slightly and said, "There's no need to go inside the cavern, and I presume that nothing grows inside, so we won't find any herbs. That I'll just look around nearby." He then started to walk around the nearby bamboo forest. Wherever Zhou Chun went, the snakes retreated, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. This was because he had applied snake-repelling ointment, a secret concoction of the Zhou family, to his trouser legs. The scent was irritating to most snakes, making them only want to stay away from the source of the smell. The Mu family cultivators following him were quite amazed by this. Beast and snake repellents, such as powders, are not uncommon in the cultivation world, and almost any general store in the marketplace sells them, and they are very cheap as well. But they had never seen any with an effect as good as the snake-repelling ointment used by Zhou Chun. Instantly, they all considered whether to visit Zhou Chun later to ask for or buy some, just in case. After Zhou Chun and his companions had walked in the bamboo forest for a while, they indeed found some herbs that could counteract the venom of ordinary snakes. But as for whether they could be effective against demon beast snake venom, he was not very confident and had to continue searching as they continued to delve through the bamboo forest filled with a mixture of weeds and vines for another hour. Zhou Chun suddenly brightened up, making a significant discovery. "Do you see the purple flower on that vine? That's called the petite purple snake flower, a herb with a particularly powerful detoxifying effect against snake venom. But in order for this herb to take effect, it must first be stimulated with snake saliva." Zhou Chun pointed at a purple flower clinging to a bamboo leaf, delivering a teaching lesson to Mu Xing and the others who were following him. However, When Mu Xing and the others wanted to move forward to pick the flower, he stopped them. Wait, don't act rashly. The petite purple snake flower is quite delicate. Directly picking it would render it useless by the time you bring it back. The IT needs to be dug out with its roots and carried back with soil to work. Hearing this, the people of the Mu family quickly took out tools and carefully dug out the vine from its roots, then hurried back to Biyun Mountain. Back in the Beast Garden, following Zhou Chun's instructions, they stimulated the blooming purple flowers with snake saliva, causing them to close up before picking them and feeding them one by one to the ink scale steeds. The result was exactly as Zhou Chun had said. The remedy worked as expected, and within 2 hours, the ink scale steeds that had been lying on the ground, unable to rise, were now able to stand. This event quickly spread throughout the Mu family, and even several Mu family cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage rejoiced after hearing the whole story. Because according to Zhou Chun, if they hadn't identified the cause of the illness and successfully detoxified the ink scale steeds within a day, even if they didn't all die, most would have perished. Had it not been for Zhou Chun's timely presence in the Mu family, they certainly couldn't have achieved this in just one short day. For this reason, the clan leader of the Mu family specifically instructed Mu Yunshan to bring a treasure to Zhou Chun as a token of gratitude. Taoist friend Zhou, this time we owe you a great debt for your discerning eye and miraculous healing touch. You identified the poison and found the antidote in time, sparing the Mu family from a tremendous loss. For this kindness, we are profoundly grateful. Therefore, the clan leader has specially bestowed this item upon you as a token of our appreciation, and we insist that you accept it. During Mu Yunshan's visit to Zhou Chun's residence, he first repeated his expressions of gratitude for the latter's miraculous poison treatment, then placed upon the table a thank you gift from the Mu family clan leader, insisting that Zhou Chun accept it. What is this? Zhou Chun looked at the jade box on the table and with a puzzled face turned towards Mu Yunshan. Inside this box is an exotic beast egg, something our Mu family store acquired in the marketplace a few years ago, and it's said to be the egg of some kind of demon snake. However, over the years, my Mu family has tried many methods and consulted numerous experts, yet we've been unable to identify its origin or successfully incubate it. After learning of your adept handling of the poison incident, the clan leader thought, given that your family are renowned beast tamers, you might have a way to hatch it. Thus, he has sent me to offer this as a gift, hoping that you might someday help our Mu family solve this mystery. Mu Yunshan's face broke into a slight smile as he explained the history of the gift, then gestured to Zhou Chun to open the jade box and examine its contents. Having heard his explanation, Zhou Chun's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately reached out to open the jade box, taking out the so-called snake egg. The egg was elliptical, 6 inches long, and nearly 3 inches wide, purely white, and weighed close to 2 pounds. Based on its size and weight alone, it was clear that it must be a demon. Beast as Zhou Chun rubbed his palm over the surface of the snake egg. He found the shell to be extremely hard and rough, not like the soft and smooth texture of typical snake eggs in Mu Yunshan's presence. Zhou Chun employed several techniques to examine the egg, but aside from confirming that it was a live egg, he was unable to determine the species of the demon snake it belonged to, or even if it was definitely a snake egg at all. This scenario was quite rare, usually only freshly laid. Eggs that have yet to form an embryo inside are undeterminable as to the species, and also cannot be contracted. But given that this egg had been the Mu family's possession for several years, it was unlikely that an embryo hadn't formed by now, especially since the Mu family had not sealed the egg's vitality with any secret techniques. And yet, it was neither a lifeless, dead egg. I'm unable to discern its origin. Please forgive Zhou's limited sight. This is the first time I've encountered or heard of such an oddity. Perhaps after returning to my family and consulting the elders and clan leader, it might be possible to determine the problem, said Zhou Chun, shaking his head and returning a wry smile as he put the snake egg back into the jade box. His reaction left Mu Yunshan slightly disappointed, yet it was understandable. After all, the Mu family had employed several Purple Mansion phase cultivators to identify the egg's origin to no avail. Initially, the Mu family thought they had found a treasure when they first obtained the egg, presuming it to be from a mid-level demon beast, or even a higher-level one. But as multiple experts failed to recognize it and no changes occurred after a long time, the higher-ups of the Mu family had all but forgotten about the egg. Were it not for the clan leader pondering what appropriate gift to give Zhou Chun as compensation, he might not have even recalled the existence of the object. As Mu Yunshan quickly composed himself, smiling as he gave Zhou Chun a formal bow and said, "Then I wish Taoist friend Zhou success in hatching this being in the future, gaining a fine spirit pet. I must now return to report to the clan leader and take my leave. I will escort Taoist friend Mu. Zhou Chun stood up and personally escorted Mu Yinshan out, then closed the courtyard door and returned to his room to continue pondering over the snake egg. But after 3 days of contemplation with no clues in sight, he had to give up on figuring it out by himself and placed it into his storage pouch, because Zhou Chun had shown remarkable expertise in detoxifying the ink scale steed. His standing in the eyes of the Mu family cultivators evidently rose. Not only did they treat him with increased reverence during his lectures, but other Mu family cultivators also greeted him with friendly smiles and salutes, and even approached him to purchase Zhou family's secret snake repelling ointment and beast repelling powder. Zhou Chun was naturally very pleased with this. The formulas for making snake repelling ointment and beast repelling powder were not a secret in the Zhou family. Even ordinary clan members had access to them. Only the spirit pet emergency pill he fed to the ink scale steed. That day was a true Zhou family secret elixir, one that not even ordinary core clan members could come into contact with the formula. The bottle he had was bestowed upon him by clan leader Zhou Daoist before he came to the Mu family, especially in case any special circumstances arose. Zhou Chun also took the matter of Mu family cultivators seeking to purchase snake repelling ointment and beast repelling powder to heart. When he sent a message to clan leader Zhou Daoist to report the situation, he specifically mentioned it, suggesting that the Zhou family could make a substantial profit by selling these items in the marketplace in the future. Zhou Daoist adopted this suggestion and sent a letter back commending Zhou Chun, expressing great satisfaction with his performance at the Mu family and promising that he would be handsomely rewarded once his term was up and he returned to the clan as days passed by. In no time, a year and 2 months had elapsed since Zhou Chun's arrival at Mu family. In Biyun Mountain on this day, as the morning sun rose, he, who was meditating and cultivating, felt a pop within his body as another acupoint was cleared. With the opening of the 54th acupoint, Zhou Chun's cultivation level also broke through to the 7th layer of the Qi refinement realm, and his mana grew further. Already at the 7th layer of Qi refinement? If things keep going like this, even if I just cultivate step by step without hitting any bottlenecks, I should have a very good chance of reaching the 12th layer of Qi refinement before I turn 50. In the courtyard, Zhou Chun opened his eyes after concluding his cultivation, and, feeling the significantly enhanced mana within, couldn't help but show a slight smile on his face. Having been in this world for over 2 years, he had completely adapted to this life of cultivation and took great joy in it. Every day, he sat in meditation, refining his qi, feeling every bit of growth in his mana and cultivation level, practicing several spells, and experimenting with the limits of the spells in various ways. Occasionally, he also amused himself with that silly rock earth turtle or chatted with other cultivators about the unique uses of various spells, debating which golden core stage cultivator was more formidable. This fulfilling yet leisurely life was something that Zhou Chun from his previous life dared only dream about, and no more daily 996 schedules. No more worries about mortgage, car loans, or dowries. All troubles were gone, and life couldn't be better. If only this sort of life could go on forever. How he wished this carefree life could last forever. But he knew in his heart that it was impossible. What peaceful and good years. It was nothing but others struggling on his behalf. Once the 3 years were up and he returned to the Zhou family, not to mention the various mundane tasks, at least the responsibility of guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion was inescapable. Then, the idea of spending his days leisurely with tea, chess, and conversation, as he did now, would be nothing but a dream. Actually, it's not impossible that if I can succeed in foundation establishment and become a family elder, I could avoid all those menial duties. Thinking this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle, because he suddenly thought of an amusing fact. Many cultivators in this world were around 50 or 60 years old when they broke through to the foundation establishment stage, which coincidentally aligned with the retirement age from his previous life. However, once a cultivator succeeded in foundation establishment, it wasn't just about peaceful enjoyment. They would also gain over 100 years of lifespan, an advantage that no level of retirement benefits could match. The idle youth leads to a needy old age. It looks like I also need to give it my all. Even if it's just with a beautiful retirement life after foundation establishment, I have to go all out. Muttering to himself, Zhou Chun then turned and went in to make breakfast. Putting effort into every meal was also a form of diligence. Lanzhou, Wild Wolf Ridge. Wild Wolf Ridge is a mountain range more than 300 miles north of Biyun Mountain, named for the convergence of wolf packs there. On this day, Zhou Chun, who was a teaching assistant of the Mu family in Biyun Mountain, had, along with several Mu family cultivators, rode scale steeds through mountains and rivers to this range. Their purpose here was quite simple. Mu family cultivators had discovered a pair of demon wolves with cubs in the mountains and planned to snatch a few wolf pups to raise as spirit pets. The reason for having Zhou Chun accompany them was to preempt any unusual reactions from the pups once they were out of the den, with him being able to deal with the situation promptly if necessary, in plain terms. They had invited him over to babysit the wolf pups. He had been prepaid 10 spirit coins as a fee for his trouble at this moment. A group of 5 people riding 3 ink scale steeds arrived at the foot of a mountain peak and stopped. The leading middle-aged man of the Mu family cultivators spoke. Wolf Den located 10-odd miles ahead on the mountain ridge. The ink scale steeds make too much noise and might alarm the beasts. Taoist friend Zhou and Xing, stay here and watch over ink scale steeds. After we've succeeded, we'll send a signal for you two to come over. Hearing this, Zhou Chun was naturally pleased with the easy task and immediately replied. Then Zhou wishes Taoist friend Mu a swift and victorious expedition. The group then dismounted and parted ways. After the middle-aged Mu family man and the 2 cultivators from his clan left, Zhou Chun and Mu Xing carelessly threw some raw meat to the 3 ink scale steeds for them to eat, and began to chat idly. While chatting, Mu Xing suddenly asked, Taoist friend Zhou, I've heard that several young cultivators from your Zhou family have recently been wed to families in lands. Don't you have similar thoughts? Zhou Chun, startled by her question, couldn't help but look at her with a puzzled expression, completely unprepared for such a personal inquiry. Their relationship surely had not reached the point of discussing such matters. Seeing him staring in surprise without responding, Mu Xing realized something and slightly lowered her head, saying softly, if Taoist friend Zhou finds it inconvenient to answer, then pretend Xing did not ask. Zhou Chun, upon seeing this, immediately shook his head and said in a muffled voice, Zhou doesn't know why Taoist friend Mu would suddenly ask such a question, but Zhou indeed has never considered seeking a dual cultivation partner. Heaven knows, after transmigrating, he had finally escaped the pressure of arranged marriage, so why would he entertain such thoughts now? Isn't freedom sweet? Even if he ever wanted to marry, he would wait until he had his fill of carefree living, felt lonely and alone, before contemplating such a commitment. After hearing his reply, Mu Xing immediately nodded and said, Xing understands. Thank you, Taoist friend Zhou, for your honesty. Then she bowed her head and fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Watching her, Zhou Chun couldn't help but mutter to himself. If he'd been caught off guard before, now, after Mu Xing's remarks, he was beginning to understand why she had suddenly broached the subject today. Because Zhou Chun had just remembered that among those who had married into other families recently, there were 2 of his clan relations who, more than a year ago, had been, like himself, assigned to assist other families, putting 2 and 2 together. Since arriving at the Mu family, they had consistently arranged for Mu Xing, a beautiful young woman, to be his contact person, attending his beast taming classes. Everything seemed all too clear now. Could it be that she was also being pressured by her family to marry, and so she confronted me today about it? Zhou Chun thought to himself, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for Mu Xing. He understood the pressure of family urging to marry all too well. Even with his higher education from his previous life, many would give in to the pressure, let alone in this conservative, feuding world. If Mu Xing had an exceptional spiritual root aptitude, the Mu family would certainly not rush to marry off such a potential candidate for foundation establishment. But as far as Zhou Chun knew, Mu Xing's spirit root aptitude was actually inferior, and at 19 years old, she was only at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. This meant she had almost no chance of successfully establishing her foundation. In this case, the Mu family elders would surely want to find her a good match while she was still young and comely. But sympathy is one thing. Zhou Chun clearly didn't possess the nobility of sacrificing himself for another. Therefore, he glanced over the girl's graceful figure, shook his head slightly, and then lowered his head to count ants. Both were lost in their thoughts, silent. Suddenly a fireball shot into the sky and exploded. This was the agreed-upon signal, but it had appeared too soon, hadn't it? Feeling that something was not right, Zhou Chun did not immediately go to rendezvous, but instead raised his hand, releasing his red-beaked sparrow to go and inspect the situation. After a short time, the red-beaked sparrow returned, chirping and communicating the reconnaissance information with Zhou Chun. Upon hearing the red-beaked sparrow's report, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, No good, Taoist friend Mu and the others are in trouble. That's a distress signal. Hearing his words, Mu Xing's expression also drastically changed, and she anxiously said, "What should we do? Do you know who the enemy is, Taoist friend Zhou? The enemies are also cultivators, likely loose cultivators adventuring in the mountains, outnumbering 6 or 7 to 1. Zhou Chun reported the situation while frowning deeply, as if struggling to make a decision. After hearing that the enemy were cultivators and outnumbered the Mu family's expedition by twice, Mu Xing went pale, unsure of what to do. After some time had passed, Zhou Chun suddenly made up his mind and looked up to Mu Xing. "Here's what we'll do. Taoist friend Mu, you stay here and make sure ink scale steeds don't get restless. Zhou will go and assess the situation. If I can assist Taoist friend Mu and the others to get out, that's best. If not, Zhou still needs to see who the enemies are." "Thank you. Taoist friend Zhou, please be careful." Mu Xing looked at Zhou Chun with worried eyes, knowing that this was the best course of action. Being only at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm, there was no way she could be of any help in this matter. After all, Zhou Chun was a valued guest of the Mu family, which had a duty to protect him. It was unthinkable to expect Zhou Chun to sacrifice himself to save others. Now that Zhou Chun was willing to offer help voluntarily, both she and the Mu family felt grateful. After making these arrangements with Mu Xing, Zhou Chun immediately set off toward the battlefield at a brisk pace. Half a quarter of an hour later, he climbed up a tall tree and, from his vantage point, managed to get a clear view of the situation on the battlefield. He saw that things were looking very grim for the 3 Mu family cultivators. Their enemies, who did not seem to be ordinary loose cultivators, each possessed a cultivation level above the 7th or 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. They had fine magic artifacts in hand, and some even had spirit pets. At this moment, the 3 Mu family members were outnumbered and being attacked from all sides. Despite fighting with all their might, they were clearly no match for their assailants. "Who are you people? Don't you know that we are cultivators from a Mu family of Biyun Mountain? For no reason at all, you seek to harm us today. Aren't you afraid of the Mu family's retaliation?" The roar came from the middle-aged man of the Mu family. He glared at the enemies with a face full of furious unwillingness, unable to comprehend their actions. Following no feud or familiarity between them, and without any conflict of interest, why were they trying to annihilate them upon meeting? However, the enemies who heard his roar seemed to turn a deaf ear, not responding to his words at all. Instead, some sneered coldly, while others looked at him with scorn, as if they were looking at someone already dead. Seeing this situation from afar, Zhou Chun's heart sank. Realizing that rescuing the 3 Mu family members was hopeless, he suspected these people were not ordinary loose cultivators, but were likely from some cultivator group or cultivation family, possessing strength that did not fear the Mu family. Moreover, the fact that they had attacked the Mu family members so decisively and ruthlessly suggested either a vendetta against the individuals or the Mu family, or that there was some treasure in Wild Wolf Ridge that they feared would be leaked and wanted to silence them. Regardless of the reason, Zhou Chun knew that trying to save them would definitely provoke a furious pursuit from these people. Therefore, he quickly descended from the tree, intending to go back and urge Mu Xing to leave immediately. But just as Zhou Chun was descending, a circling hawk in the sky suddenly fixed its gaze upon him and let out a sharp, malevolent screech. "D a minute, they've got accomplices outside." On the battlefield, a cultivator who heard the hawk's cry suddenly changed his expression, staring at the hawk in the sky with alarm and anger, then yelled out as he followed the hawk's gaze towards Zhou Chun's location. At the same time, Zhou Chun's complexion underwent a drastic change. He looked at the hawk in the sky with an ugly face, astonished that a cultivator from a beast-taming family like himself was being watched by a hawk today. The world truly does not lack remarkable people. Today's incident is a lesson that must be heeded in the future, he reflected. As he hurried toward where Mu Xing was upon arriving, he didn't wait for Mu Xing to ask about the situation, but instead immediately jumped onto the back of the ink scale steed and commanded, "Run! The enemy is coming after us." After speaking, he spurred the horse and galloped away. Seeing this, Mu Xing, though full of questions, had no choice but to follow suit, mounting the horse and fleeing together. The two of them, with 3 horses, galloped along the road, not daring stop for a moment. To increase the horse's speed, Zhou Chun and Mu Xing even used the light body skill on the ink scale steed. If they could have applied the wind control skill to someone else as well, they would have used that too. When the enemies chasing Zhou Chun saw them riding away on the ink scale steeds, their expressions turned very ugly. The one with a grim expression hesitated for a moment while watching the 2 fleeing figures, then suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted, "Don't think you can escape." No sooner had his words faded than he slapped his storage pouch at his waist and pulled out a bamboo leaf-shaped magic artifact. Throwing it in front of him, S mana was channeled into it. The artifact expanded instantaneously to the size of a skateboard, emitting a faint white light. Then he leaped onto the enlarged bamboo leaf artifact and flew towards Zhou Chun and Mu Xing, a flying artifact. It was actually a flying artifact. Aboard the ink scale steed, Zhou Chun's eyes widened in shock when he saw an enemy cultivator flying after them with a magic artifact to in the Qi refinement realm. Cultivators who had flying artifacts were rare to come by. Firstly, because flying artifacts themselves were difficult to refine, demanding high-quality materials and artifact crafting skills. Secondly, these artifacts consumed a lot of mana, which was not particularly practical for Qi refinement cultivators. After all, when Qi refinement cultivators traveled outside, they needed to preserve mana as much as possible. How could they afford to use flying artifacts for travel and flight? Now that the enemies were willing to bring out flying artifact for the sole purpose of killing them, Zhou Chun found himself in a dire situation. Though the ink scale steeds were fast, they were clearly no match for a flying artifact. He repeatedly looked back at the rapidly approaching enemy with an ugly expression, and finally, with determination, he shouted to Mu Xing, "Taoist friend Mu, the villains are ferocious. We need to split up and escape. Let fate decide our destiny." After saying that, he took the lead in steering his horse in another direction, splitting off from Mu Xing and fleeing separately. Charge! 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 In the wilderness, a young man galloped on his horse, running wildly. Several hundred yards behind him, a middle-aged man in yellow, with a green Daoist crown and slender eyebrows, flew upon a magical artifact. His eyes coldly fixated on the young man as he relentlessly pursued him. As time passed, the distance between them narrowed until soon it was less than 100 yards. The range of the divine sense of an average cultivator at the late stage of Qi refinement rarely exceeds 100 yards, so this distance is considered the normal attack limit for a cultivator at the Qi refinement realm. Attacks beyond this range can no longer lock onto the enemy with divine sense, ensuring accurate strikes on the target. Therefore, shortly after entering within 100 yards, the middle-aged man in yellow didn't hesitate to pinch a talisman between his fingers and cast it downward in an instant. A flash of fire lit up, and the talisman immediately ignited, transforming into a crimson firebird that dove towards the young man on horseback. The IT was a second-tier, medium-grade talisman, the Firebird Talisman. On horseback, Zhou Chun looked back and saw the middle-aged man's actions. His face instantly darkened as he recognized the origin of the talisman used by the a member of a cultivation family. One didn't necessarily need to learn every spell, but it was imperative to recognize most of the spells that ordinary cultivators could learn. Otherwise, one could lose their life due to ignorance if confronted by an unfamiliar spell, and most spells could be made into corresponding talismans. Having recognized the origin of the middle-aged man's spell, Zhou Chun immediately slapped the back of his mount, the ink scale steed, and his body suddenly leaped into the air, vaulting forward. Boom! 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 Just as Zhou Chun left the back of the horse in less than 2 breaths' time, the Firebird reached the running ink scale steed, and with a thunderous explosion, burst into flames. The fierce flames instantly engulfed the ink scale steed. The horse's agonizing screams echoed across the wilderness, and engulfed in flames, the ink scale steed continued, running for 100 yards, before finally collapsing on the ground. Its strength depleted, by the time the flames on its body had completely died out, its entire body and bones had been charred and cracked. However, at such a time, neither Zhou Chun nor the middle-aged man in yellow bothered to concern themselves with the life and death of a mere beast. Zhou Chun may have avoided a disaster by jumping off the horse, but without the ink scale steed's speed, he had no means to continue his escape. And after casting the Firebird Talisman, the middle-aged man in yellow was already maneuvering his flying artifact towards the ground. As Zhou Chun stabilized his footing after jumping off the horse, the man had landed safely as well. Upon landing, he withdrew the flying artifact into his storage pouch with a flip of his hand, then took out 2 more magic artifacts and strode towards Zhou Chun. He walked over, mocking Zhou Chun with a teasing tone. "Why don't you keep running? I can give you a few dozen more yards head start." Zhou Chun ignored the man's arrogance, knowing that the battle was inevitable. Having steadied himself, he quickly tapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist to release the rock earth turtle and took out magic artifacts and talismans from his storage pouch. After more than 2 years of Zhou Chun's nurturing, the rock earth turtle had grown as large as a bathtub, and its mana cultivation had reached the level of a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, making it a 2nd-tier, mid-sized demon beast, with 4 innate spells at its command. Upon seeing Zhou Chun release the rock earth turtle, The middle-aged man in yellow showed a slight surprise, revealing a look of astonishment as he said, "You even have a rock earth turtle with you. It seems you are quite favored in the Mu family." At his words, Zhou Chun had a thought and couldn't help but respond. "You are mistaken, sir. I am not a Mu family cultivator, but a member of the Zhou family from Jiufeng Ridge." Jiufeng Ridge's Zhou family. The cultivation family that migrated from Fenghua? The middle-aged man in yellow seemed slightly startled, asking back as if he had heard of the Zhou family. Zhou Chun saw this as a glimmer of hope and promptly took a deep breath, replying earnestly, "Indeed, that is us." Far from being moved, the middle-aged man in yellow merely pondered for a moment, then dismissively shook his head. "So what? They're just a bunch of losers driven out of their lair." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a mocking smile. "You don't actually think that by stating your family name, you can scare me, making me let you go, do you?" Zhou Chun fell silent. He had indeed harbored such thoughts. It was clear from the middle-aged man's demeanor that he was not going to back down. So Zhou Chun quickly dispelled those unrealistic hopes and, with resolve, looked at the middle-aged man and declared, "Since you are so confident, sir, let me experience your superior skills then." Before he could finish speaking, his rock earth turtle took the initiative to attack. The IT struck the ground with its paw, and a sharp spike as thick as an arm burst forth from the earth right where the yellow-robed middle-aged man was standing. However, the yellow-robed middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated this, and the moment the spike emerged, he swiftly moved away from that spot. He even mocked Zhou Chun. "Don't embarrass yourself with these petty tricks that I've been through countless battles. What kind of situation haven't I seen? Do you really think you can outsmart me, a junior like you?" Zhou Chun looked somewhat displeased, but he didn't respond. He simply summoned his pale, golden flying knife magic artifact. This magic artifact was known as the Golden Willow Blade. Shaped like a willow leaf, and was incredibly sharp, a rather good mid-tier first-grade magic artifact. But as a 10th-layer Qi refinement realm cultivator with even a flying artifact at his disposal, how could the other magic artifacts of the yellow-robed middle-aged man be any inferior? He raised his hand and summoned a pitch-black iron shield that automatically positioned itself in front of the flying willow blade knife, effortlessly knocking it away. Without waiting for Zhou Chun to change his tactics, the man flicked his sleeve and uttered the word "go." Instantly, a silver cold light shot out from his sleeve, heading straight for Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was startled and quickly used his own body protection Dharma item, a greenish wooden shield magic artifact. But he had severely underestimated the power of that silver cold light. The light flashed, and his protective first-grade lower-tier magic artifact Greenwood Shield shattered into over a dozen pieces and fell to the ground. His protective Vajra shield then violently shook, causing him to buckle under the pressure, and he fell onto the ground with a thud. Seeing this, the yellow-robed middle-aged man couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "Haha, it seems I overestimated you. If that's the quality of your protective gear, you must not have any powerful backers in the family that I suspect if you die, there might not even be anyone to mourn you." His words were not entirely incorrect, but not entirely correct either. Zhou Chun really did not have any powerful elders in the Zhou family to rely on, but his original protective magic artifact was not a piece of trash like the Greenwood Shield. The Zhou family, once one of the 3 giants of the Sandu sect, would still find it manageable to equip each family member who reached the mid-Qi refinement stage with 2 mid-tier first-grade magic artifacts, one for attack and one for defense. Unfortunately, the original mid-tier first-grade defensive Dharma artifact that Zhou Chun used had been damaged in a previous fight with Li Han of the Li family. After the Zhou family of Jiufeng Ridge went through a split, most of their property was taken by Yu Jinghua, a golden core stage cultivator, to establish the Spirit Beast Manor, and the family could no longer afford to provide magic artifacts to family members at will. Zhou Chun would have let this pass, as even if the family didn't provide free magic artifacts, he could have still bought them from the family at a discounted price with spirit coins. The problem was, ever since he hatched the Rock Earth Turtle, Zhou Chun had spent most of his spirit coins on buying elixirs from the family to cultivate his spirit pet. If not for that, the Rock Earth Turtle would not have been able to grow from hatching to a mid-tier first-grade demon beast in just 2 years, far outpacing the growth speed of a cultivator. The IT seems that plans can never keep up with changes. Zhou Chun, who thought he would be safely cultivating within his family for the next few years, how could he have anticipated facing such a deadly threat today? Fortunately, the Rock Earth Turtle didn't eat all those elixirs for nothing and didn't let Zhou Chun's generous care go to waste. Realizing that its master was in danger, it glared at the yellow-robed middle-aged man and fiercely hit the ground, causing 5 or 6 spikes to burst forth from the earth around him at once. This was the spell Chain Earth Spike, that it had mastered after becoming a mid-tier first-grade demon beast. That it was also the yellow-robed middle-aged man's complacency, or rather his overconfidence in his own strength and experience, that had led him to not raise a protective barrier like Zhou Chun had done from the start. Now, faced with several spikes emerging at once, even though he detected the danger with his divine sense, he couldn't dodge in time and was grazed by a spike on his left thigh, ripping off a large chunk of flesh. Ah, it hurts like hell. The yellow-robed middle-aged man with the injured left thigh collapsed onto the ground. His face twisted with pain as he let out a sharp cry. He held his thigh in agony and, with eyes filled with rage, roared at the rock earth turtle. Democrat, Minnesota beast, I'll definitely cook you alive. Despite the harsh words, he quickly pulled out a Vajra shield, talisman, and activated it, forming a protective barrier around himself. Then he hurriedly took out hemostatic and healing powders and ointment from his storage pouch for first aid. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately showed great joy in his eyes that he silently praised the rock earth turtle in his heart and quickly stored it in the spirit beast pouch, then used the wind control skill to make his escape. If he didn't run now, then when? Seizing the opportunity while the yellow-robed middle-aged man was busy healing and couldn't pursue, as long as he could get out his line of sight, Zhou Chun would have the chance to avoid this peril. The story splits into as the yellow-robed middle-aged man chose to pursue Zhou Chun. It meant Mu Xing was now out of danger. Knowing the urgency of the situation, she, despite her worries for the Mu family cultivators and Zhou Chun's safety, galloped towards Biyun Mountain without stopping. After nearly 2 hours of relentless riding and changing horses, she finally returned to the Mu family. Without waiting for the cultivators guarding the Mu family's gate array to ask for details, she hurriedly informed them of the Mu family cultivators and Zhou Chun's peril. Upon hearing that several Mu family clan members were in danger and that Zhou Chun, a distinguished guest invited by their family, was also at risk, the cultivators guarding the gate array realized the gravity of the situation and quickly rang the alarm bell, awakening several of the Mu family cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage who were in mid-cultivation. Quick, Xing, come with me to save Taoist friend Zhou. Great Elder, you go to Wild Wolf Ridge first to assess the situation. After I join you, we will make further decisions. On Biyun Mountain, after learning the full story from Mu Xing, clan leader Mu Xuanfeng's face changed drastically, and he immediately made a decision to rescue them. He and Great Elder Mu, Jianghe, quickly departed on their magic artifacts, splitting up and flying away from Biyun Mountain. Cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage, flying full force on magic artifacts, far surpassed the speed of those in the Qi refinement realm. They would not need 2 hours to cover a distance of 300 miles. Following Mu Xing's guidance, and with the advantage of an overlooking view from above, Mu Xianfeng quickly found the charred corpse of an ink-scale steed, as well as bloodstains left by the yellow-robed middle-aged man on the ground. The blood hasn't dried yet, and there are no traces of burning the corpse. It seems that Taoist friend Zhou has fled. Mu Xianfeng looked at the bloodstains on the ground and the traces left by Zhou Chun's departure. Quickly making his judgment, he raised his hand and cast a thread of mana, drawing a clump of blood-stained soil into his hand. Then he pinched a magic seal and chanted an incantation, using the scent of the blood on the soil as a medium to cast a tracking secret technique. Such secret techniques, based on tracking residual scents left on hair, clothing, and other objects, were considered a measure of a cultivation family or sex heritage. Families or sects possessing such techniques could, should any of their members be harmed outside, potentially find and catch the assailant, provided that a Foundation establishment cultivator could reach the scene in time to trace the assailant's residual scent, assuming the assailant hadn't fled too far away. Of course, this was predicated on the assailant not possessing countermeasures to such techniques. As the secret technique was applied, Mu Xianfeng soon sensed the direction of the assailant through the technique. He went that way. His gaze shifted towards the direction the assailant had taken, and without delay, he and Mu Xing set off in pursuit. After chasing for dozens of miles, Mu Xuanfeng's eyes turned icy as he looked down at a certain mountain peak below. Thinking you can escape by hiding in these desolate mountains? Naive. With a cold snort, Mu Xianfeng led Mu Xing to a secluded cave entrance on a mountain peak and then strode into the cave. Before long, the yellow-robed middle-aged man, his clothing stained with blood and unconscious, was dragged out of the cave by Mu Xianfeng. Exiting the cave, Mu Xianfeng turned to Mu Xing following behind him and said, "Xing, as you just heard, Taoist friend Zhou should be safe. Now it's up to you to take on the arduous task of shouting and searching for him in the mountain. I need to meet the great elder at Wild Wolf Ridge." "Yes," Xing obeys, she replied. After Mu Xing acknowledged the command, she saw Mu Xianfeng, holding the yellow-robed middle-aged man, soar into the sky and quickly disappear from her sight. Then, thinking of Mu Xuanfeng's instructions, she too started moving through the surrounding mountains, calling out Zhou Chun's name loudly as she went. According to the confession of the yellow-robed middle-aged man, after bandaging his wounds and chasing Zhou Chun for a while, he lost track of him in this mountain range. Because of his injury and fearing he might encounter Mu family cultivators sent to support at Wild Wolf Ridge, he hid in the mountains. He had never imagined the Mu family would value Zhou Chun so highly, to the point that clan leader Mu Xianfeng would personally come to search for and rescue Zhou Chun. Thus, while hiding in the cave, he became trapped with no escape, like a turtle in a jar. After learning this, Mu Xianfeng surmised that Zhou Chun must have used some technique to conceal his breath and was hiding nearby in the mountains. This was why Mu Xing was now shouting and searching throughout the mountains. Although somewhat simple and strenuous, this method was indeed very effective. From underneath a pile of rocks and soil caused by a landslide, Zhou Chun, upon hearing the familiar voice of Mu Xing, hastily had the rock earth turtle that was covering him move aside a little and crawled out from the pit. Previously, he had hidden in this pit, relying on the rock earth turtle's innate ability to conceal its breath, which covered his own, to evade the search of the yellow-robed middle-aged man. For Qi Refinement Realm Cultivator, the range of divine sense that can extend outwards is limited and is significantly impeded by obstacles like soil and rock. Also, when the rock earth turtle enters a state of quiescence, it becomes indistinguishable from a still boulder, completely lacking in characteristics of a living being, such that even a foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense might fail to recognize it without careful attention. Therefore, Qi Refinement Realm cultivators can only spot a rock earth turtle in a state of turtle breath if they are close enough to see it with the naked eye. However, the place where Zhou Chun was hiding was at the bottom of a mountain cliff, surrounded by weeds and shrubs. That it wasn't just that the yellow-robed middle-aged man himself was physically disabled. Even if he were able-bodied, it would be unlikely for him to walk all the way to the end of the cliff just to look at a bunch of stones. That this moment, Zhou Chun came out from his hiding place, listened carefully for a while, and then loudly responded to Mu Xing's call. Before long, he saw Mu Xing, dressed in purple, appearing on top of the mountain cliff. "Taoist friend Zhou, I'm so relieved you're okay. That person chasing us has been captured by the clan leader, and it was the clan leader who specially instructed me to look for you in these mountains." Mu Xing, still with sweat on her brow, smiled at Zhou Chun after he used the wind control skill to reach the top of the cliff, and went on to recount the events that had transpired. After hearing her account, Zhou Chun also felt relieved and nodded. "I see. You've had quite the trouble, Taoist friend Mu. What's this trouble in comparison? If it weren't for Taoist friend Zhou leading that person away, Xing might have turned to ashes by now. It should be Xing who thanks Taoist friend Zhou," Mu Xing said, and sincerely bowed to Zhou Chun to express her gratitude. Seeing this, Zhou Chun had no choice but to accept her gesture of thanks. The two then walked back to Biyun Mountain together. By the time Zhou Chun and Mu Xing returned to Biyun Mountain, they quickly noticed a change in the atmosphere among the Mu family cultivators. All the Mu family cultivators they encountered looked solemn, as if burdened by something, and even those who greeted him were fewer in number. This instantly made him realize that the situation at Wild Wolf Ridge was probably far more severe than he had imagined. It was very possible that the Mu family's strength was insufficient to settle the matter. Sure enough, as soon as it was known that he and Mu Xing had returned, clan leader Mu Xianfeng personally summoned him. This time, Taoist friend Zhou was put in danger due to our Mu family's negligence, which was a violation of the promise made to clan leader Zhou done on behalf of the Mu family. "I owe Taoist friend Zhou an apology," Mu Xianfeng said in the clan leader's office hall, standing up and clasping his hands towards Zhou Chun immediately, foregoing other topics and expressing his apologies first. Zhou Chun was faced with an apology from a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He certainly couldn't afford to be as casual as he was with Mu Xing, that he quickly dodged to the side and waved his hands repeatedly. "Elder Mu is too polite. I am neither worthy of such honor nor capable of deserving such a gesture." Seeing his reaction, Mu Xianfeng did not insist further, simply nodding his head lightly. An apology alone indeed serves no practical purpose when a mistake is already made. He then looked at Zhou Chun with a hint of relief and sighed. Fortunately, Taoist friend Zhou is blessed with good fortune and clever methods. preventing the Mu family from making a grave mistake and giving me and the Mu family the opportunity to apologize and make amends to Taoist friend face to face. This remark truly struck a chord with Zhou. Verbal apologies were just noises to the ear, far less useful than tangible compensation, of course. He couldn't reveal this inner thought on his face, but instead he also showed an expression of relief and said, "I was indeed lucky this time. If that man hadn't been careless and allowed my spirit pet to injure his legs, I might not have been able to hold out until Elder Mu arrived." Upon hearing this, Mu Xuanfeng's eyes flashed coldly, and he said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Taoist friend Zhou, that scoundrel is now imprisoned in the Mu family dungeons that if Taoist friend wishes, the Mu family will allow you to personally behead him as retribution." He then waved his hand, and a storage pouch flew from a rack in the hall into his hand, which he handed to Zhou. Additionally, this storage pouch belonged to that scoundrel, containing all of his belongings. "Consider it compensation from me and the Mu family for the shock you have experienced, and I ask that Taoist friend Zhou, please do not refuse it." Refusing was out of the question. After experiencing the battle he'd just been through, Zhou was acutely aware of the gap between his strength and wealth and those of the later stage Qi refinement cultivators. The few magic artifacts possessed by the yellow-robed middle-aged man had left a profound impression on him and were undoubtedly precious items. Now that all these items were his, how could he possibly refuse? He even dispensed with modesty on the spot, immediately grasping the storage pouch and bowing deeply to Mu Xianfeng. "Thank you for your generous favor, Elder Mu, then I shall humbly accept it." As for dealing with the yellow-robed middle-aged man, Zhou naturally would not presume to intervene. He believed that the Mu family would certainly not let the man off easily. "It's good that Taoist friend Zhou is willing to accept." Mu Xianfeng waved his hand, then looked intently at Zhou and slowly said, "The Mu family may soon face some issues. If Taoist friend Zhou continues to stay with the Mu family, we may not be able to provide adequate care. Therefore, I would like to ask Taoist friend Zhou to return to the Zhou family first. As for the transmission of the beast taming technique, it can be discussed between our families at a later time." Although Mu Xianfeng spoke politely, he was asking Zhou to leave the Mu family. But how could Zhou not understand what the invitation meant? He didn't dare oppose Mu Xuanfeng's kindness. Thus, before he could even make himself comfortable at the Mu family residence, let alone say goodbye to Mu Xing, Mu Yunqing, and other Mu family cultivators he was on good terms with, Mu Xianfeng personally escorted him to the Zhou family at Jiufeng Ridge. Upon arriving at Jiufeng Ridge, Zhou, a Zhou family cultivator, was ironically left waiting outside the central peace hall. After nearly half an hour, he saw clan leader Zhou Daoist with a smile on his face escorting Mu Xianfeng out of the Great Hall and all the way to the mountain gate before coming back. When they returned to the central peace hall, Zhou Daoist called Zhou, who had been waiting outside, into the hall to discuss his arrangements. "I'm aware of what transpired at the Mu family. Daoist Mu Xianfeng has informed me. You truly toiled hard this time, Xianxia, and both I and the clan will remember your contribution to our family," he said. "You may take my token later to the 100 Medicines Peak and find the Great Elder to claim 1 bottle of Spring Sun Pill and 3 bottles of Beast Spirit Pill, which serve as the family's reward for this task. After this, you should stay and cultivate diligently within the family. If there are other tasks, I will summon you again." This arrangement did not surprise Zhou. It was quite the expected outcome. Moreover, the rewards given to him were very generous and just what he needed. He promptly bowed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, clan leader, for your generous reward." He then took the token given by Zhou Daoist and left Pagoda Peak. Afterward, Zhou didn't rush to the 100 Medicines Peak to claim the elixirs from the Great Elder. Instead, he first returned to his residence on Baoji Peak. Having not returned for over a year, Zhou residence was now littered with many dead twigs and leaves, and a layer of dust had settled on the tables and chairs. Seeing this, he opened the windows and doors, formed a spell with his hands, and cast a dust removal spell that shook off all the dust from the surfaces, which a gentle breeze then whisked away into the courtyard. Satisfied with the now much cleaner and brighter room, Zhou nodded approvingly, closed the doors and windows, and began to inventory his gains. He opened the storage pouch that Mu Xianfeng had given him and poured out all its contents to Zhou's surprise. There was quite a lot inside that, in addition to the magic artifacts he was interested in, there were also talismans, books, spirit coins, clothing, and various other items a cultivator would typically carry. This indicated that Mu Xianfeng truly hadn't touched the contents of the storage pouch. Indeed, with the clan leader of the Mu family status, these items are trivial to him. So why be petty and become the laughingstock? Having come to this realization, Zhou Chun couldn't help but laugh at himself, acknowledging that he had been somewhat distrustful. Shaking his head, he immediately began to take inventory of the pile of items on the ground. Aside from the magic artifacts, there were 7 talismans on the ground, including 5 lower-grade, first-level talismans and 2 mid-grade, first-level talismans that I in addition. The books consisted of 1 cultivation technique, personal cultivation notes, and several classics, detailing information about spiritual medicines and demon beasts. There were also 57 spirit coins. Regarding the magic artifacts, there were 4 in total. The bamboo leaf light artifact that Zhou Chun had seen before, a dark iron shield dharma tool, a silver short sword, and a black long saber. Of these 4 magic artifacts, the bamboo leaf light artifact was equivalent to a mid-grade first-level artifact, whereas the iron shield and the short sword were both mid-grade first-level artifacts. The black saber, however, was only a lower-grade first-level artifact. Zhou Chun then inspected the few magic artifacts and immediately began to refine the 3 mid-grade first-level artifacts. For a cultivator to use a magic artifact as they wish, they must first leave their spirit sense imprint in the artifact and refine it with their mana. The original owner's spirit sense imprints had already been erased from the 3 magic artifacts in Zhou Chun's hands. Likely the doing of the clan leader of the Mu family, Mu Xianfeng, which saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, with his 7th layer Qi refinement realm cultivation level, erasing the yellow-clothed, middle-aged man's spirit sense imprint would have taken him several days of concentrated effort. Now, all he needed to do was leave his own spirit sense imprint in the artifacts using the magic artifact refining spells and cleanse the remnants of the previous owner's aura with his mana. This way it took less than 2 days to completely refine the 3 artifacts. And Zhou Chun was very satisfied with the power of the newly refined artifacts. The silver short sword was exceptionally sharp, capable of emitting a piercing sword light to defeat enemies, and it was not easy to block its edge with an artifact of the same grade. The dark iron shield was even more mysterious. Once refined, it could fly around the owner at will, providing protection. Although it couldn't offer full-body defense, the shield's defensive power far exceeded that of the mid-grade, first-level spell Vajra Shield. The key is that as long as the magic artifacts aren't damaged, they can be used indefinitely, whereas spells and talismans have a limited duration AS for the flying artifact because it was too conspicuous. Zhou Chun didn't dare to fly high to try it out. He just found an open space outside the courtyard and flew a few circles, feeling very good about it. For him, this item actually had a greater effect than for any other Qi refinement realm cultivator, because other Qi refinement realm cultivators would worry about mana depletion when outside. They wouldn't dare to use this item to fly and hurry on their way, but he could meditate in the wilderness and recover mana at will without worrying about mana consumption at all. However, using this item to fly and hurry on one's way was indeed quite eye-catching. Zhou Chun suspected that his current cultivation level was probably not enough to deter those bandit cultivators in his mind. The use of this item was similar to that of the yellow-clothed middle-aged man. It was to be used only in certain emergencies. After consecrating and testing the newly acquired magic artifact, Zhou Chun suddenly remembered that there was something else he hadn't done, so he hurried to do it. He walked to the courtyard with a stone jar filled with purification spirit water and fed half a jar directly to the rock earth turtle that was dozing beside the courtyard gate. It was interesting that the rock earth turtle usually didn't drink water, obtaining moisture only from eating bark and leaves. However, purification spirit water was an exception. Although Zhou Chun didn't taste anything when drinking the water, the turtle seemed to savor flavors that Zhou Chun couldn't detect, and it hardly ever refused. And Zhou Chun was quite happy to see this. Although research by senior cultivators showed that demon beasts were less affected by evil Qi than cultivators, they were still influenced. Therefore, even without cultivators feeding them various elixirs and spiritual objects, demon beasts that grew up in places free from evil Qi would advance faster, have a much more docile nature, and even be smarter than those in the wild. In such cases, cultivators with spirit pets generally try to prevent their pets from absorbing nature's spiritual energy in the wilderness to avoid contamination with evil Qi. But demon beasts couldn't control this aspect, as well as cultivators. Low-level demon beasts, even if commanded by their owner, would absorb nature's spiritual energy to replenish mana after using spells, a result of their bloodline talents and instincts, which were difficult for them to control themselves. Zhou Chun's rock earth turtle had previously fought in the wild and naturally absorbed spiritual energy tainted with evil Qi. Although the amount of evil chi absorbed was relatively small, he still didn't want the rock earth turtle to be affected. So he now fed it the purification spirit water to expel the evil chi from its body. Only after ensuring that the evil chi within the rock earth turtle was thoroughly purified did Zhou Chun pat the head of the turtle, which conveyed its happy and satisfied emotions. And then he set out from the courtyard. Next, he needed to go to the 100 Medicines Peak to collect the elixirs rewarded to him by the clan leader of the Zhou family. Zhou Daoist Point 100 Medicines Peak was located 12 miles south of Pagoda Peak and was a mountain with very rich spiritual energy, second only to Pagoda Peak. Compared to the other peaks of Jufeng Ridge, the soil and environment of 100 Medicines Peak were more suitable for planting various spiritual medicines. Therefore, after the Zhou family took over Jufeng Ridge, they made this peak the family's future spirit medicine garden, with the great elder Zhou Mingshan in charge as the great elder of the Zhou family. Zhou Mingshan was the man with the highest status and cultivation level in the family after the supreme elder Zhou Mingde. He was also the best elixir maker in the family. Most of the spirit pills consumed by Zhou family cultivators and their pets came from his hands. Unfortunately, as far as Zhou Chun knew, this elder of the Zhou family didn't have much longer to live. He might pass away within a decade. Therefore, unless it was for very significant matters, clan members of the Zhou family rarely saw this great elder leave 100 Medicines Peak. When Zhou Chun arrived at 100 Medicines Peak and stated his purpose, an apprentice alchemist in charge of reception went to inform the great elder Zhou Mingshan. While he waited outside, he took the opportunity to examine 100 Medicines Peak that he had helped to turn the soil when they were first clearing the land for medicinal fields on 100 Medicines Peak. 2 years had passed since then, and those clearings were now planted with spirit medicine seeds. Many fields already showed sprouting green shoots, and with some fast-growing varieties, they were even over a foot tall. At a glance, Zhou Chun easily recognized common medicinal materials such as ginseng, yellow essence, and others. While these looked much like their mundane counterparts found in mortal pharmacies, they were actually improved varieties selectively bred by cultivators, with progenitor plants being quality 100-year spirit herbs. After growing in the field for 20 to 30 years, they could be used as spiritual medicine. Once they reached 100 years, they would be highly valuable 100-year spirit herbs. For any established cultivation power, the spirit medicine garden is one of the most treasured assets and one of the vital places. When the Sanju sect withdrew from Fenghua, the spirit medicine garden, which had been passed down for 1,000 years, was a top priority for relocation. But now, looking at the tender sprouts in the medicine fields on 100 Medicines Peak, Zhou Chun knew that the rare spiritual medicines that had been moved from the Sanju sect were most likely divided among those 3 major powers with golden core stage cultivators at their helm. This situation suggested that although the Zhou family was nominally a cultivation family with over 1,000 years of heritage, aside from their inherited beast taming technique, some cultivation techniques, and classics, in terms of spiritual medicine and mineral resources, they were no different from a newly established family. They had to start from scratch and accumulate everything anew. Atop 100 Medicines Peak, just as Zhou Chun was observing the various spiritual medicine seedlings in the medicine garden, contemplating the lack of foundations in some aspects of the Zhou family, a young man clad in a cyan gray robe suddenly emerged from the palace hall in front. The young man was slightly shorter than Zhou Chun, about 1.78 m, with a complexion darkened and reddened from long periods near a furnace, resembling an ironsmith from the secular world. After coming out from the palace hall, he greeted Zhou Chun with a smile and waved, saying, "Junior Brother 13, the teacher already knows the purpose of your visit. Come and pay your respects to him with me." Zhou Chun heard this and promptly responded with folded hands and thanks. "I appreciate the trouble, Brother 6. It turned out that this young man was also a disciple of the Zheng generation of the Zhou family, ranked 6th and named Zhou Jingyuan, who had been learning the art of alchemy under the great elder Zhou Mingshan for 8 years. Therefore, despite his unremarkable appearance, his status within the Zhou family was quite high, not even inferior to some core clan members. He could see that moment. Zhou Chun followed Zhou Jingyuan into the palace hall, and soon arrived at a hall where he met the great elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Mingshan. Since his lifespan was almost at its end, Zhou Mingshan looked like an old man in his advanced years, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, exuding an air of old age. After Zhou Chun entered and paid his respects, Zhou Mingshan merely gave the young descendant a cursory glance and spoke with a gentle tone. "Since the clan leader has ordered you to take medicine, I shall naturally comply with the clan leader's command." He then turned to the attending Zhou Jingyuan and instructed, "Jingyuan, go fetch the medicine for him." "As you command, elder." Zhou Jingyuan complied. immediately going to the pharmacy behind and fetching a bottle of Spring Sun pill and 3 bottles of Beast Spirit pill, handing them to Zhou Chun. As such, once Zhou Chun took the elixirs and verified them to be correct on the spot, Zhou Mingshan waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. However, Zhou Chun, as if he hadn't seen his gesture, carefully stored away the elixirs and then bowed deeply to him once more, saying, "Elder, please discern, I have a spiritual object here, which I would like to ask the elder to help appraise." Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Mingshan's eyebrows twitched, but he did not refuse. Instead, he looked at him and said indifferently, "Oh, what kind of spiritual object? Bring it out for me to see." "It is a century-old spirit ginseng, acquired from the possession of a bandit cultivator," Zhou Chun said, taking out the wild ginseng he had previously bought from a stall at the Hongyang marketplace. He had always intended to wait until he had a chance to visit the marketplace again to sell this item. However, the encounter at Wild Wolf Ridge made Zhou Chun realize that he needed to enhance his cultivation level as quickly as possible. In the cultivation world, nowhere was safe. With insufficient cultivation level and strength, simply leaving the house could cost one their life. Therefore, it was best to make use of whatever could be converted quickly to enhance one's strength as soon as possible. Receiving the wild ginseng passed over by Zhou Jingyuan, Zhou Mingshan examined it for a moment and then nodded gently. The quality is not BAD. IT seems to be over 130 years old and can completely be used as the main ingredient for crafting Spring Sun pills. Only 130 years old? Zhou Chun felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart. He would not doubt Zhou Mingshan's judgment, so it must have been the old man from the stall who had exaggerated the age of the ginseng. But such was common practice in the cultivation world. Sellers at market stalls could boast without consequences and were not responsible for their exaggerations. Buying at a market stall truly tested the buyer's eye. If one was mistaken, it would mean a total loss. The wild ginseng Zhou Chun had purchased, though not a fake, was less effective than the seller had claimed. All things considered, he was still at an advantage. After a brief moment of disappointment, he quickly regained his spirits and looked at Zhou Mingshan, saying, "Elder, I would like to offer this item to the clan that I wonder if the elder would be willing to exchange it for elixirs." Zhou Mingshan pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. A century-old spirit ginseng would fetch about 60 or more spirit coins at the market point. One Spring Sun pill is valued at 20 spirit coins. If exchanged for elixirs, I can give you 3 Spring Sun pills in return. He did not further inquire about Zhou Chun's acquisition of the wild ginseng. This left Zhou Chun, who had prepared several reasons, feeling both frustrated and elated. "Then I shall thank the elder in advance." Zhou Chun expressed his gratitude with a bow and immediately agreed to the exchange. Not long after, Zhou Chun said his farewells to the master and disciple, Zhou Mingshan and Zhou Zhengyuan, and returned to Baoji Peak. Back in his residence, Zhou Chun immediately took out the elixirs he had received. There were 5 pills and a bottle of Spring Sun pills, and he had exchanged the wild ginseng for 3 more, making it 8 pills in total. 1 bottle of Beast Spirit pills contained 10 pellets, so 3 bottles amounted to 30 pellets. Zhou Chun had previously fed the Beast Spirit pills to the Rock Earth Turtle and knew how to administer them for maximum effect. Thus, he directly fed the Rock Earth Turtle 3 Beast Spirit pills at once and let it enter a dormant state to slowly absorb the medicinal strength. He himself entered the cultivation chamber and took out a Spring Sun pill to consume. The thumb-sized yellowish-brown elixir had a faint taste of honey and herbal medicine as it filled his mouth. Zhou Chun swallowed the pill that had not yet dissolved, silently circulating the cultivation technique of the 5 Qi Chuyang scripture, refining the medicinal power. This refinement gave off a completely different sensation than the usual meditative practice. Normally, when channeling nature's spiritual energy during meditation, the spiritual energy seemed abundant like cotton candy. But after refinement, the amount that could be transformed into usable spiritual power was very little. However, the pure medicinal power contained in the Spring Sun pill was dense like mercury, of high quality and very easy to absorb and refine. That it took about 3 days for Zhou Chun to completely refine the medicinal power of a single Spring Sun pill. And it was this one Spring Sun pill that saved him 2 to 3 months of cultivation time and helped him break through an acupoint. The potent efficacy of the pill left Zhou Chun both shocked and delighted. He seemed to have discovered a shortcut for rapidly increasing his cultivation level. No wonder out of the 4 great cultivation techniques, elixirs rank first. If one disregards the special nature of the spirit cleansing formation, the role of elixirs is indeed far more important than magic artifacts, talismans, and formations for cultivators. Zhou Chun couldn't help but speak out, gaining a deeper understanding of the importance of elixirs. But as good as elixirs are, one must not overindulge. As the saying goes, all medicine has its poison. And even though elixirs can save cultivators a lot of meditative practice time, even the most skilled alchemist cannot completely remove the toxic residues in elixirs. Therefore, cultivators generally would not dare to take pills in quick succession within a short period of time, even if, like Zhou, they obtained a good quantity of elixirs in order to avoid cumulative poisoning causing irreparable harm to their bodies. According to the research and experiments of senior cultivators, for elixirs like the Spring Sun pill suitable for qi refinement mid and late-stage cultivators. A mid-stage qi refinement cultivator taking one every 1 or 2 months would not have to worry about the harm of medicinal toxicity. Therefore, even though Zhou still had 7 Spring Sun pills, he did not continue to take more. On the other hand, beast taming spirit pets seem to have very little concern in this aspect, probably due to the demon beast's robust physique and their path of bloodline ascension, which gave them a much greater capacity to eliminate toxins than human cultivators. After several more days passed, Zhou found some free time and went to Flying Rock Peak. This time, his visit to Flying Rock Peak was not to read books in the book collection tower, but to specifically pay respects to Zhou Daoquan, one of the 3 elders of the Zhou family. The 3 elders of the Zhou family each have their own unique expertise. The great elder, Zhou Mingshan, was adept in alchemy, and most of the Zhou family's elixirs were produced by him. The second elder, Zhou Chongshan, was skilled in formation arrays, having studied under a purple mansion phase cultivator from the Mu family, and had personally set up the mountain protection array and the spirit cleansing formation for the Zhou family. The third elder, Zhou Daoquan, inherited the Zhou family's beast taming technique, and his attainments in beast taming were on par with the supreme elder, Zhou Mingda, fostering 2 second-order spirit pets all by himself. As for the clan leader, Zhou Daoi, it was said that he also possessed a decent talent in talisman making, and his accomplishments in beast taming were only slightly behind the third elder, Zhou Daoquan. Zhou was visiting Flying Rock Peak this time to ask for Zhou Daoquan's help in examining the mysterious serpent egg he had obtained from the Mu family to see if this master of beast taming knew anything about the egg. "Oh, something this peculiar. Bring out that serpent egg for me to see," said Zhou Daoquan after meeting Zhou and hearing about the purpose of his visit, showing a surprise he could hardly contain, and immediately asked to see the egg. "Elder, please take a look," Zhou said, and with a pat on his storage pouch, he took out the jade box containing the serpent egg and presented it with both hands to Zhou Daoquan. Zhou Daoquan took the serpent egg into his hands, first closing his eyes to scan it with his divine sense, then forming spells with his hands. He used a series of secret techniques, some of which Zhou recognized and some he did not, attempting to probe and identify the serpent egg. "How strange. This really is the first time I'm encountering such an oddity," Zhou Daoquan said with his brows tightly furrowed, looking at the egg in his hands before saying to Zhou, "This serpent egg indeed carries great research value, that if you agree, leave it with me for research and testing. If I can figure out how to hatch it, I will naturally let you come and form a contract with it. If my research causes any damage to it, I'll compensate you with 500 spirit coins. What do you think?" Zhou, of course, would not refuse such an offer. He immediately agreed. "Elder, please feel free to conduct your research. I have no objections whatsoever." Zhou Daoquan was satisfied with his answer and nodded. "Well then, you may leave now. Once there are results, I will inform you." "Yes." This junior takes his leave. After bowing, Zhou promptly left Flying Rock Peak. After handing the mysterious snake egg over to the Zhou family's third elder, Zhou Daoquan, who was the most skilled in the beast taming technique, Zhou stopped worrying about IT. IT would be best if Zhou Daoquan could figure out a way to hatch the egg. Even if he couldn't figure it out and mysterious snake egg was destroyed, Zhou could still receive a compensation of up to 500 spirit coins. Either way, he wouldn't be at a loss. In the following half year, Zhou life rhythm had returned to the state it had been in before he visited the Mu family. However, because more and more loose cultivators were coming to Jiufeng Ridge to practice cultivation, the time that Zhou family cultivators like him spent guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion had been reduced. For many loose cultivators with low cultivation levels and weak combat skills, the safest way to earn spirit coins was to guard the spirit cleansing pavilion for various cultivation sects, family clans, and marketplaces, compared to venturing out to fight with demon beasts and compete for the resources of spiritual objects. Guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion might be more exhausting and less rewarding, but it was safe and stable. And a safe and stable job is definitely sought after by most people in any world. if it weren't necessary to supervise these loose cultivators and to save some spirit coins. The Zhou family could even completely outsource the task of guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion to the loose cultivators. Because of these loose cultivators taking on this arduous task, Zhou Chun and other members of the Zhou family had more time to meditate, practice cultivation, and learn other cultivation techniques. During this half year, Zhou Chun took a spring sun pill about every 50 days, and within 50 days after taking the elixir, he could break through a meridian point each time. That it was almost certain that after he had consumed all 8 spring sun pills, his cultivation level would definitely advance to the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. At the same time, his spirit pet, the rock earth turtle, had also rapidly increased its cultivation level after continuously taking the beast spirit pill, estimating that it might catch up with its master within another year or so. One day, as Zhou Chun was returning from reading in the book collection tower on Flying Rock Peak, he saw his cousin Zhou Xingyong waiting outside his courtyard. Upon his return, Zhou Xingyong immediately stood up with a happy expression and said, 13th brother, I'm glad you're back. Brother Yong, what do you need from me? Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Xingyong with a slightly surprised expression, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. From Zhou Xingyong's demeanor, it seemed he was here for a personal matter rather than official business. It's like this. Yesterday, while I was on duty, I chatted with a loose cultivator. He mentioned in passing that he once saw a group of red-tailed monkeys. As someone who also focuses on the beast taming technique, you should know that wherever a group of red-tailed monkeys appears, there's a high probability that there's something that can purify their bloodline and enhance their cultivation. My own red-tailed monkey has been stuck at the middle tier of the first rank for several years now, and despite consuming many beast spirit pills, it hasn't made a breakthrough, mostly likely due to its impure bloodline. So this time, I would like to ask for your help, 13th brother, to accompany me to that place and see if there's a chance to obtain spiritual objects that can help my spirit pet break through. Zhou Xingyong said this with a face full of anticipation. Looking at Zhou Chun, as expected, it was a private affair. Zhou Chun understood, then faced Zhou Xingyong's expectant gaze, paused to ponder for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Since you've come to me, Brother Yong, given our relationship, of course, I have no reason not to help. Having agreed to this, before Zhou Xingyong could express his joy and thanks, Zhou Chun continued. However, Brother Yong, you've only heard this through hearsay and haven't seen it with your own eyes. In my opinion, it's best to first gather information and understand the details of this group of red-tailed monkeys before we take any action. After saying this, he saw the joy on Zhou Xingyong's face slightly fade, and embarrassment and guilt emerged in his eyes. Zhou Xingyong took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state of mind, calmed his emotions, and then looked at Zhou Chun seriously, nodding and saying, 13th brother, you're right, I was indeed too eager to come to you with just the information I had. After speaking, he said solemnly, then I will come back to you for help after I have investigated clearly. Zhou Chun, hearing this, earnestly advised, you should also be careful, Brother Yong. Among those loose cultivators who come to our family to practice cultivation, there might be people who have practiced here in the past. Thank you for the reminder, 13th brother, I will be careful, Zhou Xingyong replied as he nodded and then left. And, as Zhou Xingyong's departing figure receded, Zhou Chun couldn't help but think of his own rock earth turtle. In terms of potential, the rock earth turtle was obviously stronger and more outstanding than Zhou Xingyong's red-tailed monkey. Essentially, as long as it was nurtured properly and one was willing to invest, it was not impossible for it to advance to a first-class superior demon beast within 5 years. But by that time, the rock earth turtle's bloodline potential would have also reached its limit that if he wanted the rock earth turtle to advance to the second tier in the future, he would inevitably have to, just like Zhou Xingyong, go out of his way to find certain spiritual objects that could purify or mutate its bloodline. However, that should be something to consider after he achieved foundation establishment himself. There was no need to think too far ahead for now. Zhou Xingyong was undoubtedly a man of action, as the very next day, Zhou Chun heard that he had taken leave from the Zhou family. Then, 7 days later, Zhou Xingyong, who had just returned from outside and hadn't even been back for a full day, came to Zhou Chun's residence again. 13th brother, I have personally gone to scout and observe and can confirm the presence of a red-tailed monkey group of around 12 or 13. The Monkey King is a first-class superior demon beast, while the rest are mid-tier and low-tier first-class demon beasts. Moreover, I've made sure of it. The valley where the monkey group resides indeed has exotic fruits growing that, if I'm not mistaken, they should be vermilion sun fruits. Inside the living room, after Zhou Chun had welcomed Zhou Xingyong in, As soon as Zhou Xingyong sat down, he didn't even bother with the tea and hastily began to speak about his findings from the past few days. His impatient nature also left Zhou Chun somewhat speechless, but upon further reflection, it seemed rather normal. Typically, cultivators who specialize in beast taming techniques have personalities that resemble those of their spirit pets. Since Zhou Zhengyong had chosen a hot-tempered, red-tailed monkey to nurture as his spirit pet, his temperament likely had similarities to that of his spirit PTAS for Zhou Chun. Whether his former spirit pet, the wind shadow leopard, or his current rock earth turtle, both seemed to coincide with his own cautious and steady nature. Holding back the words of counsel he wanted to say, Zhou Chun instead followed Zhou Xingyong's comments and said, "According to you, Brother Yong, just the two of us are likely not enough to handle that many red-tailed monkeys. I'm afraid we'll need to ask a powerful elder to oversee everything." Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyong's brow furrowed, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Indeed, we do need to invite an elder with a late-stage qi refinement cultivation level to ensure our safety. But which elder should we invite? He furrowed his brow, considering which of the Zhou family elders he had a decent relationship with. For a personal matter like this that required asking for help, it was definitely only possible to ask someone with whom relations were quite good. Not only would the matter of payment be more agreeable, but would also minimize conflict during the operation. Thus, after pondering left and right for a full half hour, Zhou Xingyong finally looked up at the quietly waiting Zhou Chun and said, "How about Uncle Jiaping from the Zhou family? His elder spirit pet is the flying demon beast, Iron Feather Hawk, which has been nurtured to a first-class superior level and can carry one person during flight. With his elder's oversight, the trip will certainly be safe and sound." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded in agreement. If it's Uncle Jiaping, then certainly there are no objections. Uncle Jiaping of the Zhou family was also quite a renowned figure among the Jia generation cultivators. His own cultivation level was not particularly outstanding, currently still only at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm, but his spirit pet, the Iron Feather Hawk, was one of those rare flying spirit pets that could carry a person, and its own combat strength was also quite formidable. With the Iron Feather Hawk at his side, unless someone ambushed him, there were almost no individuals within the Qi refinement realm capable of capturing him. After all, even with a flying artifact at hand, relying on a Qi refinement cultivator's mana and speed of controlling the artifact, one still could not compare to the flight speed of flying demon beasts like the Iron Feather Hawk. Zhou Chun was somewhat surprised that Zhou Xingyong had managed to involve his clan uncle to assist. However, when he remembered Zhou Xingyong's heritage, the reason seemed clear. Unlike his own ancestors, who were mortals for several generations, Zhou Xingyong's father was also a cultivator of the Zhou family, who unfortunately perished on a mission. If his father were still alive, he too would have been a Jia generation cultivator, and it was possible that he had connections with Uncle Jiaping back in the day, of course. These were things Zhou Chun didn't need to delve into and investigate further. With the plan settled, Zhou Xingyong then immediately went to find Uncle Jiaping from the Zhou family, and Zhou Chun also began to prepare for the trip. Lanzhou, Red Peach Ridge. Located in the southeastern part of Lanzhou in Jingwa country, Red Peach Ridge was more than 700 li away from Jufeng Ridge, the home of the Zhou family. The mountain range stretched over 200 li with complex terrain, and it was infested with poisonous insects and fierce animals. Many demon beasts frequented the area, making it a popular place for treasure hunting adventures among the loose cultivators of Lanzhou. At this moment, Zhou Chun, Zhou Xingyong, and Zhou Jiaping, who had left the Zhou family at Jufeng Ridge, were standing outside a valley deep in Red Peach Ridge. It's the valley ahead where the red-tailed monkey group usually resides. There are also many ordinary beasts cohabiting with them in the valley, Zhou Xingyong said softly, pointing to a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides within. Entrance only 20 to 30 zhang wide, and he shared the information he had previously gathered. However, after hearing his words, Zhou Jiaping standing beside him slightly shook his head and said, "Xingyong, my good nephew, what you said was the situation from a few days ago. Let's wait until Uncle Peng has sent the Iron Feather Hawk to scout the area before making any decisions." No sooner had he finished speaking, without waiting for Zhou Xingyong's response, Zhou Jiaping slapped his spirit beast pouch and released his spirit pet, the Iron Feather Hawk, as a top-tier first-rank demon beast. The Iron Feather Hawk was several times larger than the golden eagles that Zhou Chun had seen in his previous life. With its wings spread, it measured 13 zhang, and its feathers shimmered metallically as if forged from pure steel. Upon emerging from the spirit beast pouch, the hawk swept a sharp glance over Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong before opening its beak to let out a low chirp toward Zhou Jiaping. Once Zhou Jiaping communicated his instructions mentally to it, the hawk immediately flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce wind to propel itself forward several zhang, and then it soared into the sky. Watching this scene, Zhou Jingyong couldn't help but express his admiration. Uncle Peng, your iron feather hawk is truly magnificent. If it could produce offspring in the future, you must consider your nephew. Even if I have to sell all my possessions, I would buy one to raise. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, Zhou Jiaping sighed with a frustrated expression. It's fine if you don't mention it, but as soon as you do, it just upsets me. More than 2 years ago, I had finally obtained information about a female iron featherhawk appearing in a certain area in Fengwood. I intended to take Iron Peng to seek out that female iron featherhawk for breeding, but before we could set out, that incident happened. Now the thought of finding another suitable female iron featherhawk for breeding, who knows how many years it will take. Zhou Jingyong was at a loss for what to say next. Indeed, the matter of finding breeding partners for spirit pets was a long-standing issue for beast-taming families like the Zhou family. Aside from a few types of spirit pets, most of the pets of Zhou family cultivators were either captured from the wild or purchased from other cultivators. As these spirit pets grew up, finding them a mate to produce offspring was not an easy task. Typically, cultivators would either inquire about other cultivators who reared the same type of spirit pet, and then request paid breeding arrangements or search for a wild demon beast of the same species to tempt or force in a breeding that in such cases, the rarer the spirit pet, the harder it was to find a suitable mate of the same species that, as often, one could not find a mate of the same species. Zhou family cultivators would have to look among similar categories for a breeding partner, just like lions and tigers could breed, iron featherhawks could also mate with certain types of bird or falcon demon beasts. But the offspring that resulted from such matings could not guarantee viability or potential. Most of the time, due to the incompatibility of the power attributes of the two different demon beasts, even if offspring were produced, they were difficult to raise. Or if they were raised, the conflict of bloodlines in their bodies meant they lacked potential for cultivation. Occurrences where the offspring perfectly inherited both parents' powers and developed strong bloodlines were extremely rare. Thus, Zhou Jingyong was uncertain how to comfort his uncle Zhou Jiaping and could only mask his awkwardness with silence as for Zhou Chun standing beside them. He had even less intention of joining the conversation. He was not familiar with his clan Uncle Zhou Jiaping. He was only here because of Zhou Jingyong and felt it inappropriate to interject on such topics. After waiting in silence for about a quarter of an hour, the iron feather hawk circled back above their heads and landed on the treetops, conveying its reconnaissance results to Zhou Jiaping. Having received the report from his spirit pet, Zhou Jiaping quickly said, "All right, Iron Peng has confirmed that there are indeed only those red-tailed demon monkeys in the valley, and no traces of other demon beasts or cultivators have been seen nearby. For several li, we can proceed with confidence." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingyong immediately could not contain his excitement and bowed deeply to him, saying, "Everything is in your hands, uncle." After that, the three of them, led by Zhou Jiaping, entered the valley together. After entering the valley, Zhou Chun looked up and saw that the valley was quite large, spanning about 200 to 300 acres. It was filled with orchards growing various kinds of wild fruits. Therefore, besides the monkey groups, some small bee species and birds that also feed on wild fruits were living there. As the three human cultivators entered, the monkeys and birds in the valley that noticed their presence immediately began to sound their piercing alarms and warning. Some of the bolder and more aggressive monkeys even stood on the treetops, grabbing wild fruits and branches to launch an attack on the three people. These impudent monkeys! The leading Zhou Jiaping's face darkened. He quickly formed hand gestures, and with a wave of his hand, he flung a series of greenish needles towards those monkeys. Every monkey hit by those greenish needles screamed tragically and fell from the treetops. In an instant, more than a dozen monkeys were struck. This immediately scared the remaining monkeys, who all started shrieking and fled deeper into the valley. This is what they mean by kill 1 to warn 100? Watching this scene unfold, Zhou Chun chuckled silently to himself. As they ventured dozens of yards deeper into the valley, they quickly caught sight of the red-tailed monkey group. The monkeys were already alarmed, and it seemed as if both parties had run into each other halfway through their journeys. Upon seeing the three human cultivators, the Monkey King in the group immediately let out a fierce roar and was the first to launch an attack. Fireballs and flaming arrows came shooting from all directions towards the three people, creating quite an impressive spectacle. The trio, upon seeing this, either brought out magic artifacts to defend themselves or took out talismans to activate protective barriers around themselves. At the same time, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jingyong each slapped their spirit beast pouches at their waists and released their respective spirit pets. However, in this situation, Zhou Chun's rock earth turtle really couldn't be of much use. At most, it could serve as a meat shield to attract fire. After all, the rock earth turtle's main form of attack could not reach the red-tailed monkeys hopping around the treetops, and it was clear that the red-tailed monkeys were not foolish enough to come face-to-face with it for a close-quarters battle. However, although the rock earth turtle may not have been useful this time, Zhou Chun's several magic artifacts were extremely effective. Under the influence of his mana, a silver short sword and a pale golden dagger flew out, each locking onto a target and shooting towards a red-tailed monkey. Lacking experience in combat with cultivators, the monkeys faced the incoming magic artifacts, and, after a few unsuccessful attempts at dodging, they finally become enraged and directly swipe their claws at them. As a result, one had its claws severed by a burst of sword light from the silver short sword and died on the spot with a sword through its chest. Another had its palm pierced by the pale golden dagger and fell from the treetops. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiapeng's iron feather hawk descended from the sky, directly pouncing in front of the Monkey King. With its claws flailing, it unleashed dark claw shadows and began a fierce battle with the Monkey King. After fighting for about half a quarter of an hour, nearly half of the dozen or so red-tailed monkeys were killed under the assault of the Zhou family trio. This greatly enraged the Monkey King, which was still entangled with the iron feather hawk, that it suddenly let out a piercing scream, prompting the remaining red-tailed monkeys to immediately abandon their attack and scatter in all directions to escape. Then it too spat out a blazing flame to push back the iron feather hawk and rapidly fled towards the forest outside the valley, jumping away. Seeing this, the iron feather hawk seemed intent on pursuing further. But at that moment, Zhou Jiaping spoke out to stop it. "Don't chase them. Let them go." After speaking, he turned to Zhou Chun and Zhou Jingyong, advising them, "Our Zhou family has established itself with the beast taming technique. Our ancestors have always said that wild demon beasts are hard to grow, and if there is no conflict of interest, one should not seek to exterminate them completely, lest future generations struggle to find suitable spirit pets for contracts. Killing these red-tailed monkeys wouldn't yield much benefit, as we can barely extract a few ounces of oil from them, but it's better to let them breed here. Who knows, maybe one day Zhengyong's nephew will need them for breeding his own red-tailed monkeys." Hearing this, both of them appeared thoughtful and then withdrew their magic artifacts. Zhou Jiaping saw this and couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand and declared, "Let's go. Now let's see the treasure guarded by the monkey group in the valley, and don't let those impudent monkeys get there first." Red Peach Ridge, Monkey Valley. Following the path from which the red-tailed monkey group came, Zhou family's trio delved deep into the valley and soon arrived at the monkeys' usual dwelling place. It was a cliffside near the mountain, with few trees around. Judging from the various burn marks on the ground, it seemed the monkeys had played with fire and burnt down the nearby trees. And on the cliff about 90 feet high, a tree resembling an orange tree was firmly rooted to the precipice, bearing fruits of various sizes, some red, some yellow, some green. It's indeed the vermilion sun fruit. It's a pity none of them are fully mature. Looking at the round fruits on the tree, Zhou Jiaping first nodded, then shook his head, sighing in disappointment. Vermilion sun fruit is a strange fruit that blooms and bears fruit irregularly, normally taking decades to mature. Only mature vermilion sun fruits could purify the bloodline of beasts like the red-tailed monkeys and enhance their cultivation levels. All the mature spirit fruits on this vermilion sunfruit tree had already been eaten by those monkeys. The one closest to maturity would still need at least another year or two to possibly ripen. This was clearly a heavy blow to Zhou Jingyong, who immediately showed extreme disappointment on his face. At this moment, Zhou Chun suddenly spoke up. "I remember reading in the classics that vermilion sun fruits can be transplanted. If we transplant the fruit tree back to our family, Brother Yong, waiting another year or two shouldn't matter much, and it's certainly better than coming here for nothing." Hearing this, the disheartened Zhou Jingyong's eyes lit up, and hope was rekindled. However, Zhou Jiaping quickly poured cold water on the idea by slightly shaking his head and saying, "Transplanting the fruit tree is certainly feasible, but after the transplant, I'm afraid those red-tailed monkeys will abandon this place. Also, the transplanting process can damage the tree's essence energy significantly, and it's uncertain whether the spirit fruits on it can be preserved." This, Zhou Zhengyong's brow furrowed again, his face filled with conflict. Seeing this, Zhou Chun gently patted his shoulder and whispered in consolation, "Brother Yong, there's no need to fret. Even if the spirit fruits on the tree can't be saved after transplantation, it would still add to our family's heritage. The clan leader and the elders will surely reward you." With these words, he softly added, "When the time comes, if you just explain your original intention, I'm sure the clan leader and the others would be willing to do you a favor." Not only did Zhou Xingyong regain his confidence and show a relieved and happy expression upon hearing these words, even Zhou Jiaping looked at him with a surprised expression, nodding in approval and saying, "That's a sensible suggestion that I wouldn't have expected you, Zheng Chun, to see things so clearly at such a young age." Indeed, with Zhou Jiaping's experience and wisdom, he would have thought of this eventually. But because Zhou Xingyong was eager for his spirit pet to break through, he too had focused only on the vermilion sun fruits and hadn't thought further. It was Zhou Chun, a clear observer by the sidelines, who immediately saw the advantages and disadvantages, thinking of an indirect approach. This quick wit instantly made Zhou Jiaping see the family junior in a new light, recalling the magic artifacts used by Zhou Chun during the spell battle and the spirit pets he had tamed, all of which were quite impressive. He silently took note of Zhou Chun's name, and his attitude quickly shifted from before. Afterward, the three discussed and decided that Zhou Jiaping would return to the family first riding the Iron Feather Hawk to seek a family elder for transplanting the vermilion sun fruit tree. Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong would stay to guard the tree, preventing the red-tailed monkeys from returning and also keeping a lookout for other cultivators who might intrude and pick the valuable fruits. With a distance of over 700 miles, the Iron Feather Hawk could carry Zhou Jiaping back to the Zhou family in half a day. Even considering the time it would take for the family elder to come here, a day was more than enough. Therefore, Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong didn't perceive any danger while waiting in Monkey Valley. What they didn't expect, however, was that just over 2 hours after Zhou Jiaping left, the red-tailed monkeys returned. And it wasn't just a return. They had brought reinforcements in Monkey Valley, including the Monkey King. 6 red-tailed monkeys follow behind a golden-furred monkey, surrounding the two with threatening momentum. This is bad. It's a Vajra monkey of the first-grade superior demon beast level. Both pairs of eyes fixated on the golden monkey. Their expressions darkened as they inwardly cursed the dire situation. Although both were first-grade superior demon beasts, the Vajra monkey's strength was more than a notch above that of the red-tailed Monkey King. This was similar to how both Qi Refinement Level 9 and Level 12 belonged to the latter stages of the Qi Refinement realm. And compared to the average battling capability of red-tailed monkeys, the Vajra monkey was a warrior among its tribe, very skilled in fighting. Its strength not comparable to ordinary beasts of the same level. In fact, just the Vajra monkey alone would require both Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong to work together to handle it. There's no other way. I'll try to hold off the Vajra monkey for a while, Brother Yong. You lead the red-tailed monkeys away from the valley, then find a way to escape. I'll have my own means of escape when the time comes. Zhou Chun's thoughts raced as he spoke urgently, laying out his plan before the Vajra monkey and the 6 red-tailed monkeys could make a move. The demon monkeys were formidable. A head-on conflict would leave them with no chance of victory, so the only option was to flee for their lives. Therefore, as soon as Zhou Chun voiced his plan, without waiting for Zhou Xingyong's response, he threw his silver short sword magic artifact into the air. With a surge of mana, he directed the sword to transform into a streak of silver light, aiming straight for the Vajra monkey at the same time. The rock earth turtle lying beside him slammed its limbs against the ground, and sharp stone spikes immediately burst from the earth, impaling and pinning a mid-grade, first-tier red-tailed monkey to the ground through its belly. This savage display, as expected, instantly drew the attention and enmity. The Vajra monkey's eyes flashed with rage, and it let out a piercingly angry roar. The protective golden glow burst from its body, and it swatted toward the incoming silver short sword. The clash of gold and silver. A crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out. Soon enough, the silver short sword grew weak, wailing as it was smacked away. Yet the Vajra monkey remained unscathed, simply shaking its palm. Then with a fierce glare, it lunged furiously towards Zhou Chun. It was not until then that Zhou Xingyong came back to his senses, shouting at Zhou Chun, "13th brother, take care of yourself. I'm leaving first." After he spoke, he and his own red-tailed monkey ran towards the outside of the Monkey Valley in escape, as Zhou Chun had anticipated. Upon seeing Zhou Xingyong's escape attempt, the red-tailed Monkey King immediately led the other red-tailed monkeys in pursuit. Meanwhile, faced with the oncoming charge of the Vajra monkey, Zhou Chun commanded the rock earth turtle to use its thick shell as a shield positioned at the front. The Vajra monkey, confident in its strength, didn't even consider going Around when it saw the large turtle blocking its way to T leaped on the back of the rock earth turtle and raised its palm, slamming down furiously at the reptile's head below. But the rock earth turtle recoiled its head like it had eyes in the back, tucking it instantly into its shell. Zhou Chun, in the meantime, empowered the silver short sword that was swatted away by the Vajram monkey, directing it to slash fiercely at its head. The Vajram monkey, seeing the attack, had to continue to swat at the silver short sword, unwilling to let the sharp weapon actually land on its body. In this manner, Zhou Chun, with the cooperation of the rock earth turtle, managed to exchange blows with the Vajram monkey, not falling too far behind. However, the intense battle was consuming his mana significantly. With his current level of mana, he estimated that he could not maintain such fierce combat for more than around 2 hours before it would be depleted. A protracted battle was simply not possible. So, nearly 2 hours into the struggle with the Vajram monkey, figuring that Zhou Jingyong should be far away by now, Zhou Chun immediately took out a mid-grade first-tier talisman, the Thorn Entanglement Talisman, and launched it at the Vajram monkey. The talisman burned up in mid-air and instantaneously transformed into several wrist-thick black-green thorns that twined around the Vajram monkey, holding it in place. While seizing this opportunity, Zhou Chun quickly collected the rock earth turtle into his spirit beast pouch, then waved his sleeve and summoned a bamboo leaf-shaped flying artifact, stepping onto it and soaring into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zhou Chun had ascended not more than 30 zhang into the sky, the Vajram monkey forcibly broke all the binding thorns and, with an angry roar, swatted at him. A faint golden blade light then streaked through the air towards him. But just then, a black iron shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attack of the faint golden blade light. Zhou Chun took the chance to further increase his flying altitude, soon climbing to a height of several hundred zhang. This altitude, the Vajram monkey's long-range attack spells, even if they could reach, no longer had the ability to lock onto the target for attack, and because of the distance, Zhou Chun was also able to dodge more easily. Therefore, after reaching this height, Zhou Chun did not continue to climb any higher. He had tried before and knew the flying artifact could carry him several hundred zhang high. But flying at such high altitudes required constant shielding spells to resist the wind, which greatly drained mana. However, at a height of 1 or 200 zhang, unless caught in strong winds, flying did not require any additional shielding spells at that moment. Seeing Zhou Chun controlling the artifact and flying away from the valley, the Vajra monkey also ran wildly through the woods in furious pursuit, like a determined Kwafu chasing the sun. But Red Peach Ridge was treacherously complex in its terrain. Without the ability to fly, it couldn't possibly keep up with Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun skillfully flew through the dangerous lands of steep gorges and ravines, quickly shaking off the Vajra monkey, then landed on a mountain peak to rest and recover. Red Peach Ridge, by the time Zhou Chun and Zhou Jingyong were reunited, it was after Zhou Jiaping had hurried back with the Zhou family's third elder, Zhou Daoquan. When Zhou Jiaping rushed back to Monkey Valley and found no trace of Zhou Chun and Zhou Jingyong, and the Red-Tail Monkey group had returned, he was also greatly shocked. Fortunately, the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, accompanied him and quickly located the two based on the deliberate trail of aura they had left behind, hiding in the ridges. However, compared to Zhou Chun, who had only greatly exhausted his mana, Zhou Jingyong was in a much more dire state. He had been directly hit by the flames spat out by the red-tailed Monkey King, leaving his body covered in blisters, with even his face not spared. In the end, he was lucky to escape death by coming across a river and diving underwater to hold his breath, shaking off those red-tailed monkeys at this time. Seeing Zhou Jingyong full of injuries brought back by Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Jiaping couldn't help but express his remorse with a troubled face. "It was my oversight. I should have stayed and let you two go back to find the elder." Hearing this, Zhou Jingyong, lying on the ground, immediately replied in a low voice, consoling, "Uncle Peng, there's no need to blame yourself. It was most suitable for you to return to the clan to find the elder, and no one is to blame for this. It's just our misfortune. Who would have thought those red-tailed monkeys would have a Vajra monkey as their backup?" Hearing the mention of the Vajra monkey, Zhou Chun couldn't help but shift his gaze towards the open ground nearby. On that open ground, several demon monkeys, including the red-tailed Monkey King and the Vajra monkey, were now lying unconscious, deeply asleep. After chasing away Zhou Chun and Zhou Jingyong, perhaps to thank the Vajra monkey, the red-tailed monkey group even organized a feast for it in the valley, offering various wild fruits and spiritual medicines they had found like yellow essence and lingji, and even arranged for 2 female monkeys to keep it company. As a result, when Zhou Jiaping arrived with Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Daoquan directly captured them all with his methods and used a secret medicine to knock them out. These rowdy monkeys! It's just right, the clan is planning to rebuild the Beast Garden. When the time comes, throw them all into the Monkey Garden and gradually wear down their aggressiveness. Zhou Jiaping also cast a glance at those demon monkeys lying on the ground and cursed fiercely. Enough, I've checked, this lad Jingyong's injuries only look serious on the surface. Actually, he should recover in a month or two. This time, you've made significant contributions for the clan. The clan leader will surely not mistreat you. Zhou Daoquan waved his hand, indicating that they should not dwell on these matters anymore. Then, he first took out a spirit beast pouch and put the unconscious demon monkeys inside. And then he began the task of transplanting the vermilion sun fruit tree. It is worth mentioning that although a spirit beast pouch can accommodate living creatures like demon beasts and spirit pets, this is under the premise that the demon beasts do not resist. Directly collecting untamed demon beasts like what Zhou Daoquan did, it is necessary to make sure that the demon beasts won't wake up halfway. Otherwise, if the woken demon beasts struggle and attack, they could easily break the spirit beast pouch from inside and escape. This time, Zhou Chun watched carefully as the third elder Zhou Daoquan transplanted the vermilion sunfruit tree. He first took out a flower pot-shaped magic artifact from his storage pouch and placed it on the ground. Then he pinched a spell and, using a special technique to gather spiritual energy, he formed green spirit water from the surrounding wood element, aura, and sprinkled it over the vermilion sunfruit tree. After about half an hour, once the vermilion sunfruit tree absorbed a large amount of the spirit water rich in aura and showed vigorous vitality, Zhou Daoquan used the magic artifact to break through the rock wall, and, under the meticulous control of his divine sense, he extracted the tree with its roots, undamaged, and placed it inside the flower pot magic artifact. Then Zhou Daoquan quickly took out a jade bottle magic artifact from his storage pouch and poured a large amount of spirit water stored inside into the flower pot. The spirit water in this jade bottle was somewhat similar to the hydroponic nutrient solution from Zhou Chun's previous life, which can provide growth nutrients to the spirit plant during transplantation and improve the survival rate of the transplant, with its formula also considered a clan secret. After the transplantation procedure was completed, Zhou Daoquan raised his hand to gesture, and the flower pot holding the vermilion sunfruit tree was moved onto the back of his fire crane spirit pet. Then he waved to the three of them. I need to protect this vermilion sunfruit tree, so I won't be taking you back. You should return to the clan on your own. Upon hearing this, the three of them hurriedly responded. We respectfully see off the elder. After seeing Zhou Daoquan off, Zhou Chun thought Zhou Jiaping would suggest looking for the Vajra monkey's nest to see if there were other gains. Unexpectedly, as if it never crossed his mind, Zhou Jiaping simply nodded to Zhou Chun and Zhou Jingyong and said, let's go back to the clan. But at this time, Zhou Jingyong, who was usually carefree, seemed to think the same as Zhou Chun and, even before Zhou Chun, looked at Zhou Jiaping and said, Uncle Peng, are we going to look at the Vajra monkey's nest? There might be other gains. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiaping's expression suddenly darkened, and he retorted irritably, You lad, you're already half dead, and you still worry about these trivial things. It seems you forget the pain as soon as the wound heals. After saying that, he shook his head and said, Don't get your hopes up for such good fortune. The Vajra monkey itself is an oddity among the monkey troop, prone to wandering everywhere, with the world as its home. The chances of finding anything valuable in its temporary liaison are basically nil. Then, looking somewhat disappointedly at Zhou Jingyong, he continued, What's urgent now is to send you back to the clan for healing. What's more, no matter how good these things are they more important than your life? After being reproached in succession, Zhou Jingyong dared not speak any further, and seeing Zhou Jiaping's attitude, Zhou Chun didn't dare to broach the subject again either. Thus, he took the initiative to make a stretcher and, together with Zhou Jiaping, carry the injured Zhou Jingyong on their way. By the time the three of them returned to the Zhou family at Jiufeng Ridge, 3 days had already passed. After returning to the clan, since the third elder Zhou Daoquan, who had come back early, had already reported the situation, clan leader Zhou Daoi met with the three and quickly issued their rewards. For Zhou Jingyong, who had made the greatest contribution and exertion, he was rewarded with a blood spirit pill, which was useful for purifying the bloodline and breaking through bottlenecks for low-level demon beasts, as well as with 100 clan merits, AS for Zhou Jiaping and Zhou Chun. They were respectively awarded 80 clan merits and 50 clan merits, compared with the rewards he had received in the past. This reward for Zhou Chun could only be considered ordinary. But this was normal. After all, this time he had helped out a personal affinity, and he shouldn't have received a reward from the clan in the first place. The reason he was awarded clan merits now was also because they had indirectly captured for the clan a rare Vajra monkey and a group of red-tailed monkeys. For Zhou Chun, the most significant gains from this trip were probably the favor of Zhou Zhengyong and the acquaintance with the elder Zhou Jiapeng, but that's how sects and clans are. It's relatively easy to find help when needed and to make trustworthy friends. Having helped Zhou Xingyong this time, Zhou Chun could count on his help if he asked for it in the future. Otherwise, it would be hard for Zhou Xingyong to continue to mix in the clan, as all clan members would distance themselves from someone who only took advantage without giving back. By assisting Zhou Xingyong and demonstrating his impressive family strength and wisdom, Zhou Chun also earned the appreciation of the elder Zhou Jiaping. The relationship between the two had changed from a nominal uncle-nephew relationship to that of close acquaintances. In the future, if Zhou Chun needed assistance with something, the probability of Zhou Jiaping being willing to help would undoubtedly be very high. Likewise, if Zhou Jiaping needed help with something in the future, it would be easy for him to think of Zhou Chun. In short, cultivation is not just about fighting and seclusion. Social relationships are also a very important aspect for cultivators. After returning to the clan, Zhou Chun's life reverted to its normal state, except that he now had two additional tasks: visiting Zhou Xingyong, who was recuperating at home, and, under the guise of seeking advice on cultivating spirit pets, fostering a closer relationship with his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiaping. Time quickly passed, and more than 3 months went by. Zhou Chun's cultivation level made steady progress with the aid of the spring sun. Hill Point one day, when Zhou Chun visited his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiaping, he suddenly learned some news from him. A few days ago, the clan leader called me over and mentioned that in half a year, the Zhou family and several local cultivator families in Lanzhou will jointly hold a competition of martial arts for Qi refinement cultivators, and it will be divided into a youth group and an elite group. Zheng Chun, if you can reach the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm before the competition, with your magic artifact and that rock earth turtle, you might contend for a top 10 spot in the youth group. At Zhou Jiaping's residence, just as Zhou Chun prepared to take his leave, Zhou Jiaping suddenly looked at him and shared this piece of news. Zhou Chun was momentarily stunned. After being stunned for a while, he looked at Zhou Jiaping with eyes full of curiosity and said, "Uncle Peng, could you tell me more about this matter?" Zhou Jiaping shook his head in response. The specifics weren't mentioned by the clan leader to me, just that the Hanyao Valley Wang family, Biyun Mountain Mu family, Golden Maple Ridge Sun family, and Qingzhou Mountain He family have had this exchange tradition and hold it every decade or so. Only this time our Zhou family also gets a join. For more details, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for the clan leader to announce the news. The Biyun Mountain Mu family will be there too. Hearing the name of that family again after more than half a year, Zhou Chun felt somewhat emotional. In fact, during this past half a year, he had also repeatedly inquired about the Mu family from loose cultivators who practiced to the Zhou family and from clan members. However, it seemed the news from Wild Wolf Ridge was tightly sealed, and the information Zhou Chun managed to gather was not guaranteed to be reliable. The only certainty was that the Mu family had clashed fiercely with an organization of loose cultivators called the Qiyun Alliance, resulting in casualties among the low-ranking cultivators of both sides. Now, it seemed that Wild Wolf Ridge had been occupied by the Qiyun Alliance. Zhou Chun didn't know what the Mu family was thinking, but this matter was clearly beyond his current ability to intervene, so he stopped paying attention to the Mu family situation for a while. After zoning out for a while, Zhou Chun quickly snapped back to reality and respectfully said to Zhou Jiaping, "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Peng, for informing me." Seeing this, Zhou Jiaping patted his shoulder earnestly and said, "Get ready. If you really achieve a good ranking at this exchange meet, it won't be a problem for you to become an elite clan member ahead of time. And the clan leader and elders will surely have additional rewards for you." "Yes, I will definitely do my best to seize this opportunity," Zhou Chun replied, nodding vigorously and taking the matter to heart. Thanks to Zhou Jiaping's notification, Zhou Chun had half a year to prepare in advance. He first sought out Zhou Jia, the peak master of Baoji Peak, to inquire about the rules of the magical combat competition. He soon learned from Zhou Jia that for such competitions designed to test junior cultivators, there are usually either restrictions on the use of talismans or limitations on the number and quality of talismans allowed. As for spirit pets, there certainly would be no restrictions. Otherwise, even the use of magic artifacts would have to be constrained. Therefore, to achieve a good ranking in such magical combat, one must polish their skills in managing magic artifacts, spirit pets, and spell cultivation, in addition to their cultivation realm. Zhou Chun's current array of magic artifacts was actually quite decent, ranking among the upper level for his peers in the mid-stage of Qi refinement realm within the Zhou family. But it wasn't decisively advantageous. When it comes to spell cultivation, entrants in the youth division were limited to cultivators under 30 years old, and everyone was around the same age, so the difference in ability wouldn't be too significant. But if he really encountered someone with a talent for spell cultivation, then he could only blame his own misfortune. There's no need to elaborate on spirit pets, for families not renowned for their beast taming techniques like the Zhou family. Most cultivators in the Qi refinement realm wouldn't be able to afford or properly care for a spirit pet.so after much consideration. In addition to ensuring he reached the 8th layer of the Qi refinement realm before the competition, Zhou also decided to try to acquire a top-grade first-tier magic artifact for himself. With such preparation, as long as the top 10 used weren't all cultivators above the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm, he should stand a great chance of getting in.to acquire a top-grade first-tier magic artifact. Zhou only had two options: to purchase it in the Hongyang marketplace or to exchange for it from the family's resources. Although the Zhou family no longer provided spirit coins as welfare offerings to clan members, the annual substitutions and good deeds could still be exchanged for items from the family's treasure vault. However, a top-grade first-tier magic artifact was extremely precious, with a market price of at least 300 spirit coins. The Zhou family had only implemented the good deed system for a little over 2 years, and Zhou, being an ordinary clan member, received a welfare offering of only 20 good deeds annually. Even when adding the good deeds he earned from his previous venture to Red Peach Ridge, it was far from enough to exchange for a top-grade first-tier magic artifact. Luckily, even if he didn't have enough good deeds for the exchange, he could still make up for the shortfall with spirit coins. As a result, Zhou took stock of his assets and discovered that, thanks to the compensation from his previous visit to the Mu family, he had nearly 80 spirit coins on hand. In this case, he only needed to gather about 100 more spirit coins, and then he could exchange them for a top-grade first-tier magic artifact from the family's vault. When considering how to collect the needed 100 spirit coins, Zhou's first thought was to borrow money. That it's common for people to consider borrowing when they need to buy something essential but lack the funds. But after going over all the possible lenders, Zhou hesitated. There weren't many cultivators within the Zhou family who had a good enough relationship with him to lend him money. And those few who could lend him money seemed to be eligible to sign up for the combat competition as well, if Zhou were to approach them for a loan now, unless they had no intention of participating. Whether or not they lent the money could potentially affect their relationship. Better to feel out the situation first and let them know about the competition. If they're planning to participate, then I won't ask to borrow any money, he thought. With this in mind, Zhou immediately started visiting each of them one by one, as he had expected. Upon learning about the upcoming joint magical combat competition orchestrated by the 5 major cultivating families, several people, including Zhou Jingyong, expressed their intentions to sign up and compete for the family's honor. There were a couple of people who, due to being overage or recognizing their own lower cultivation level, had no plans to sign up. However, when Zhou brought up the matter of borrowing money, even pooling their resources, those two could only scrape together less than 30 spirit coins for it. It turned out they had already spent most of their own spirit coins on elixirs and other expenditures. Zhou, seeing their situation, felt it would be inappropriate to deplete what little emergency funds they had left, so he abandoned the idea of borrowing money. Since he couldn't borrow the needed spirit coins from the family, Zhou had no choice but to look to the marketplace for a solution. He had a few magic artifacts he could sell in the marketplace for spirit coins, and if he took a risk and purified a 100-year spirit herb with purification spirit water to sell, he could easily cover the shortfall of over 100 spirit coins. With his plan set, Zhou calmly resumed his cultivation, preparing to head to the marketplace to implement his plan once he reached the 8th layer of the Qi refinement realm. About a month later, news of the joint magical combat competition hosted by the 5 great families was officially announced to all Zhou family members, along with the published rules. According to the rules, each cultivator participating in the combat competition could only bring 5 talismans per match, and they were only allowed to carry 1 top-grade first-tier talisman, and each family could only send 10 participants for each group in this magical combat tournament. That is to say, even if all the eligible cultivators of the Zhou family registered, they could only send out a total of 20 members from the elite and youth groups to participate. Because of this restriction, the Zhou family had to hold an internal selection trial. The selection trial was already scheduled to take place 1 month before the official start of the event. As the news was announced, those cultivators of the Zhou family who qualified to participate began to eagerly prepare for the battle. Any Zhou family cultivators with some sense knew that this joint event of the 5 major families would be an important performance for the Zhou family to secure its position in the cultivation world of Lanzhou in Jinghua country. If they could achieve good rankings representing the Zhou family during the event, not only would they be able to win the prizes prepared jointly by the 5 families, but they would also gain the favor of the clan leader and the elders, benefiting from countless advantages in the future. Under such circumstances, Zhou Chun soon received some disheartening news for himself. The news was that the majority of the premium grade 1 magic artifacts in the family treasure vault had been traded away, leaving only a few unwanted items behind. It seems I can no longer count on the family for this. Now I have to find another way through the marketplace. A flicker of frustration flashed through his eyes. Zhou Chun shook his head and gave up on the idea of exchanging magic artifacts with his family. Time gradually passed, and after Zhou Chun consumed his 8 Spring Sun pill, his cultivation level finally broke through to the 8th level of the Qi Refinement Realm, as scheduled. I could see the time. He was just over 2 months past his 24th birthday. A Qi Refinement Realm level 8 cultivator at 24, Zhou Chun's cultivation speed was considered among the faster ones within the numerous members of the Zhou family. Zhou Jingyong, who was several years older than Zhou Chun, had only just broken through to the 8th level of the Qi Refinement Realm, and he too had relied on elixirs for assistance in his breakthrough. However, Zhou Jingyong's spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, had consumed a blood spirit pill and successfully advanced to a premium grade 1 demon beast, greatly increasing its strength. After consuming all 3 beast spirit pills, Zhou Chun's rock earth turtle had just managed to catch up with its master's cultivation level. If Zhou Chun, with only the cultivation of the 8th level of the Qi Refinement Realm and a mid-grade 1 demon beast rock earth turtle, were to face other families' cultivators. In the late stages of the Qi Refinement Realm during the magical combat tournament, his chances of winning were not high. After all, those other families' late-stage Qi Refinement cultivators participating in the magical combat would surely have premium grade 1 magic artifacts at their disposal. Consequently, after his breakthrough to the 8th level of the Qi Refinement Realm, Zhou Chun visited Pagoda Peak to see the clan leader, Zhou Daoist, and disclosed his plans to go to the Hongya Marketplace. The Hongya Marketplace is a place rife with mixed crowds and rampant with bandit cultivators that if you, Zheng Chun, are going to the marketplace, it's best to find companions to go with you. Also, be extra cautious when leaving and don't let anyone follow or ambush you. Inside the central peace hall, Zhou Daoist gazed at Zhou Chun before him, and after pondering for a while, did not reject his request to go out. He solemnly cautioned him to be careful while away from home. After listening to his advice, Zhou Chun responded solemnly, "I will certainly bear the clan leader's teachings in mind." Then, he left Jiufeng Ridge and headed straight for the Hongya Marketplace. Zhou Daoist's caution was something Zhou Chun naturally would neglect, but the task he needed to accomplish this time was not suited for other Zhou family cultivators to follow him. Suddenly, after leaving Jiufeng Ridge about 100 miles behind, he changed into different attire, then took out his flying artifact and continued on his journey. After flying every 1 to 200 miles, Zhou Chun would stop to meditate for 2 hours to recover his mana. After spending most of the day like this, Zhou Chun finally arrived at the outskirts of the Hongya mountain range. Standing on the fringe of the mountain range, he looked in the direction of the Hongya marketplace and could not help but recall the situation the first time he visited there more than 3 years ago. Back then, his trip to the marketplace was fraught with anxiety and fear to the extreme. But this time, such a scenario would definitely not occur again. Zhou Chun first found a place to meditate and recover his mana. After his mana was fully restored, he took a large gulp of purification spirit water, then commanded his flying artifact to ascend over 300 meters into the sky. He raised his protective barrier and flew straight toward the Hongya marketplace. This action undoubtedly exposed him to the view of many cultivators within the mountain range below. However, seeing his flying altitude, the bandit cultivators soon abandoned any thoughts of making a move. Such a high-flying altitude made it impossible for them to lock onto the target, and it would also expose their positions. Moreover, someone possessing a flying artifact would make them apprehensive about the person's background and connections, deterring rash actions. And so, until Zhou Chun flew directly to the outskirts of the Hongya marketplace without interruption, he encountered no attacks at all. More than 3 years had passed, and almost nothing had changed in Hongya marketplace. Zhou Chun looked at the shops in the marketplace, familiar yet so strange, and he couldn't help but think of the encounter with Zhou Jingyong and others at the marketplace 3 years ago. 3 years ago, soon after the Zhou family had settled down in Jiufeng Ridge, they had already sent Zhou Jingyong and others to the marketplace to scout and prepare for opening a shop. However, after more than 3 years, the Zhou family still had not managed to open a shop in the marketplace. Zhou Chun did not know what had caused this, but he felt a certain regret about it in his heart at that moment. He followed the road deeper into the marketplace with the intention of setting up a stall to sell magic artifacts and see if he could procure any wild spiritual medicine. But halfway there, Zhou was drawn to one of the shops, Li's herbal shop. Seeing the 4 gilded characters above the shop's door, and then looking at the young shop assistant with a smile on his face as he sent off a customer, Zhou's expression immediately became clouded with changing moods. He recognized that young shop assistant, and, if his memory was correct, the man was a descendant of the Li family from the Sandu sect. With that, it was easy to guess who the master behind Li's herbal shop was. Li family shop is already open. Have the Yu family shop and Spirit Beast Manor shop also opened in the marketplace? Zhou muttered to himself and promptly changed his plan, beginning to wander through Hongyao Marketplace. After a complete tour, he had not discovered any shops opened by the other 2 families. Perhaps like the Zhou family, the other 2 families had also chosen to act cautiously and were not in a hurry to make their move. Due to the appearance of a cultivator from the Li family, Zhou also realized another problem. Walking among the marketplace, he was very likely to be recognized by someone from the Sanju sect who had seen him before. Therefore, he immediately changed course and went to an inn in the marketplace to rent a cultivation room for himself. Then, in the cultivation room, Zhou took out various items from his storage pouch for disguise and makeup and began to change his appearance. He had big plans for this trip to the marketplace and had meticulously prepared many things before coming. Now, after going through the disguise process, Zhou had transformed from a handsome young man about 1.8 meters tall into an ordinary, dark-skinned fellow with many pimples on his face. The pimples were not fake. They had been induced by a reaction to certain medicines on the skin. Zhou's makeup skills and materials were all learned by perusing books from the Zhou family's book collection tower, and the effect was not inferior to the makeup techniques from his previous life. After finishing the disguise, even he found it difficult to associate the person in the mirror with the handsome Zhou upon checking his reflection. Satisfied with his work, Zhou nodded at his reflection in the mirror. After waiting for 2 hours, he left the room and checked out of the eye. An hour later, a new gray-clothed young man was seen at the marketplace stall selling magic artifacts. For his stall, Zhou also placed his pale golden flying knife artifact, the Golden Willow Blade, and labeled it for 65 spirit coins. Additionally, he offered a black long sword artifact obtained from the Mu family and a storage pouch. He had initially considered selling the black iron spike artifact acquired from Li Han, but after realizing a Li family cultivator was present in the marketplace, he decided against it for safety reasons. The Golden Willow Blade, being a mid-grade, first-order magic artifact, did attract attention upon its appearance in the stall market. However, the 65 spirit coin price was not something that an ordinary loose cultivator could afford. There were cultivators who inquired and haggled over the price, but no one actually bought it. It was not until the 5th day that Zhou finally sold it for 59 spirit coins after lowering the price. During these few days, Zhou also purchased some wild spiritual medicine. However, the medicines he bought were quite ordinary, nowhere near as valuable as the 100-year-old wild ginseng he had acquired before. Even after purification, they wouldn't sell for much. Therefore, Zhou could only continue to wait at the stall market daily, hoping to encounter spiritual medicine of the caliber of the 100-year wild ginseng. Patience pays off, and on the 9th day in the Hongyao marketplace, Zhou finally found what he was looking for. It was a red Ganoderma with a medicinal age of over 200 years, priced at a steep 60 spirit coins, sold by a middle-aged female cultivator in the 11th level of the Qi refinement realm. Frankly speaking, this price was higher than what a herbal shop would offer. A typical shop would purchase such a medicinal herb for around 50 spirit coins. But Zhou did not care about this. After all, he could double the price with a resale, ensuring a profit either way. Therefore, he quickly spent the spirit coins to make the purchase. However, this red Ganoderma alone was not enough that if sold, it could fetch just over 100 spirit coins at most, still significantly short of the total amount Zhou needed. Fortunately, as the sole official cultivator marketplace in Lanzhou, Hongyao Marketplace had a great number of cultivators coming and going each day. With some patience, it was not difficult for Zhou to wait for the older spiritual medicines he was looking to purchase. After staying in the marketplace for 14 days, he finally purchased enough spiritual medicine and began the next phase of his plan. In the cultivation room of the inn, Zhou removed all his makeup and restored his original appearance. Then, carrying the spiritual medicine from which he had expelled the evil qi using purification spirit water, he headed straight for Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the most prestigious shop in the marketplace. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was backed by the powerful Sunflame sect from Jingwa country, famous for their artifact refining skills. hence the magic artifacts sold by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion were always highly praised. After Zhou Chun entered the store, he was quickly greeted by a young, pretty female shop assistant. This shop assistant looked not even 20 years old and was only in the third level of Qi refinement realm, probably a loose cultivator employed by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Approaching Zhou Chun with a smile, she bowed politely and said, "Welcome to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Dear guest, my name is Lan Ji, and it is an honor to serve you." This seemingly ordinary scene made Zhou Chun feel quite moved inside. Having visited many shops in the marketplace, he finally found one that prided itself on its service. Isn't this what makes them a renowned establishment across the country? Feeling this way, Zhou Chun also smiled and nodded slightly to the young girl, saying, "Thank you for your greetings. I would like to purchase a first-grade superior offense magic artifact. Do you have any physical examples for appraisal?" The girl's eyes widened in surprise at first. Then, with a joyful expression, she nodded continuously and said, "Of course we do. However, I do not have the authority to handle such a significant transaction. Please follow me, so I may introduce you to our steward." With that, she led Zhou Chun to a quiet room behind the main hall. Outside the quiet room, the girl, without any hesitation in Zhou Chun's presence, knocked on the door and relayed his purpose for visiting, and the door opened. When Zhou Chun entered the room alone, he saw a white-faced, middle-aged man with a long beard standing across from him. The man was in the 11th level of Qi refinement realm. Seeing Zhou Chun enter, the white-faced man immediately cupped his hands in a greeting and said, "I am Lu Feng, steward of this establishment. Are you looking at a first-grade superior offense magic artifact? Do you have any specific requirement for the form of the artifact, or is any type acceptable?" Zhou Chun replied, "I have no special requirements. Any type will do, as long as it satisfies me." "Please wait for a moment. I shall retrieve the items for you," said the white-faced man. He then opened another small door behind him and disappeared somewhere. About 15 minutes later, he returned through the small door to the room. Without waiting for Zhou Chun to ask, he took out several wooden boxes of different sizes from his storage pouch and placed them on the table beside him. Then, he opened each box and began to introduce the magic artifacts inside to Zhou Chun. First, he opened a long-shaped wooden box and took out a pale golden long blade artifact, about 3 feet in length, that he introduced. The artifact is named Golden Goose Blade. It's crafted from pure gold and refined with pure fire essence for 5 days and nights. Endowed with sharpness and armor-piercing characteristics, it is difficult for other same-rank artifacts to withstand its edge, priced at 320 spirit coins. After a brief pause, and seeing no immediate reaction from Zhou Chun, he put the blade back in its wooden box and opened the second box, from which he took out a small, fiery red banner. The artifact is named Flame Sparrow Banner. It uses the silk of a second-tier demon beast, Red Flame Spider, as the main material and Fire Essence Copper as the secondary material. After a half-month effort by a famous artifact refiner, it can release 3 flame sparrows equivalent to the Firebird technique as an attack, or concentrate the power to release a single flame sparrow with the power equivalent to a first-grade superior spell. Furthermore, if one's cultivation involves control of fire, the released fiery power of this treasure can be utilized to more delicate effect. It's priced at 380 spirit coins. Zhou Chun's eyes brightened, and he openly showed his admiration, saying, "Indeed, it's a treasure, and the price is fair." However, after saying this, he shook his head, looking somewhat regretful. "Unfortunately, I am not versed in the control of fire and cannot bring out the true use of this item. Let's continue looking at the other artifacts." Hearing this, the white-faced, middle-aged man had to swallow his words and put the little fiery banner back in the box. He then opened the third wooden box and took out an earthy yellow seal. The seal seemed very heavy. The white-faced, middle-aged man's wrist veins bulged noticeably with the effort of taking it out, and it looked very strenuous. He also did not hold it in his hand like the other artifacts, but placed it directly on a table made of ironwood. The artifact is named Many Thousand Hill Seal. It is made from a large quantity of earth-based Xian stone, refined with pure fire essence for 10 days and nights, and features gravity, sturdiness, and magnification traits. Its power ranks among the highest in first-grade artifacts, priced at 420 spirit coins. After this, the white-faced middle-aged man didn't take out any other artifacts. Instead, he asked Zhou Chun, "Of these 3 magic artifacts, do you fancy any?" Zhou Chun exclaimed in surprise, "Are these the only 3 magic artifacts? Are there no others?" It seemed implausible that the vast Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would have only a few first-grade superior magic artifacts. The white-faced middle-aged man, upon hearing his question, looked intently at him and said, There are indeed other magic artifacts, but their uses are similar to these three. If you wish to see them all, I would first need to verify your assets to avoid wasting everyone's time. Zhou Chun couldn't help but frown slightly and asked softly, "Is this the rule of your establishment?" "Yes, this is our shop's rule," answered the white-faced man without hesitation. "I understand that in that case, I shall let Steward Liu inspect my means," Zhou Chun said, his eyebrows relaxing. He nodded lightly and then reached for his storage pouch at his waist, revealing his financial means. Zhou Chun's capital was not especially abundant. It consisted of 57 spirit coins, along with a 200-year-old red Ganoderma, a 100-year-old yellow essence, and 200-year-old earth. Mystery ginsengs. Excluding the spirit coins, those 4 types of spiritual medicine would amount to just over 300 in market value. Yet these items were at least sufficient to prove that he indeed had the means to purchase a first-grade superior magic artifact. As such, after verifying the items he had brought, the pale middle-aged man said nothing more and quickly took out 2 wooden boxes from his storage pouch, opening them each one by one for introduction. This magic artifact, the Moon Blade Meteor Wheel, is crafted from steel, silver, and profound iron by a master of artifact refining. Forged with pure earth fire for 7 days and nights, it possesses sharpness and armor-piercing traits, can split into 2 for simultaneous attack and defense, and may be combined into 1 circular blade for confronting the enemy. With a price of 370 spirit coins. This magic artifact, the Wind Fire Fan, is made from the feathers and bones of a second-stage demon beast wine fire kite by a master of artifact refining. A single swing can unleash a series of wind blades and fireballs to strike at the enemy, with a price of 430 spirit coins. Having said this, the pale middle-aged man bowed to Zhou Chun and spoke, "Esteemed guest, these are all the first-grade superior attack magic artifacts currently in our store's inventory." First-grade superior magic artifacts were not easy to sell. Even for a big shop like Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, it would be quite good if they managed to sell 2 or 3 within a month, which is why they didn't typically keep a lot in stock. But Heavenly Treasure Pavilion remained true to its reputation. Among the few magic artifacts the pale, middle-aged man produced, apart from the rather common golden goose blade, the remaining items were rare treasures, each one making Zhou Chun very eager to possess. Unfortunately, his capital limited him to choosing only one of them, and he had to exclude the 2 priced over 400 spirit coins. After contemplating over the few magic artifact for a long while, Zhou Chun finally pointed to one of the wooden boxes and said, "That Moon Blade Meteor Wheel then. It suits my fancy quite well, so I'll choose it." Upon hearing his words, the pale middle-aged man's face immediately brightened with a smile as he praised. "Taoist friend Zhou has an excellent eye. This item is well-rounded in offense and defense. With your cultivation level, having this artifact on hand will even enable you to fight against Qi refinement late-stage cultivators." He then proceeded to stash the other magic artifacts back into the storage pouch, leaving only the wooden box with the Moon Blade Meteor Wheel on the table. Zhou Chun, seeing this, pushed his items for purchasing the artifact forward and steadily stated, 370 spirit coins. These spiritual medicines and these spirit coins should be enough in exchange, right? It's enough. But are you sure you want to use these pure spiritual medicines in exchange for a magic artifact? The pale middle-aged man's gaze flicked over the various spiritual medicines on the table, seemingly with some concerns. "What? Does Steward Liu worry there's an issue with these spiritual medicines?" Zhou Chun's eyebrows rose, and then he slapped his chest in guarantee, saying, "You can rest assured about that. I, Zhou Chun, am a direct descendant of the Jufeng Ridge Zhou family cultivators, and these spiritual medicines were dug out from the Sanju Sex Medicine Garden when they relocated. They are all genuine spiritual medicines, without a trace of evil qi." Hearing him declare his lineage and the origin of the items, the pale middle-aged man's gaze instantly steadied, and he quickly bowed smilingly to Zhou Chun. "So it turns out Daoist friend is a cultivator of the spirit beast Zhou family. My apologies for the oversight." After finishing, he nodded and said, "If Taoist friend Zhou can assure there is no issue with the spiritual medicines, then this transaction is considered complete. The Moon Blade Meteor Wheel is now yours." He then pushed the wooden box with the magic artifact toward Zhou Chun. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately stowed the wooden box into his storage pouch, and with a hearty laugh said, "Steward Liu is forthright. Until next time, let's hope to meet again. Safe travels, Daoist friend Zhou, and you're always welcome to visit our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion again in the future," replied the pale middle-aged man, standing up to send Zhou Chun out. After making sure Zhou Chun had left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the pale middle-aged man returned to the quiet room, and, looking at the wooden boxes with spiritual medicines on the table. His gaze narrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. After a long period of thought, he murmured to himself, "Do you think there might be more spiritual medicines in his storage pouch?" Though Xianxia sect is far inferior to our sect, it is a sect with over 1,700 years of lineage. Even if they no longer have thousand-year-old spiritual medicines, those several hundred-year-old ones should be quite numerous. It seemed he was conversing with some mysterious entity. Not long after his words fell, a somewhat aged voice reached his ears. Perhaps he does have more spiritual medicines in his storage pouch that he didn't bring out, but those several hundred-year-old ones are definitely not among them. Each of those spiritual medicines is accounted for, and Sanju's sect wasn't simply raided before they fled in disarray. Unless their disciples are fools, they would not dare touch such high-level medicines under the watchful eyes of the higher-ranking cultivators in the sect, said the voice. Upon hearing this, the pale middle-aged man couldn't help but nod slightly, seemingly in agreement. Then he frowned slightly and whispered in a low voice, "So, in your opinion, should we release the news?" "It's up to you to decide. I know nothing at all." The elderly voice came through his ear once again, causing him to curse in his heart. These DMN old guys, truly greedy and yet so cowardly, always want to reap the benefits without any trouble, hoping only for the good things. But no matter how much he cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit on his face. Instead, he lowered his head with a hesitant expression, pondering the decision he found hard to make. After a long while, he finally shook his head with a look of regret and said, "Let's forget about it. The Zhou family of Jiufeng Ridge has just set roots in Lanzhou not long ago. Now is when their vigilance is at its highest. It's hard to guarantee that the lad just now isn't bait they threw out intentionally to test the waters with the different forces." This time, however, he received no response. This made him curse again in his heart, and it was only after gulping down several large mouthfuls of tea that he managed to suppress the anger within him. Elsewhere, Zhou left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, then went straight to the marketplace and to open a cultivation room. Once inside the sealed cultivation room, Zhou took out the wooden box, then directly burned it with fire, incinerating the outer coat and underclothes he had worn as. Well, this was naturally to prevent being marked and tracked by someone. There were far too many methods in the cultivation world to leave marks on objects or people using medicines, spells for tracking purposes, and Zhou knew of at least a dozen himself. Despite the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion being an old and highly reputable store, one could never be too careful. IT couldn't be guaranteed that the pale-faced, middle-aged man wouldn't tamper with him, waiting for him to leave the marketplace, before having someone find and kill him for his treasure. These kinds of things were better safe than sorry. Only after watching the wooden box and clothing turn to ashes, and after thoroughly examining himself with divine sense to make sure he found no anomalies, did he change into new clothes. He then looked at the silver-black colored circular magic artifact beside him, about 1 foot in diameter, and immediately lifted it by the handle. In fact, this item was not as heavy as it appeared, estimated to be less than 10 pounds. Zhou lifted it single-handedly, without much effort. After examining the magic artifact, he found that it could actually be suspended and carried on the back, but that would require a carrying frame. But carrying around that circular magic artifact, let alone those swords and blades the cultivators usually had, was something Zhou seldom saw. Thus, keeping it in the storage pouch was more suitable for everyday use. After examining the artifact for a while, Zhou began to refine and familiarize himself with the magic artifact. The divine sense imprints and residual chi of the previous owner will be thoroughly erased from such artifacts bought from stores, cleaned up for the new owner to refine easily. It took Zhou less than 2 hours to familiarize himself with the artifact's usage and refine it, feeling extremely satisfied with the new artifact's power. After becoming somewhat familiar with the new magic artifact's usage, Zhou, who had emptied his wallet, finally embarked on a journey home. However, upon leaving the marketplace this time, Zhou did not use the same trick again, opting not to traverse the Hongyan mountain range from high above using a flying artifact. He had dared to do it previously because he was flying towards the Hongyan marketplace, where it was easy for the guards in the marketplace to spot him, and he could also sit down and recover his mana in the marketplace afterward. But such actions had already exposed him. If he were to leave using the same method, it would be hard to ensure that those bandit cultivators, also equipped with flying artifacts, wouldn't directly ascend to hunt him down. Compared to that, leaving alone on foot, although risky, posed far less danger of encountering extremely powerful bandit cultivators. Moreover, having acquired a first-grade superior magic artifact, Zhou strength was now no less than that of 2 or 3 average mid-stage chi. Refinement, loose cultivators, and ordinary bandit cultivators would likely not have the ability to take him down. Although he felt that with his current strength, traversing the marketplace alone shouldn't result in any trouble, Zhou Chun didn't entirely let his guard down and do nothing that he still had that red-beaked sparrow, which he had trained for years, scouting ahead, while keeping the black iron shield Dharma tool in hand, ready to be activated for protection at any moment. Thanks to the early warnings from the red-beaked sparrow, Zhou Chun didn't encounter any cultivators along the way. However, just as he was about to leave the Hongyan mountain range, a sudden distress cry for help reached his ears, a pleasant-sounding woman's voice. "Help! Is there any fellow Daoist who can save this humble girl?" The soft, sticky voice of the woman calling for help echoed through the mountains, startling countless birds into flight. Zhou Chun paused slightly when he heard this voice. He looked in the direction of the sound and quickly shook his head, choosing not to pay any attention to it. Such cries for help occurred frequently in the Hongyan mountain range, some real and some fake. Some were genuinely desperate and cried out for help as a last resort. Others were bandit cultivators who deliberately exploited the compassion of others to set up a trap. But for Zhou Chun, whether the person calling for help was truly in danger or was baiting a trap, he didn't want to get involved. Do what you're capable of. That was Zhou Chun's principle in life. His cultivation level didn't allow him to rescue others carelessly. This was the cultivation world. Failing to save someone could easily cost him his own life. Yet, as Zhou Chun continued on for a distance, his expression changed abruptly, and he swiftly waved the black iron shield Dharma tool with one hand and quickly cast spells with both hands, adding a Tier 1 low-grade spell, the Earth Spirit Cover, to protect himself. Only after doing all this did he look ahead with a somber expression toward the empty forest and shouted, "Come out now. Your tricks are obvious." However, his shout was met with no response. Only the rustling sounds of the branches swaying in the mountain wind and the chirping of insects in the wilderness. Yet Zhou Chun seemed very confident in his assessment, and, seeing that the person hiding in the shadows refused to appear, he coldly said, "If your excellency enjoys playing such hide-and-seek games, then please continue that I, Zhou, will not keep you company." After saying this, he stretched out his hand to tap his storage pouch, conjuring a bamboo leaf-light artifact, and stepped onto it. Just then, a streak of red light suddenly pierced through the forest, aiming directly for Zhou Chun's head. With a clang of metal meeting metal, a black iron shield suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Chun, deflecting the incoming fiery red spear-shaped magic artifact. "Finally willing to show yourself?" Zhou Chun sneered coldly, promptly retracting the bamboo leaf-light artifact and reaching for the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the rock earth turtle into action. From the direction the fiery red spear-shaped artifact had come, a man with triangular eyes dressed in green leapt out from the underbrush and called back his failed attack artifact. Then, with a dark look on his face, he said to Zhou Chun, "Young man, how did you detect Yang's presence?" Yang believes his disguise, though not flawless, shouldn't have been noticed by a cultivator without even the full Qi refinement cultivation level. He couldn't understand how his 10th layer Qi refinement cultivation level, combined with a disguise and breath-hiding technique that had never failed before, could be discovered by a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator like Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun heard this and coldly chuckled. "Your disguise technique was indeed flawless, but you just had to gild the lily, drawing my attention with a cry for help. From where I heard that voice to here, it's been well over 100 feet. Then why has that voice suddenly ceased completely?" No sooner had he spoken these words than a giggling voice suddenly rang out from behind him in the forest. Turns out it was this servant who was exposed. "Thank you, young sir, for pointing out this servant's flaw. Next time I will definitely correct this mistake and will not repeat it." As the coquettish words echoed, a seductive woman dressed in sparse, red gauze appeared, blocking Zhou Chun's path of retreat. However, compared to the triangular-eyed man, this red-dressed woman's cultivation level was quite a bit lower, only on par with Zhou Chun, also at the 8th layer of the Qi refinement realm. After listening to Zhou Chun's words, the triangular-eyed man's expression actually improved a bit, the very least. This proved that his disguise had no issues, and the problem did not lie with him. But he hadn't forgotten his own role, and now, with a cold gleam in his eyes, he said to Zhou Chun, "You do have some skill, young man, but you're unfortunate to have encountered us today. If they're the next life, remember not to go out alone again." Before his words had finished, he shouted, "Attack!" Then, with a wave of his hand, the fiery red spear-shaped artifact shot towards Zhou Chun once again. Following that, he patted his storage pouch, took out a crimson copper gourd artifact, and tossed it above his head. With mana coursing through, the lid of the gourd burst open on its own, and from within, tongues of flame erupted, immediately spitting 6 or 7 fist-sized fireballs at Zhou Chun. Meanwhile, the woman in red veil who had appeared behind Zhou Chun also sneered coldly, raising her sleeve. A water-blue longsword magic artifact shot towards Zhou Chun's back. Faced with the pincer attack from both front and back, Zhou Chun's expression was grave, but his heart was eager to wide. In just over a month, the dueling event held by the 5 major cultivation families would begin, and he would inevitably face off against late-stage Qi refinement cultivators from those families, as outstanding clan members of the younger generation from each cultivation family. Their strengths were certainly no weaker than that of the man with triangular eyes before him. And today was a good opportunity for him to use this couple to test his own strength and see just how powerful he had become. Stone, with just a thought, the rock earth turtle beside him understood his intention. Opening its mouth, it hissed lowly and spat out a swath of earthy yellow light, instantly pulling up an earth-yellow stone wall with both length and width of about 2 zhang in front of Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun himself, with another thought, began manipulating the black iron shield dharma tool, blocking the water-blue longsword magic artifact that was stabbing towards his back. At the same time, he slapped his storage pouch at his waist, and a silver-black circular flying artifact emerged, which he grabbed in his hand. Boom! 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 Explosion sounds rang out consecutively, shaking the stone wall before Zhou Chun intensely, covering it in cracks, despite the rock earth turtle's stone wall technique being a mid-tier rank 1 defensive spell. The man with triangular eyes controlled a fiery red spear-shaped magic artifact and a bronze gore magic artifact that were also mid-tier rank 1 artifacts. Managing to block this wave of attacks was already quite good. Seizing the moment before the man with triangular eyes launched his second wave of attacks, Zhou Chun threw the silver-black circular flying artifact into the air. Propelled by mana, it burst into silver radiance, streaking towards the man like a silver meteor. A rank 1 high-tier magic artifact. The man with triangular eyes cried out, having recognized the high grade of the artifact through the powerful influence unleashed by the Moonblade meteor wheel. Then his face soured considerably. With a thought, the fiery red spear, originally poised to attack Zhou Chun again, suddenly burst into a ring of fiery brilliance, swiftly meeting the silver meteor head-on as it flew towards it the same time. He clapped his hands on his storage pouch, swiftly producing an earth-yellow circular shield magic artifact that began circling around him and slapped a Vajra shield talisman onto himself. Just as the pale golden protective barrier rose around him, the silver meteor and the fiery spear collided in mid-air. What made the man with triangular eyes twitch was what happened next. The 2 magic artifacts clashed in the air, and in less than a breath's time, the fiery spear was blasted away by the silver-black circular flying artifact. The man with triangular eyes could even sense, through his divine sense, that the blade and shaft of his spear were now cracked in several places. This magic artifact, which had accompanied him through the defeat of many powerful foes, was likely to be completely retired after this encounter. After blasting away the fiery spear, the silver-black circular flying artifact still had plenty of force left and continued spinning, striking the earth-yellow circular shield. This time, the circular shield managed to fulfill the man with triangular eyes wish, successfully blocking the attack of the silver-black circular flying artifact. However, seeing the sharp moon blade cuts on the shield, the man with triangular eyes felt no joy whatsoever. He was very clear that facing the attacks of a rank 1 high-tier magic artifact, his 2 mid-tier rank 1 defensive magic artifacts might withstand 1 or 2 hits, but they definitely couldn't sustain 3 or 4. Now he was left with only 2 choices, either to retreat immediately from the battlefield or to defeat Zhou Chun before his magic artifacts were completely destroyed. The first option had only just emerged in his mind when it was immediately dismissed by the man with triangular eyes. Putting aside whether Zhou Chun would allow them to retreat from the battlefield, he himself was not willing to let go of Zhou Chun, this fat sheep. For a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator to venture out alone with a high-tier rank 1 magic artifact was such a good fortune that if missed, he might guard the Hongyan mountain range for years without encountering such an opportunity again. So, he quickly made his choice and immediately shouted, "Enough with the stinginess, wife. Don't hold back anymore." Before the words had settled, taking advantage of the fact that Zhou Chun had not yet infused mana into the Moonblade meteor wheel for a second strike, the man with triangular eyes clapped his storage pouch again, taking out a shining first-tier high-grade talisman. Injecting mana into the talisman, and then flinging it towards Zhou Chun. The burning talisman instantly transformed into a fiery serpent about a zhang long that shot towards Zhou Chun. It was a first-tier, high-tier fire serpent. Talisman. Behind Zhou Chun, the woman in red veil, upon hearing the man's words, also continued to entangle her blue longsword magic artifact with Zhou Chun's black iron shield dharma tool. She followed suit by producing a first-tier high-grade golden spear talisman, which she activated, instantly forming a golden spear that thrust towards Zhou Chun, with pincer attacks from front and back. Both employing first-tier, high-tier talismans as offensive means that it wasn't just Zhou Chun, a mere mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, who was at risk. Even a general late-stage chi refinement cultivator, without a high-tier rank 1 defensive magic artifact in hand, would not escape death or severe injury. The man with triangular eyes was very confident of this, but the next instant, Zhou Chun's response caused his face to change drastically, and he was left dumbfounded that moment. Zhou Chun, who was simultaneously struck by 2 first-grade upper-class talismans for both front and back, was first startled and then quickly made his countermove. Point 1 could see him pouring more mana into the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, causing the magic artifact to split into 2, transforming into 2 semi-circular moon blades, which he then directed to slam into the Fire Serpent and the Golden Spear. Simultaneously, with a thought, the rock earth turtle beside him suddenly smacked its tail on the ground and leaped up, turning into a flesh and shell shield that positioned itself in front of him in midair. The moon blades collided with the Fire Serpent and Golden Spear, exhausting most of the spell's power before falling to the ground, spent. Afterward, the significantly weakened Fire Serpent and Golden Spear landed on the back of the rock earth turtle and on top of Zhou Chun's protective barrier, failing to cause any real harm to master and servant. This unexpected turn of events left the man with triangular eyes and the woman in red gauze dumbfounded, and their complexions greatly changed. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun and the rock earth turtle, having landed back on the ground, quickly seized this opportunity to launch a counterattack. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhou Chun's silver short sword flew out, aiming straight for the triangle-eyed man ahead. The rock earth turtle slammed its turtle paw against the ground, and numerous sharp stone spikes sprang up around the triangle-eyed man, battering his golden light protective shield into erratic, ceaseless shimmering. Only then did the triangle-eyed man regain his senses and, while maneuvering the earthen yellow round shield magic artifact to block the silver short sword, he cried out in desperate anger. Democrat Minnesota, it sharp as attack. My dear, you go first, I'll hold them off to cover your escape. Upon hearing his words, the woman's pretty face suddenly changed. Then, after a slight hesitation, she nodded and replied, Then be careful. Husband, I'll wait for you at our usual place. After speaking, she retracted her azure long sword magic artifact and swiftly turned to retreat into the woods. Seeing this, Zhou Chun did not make a move to capture her, but merely channeled mana into the 2 semicircular moon blades on the ground, causing them to fly up into the sky and merge into one to form a silver-black circle again. Watching the rotating silver-black circle in the air, a trace of fear flashed in the triangle-eyed man's eyes that he nervously swallowed and spoke softly to Zhou Chun, esteemed fellow Daoist, I admit defeat today, that if you just let me go, I'll leave my storage pouch for you. Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, had a flicker of interest in his eyes and softly replied, Really? You better not be deceiving me. It's the absolute truth. If I lie to you, I'm not human, declared the triangle-eyed man with a thump on his chest, utterly sincere in his tone. Then put the storage pouch on the ground and be on your way. Zhou Chun looked down in thought for a moment before stating his condition. Hearing this, a surge of joy flashed in the triangle-eyed man's eyes as he hastily bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, Thank you, fellow Daoist, for your magnanimity, that I take my leave. After saying this, he directly untied the storage pouch from his waist and tossed it into the nearby bushes. Then, without retracting his protective shield, he turned and walked toward the forest. But no sooner had he taken a few steps than the spinning silver-black circle from the air roared as it sliced towards him. You're not keeping your word. The roar ripped from the triangle-eyed man's mouth as he turned around, his face flushed with rage, frantically using the earthen yellow round shield magic artifact in an attempt to protect himself. Who said I'm not keeping my word? Didn't I let you leave and give you a head start? Zhou Chun's face showed a faint mocking smile, watching as the earthen yellow round shield failed to withstand the repeated slashes of the Moonblade Meteor Wheel and quickly fell apart. Then, without giving the triangle-eyed man a chance to employ any other means, Zhou Chun, with a concentrated surge of mana, caused the silver-black circle to spin once overhead before crashing down toward him. This time he could not withstand the blow. His protective barrier shattered, and he met his death on the spot. This is what they call, he who practices evil brings about his own destruction. In the forest, Zhou Chun gestured a spell, gathering moisture to form rain and wash the blood from the moon blade meteor wheel, then coldly taunted while gazing at the bloodied corpse on the ground. For those bandit cultivators who specialized in ambushing and murdering other cultivators for their loot, Zhou Chun held no sympathy or mercy. The crimes they had committed would not be atoned for, even if they died 100 times. If he had lacked the power to do anything about it before that, would have been one thing, but now that he had the chance to take a bandit cultivator's life, Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity for such a good deed. Moreover, he was certain that the storage pouch the triangle-eyed man had left behind was a blinding method, and it definitely did not contain his true wealth. Indeed, as he searched the corpse on the ground, Zhou Chun quickly found another storage pouch from inside the inner pocket of his sleeve, with a brief probe of his divine sense into the storage pouch. Zhou Chun's face immediately broke into a smile. Next, Zhou Chun burned the corpse on the ground, gathered the rock earth turtle into the spirit beast pouch, and promptly flew from the battlefield using the wind control skill. It wasn't until an hour after Zhou Chun left that the woman in red gauze returned to the scene. When she saw the fragments of magic artifacts, the remnants of bloodstains, and the ashes left from the burning of the body, she instantly understood what had happened. Her pretty face turned pale, her legs gave out, and she collapsed on the ground, covering her face with her hands and bursting into tears. Woo woo woo. Husband, how could you just leave like that? You promised to grow old with me together. How could you abandon me and leave? In the forest, the sound of a woman's sorrowful crying carried on the wind, unceasing for a long time. Elsewhere, after leaving the Hongyan mountain range, Zhou Chun hurriedly found a secluded place to stop and meditate to recover his mana. The first great superior magic artifact is indeed useful, but it really consumes a lot of mana. The battle that lasted less than half an hour consumed nearly 60% of Zhou Chun's mana. And that was just one first great superior magic artifact. It was easy to imagine that if he didn't break through to the later stages of the Qi refinement realm, even if he had two first great superior magic artifacts, he would likely run out of mana after only a few uses and then be at the mercy of others. Compared to that, a spirit pet was better, not only versatile, but also not requiring the consumption of the master's mana. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun glanced at the rock earth turtle standing guard as his protector, and before entering meditation, he specifically took out a bag of jerky from his storage pouch and fed it to the turtle as a reward. More than 2 hours later, Zhou Chun woke up from his meditation. His mana finally recovered to over 80%. He then took out the stone jar, swallowed a big gulp of purification spirit water to expel the evil qi from his body, and began to check the loot from the triangular-eyed man's storage pouch. The triangular-eyed man's 2 storage pouches weren't lacking in contents. The one used as a blinding method had over 20 spirit coins, talismans, clothing, classics, and other items, reasonably convincing indeed. The other storage pouch, which Zhou Chun found in the man's inner sleeve pocket, contained more than 160 spirit coins, as well as 2 bottles of elixirs, several jade and wooden boxes holding precious spiritual objects, and a number of secret manuals on cultivation techniques. Zhou Chun also collected the triangular-eyed man's previously used magic artifacts, a fire spear and a bronze gourd magic artifact. Of these 2 magic artifacts, the fire spear, being full of cracks, was estimated to be discarded after a few more uses and was deemed worthless. On the other hand, the bronze gourd magic artifact, which could release fireballs, was intact, providing Zhou Chun with an additional usable magic artifact. At this point, Zhou Chun gave both magic artifacts a few looks, then put them away, planning to refine them after returning to his clan. He then turned his attention to the jade bottles containing elixirs and the various jade and wooden boxes. Opening the 2 jade bottles, he saw one of them contained a purplish-red powder. Zhou Chun recognized it as the healing spiritual medicine known as condensing flesh regeneration powder, highly effective for stopping bleeding and healing wounds. The other jade bottle held 3 brownish-yellow elixirs he didn't recognize, which he would need to have identified by elders once he returned home. The remaining 2 jade boxes held 2 types of spirit grass. One was a red ginseng with a herb age of over 100 years, and the other, a spirit grass called 7-leaf purple star orchid, more valuable than the century-old red ginseng. Both spirit grasses were wild, likely possessions of others that the triangular-eyed man had obtained through robbery. In the final wooden box, there lay an oval-shaped tan ore. The tan ore was heavy, and Zhou Chun had to use both hands to lift it from the wooden box. As he examined the object and tried to ascertain its origin, the rock earth turtle suddenly stretched its head towards him, sniffing, and conveyed an unusual emotion to him. "You're saying this thing is edible?" Zhou Chun looked at the rock earth turtle with a face full of surprise, finding it quite unbelievable. However, with the limited intelligence of the rock earth turtle, it couldn't understand complex emotions beyond its grasp. It merely nodded its head and conveyed a new thought to him. "Oh, you're saying this thing feels beneficial to you, but you can't eat it now?" Zhou Chun nodded slightly, understanding the meaning of the rock earth turtle. It seemed that the tan or had the effect of promoting bloodline evolution for the rock earth turtle species, but there were also requirements for the turtle's strength. This rock earth turtle was currently only a mid-grade demon beast of the first order. Its own bloodline potential had not yet been fully realized, so it would be difficult to digest the ore at present. It was estimated that only when the rock earth turtle reached its bloodline potential limit and its cultivation level was comparable to that of a 12th layer chi refinement realm cultivator, could it consume the ore to promote bloodline evolution. Considering this, the tan ore must be a rare resource, and Zhou Chun wondered where the triangular-eyed man had obtained it. With this thought, Zhou Chun said to the rock earth turtle, "In that case, I'll keep this item for you for now, and give it to you when you can eat it later." Then he turned his attention to the classics and secret manuals. After flipping through a few secret manuals and classics, Zhou Chun quickly found what he was looking for. In a classic called Feng Zhen's Miscellaneous Discussions, it recorded a concealing and breath-hiding secret technique left by its owner, Feng Zhen, called Hidden Cicada Breathing Technique. It was a practical secret technique that, just like the forest concealment technique, used vegetation to hide one's traces and could also conceal breath and repress mana fluctuations. Moreover, unlike the forest concealment technique, which does not allow easy movement once deployed, the hidden cicada breathing technique allows for movement within the forest and can achieve a decent camouflage effect while moving. However, the text also mentioned that the camouflaging effect of hidden cicada breathing technique could basically only fool the naked eye when moving and was unlikely to be effective against divine sense, so there were still many limitations in its use. But even so, Zhou Chun immediately realized that the hidden cicada breathing technique might be the biggest gain from this venture. Struck it rich. In the mountains and forests, Zhou Chun looked at the Feng Zhen's Miscellaneous Discussions in his hand, which recorded the cultivation method of the hidden cicada breathing technique, his face filled with excitement. In the cultivation world, for any force, the most precious thing is not external objects like magic artifacts, elixirs, talismans, etc., but various secret techniques with special uses. Magic artifacts, elixirs, and talismans can only benefit an individual, whereas secret techniques can be cultivated by any cultivator who meets the requirements. And secret technique is a conceptual term, including secret medicinal recipes, inheritance of artifact refining, alchemy skills, etc., all of which can be counted as part of the inheritance of secret techniques. Therefore, for a force, the more secret technique inheritances it masters, the deeper its foundation. For example, large sects like Jingwa Country's Moonwell Sect, Sunflame Sect, and Green Lotus Temple, which have nascent soul stage cultivators at the helm, have a vast collection of various secret techniques in their sects. Therefore, the cultivators who have received such inheritances from these sects, even if they do not have an advantage in magic artifacts, cannot be compared with the small family clans and small sect cultivators outside. Although the hidden cicada breathing technique Zhou Chun now possessed wasn't a secret technique that could directly enhance combat power, nor did it produce a continuous supply of resources for the family, like artifact refining and alchemy skills, it triumphed in having simple requirements for cultivators almost universally cultivable and relevant to every chi refinement realm cultivator. This universality would greatly enhance its value to a cultivation family. Zhou Chun could now be 80% sure that by offering the secret technique, not only could he be directly promoted to an elite clan member, but he might also receive a significant amount of family merit. How could he not be pleased? With this happy mood, Zhou Chun's face beamed with a smile as he invoked his bamboo leaf flight artifact to soar into the sky, eagerly returning to his family clan. However, once he actually returned to the clan, he had already calmed his excited emotions, and instead of hurrying to find clan leader Zhou Daoi at Pagoda Peak to present his treasure, he first went back to his residence at Baoji Peak to meditate and restore his mana. Zhou Chun didn't want anyone to know about the stone jar that could produce purification spirit water, at least not every time he returned to the clan. No matter how much mana he had spent, he would always expend his mana until only 10 to 20% remained. This way, no one would suspect he had been sitting outside to recover his mana. He also needed some time to process and create his recent experiences. For example, where the spirit coins he used to purchase the first great superior magic artifact Moonblade Meteor Wheel came from. For example, after fighting desperately with enemies outside, he did not return to the clan quickly on his flight artifact, but instead took more than 3 days to return home due to excessive mana consumption. These details were crucial, and he must pay close attention to them at all times. Otherwise, even if no one noticed any flaws once or twice, with enough occurrences, surely no one would be fooled and anomalies would become apparent. After sitting in meditation on Baoji Peak for several hours and fully recovering his condition, Zhou Chun went to meet clan leader Zhou Daoist at Pagoda Peak. Zheng Chun, you finally deigned to return. You were gone for quite some time. If you had not returned, you might have missed the chance to participate in the family selection tournament. Inside the central peace hall, Zhou Daoist deeply regarded Zhou Chun after receiving him and spoke with deeply meaningful words. Zhou Daoist currently had a quite profound impression of Zhou Chun, a younger member within the clan, mainly because several actions Zhou Chun had taken previously and a few suggestions he had made had significantly benefited the family. And as the clan leader, he naturally could not forget such meritorious individuals. However, while he was quite favorable towards Zhou Chun, as clan leader, he had to ensure he treated everyone equally and not provide special rewards or favors to anyone arbitrarily. Aside from some aspects where he would take care of Zhou Chun a little, he would not grant him anything unreasonably. This time, hearing Zhou Daoist's meaningful words, Zhou Chun also quickly replied, "The clan leader is insightful." The junior indeed had a reason for taking so long to return. Normally, Zhou family cultivators would find a round trip to Hongyang Marketplace, even if slow, requiring only 7 or 8 days at most. After all, they were just going there to buy and sell, not to stay and cultivate long-term. That he took twice as long as others, effectively, doing less for the clan during that extended time. If anyone were to gossip or wag their tongues about this matter, Zhou Daoist, the clan leader, would likely have to discipline them to command respect. However, despite there being a reason for what had occurred, Zhou Chun did not rush to explain. Instead, he directly began his treasure offering. "Clan leader, with your discerning eye, please acknowledge that although I faced life-threatening danger that nearly cost me my life, I also reaped a significant harvest and acquired a secret technique inheritance that would be extremely beneficial to our family." As he spoke, Zhou Chun took out the book that contained the hidden cicada breathing technique from Feng Zhen's miscellaneous discussions and handed it to Zhou Daoist. Could it be? Zhou Daoist's expression changed as he took the book and looked at the page Zhou Chun had specifically turned to. After he finished reading the contents, a description of the hidden cicada breathing technique recorded in the book, he could not help but show joy and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Indeed, it is a practical and excellent secret technique. Zheng Chun, you have truly made a significant contribution to our family this time." Having spoken, he knitted his brows, recalling Zhou Chun's words about life-threatening danger, and immediately asked with concern, "You just mentioned you experienced life-threatening danger. Could it be that you encountered bandit cultivators?" Clan leader is wise. That is indeed what happened. Zhou Chun gave a bit of flattery before recounting his encounter with the bandit cultivator couple, including a detailed description of the battle, without concealing any part of it. Zhou Daoist was taken aback upon hearing Zhou Chun's account. He looked at Zhou Chun, completely unable to tell that the young man before him, not yet 25 years old, had managed to kill the bandit cultivators in a 2-against-1 fight when he was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. He was amazed by Zhou Chun's strength. He also shook his head repeatedly in admonishment. This was too risky. In the future, if you encounter such situations, it is best to leave directly. If you conduct cultivators, we strive for the path to immortality, not for fights of temper. After speaking, as though worried that Zhou Chun had not taken his words to heart, he earnestly added, "I'm not telling you to avoid conflicts when they arise, but to inform you that there is no need for meaningless struggles. Those bandit cultivators are like homeless wild dogs with nothing to lose. We should not duke it out with them when we are not sure of victory." Zhou Chun knew that the clan leader meant well, so he did not attempt to explain, but simply responded with a proper attitude. "I understand, Elder. I will definitely be cautious in the future." "Good lad. It's best that you understand," Zhou Daoist said with relief. Pleased with his attitude, at this point, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to say, "There's another matter I would like to consult the clan leader about. When I was sorting through that bandit cultivator storage pouch, I found an elixir and a piece of, or I do not recognize, and I would like to ask the clan leader for help in identifying them." Hearing this, Zhou Daoist asked softly, "Oh, bring out the items for me to see." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately presented the bottle of elixir and the terracotta-colored ore. Zhou Daoist started with the jade bottle. opened it and looked an elixir pill, and soon nodded, saying, "This elixir is called a ginseng yellow pill, a type that can refine the mana of cultivators in the later stages of chi refinement. Its effects are slightly better than the spring sun pill of our family, but its efficacy is more overwhelming, and it should not be taken in excess. It's best to have at least a 2-month interval between doses." He returned the jade bottle to Zhou and then looked at the terracotta-colored ore, commenting, "This piece of ore is a fine object. It's called feldspar stone, containing pure earth-type spiritual power. It can be used as material for artifact refining or as food favored by some earth, attribute demon beasts." With that, he proceeded to give Zhou some advice. "Once your rock earth turtle is cultivated to a top-tier first-stage entity, you can feed this to it. This may not enable it to evolve into a mid-level demon beast, but it will certainly strengthen its bloodline and accumulate a foundation for future advancement." Zhou, having heard this, nodded repeatedly in thanks. "I understand. Thank you, clan leader, for clarifying my doubts." After he stored both items away, Zhou looked at him and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back for now to AS for the reward for offering the secret technique. I will discuss it with the elders and will summon you later to announce it." Zhou respectfully replied upon hearing this, "I shall obey. Elder, I will take my leave now." After speaking, he exited the Great Hall and returned to Baoji Peak to patiently wait for news. Once Zhou had left, Zhou, looking at the Fengzhan's miscellaneous discussions in his hands, suddenly realized that he had forgotten to ask Zhou where the spirit coins for the top-tier first-stage magic artifact came from. Never mind, we cultivators wander all over, and who among us doesn't have a bit of luck and personal secrets? As long as he hasn't embezzled from the communal assets of the family for personal gain, why bother scrutinizing and asking so many questions? He gently shook his head, dismissing the thought of delving too deeply, and decided not to inquire further. It was true that he was the Zhou family clan leader, but he was not the parent of every Zhou family cultivator. Besides, even as a parent, one should not leave their children without any privacy. If he were to probe into every little secret of each Zhou family cultivator, the likely outcome would be that clan members would become estranged and possibly even leave the family. Therefore, to be a qualified clan leader, Zhou had to be clear about what to ask and what not to ask. Clan leader Zhou actually didn't ask where the spirit coins for purchasing the Moon Blade Meteor Wheel came from, which puzzled Zhou somewhat. However, this was undoubtedly a great thing for him. Although he believed that the reasons he fabricated were faultless, a lie was ultimately still a lie. If he could avoid lying, then there would be no possibility of being exposed. In the following days, Zhou was both waiting for clan leader Zhou to finalize the reward for offering up the hidden cicada breathing technique and inquiring about the clan's internal selection competition registration details from familiar clan members like Zhou Zhengyo. The Zhou family was holding the internal selection competition this time to encourage clan members to eagerly register and participate, and they had set up a reward system. Those who made it into the top 10 of the elite and youth divisions would be awarded with an additional year's worth of welfare and merit rewards according to their status within the clan. Although the reward was not much, having something was better than nothing. Therefore, almost every cultivator in the clan who met the registration requirements signed up. Of course, for Zhou, making it into the top 10 of the youth division posed virtually no problem. And even making it into the top 3 was not entirely out of reach. As for first place, let's not even mention it. The Zhou family's cultivator under 30 with the highest cultivation level now is Zhou Zhengkong, the 7th in the Zheng generation, who is only 29 this year, but has already reached the 10th level of the Qi refinement realm and possesses at least 2 first-grade superior magic artifacts. This Zhou Zhengkong is also a strong contender for first place in the youth division of the 5 major families' magic duel event. And the Zhou family elders placed high hopes on him. Zhou goal was simple. It didn't matter for the Zhou family's internal competition. As long as he could make it into the top 10 of the 5 families' magic duel event, it was said that cultivators who made it into the top 10 would receive either a first-grade superior magic artifact or an elixir or spiritual objects of equivalent value as a reward. This was a very substantial reward that in this way. While waiting, 3 days passed by in a flashpoint. 3 days later, Zhou was summoned to Pagoda Peak by clan leader Zhou spirit pet, Lan, and then learned of his reward. After discussions with the 3 elders, we have decided to grant the following rewards to Zheng for offering up the hidden cicada breathing technique. Promote you, Zheng, to the status of elite clan member. Bestow upon you the opportunity to choose one secret technique for cultivation from the 2nd floor of the book collection tower. Award you 300 merit points. In the central peace hall, Zhou looked at Zhou who he had summoned, and solemnly announced the rewards. The rewards could not be considered anything but generous. Leaving aside the status of an elite clan member, just the opportunity to choose a secret technique for cultivation and the 300 merit points were significant benefits. Even Zhou Chun did not expect the rewards to be so much more generous than he had estimated. He was so startled that he forgot to express his thanks that it was only when Zhou Daoist saw that he was silent and reminded him, saying, "How is it? Are you satisfied with the family's rewards, Zhang Chun?" that he finally snapped out of it. He nodded repeatedly and replied, "Satisfied. This junior is very satisfied." After speaking, he bowed to Zhou Daoist and said, "Thank you, clan leader, and thank you to all the elders for your favor. I am extremely grateful. If you're satisfied, then that is good." Zhou Daoist nodded and then earnestly instructed Zhou Chun, "As long as you are dedicated to working for the family in the future, the family will definitely not shortchange you in the slightest." "Yes, this junior will definitely bear the clan leader's teachings in mind," Zhou Chun respectfully responded, then left Pagoda Peak with 1,000 thanks. Afterward, he didn't delay in the slightest and directly headed to Flying Rock Peak, where the book collection tower was located. Zhou Chun had been curious about the second floor of the Zhou family's book collection tower for more than a day or two, but now that he finally had the chance to enter and choose a secret technique for cultivation, how could he sit still and to gain access to the second floor of the book collection tower? Elder Zhou Daoquan had to help unlock it. Zhou Chun waited on Flying Rock Peak for nearly 2 hours before Elder Zhou Daoquan finally had time to come to the outside of the book collection tower. Elder Zhou Daoquan had a deep impression of Zhou Chun, who had left that mysterious snake egg with him for research. Upon seeing him, he looked at him with an approving smile and said, "Boy, your luck isn't bad at all. Usually, only core clan members can enter the second floor of the book collection tower to choose a secret technique to cultivate. Yet, you've managed to do it right after being promoted to an elite clan member." Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, also courteously complimented in return. "It's all thanks to the clan leader and the elder's support and care that allows a junior like me to have this opportunity." Hearing his words, Zhou Daoquan couldn't help but let out a chuckle. You certainly have a way with words. And a wonder the clan leader takes such a liking to you, speaking highly of you in front of us." The clan leader Zhou Daoist taking such a liking to him? Zhou Chun's expression froze for a moment, followed by an immense joy in his heart. Zhou Daoquan would certainly not deceive him about such a matter, hence it was mostly likely true. This was indeed very good news for him. Being favored by Zhou Daoist, the clan leader, would mean he had a solid backing within the Zhou family from now on. Although he felt jubilant inside, he still tried to keep his composure on the surface, continuing to say good words. Everything the junior says is from the heart, completely honest and true. However, Zhou Daoquan didn't pay any further attention to him. Instead, he formed a spell with his hands and cast a beam of spiritual light toward the corner of the first floor of the book collection tower. Instantly, the staircase passage, previously concealed by a forbidden technique, revealed itself before Zhou Chun's eyes. "All right, I've undone the seal that go up to the second floor, and make your selection. Once you've chosen, come down and tell me," he said. Zhou Daoquan waved his hand, and after dropping those words, he walked over to the green-haired giant ape that was guarding the book collection tower and started to communicate with this remarkable beast of the Zhou family in the beast language. As a foundation establishment stage, cultivator proficient in the beast taming technique, Zhou Daoquan was fluent in over a dozen beast languages, allowing him to communicate directly with related demon beasts. Of course, this kind of communication was limited to some simple vocabulary, and it was far less convenient compared with the tame spirit beasts than those in the wild. Zhou Chun had long been accustomed to seeing Zhou family cultivators communicate with spirit beasts in the beast language and found it nothing unusual. After a brief glance, he walked up the stairs to the second floor of the book collection tower, filled with anticipation. Compared to the vastness of the first floor, the second floor had much less space. Moreover, upon looking up, Zhou Chun saw only the bookshelf, labeled with the words "secret techniques," while other areas remained blank, still obscured by forbidden techniques. He walked over to the bookshelf and quickly scanned the top, where 13 books were neatly arrayed in a row. These 13 books represented the 13 secret techniques owned by the Zhou family. Of course, Zhou Chun was aware that the Zhou family definitely possessed more than just these 13 secret techniques. However, the ones available for their Qi refinement realm clan members to cultivate were only these so far. Among them was even the hidden cicada breathing technique he had offered, Golden Spirit Sword Technique. A swordsmanship secret technique can only be cultivated by those with a metal attribute spiritual root, consisting of 2 levels, Upon mastering the first level, one can enhance blade and sword-type magic artifacts with golden spirit sword gleam, improving the sharpness of the artifact. Upon reaching the second level, one can wield golden spirit sword chi through blade and sword-type magic artifacts, with power comparable to a first-rank superior spell. 5 elements spiritual armor technique, a defensive secret technique. After successful cultivation, one can condense a suit of 5-element spirit armor according to one's own mana attributes, with a defensive effect depending on the individual's cultivation level. Blood-burning spirit conversion technique, an auxiliary secret technique. After successful cultivation, it allows the conversion of vital blood into mana. Zhou looked over each of them and found that the bookshelf contained secret techniques of various purposes, and they all seemed quite impressive. Unfortunately, he could only choose one secret technique to cultivate right now. The next time he wished to select another secret technique to cultivate, he feared he would have to wait until he was promoted to a core clan member. So, after much deliberation, Zhou still chose the defensive secret technique, 5 elements spiritual armor technique. He was afraid of dying, and such a defensive secret technique, once successfully cultivated, would undoubtedly greatly increase his ability to defend himself and preserve his life in battles and confrontations. After selecting the secret technique, Zhou brought the book down the stairs and handed it to Elder Zhou Daoquan. Zhou Daoquan took the book, glanced at the name, and nodded slightly. Now that you have made your choice, keep the rubbing of this secret technique with the old ape when you want to cultivate the secret technique. Come to it to get the rubbing for your study until you've learned it. He then passed the book to the green-haired giant ape standing beside him. As you command, Elder, replied Zhou, who then gave a respectful bow to the green-haired giant ape. Just then, Zhou Daoquan seemed to remember something and suddenly turned to him. By the way, that exotic beast egg you left for the old man to study, I've already made some progress. If nothing unexpected occurs, we should obtain results within half a year. Remember not to wander around during this time, so the old man can find you when the time comes. So quickly the research was yielding results? Zhou was startled, then overjoyed and immediately nodded seriously. Yes, I will remember that. Secret art cultivation is not something that can be mastered in a day or two, that even though the hidden cicada breathing technique and 5-element spiritual armor technique are not amongst those more difficult to cultivate secret techniques. A chi refinement realm cultivator wishing to cultivate them to the point of being able to utilize them as desired without delaying their own cultivation still needs at least a year or more. Therefore, after Zhou returned from Flying Rock Peak, apart from devoting the time previously spent reading and relaxing to the cultivation of the 2 secret techniques, not much in his life changed. 7 days after his return from Hongyang Marketplace, the Zhou family's internal selection contest officially began. The final results of the selection contest did not surprise many of the Zhou family cultivators, as cultivators from the same family. They inevitably sparred and ventured out together, and one could generally understand the other's strength with some inquiries. Zhou didn't go all out in the selection contest, not even using the first-rank superior magic artifact Moonblade Meteor Wheel. So he ended up placing 5th in the youth group, just behind his 10th brother Zhou Zhengyang in the elite group, which had an age restriction of no more than 60 years. Zhou Jiaping, his relatively close 27th uncle, achieved 2nd place. With the end of the internal selection contest, Zhou and the other confirmed participants received a list of data records, which contained information on participants from several other families. At the same time, each person received 1 first-rank superior talisman and 4 first-rank mid-grade talismans from the family. From this, it was not hard to see just how seriously clan leader Zhou Daoist and the other Zhou family upper echelons took this grand martial competition among the 5 major cultivation families. About another month passed, and on this day at dawn, 20 Zhou family cultivators participating in the martial competition among the 5 major cultivation families all gathered at Pagoda Peak. Today was the day to depart for the venue where the martial competition was being held. This time, the host of the martial competition was the Wang family from Honyao Valley, with the location set within the Wang family's gate. Upon Pagoda Peak, after all the competing Zhou family cultivators had arrived, clan leader Zhou Daoist began with an inspiring speech to boost their morale, and then flung open his spirit beast pouch tied at his waist. Instantly, a gust of wind rose, and on the square in front of Central Peace Hall, a 6 to 7 zhang long green python suddenly appeared. This green python, as thick as a water bucket with a belly showing white within its green color, had clusters of white cloud patterns, resembling tufts of clouds at a mid-grade 2nd-rank demon beast, the Sky Azure Cloud Python. This green python was clan leader of the Zhou family, Zhou. Daoist Spirit Pet, the Sky Azure Cloud Python, a rare mid-level demon beast with a legendary Flood Dragon bloodline. And once a demon beast reaches the second rank, regardless of its species, it attains the Sky Maneuver Flight ability similar to a Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator, a Wind Attribute Demon Beast. The Sky Azure Cloud Python is even faster than cultivators in flight upon reaching adulthood and the second rank, and is especially adept at flying. Thus, with its 6 to 7 zhong long body, it could perfectly serve as a flying dragon boat, carrying Zhou and the other 20 Qi Refinement Realm cultivators for swift travel. Having released the Sky Azure Cloud Python, Zhou Daoist immediately stepped forward and walked straight up to the python's head as it rested on the ground with its body stretched out. Then he turned to the Zhou family cultivators behind him, who had been awed by the python's appearance, and beckoned, "Come up, everyone." Next, Qingqing will take you to the Wang family of Hongyao Valley. Hearing his words, cultivators like Zhou Jiapeng, who had already seen the Sky Azure Cloud Python more than once and belonged to the home generation, quickly followed suit and stepped onto the python's back before sitting down with legs astride. With them leading the way, the younger Zheng generation cultivators like Zhou dared to follow boldly. Once all 20 were aboard the python, standing in line about a foot apart from each other, Zhou Daoist uttered, "Hold tight," and the Sky Azure Cloud Python flicked its tail and twisted its head, creating a whirlwind that lifted it from the ground. "Ah!" Screams echoed through the air, one after another. It was the Zhou family cultivators who were riding the flying serpent for the first time. They were so nervous they called out loudly because of the serpent's shake. But in fact, most of the noise was due to their own nervousness. Although the serpent's body did sway slightly, it was actually much more stable than a galloping horse, and there was no feeling of bumpiness that. So, after shouting to release that tension, they quickly realized this and soon returned to normal, gripping the serpent's sides with excitement and pointing at the landscape below with wide eyes to accommodate the Qi Refinement Realm cultivators. The Sky Azure Cloud Python did not fly too high, maintaining an altitude of just 6 to 700 zhong below the clouds. This height allowed the beauty of the mountains and rivers below to be seen clearly, of course. This also meant that mortals only had to look up to see the silhouette of the giant python carrying more than 20 people through the when the giant python flew near areas where mortals congregated. Those who happened to glance up and see this scene would mistake the python for a true dragon from legends, and the Zhou family cultivators on its back as immortals on a dragon's journey, resulting in reverent worship. Even some cultivators who saw this scene were shocked, with many of them stunned into silence. The reactions of the people below, observed by the Zhou family cultivators, instantly filled their hearts with immense pride. Look, this was their spirit beast Zhou family, a cultivation family with a legacy of more than 1,700 years, incomparable to those foundationless loose cultivators and minor families. A cultivator of the Zhou family of the Zhou generation couldn't help but sigh. If only the clan leader's Sky Azure Cloud Python could evolve into a flood dragon. Then, we'd truly be traveling on a dragon. Hearing his words, the other Zhou family cultivators on the python's back couldn't help but indulge in the fantasy, their hearts yearning for the scene he described. Only Zhou Daoist, who had his back to everyone, wore a bitter smile on his face after hearing this, a flood dragon. He wished for it too. The problem was, making the Sky Azure Cloud Python evolve into a flood dragon was no small challenge. Even if he reached the Purple Mansion phase, the hopes of achieving this were not great, let alone as a mere Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. Those that could be called flood dragons were at least upper-level demon beasts, and even among them, they were incredibly powerful. Though the Sky Azure Cloud Python possessed the flood dragon bloodline, evolving into an actual flood dragon on its own was essentially impossible. However, there was no need to dampen the ambitions of these junior family members at this time. In fact, Zhou Daoist had intended to motivate the younger generation by leading the Zhou family cultivators to Hongyao Valley in such a high-profile and flamboyant manner, while also showcasing the strength and depth of the Zhou family to the outside world. The Sky Azure Cloud Python flew swiftly, covering 400 or 500 li in just 2 hours, and in less than 4 hours, they arrived at Hongyao Valley, where the Wang family resided. Hongyao Valley's Wang family was famous for cultivating and selling spiritual medicine. Their territory, Hongyao Valley, was an area particularly suited for the growth of spiritual medicine, in terms of family strength. The Wang family was also very powerful, not only boasting a Purple Mansion phase Supreme Elder, but also possessing up to 5 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Moreover, There were 3 more Wang family cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage within the Green Lotus Temple. That it could be said that the Wang family's apparent strength was even greater than that of the Zhou family on the surface. When the Zhou family cultivators, riding the sky Azure Cloud Python, appeared outside of Hongyao Valley, the Wang family cultivators guarding the formation were all shocked and left speechless. It was Zhou Daoist who commanded the sky Azure Cloud Python to land, unloaded everyone from its back, and put the python into the spirit beast pouch, which stirred the stupefied Wang family cultivators back to reality. They quickly reported the situation to the clan leader of Wang family and other high-ranking members. After waiting outside the Wang family's mountain gate for nearly 15 minutes, Zhou Chun and others saw the fog of the formation in front of them churning violently, revealing a passageway wide enough for several people to enter and exit side by side. Then came clan leader Wang Zhixiong of Hongyao Valley's Wang family, accompanied by 2 Wang family cultivators, emerging from the passageway to greet them. Welcome Taoist friend Zhou and all the Zhou family cultivators to the Wang family. Wang extends his greetings to you all. With a portly figure, small eyes, and a round belly, wearing a loose yellow robe, this was what clan leader Wang Zhixiong looked like. His face beaming with a smile, he clasped hands in salute to Zhou Daoist and the Zhou family cultivators, then warmly ushered them into the mountain gate. Different from the varied scenery of the Zhou family's Jiufeng Ridge, the environment of the Wang family's mountain gate was like a large farmstead, sitting inside a vast valley and filled with expansive herb fields. Upon entering the Wang family's mountain gate, they could smell an assortment of medicinal fragrances, and as far as the eye could see, many Wang family cultivators were seen watering, weeding, and ridding pests in the fields. Zhou Chun glanced over and noticed that in terms of area alone, the medicinal fields he saw of the Wang family were over 7 or 8 times larger than those of the Zhou family, with a wide variety of spiritual medicine planted within them. Indeed, the Wang family of Hongyao Valley lives up to its reputation. By Zhou Chun's side, Zhou Jiapeng, like him, scrutinized the various spirit fields and then murmured a quiet sigh. Even Zhou Jingyong was murmuring enviously. With so many spiritual medicines, the Wang family cultivators must be very fortunate. At least they shouldn't lack elixirs to advance their cultivation level. But was this really the case? Zhou Chun thought about the information he knew about the Wang family, feeling that it couldn't be as simple as Zhou Jingyong had said. After all, if elixirs truly weren't scarce, the competing cultivators from the Wang family mentioned in the reports should all be at least at the Qi refinement realm, levels 11 or 12. He pondered to himself. There might also be a possibility that these spiritual medicines don't fully belong to the Wang family. But such words were not suitable to be spoken out loud, especially since clan leader Wang Zhixiong was walking right ahead of them. Hongyao Valley, it was not until Zhou Chun and the others followed clan leader Wang Zhixiong into the Wang family's residence that they discovered the Zhou family was actually the last clan to arrive. The Mu family from Biyun Mountain, the Sun family from Golden Maple Ridge, and the He family from Qingzhou Mountain had all arrived at the Wang family's place the day before. Now, with the arrival of the Zhou family, all members of the 5 major clans were present. This time, our 5 great families are jointly hosting a spell fighting and martial exchange event, which is one of the rare grand occasions in recent years that M.Y. Wang family has also invited many cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm from inside and outside Lanzhou to attend. Now that all the Taoist friends are here and have started their exchanges, Taoist friend Zhou, you should come with me to meet them all, Wang Zhixiong said with a smile, extending his hand in a welcoming gesture. After finishing, he glanced at Zhou Chun and other Qi refinement realm cultivators of the Zhou family with a smile. It's also a good chance for these younger generation members to get to know each other and establish relationships. Hearing his words, Zhou Daoist first nodded, then turned to the cultivators of the Zhou family behind him and said, "You heard what Taoist friend Wang said. Go with the 2 cultivators from the Wang family and meet the other family's cultivators. And remember, don't cause trouble, understand?" "Yes, clan leader," the crowd responded in unison, then followed the 2 Qi refinement realm cultivators from the Wang family to another courtyard. By the time the Zhou family members reached a courtyard called Osmanthus Courtyard, they could hear cheers and applause echoing from within. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances, then one after another, they entered the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, which was planted with many osmanthus trees, dozens of male and female cultivators sat on stone benches or lay against tree trunks, all looking towards a certain spot as though they were engaged in some activity. After leading the group of Zhou family members into the courtyard, the leading Wang family cultivator clapped his hands and called out, "Come everyone, take a break and come greet the cultivators from the Zhou family." Upon hearing his words, the cultivators in the courtyard shifted their gaze to the Zhou family cultivators. I am Zhou Jiaqing. Greetings to all Taoist friends. Zhou Jiapeng. Greetings to all Taoist friends. Zhou Zhengkong. Greetings to all Taoist friends. Facing the gazes of the cultivators in the courtyard, members of the Zhou family bowed with hands clasped and introduced themselves, initiating conversation. The cultivators from the other families, who had been sizing up the Zhou family, had no choice but to introduce themselves in return to avoid any rudeness, though many of them had done this before on prior occasions. Once everyone had introduced themselves, under the host Wang family cultivator's invitation, Zhou Chun and the other Zhou family cultivators also found seats and joined in their activities. Before the Zhou family cultivators had arrived, the others were competing to see who could cast spells the fastest, aiming to cast the most lower-tier first-rank spells and mid-tier first-rank spells within 100 breaths time. To increase the fun of the competition, someone even set up a betting pool, attracting others to invest spirit coins on bets. The person running the books would give half of the income earned to the winner. This sparked a great deal of interest in joining the competition among the cultivators present, and many of them signed up to participate. Upon learning about this event, many Zhou family cultivators were also tempted and followed suit in signing up. Of course, only those qualified to participate in such events were mostly elite cultivators like Zhou Jiapeng and his group. Cultivators of the youth group like Zhou Chun could only watch the excitement and cheer from the sidelines. 13th. Brother, aren't you going to place a bet for fun? Under an osmanthus tree, Zhou Chun stood with his arms folded, watching two cultivators compete when suddenly Zhou Zhengyong approached him and quietly started talking about betting. The character gamble has always led to harm. I never gamble. Zhou Chun shook his head and replied in a low voice to Zhou Zhengyong. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyong couldn't help but smile and said, a small bet for fun. A large bet hurts. I know that principle. So I also just bet 3 spirit coins for a bit of entertainment. Win or lose, let it be. Zhou Chun didn't know if he really thought that way, and although they had a good relationship, it wasn't his place to teach the other how to live at S.O. Well, he simply shook his head and said, Brother Yong, as long as you understand, I won't participate myself. Suit yourself. Did you see those girls over there? I've inquired, and they are all unmarried maidens. Why don't you join me and give it a try? Maybe you'll have some luck. As Zhou Zhengyong spoke, he gave Zhou Chun a wink and a nudge. Unlike Zhou Chun, most of the other cultivators of the Zhou family did not reject the idea of finding a dual cultivation partner. In fact, they were quite proactive. For cultivators, having a companion of the opposite sex to jointly pursue the dual cultivation way was a method of boosting one's cultivation level with external help. Zhou Chun, when previously selecting secret techniques on the second floor of the Zhou family's book collection tower, had even come across a dual cultivation technique. If both a man and a woman cultivate using that kind of dual cultivation technique, their cultivation speed will be faster compared to the normal situation. So, for a cultivator like Zhou Zhengyong, who is 27 or 28 years old, when he sees other families' female cultivators who are not only of good background and cultivation level, but also good-looking, it's perfectly natural for him to think about seeking a dual cultivation partner. However, he also has the mind of a thief, but not the courage of one, still needing to drag Zhou Chun along to embolden himself. As for why he needed to pull Zhou Chun into this, of course, it's because Zhou Chun is handsome and charismatic, which makes it less likely for him to be disliked and rejected by female cultivators. To be honest, Zhou Chun had never thought that after his transmigration, he would become a handsome guy with good looks. Therefore, at this time, he felt somewhat amused and helpless about being used by Zhou Zhengyong as a tool. It's a pity that he couldn't really refuse this kind of request. After all, setting aside his friendship with Zhou Zhengyong, meeting other cultivators in itself wasn't a bad thing. More importantly, although he didn't have any intention of looking for a dual cultivation partner at the moment, he didn't necessarily have to avoid female cultivators when he encountered them. If he did not agree, Zhou Zhengyong, the big-mouthed fellow, might someday spread the word around, and then people would easily suspect that he might have some issues with his sexual orientation. That moment, he could only cough lightly and say, ahem, ahem. Meeting other families' Taoist friends is, of course, okay, but whether or not you can attract the lady's interest will still depend on Brother Yong's own abilities. When Zhou Zhengyong saw that he had agreed, he immediately nodded his head joyfully and said, of course, as a brother, I have prepared a secret weapon. Secret weapon? Zhou Chun took a glance at him, but he didn't notice anything extra on him. However, his curiosity was indeed piqued by those words. He followed Zhou Zhengyong toward the osmanthus trees with a female cultivator. As they approached the women within a distance of about 10 feet and saw that the female cultivators had noticed them and looked over, Yet Zhou Zhengyong showed no signs of speaking. Zhou Chun had no choice but to take the initiative to cup his fists in greeting and say, Taoist friends, greetings. I am Zhou Zhengchun, and this is my clan brother, Zhou Zhengyong. After pausing briefly, he smiled slightly at the women and added, I ask if we might stay for a moment and exchange some word with you Taoist friends? When he said this, he was actually very nervous inside. Honestly, Zhou Chun had some shadows in his heart regarding such situations, because in his previous life he had been rejected many times to the point that he eventually gave up. But this time, the outcome boosted his confidence from then on. As his words ended, the female cultivators immediately showed their smiles. One of them, wearing a light blue dress, immediately raised her hand to gesture and said, Of course. It's okay, Taoist friend Zhou. Please take a seat. We sisters were just wishing to consult with the Zhou family cultivator friends about beast taming. So, being handsome really does come with special treatment. Huh? Or are female cultivators in this world simply more understanding and reasonable? As Zhou Chun took his seat, he couldn't help but be filled with emotion that he looked at the 4 female cultivators opposite him. In terms of looks and figure, they were definitely at that first-rate standard from his previous life. The kind of beauties who could effortlessly gather 1 million fans with a live stream without needing any beauty filters. Such beauties, in his previous life, were only for him to watch. Expect them to face him with a smile in reality was almost impossible. Taoist friend Zhou seems quite young. May I know how old you are this year? I heard that the Zhou family of Jiufeng Ridge has tamed many types of spirit beasts, and I've always wanted to raise a fox-type spirit pet. Could Taoist friend Zhou possibly help me out? I have tamed a fire flame cat as a spirit pet, but unfortunately, after many years, it has remained at the first stage of a middle-grade demon beast. Does Taoist friend Zhou know how it could break through and advance? Just as Zhou Chun sat down and was reflecting inwardly, the female cultivators in front began to throw various questions at him. This seemed to bring him back to a familiar area. But before, it used to be questions like, have you bought a house? Have you bought a car? Is the house fully paid for? Is the car one of the BBA brands? Compared to those soul-searching inquiries, the questions now were a bit easier to answer. After collecting his thoughts, he smiled and replied, I, Zhou, am 24 this year and have been on the path of cultivation for 14 years. As for the request of this Taoist friend, I am really not in a position to help, as the Zhou family has not yet planned to sell spirit pets to outsiders. However, I can keep an eye out for you, and will inform you as soon as there is news. Regarding this Taoist friend's question, I want you to take a look at your fire flame cat and learn about the process you've used to cultivate it before I could give you some advice. And so, Zhou Chun answered the female cultivator's questions while gradually also helping Zhou Xingyong to ask and find out more about the women. Ultimately, Zhou Chun himself had no intention of finding a double cultivation partner. So after chatting for a while, he became less active in the conversation to avoid giving the wrong signals to the girls. Seeing that Zhou Chun was not very talkative, the female cultivators realized that he was truly just there to make friends, not to seek a cultivation partner. As a result, they stopped asking him more personal questions. Instead, it was Zhou Zhengyong who, now that Zhou Chun had started the conversation, gained the courage and began to make his presence felt in place of Zhou Chun. To be honest, Zhou Zhengyong was not bad-looking. One could say he was fairly average, with a face like his coupled with the Zhou family background and cultivation strength. Finding a cultivation partner would definitely be easy if that was all he wanted. After all, for many female loose cultivators, the dream is to marry a cultivator from a cultivation family and have a safe and secure home to practice cultivation, no longer living at someone else's mercy. But clearly, Zhou Xingyong was not interested in marrying a female loose cultivator. He preferred to form a marriage alliance with a female cultivator from another cultivation family. He naturally had his own reasons for this. Why taking a female loose cultivator as a double cultivation partner, he would gain nothing more than a partner. However, marrying a female cultivator from a cultivation family would mean becoming a bridge between the two cultivation families, and neither side would treat them unfairly. Moreover, compared to those female loose cultivators with complicated histories, female cultivators from cultivation families are clearly more trustworthy in terms of character and morality due to various restrictions. As a result, as Zhou Xingyong slowly put himself out there and revealed his secret weapon, he actually managed to pique the interest of several female cultivators. It was only then that Zhou Chun learned that his secret weapon was a low-level demon beast called the Water Moon Rabbit, which had been born less than half a year ago. The white rabbit, weighing less than 5 pounds, had charming sapphire-like eyes and very long ears that made people want to grab a handful. Seeing the rabbit, the female cultivators took turns holding and petting it, unable to put down. Zhou Chun, witnessing this scene, instantly knew that Zhou Jingyong must have had guidance from a mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, with his impatient nature, he would never have thought of such a tactic. In the 2 days that followed, the Qi refinement realm cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families gathered daily for various activities, seeking like-minded friends. During these 2 days, Zhou Chun also met some cultivators from other families and made a point of remembering the appearance and names of cultivators from each family. He was clear in his mind that, barring any surprises, these people would one day become the authority holders in their respective families. Remembering their appearances and names now would serve as a conversation starter to foster relationships if ever they were to work together on something in the future. But on the 3rd day, the clan leaders of the major families had discussed the related matters, and the spell and combat event officially began. According to the rules, the elite and youth groups would compete simultaneously at 2 different arenas, with opponents determined by drawing lots in an open area deep in the Wang family territory of Hongyao Valley. 2 combat platforms, each 100 zhang in length and width for the spell competition, were already marked out. The clan leaders of the 5 major cultivation families, along with some foundation establishment cultivators who came to watch, were seated outside the arenas, with some Qi refinement realm cultivators of the Wang family standing around them without any assigned tasks. That moment, the 50 young cultivators of the youth group sat down in 2 rows outside the arenas, and a Wang family cultivator holding a box with lot numbers allowed them to draw wooden lots one by one. When it was Zhou Chun's turn, he looked at his lot number, Jia 5 Yang. According to the rules, his opponent in the first round should be the person who drew the Jia 5E number. After everyone finished drawing lots, the Wang Family Foundation establishment elder, serving as the referee, immediately announced, "Well, now that the lots have been drawn, let us have the 2 friends who drew Jia 1 please come up to the platform for an exchange." Hearing him, the 2 young cultivators who drew Jia 1 got up and walked toward the platform point. 2 young men in yellow and green robes ascended the arena and stood about 30 zhang apart, as per the rules. They bowed to each other and announced their names. Golden Maple Ridge Sun Family, Sun Xuanhu. Qingzhou Mountain He Family, He Chenggang. After the mutual greetings, with a command from the referee, they both launched probing attacks at each other with their magic artifacts. Both individuals were at the middle stage of Qi refinement, with the He family individual even at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. But as such, their combat held little relevance for Zhou Chun as a learning experience. After about a quarter of an hour of fighting, Sun Xuanhu of the Golden Maple Ridge Sun family defeated his opponent and took the first victory. Following the Jia lots, it was soon Zhou Chun's turn to enter the arena, and his opponent turned out to be a female cultivator in a white dress, also at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Jufeng Ridge Zhou family, Zhou Zhengchun. Hongyao Valley Wang family, Wang Jinjin. On the platform, Zhou Chun looked at the seemingly delicate and weak female cultivator opposite him, steadied his mind briefly, and quickly suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. He saluted the judge to indicate he was ready. The match begins. With the judge's command, Zhou Chun immediately brought out a dark iron shield to protect himself, and then took a spirit beast pouch from his waist and released the rock earth turtle. Wang Jinjin across from him chose a similar tactic, first bringing out a silver-white handkerchief magic artifact that spun endlessly above her head. And then she brought out a silver-long sword magic artifact to attack him. Zhou Chun's mind stirred, and the dark iron shield intercepted the silver-long sword. Next, he slapped his storage pouch and consecutively took out 2 magic artifacts, the silver short sword magic artifact and a bronze gourd magic artifact. Under the drive of his mana, the silver short sword magic artifact shot towards Wang Jinjin rapidly. At the same time, he tossed the bronze gourd magic artifact into the air, and from its mouth it began to spout out 7 or 8 fist-sized fireballs with bursts of muffled sounds. Seeing these developments, Wang Jinjin's pretty face turned pale as she hurriedly slapped her storage pouch to take out a talisman and slapped it onto herself. A surge of golden light instantly formed a dazzling set of armor on her body. It was a premium first-grade defensive talisman, the Golden Armor Talisman. According to the rules of the martial arts competition, each participant was only allowed to bring 1 premium first-grade talisman, but not every cultivator would truly be willing to use it. Now that Wang Jinjin had used a talisman right from the start, and it was such a valuable talisman as the Golden Armor Talisman, it immediately made Zhou Chun realize that he was facing a rich second-generation cultivator, the direct relative of this Wang Jinjin. Even if not a foundation establishment cultivator from the Wang family, was probably a core clan member who doted on her a great deal. Back on the battlefield, As soon as Zhou Chun's silver short sword magic artifact reached Wang Jinjin, it was wrapped in a silver-white light released from the handkerchief above her head. It failed to harm her at all and was restrained itself. That it was only after the subsequent fireballs flying towards her exploded one after another that the silver-white light was blasted apart, allowing the silver short sword magic artifact to regain control, but with the golden armor talisman. For protection, Wang Jinjin naturally wouldn't sustain any damage from the fireball explosions. Seeing how effective the golden armor talisman was, her confidence was boosted, and her complexion returned to normal. She immediately slapped her storage pouch again and took out a fiery red copper ball magic artifact. Go! With a delicate shout, she threw the fiery red copper ball magic artifact towards Zhou Chun. As soon as the object left Wang Jinjin's palm, it rapidly produced red flames under her mana's influence, quickly turning into a scorching 3-foot-tall red mini-sun in midair. A first-grade premium magic artifact. Zhou Chun's face changed, and he inwardly groaned with dismay. He had originally wanted to play dumb, keeping the Moonblade Meteor Wheel hidden until the battle for the top 10 later on. But now it seemed his plan had been thwarted. All he could do now was to slap his storage pouch and bring out the Moonblade Meteor Wheel. Silver light flashed, and the silver-black circular magic artifact collided with the flying red mini-sun like a silver meteor, creating a loud clash. Immediately, silver and red lights scattered in all directions. The two magic artifacts were evenly matched, and neither could overcome the other, each eventually running out of power and being retrieved by their owners. Since Zhou Chun had already used his trump card, he didn't waste any more time probing Atia's command. The rock earth turtle started striking with its flippers, unleashing the chain earth spike technique to attack Wang Jinjin, while it also began moving towards her. In this kind of confined arena competition, cultivators like Zhou Chun, who brought a spirit pet, undoubtedly had a great advantage. At the very least, even the slow-moving rock earth turtle had the chance to move in for close combat. Wang Jinjin on the other side wasn't foolish. Seeing the rock earth turtle charging towards her, she quickly diverted her silver long sword magic artifact to attack the rock earth turtle. However, not only was the rock earth turtle's shell extremely defensive, it had also mastered defensive spells like Stone Skin Spell and Earth Spirit Cover. Unless she used a premium first-grade magic artifact to attack, she wouldn't stand a chance at breaking through its defenses. But with Zhou Chun watching, how could she get the opportunity? So, after about a quarter of an hour of combat, her protective golden armor talisman finally ran out of energy and shattered, leaving her no choice but to admit defeat. Zhou Chun, who had won this bout, had no smile on his face after the judge announced the result. He hurried back to his original spot to sit down and begin the recovery of his mana. This battle had cost him a significant amount of mana, and he still had to win at least 2 more matches to secure his place in the top 10, so he couldn't afford to waste any precious recovery time. Taoist friend Mu, thank you for your kindness. Upon the martial arts platform, Zhou Chun looked at the opponent across from him, whose protective barrier he had broken, now with a sword pointed at his heart, and, wearing a smile, he gave a cupped hand salute before withdrawing his magic artifact. This was his second match in the Battle of Spells, his opponent being a cultivator from a Mu family of Biyun Mountain at the 8th level of the Qi Refinement Realm, who did not possess a first-rank quality magic artifact. Therefore, his victory was relatively easy and not as intense as the first match. After winning this match, once the second round of battles was over, there would only be 13 contestants left out of the 50 in the youth division. Hence, all Zhou Chun needed to do was win one more match to advance directly into the top 10. However, after stepping down from the platform, watching the remaining contestants, Zhou Chun still dared not let down his guard. Because the cultivators now qualified to compete for the top 10. Places either had late-stage Qi refinement cultivation levels with first-rank quality magic artifacts, or, like him, had mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation levels and owned first-rank quality magic artifacts. All were tough opponents. When the second round of matches had ended, the Zhou family, including Zhou Chun himself, only had 4 people remaining on field. The other 3 were Zhou Zhengkong, Zhou Zhengtao, and Zhou Xingyong. This result came as a surprise to many Zhou family cultivators. In contrast, the clan leader Zhou Daoi in the spectator stand seemed to have anticipated this and was not surprised at all. Taking into account that Zhou Chun did not use his first-rank quality magic artifact during the family selection competition, he knew what Zhou Chun was planning. As for Zhou Xingyong, after his spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, advanced to become a first-rank quality demon beast, his strength was no less than that of a typical late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Plus, having good luck, he didn't face any overly strong opponents, so winning 2 matches in a row was normal. Zhou Zhengkong and Zhou Zhengtao both with late-stage Qi refinement cultivation levels and possessing first-rank quality magic artifacts, could fully rely on their strength to eliminate their opponents. Soon, the third round of lot drawing began. This time, Zhou Chun drew the number 2 yin sign, and his opponent would be the bearer of the number 2 yang sign. Bad luck. It would have been better to get number 3. He looked at the wooden sign in his hand and couldn't help feeling regretful. Since there were only 15 people competing for the top 10 spots, the person who drew number 3 yin sign could wait until the 14 in front had fought over the first 7 spots, and then compete with the 7 who were eliminated for the remaining 3 spots. This way, because the opponent would have fought one more match, their condition certainly wouldn't be as good as one who had rested and accumulated energy, plus one could understand the opponent's methods more clearly after the first 7 fights. However, since the lot had already been drawn, talking about it now was pointless. The only option was to calmly wait for his turn to compete. To Zhou Chun's surprise, the first match for the Zhou families for cultivators ended up being an internal battle. The 2 who drew number 1 Jia signs turned out to be from the Zhou family, Zhou Zhengkong and Zhou Jingyong. I never expected to be in the same group as you, 7th brother. Seems my journey ends here. On the platform, Zhou Jingyong looked at Zhou Zhengkong across from him with a face full of gloom and began to sigh. He certainly had no chance against Zhou Zhengkong, who was at the 10th level of the Qi refinement realm. So to avoid wasting Zhou Zhengkong's mana, he had to admit defeat and step down from the platform voluntarily. After stepping down, Zhou Jingyong directly walked to Zhou Chun's side and cheered him on. 13th brother, it's up to you now. You must make it into the top 10. Seeing the gloomy expression still on his face, Zhou Chun couldn't help but comfort him. Brother Yong needn't feel disheartened. Why conceding for the greater good this time? Once you return to the family, the clan leader will most likely compensate you. To Zhou Chun's surprise, Zhou Jingyong replied with a sigh, I'm not really concerned about that. It's just that I had told Miss Yu Jiao I would definitely make it into the top 10. Now how am I to face her? Miss Yu Jiao. Zhou Chun was taken aback for a moment. Then after recalling the conversations from the previous day with several female cultivators, the image of a big-eyed woman in a goose-yellow dress quickly emerged in his mind. She was probably from the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge. Her name was Sun Yu Jiao, correct? He really didn't see it coming. Zhou Jingyong had made his move rather quickly. Zhou Jingyong couldn't help but laugh and comfort him. Brother Yong, don't worry that I think Miss Yu Jiao is also a sensible and understanding person. Your concession to your clan brother for the greater good this time might even make her admire you more, and besides, doesn't this give you another reason to get closer to her? Really? Zhou Jingyong was slightly taken aback, then half worried and half hopeful. He murmured to himself, Then I truly hope it's as you say, 13th brother. Seeing his anxious state, Zhou Chun actually understood quite well, because as far as he knew, this was probably Zhou Jingyong's first love, although it seemed to be unrequited for now. Shortly after, the 8th in the hierarchy of the Zhou family's Zheng generation, Zhou Zhengtao, also took to the stage. After a tough battle, Zhou Zhengtao also successfully defeated his opponent and advanced to the top 10 in this way. Even if Zhou Chun were to lose, the Zhou family would have 2 representatives in the top 10 of the youth group, and hence wouldn't finish last among the 5 major cultivation families. Therefore, clan leader Zhou Daoist, who was in the spectators area, also showed a smile and completely relaxed. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, when the 6 previous magic combat matches had ended, it was finally Zhou Chun's turn to go on stage. Clan Ifi family from Qingzhou Mountain, He Chengfeng. Zhou family from Jiufeng Ridge, Zhou Zhengchun. On the platform, Zhou Chun and his opponent reported their names to each other, and then they both looked at one another with solemn eyes, waiting for the judge to announce the start of the match. Meanwhile, in the audience seating area, as the last match of the top 7 in the youth group began, clan leader of Wang family, Wang Zhixiong, suddenly narrowed his eyes and turned to Zhou Daoist and clan leader of He family, saying, Taoist friend Zhou, Taoist friend He, who do you think will win this match? Hearing his question, Zhou Daoist immediately raised his eyelids, glanced at him, and then said indifferently, It's normal for anyone to win or lose. Does Taoist friend Wang have some insights? Insights would be an overstatement, but Wang thinks that the winner will likely be that young Taoist friend from the Zhou family. Wang Zhixiong's eyes shifted as he softly expressed his viewpoint. As soon as he said this, clan leader of He family immediately appeared somewhat displeased and asked, On what grounds does Taoist friend Wang make such a claim? My Jiaqing clearly has a higher cultivation level and possesses a top-tier first-order magic artifact. How could you be so sure that he will lose to that young Taoist friend from the Zhou family? Seeing this, Wang Zhixiong couldn't help but gesture with his hand and said, Taoist friend He, don't be upset. I was merely stating my opinion. After finishing, he continued, The reason why Wang thinks this way is, of course, because of the young Taoist friend from the Zhou family spirit pet, a rock earth turtle with the same cultivation level as him. Besides, in this kind of platform battle, the influence on the outcome this confers is much greater than a mere one-level difference in cultivation. Hearing this, clan leader of E family was momentarily at a loss for words. Clan leader of Sun family, who was watching the excitement, chimed in, Taoist friend Wang makes sense. Such a platform competition does give those who tame spirit pets a significant advantage. He then looked at Zhou Daoist, half joking and half serious, and said, it seems that next time, to prevent the Zhou family's friends from monopolizing the advantage, we might need to change the rules of the cultivation combat competition. Zhou Daoist, upon hearing this, immediately had a serious expression and gestured with his hand, saying, Taoist friend son, I must disagree with you. Why would the cultivators of our Zhou family generally fall behind you in cultivation level? Isn't it because we invest a large amount of resources into nurturing spirit pets? If you prevent our Zhou family cultivators from bringing their spirit pets to battle, wouldn't that unfairly tie their hands? After finishing, he looked around at the clan leaders and added, moreover, taming spirit pets isn't an exclusive skill of the Zhou family. If the other friends here think carrying spirit pets gives an unfair advantage, then they too can have their descendants tame spirit pets for combat, right? These words left Wang Zhixiong and the others exchanging looks, unsure of how to respond. Theoretically, what Zhou Daoist said made sense, but in practice, there were significant difficulties, not to mention how they would manage to equip every family member with a spirit pet. Even if they actually managed it, like Zhou Daoist said, for spirit pets to quickly develop combat effectiveness and to keep up with their master's cultivation level, they would require a huge amount of resources, and not every cultivator is willing to spend spirit coins on spirit pets. After a moment of silence, Wang Zhixiong chuckled and said, Taoist friend Zhou sure knows how to calculate his moves. He looked at Zhou Daoist with a smile, saying in a joking tone, if every family does indeed have their young members tame spirit pets, I'm afraid by then the Zhou family's elixirs for pet growth will sell out. Won't they? Zhou Daoist, hearing this, also chuckled and replied, ha ha ha, you flatter me, Taoist friend Wang. If that were to happen, the Wang family would still profit. After all, since the materials for alchemy still need to be supplied by your family, don't they? Amidst this light-hearted exchange, the group tacitly moved on from the earlier topic of limiting the participation of spirit pets in combat on the platform. Zhou Chun was engaged in a crucial moment of battle with his opponent. Stone wall technique. On the platform, Zhou Chun barely had the thought before a yellowish-brown stone wall rapidly rose 2 steps in front of him. Boom! As soon as the stone wall had risen, a crimson fireball struck it, bursting into an explosion on impact. The powerful force of the explosion immediately shattered the stone wall into pieces, causing it to dissipate into specks of light. Even Zhou Chun, who had raised the protective barrier behind, staggered from the slight shockwave of the blast. But a smile appeared on his face, because this was the opponent's last first-grade medium-quality talisman. During the earlier battle, the opponent had already used up 1 first-grade high-quality talisman and 3 first-grade medium-quality talismans. Now, with the Blazing Flame talisman expended, the opponent no longer had any more trump cards to use, and he had only used 1 first-grade medium-quality talisman, the Vajra Shield. Next, under the combined attack of Zhou Chun and the Rock Earth Turtle, the opponent quickly had their protective barrier broken and had no choice but to step down from the platform to concede defeat. My He family is known for our talisman-making skills that I can already craft most first-grade low-quality talismans by myself, if it weren't for the restriction on the number of talisman uses. Even with your spirit pet's aid, I wouldn't lose to you. Off the platform, He Chengfeng, the cultivator from the He family who had been forced by Zhou Chun to concede defeat, shouted up at him with frustration on his face. But the outcome was already determined, and whatever he said was of no consequence to Zhou Chun. In a graceful and smiling manner, Zhou Chun replied, Taoist friend, he speaks the truth. But these are the rules of magical combat on the platform that I appreciate your concession. Meanwhile, in the spectator's stand, upon seeing Zhou Chun's victory, Zhou Daoist's face also revealed a smile of joy. In contrast, the clan leader of the He family made a sour comment. 3 out of 10, Taoist friend Zhou. It seems your Zhou family is going to be the biggest winner this time. At this point, Zhou Daoist, just like Zhou Chun, didn't mind a few sour comments having gained the upper hand. He modestly smiled and said, you flatter us, Taoist friend. It's just that the youngsters in this group have been particularly vigorous. Is it just the younger group who are doing well? The clan leaders took a look toward the elite group and felt somewhat better. Unlike the youth group, The elite group was open to participants up to 60 years old, which meant that cultivators from most families competed with a cultivation level around the 11th or 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. The Zhou family was different, though, because raising spirit pets could delay the cultivators' progress in their own cultivation level. There were several people like Zhou Jiaping in the Zhou family who were at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Moreover, those cultivators from different families who had been in the latter stages of Qi refinement for many years usually possessed 2 or more first-grade high-quality magic artifacts and had cultivated their spells to quite a pure level, with many also having mastered 1 or 2 secret techniques as a result. Even with the help of spirit pets, Zhou family cultivators found it hard to gain much of an advantage. Having stepped down from the platform, Zhou Chun watched the ongoing battles from below, where Zhou Jingyong immediately congratulated him with a pat on the shoulder. Nicely done, 13th brother, you've really made our Zhou family proud this time. Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but laugh. It was just good luck. The opponent wasn't that strong. Brother Yong, you could have one as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingyong rolled his eyes and said, come on now, I know my own strength very well. Unless it's a fight to the death, I am probably no match for that guy. In a fight to the death, he could command his spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, to go all out against the enemy. But obviously, that wouldn't be allowable on the platform at SO. Zhou Chun didn't play coy any longer and simply smiled without responding. Seeing this, Zhou Jingyong suddenly asked in a low voice, now that the top 10 is secured, do you plan to vie for the top 3, 13th brother? In this 5-family magical martial tournament, the top 10 were awarded handsome prizes, but the best rewards went to the top 3. Zhou Zhengkong from the Zhou family, aimed for the top 3 or even the first place. Now that Zhou Chun had made into the top 10, Zhou Jingyong was naturally curious about this matter. Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, immediately waved his hand and said, no need to compete anymore. My ability to enter the top 10 already had elements of luck in it. The top 3 is completely out of the question. Whether placed 4th or 10th made no difference in rewards. Zhou Chun had no interest in continuing to fight with others. He wasn't a battle fanatic. Zhou Jingyong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but show a look of disappointment and clicked his tongue. Tisk, 13th brother, you're still so prudent and steady. If it were up to me, I definitely would have given it a try. Next, the 7 who failed would redraw lots, including the one who had a bye, to decide 8th, 9th, and 10th places through combat. The 7 who had successfully advanced, including Zhou Chun, were to compete for the top 3 places. However, with Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhengtao, and another cultivator from a Mu family forfeiting, only the final 4 were left to contend for the top 3 positions. The highest cultivation level among these 4 was already the 11th layer of the Qi refinement realm, and even the lowest was at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Each of their strengths, placed among the elites over there, also had the hope of ranking among the top 20. After drawing lots, the first to take the stage was Zhou Zhengkong of the Zhou family, and his opponent was a cultivator from the Wang family named Wang Jinhong. Their cultivation levels were equal, both at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm. This moment, after the 2 exchanged courtesies and announced their backgrounds on the arena, they began their battle at the referee's command. Zhou Zhengkong reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist and flung it, and outcharged 2 demon wolf spirit pets with crimson fur, spitting fireballs and launching a fierce attack on his opponent. These 2 demon wolf spirit pets were siblings born from a low-level demon beast called the Red Flame Wolf, both cultivated to the superior grade of the 1st rank, each individually stronger than Zhou Jingyong's red-tailed monkey. While the 2 demon wolf spirit pets circled and attacked the opponent, Zhou Zhengkong himself also launched a red flying sword talisman towards the enemy, and used a cyan treasure bead that radiated protective blue light to shield himself. Naturally, both magic artifacts were also of the superior grade of the 1st rank. With such an array, even if his opponent also had 2 superior 1st-rank magic artifacts in hand, he was immediately put at a disadvantage. Having a purple mansion phase cultivator as a backer is indeed great. Not only are elixirs plentiful during one's own cultivation, but spirit pets and magic artifacts can also be steadily improved as cultivation progresses. By Zhou Chun's side, Zhou Jingyong suddenly let out a sigh filled with envy as a cultivator of the Zhou family. He couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy towards Zhou Zhengkong, the most outstanding young cultivator of their generation. Zhou Chun, upon hearing his words, remained silent. Zhou Zhengkong's situation was indeed something to be envied by other cultivators of the same generation from the Zhou family. Not only did he possess an excellent superior grade spirit root aptitude, but his great-grandfather was also the elder brother of Zhou Mingde, the current supreme elder of the Zhou family. This meant that from the time he was born, he was destined to lead an extraordinary life. The IT wasn't so much because of his identity that he received many more resources from the Zhou family than an ordinary clan member would, even though he certainly did get a preferential allocation of resources. The main reason was that, with his father and ancestors being cultivators of a Zhou family, the resources Zhou Zhengkong could inherit and use were far more than those of someone like Zhou Chun, whose ancestors were all mortal cultivators, to say nothing else. Just any small thing given by Zhou Mingde, the Purple Mansion Fei's great-granduncle, would be enough to feast upon. Zhou Jingyong might have experienced less of such situations, which is why he felt this way now. But Zhou Chun, in his previous life, had seen too many of the carefree lives of those born with a golden key, and had long since accepted this social reality. In layman's terms, he had been worn down by reality. This moment, he merely sighed softly. If he can win first place, it's a good thing for the Zhou family. Some things can't be changed. One must try to accept them. Zhou Jingyong, upon hearing this, did not know whether he understood, but he did not respond further. After a battle on the stage that was not particularly hard-fought, Zhou Zhengkong successfully defeated his opponent and emerged victorious. 4 people competed for the top 3 positions, meaning that each had to face off against the other 3 once, with points determining their ranking. After consecutive battles, the one who ultimately won first place was Zhou Zhengkong, a cultivator of the Zhou family. Those 2 superior first-ranked demon wolf spirit pets were too much of an advantage. The pair working together to charge at foes left the opponents mostly preoccupied with facing the 2 demon wolves, with little energy left to defend against his subsequent attacks. So much, so that when the results came out, the cultivators of the other 4 families all looked at the Zhou family cultivators angrily, with murmurs of cheating growing louder. Meanwhile, in the spectator seats, the clan leaders of the several families also had somewhat displeased expressions that this point they even regretted having allowed the Zhou family to participate in this event. It wasn't that they begrudged the reward, but rather the outcome of this martial competition, once spread, would no doubt be a blow to the reputation and morale of their families, a loss far greater than that of the rewards. Next time, we must ban the Zhou family spirit pets from the competition. In a moment, this thought flashed through the minds of several clan leaders. Compared to the youth group, the end time of the elite group was somewhat slower. The cultivators in the elite group had higher cultivation levels and profound mana, so it was quite normal for battles to last over a quarter of an hour. Thus, the time it took for them to finalize the results was about a third slower than the youth groups. When the results of the elite group were also out, the faces of clan leaders from the other families finally looked much better. Within the top 10 of the elite group, the Zhou family only occupied 2 spots, and none made into the top 3. That somewhat made up for the loss of face in the youth group. Fellow Taoists, now that the results have come out, let's all go together to present the awards to the younger generation. In the spectator seats, Wang Zhixiong, the host, stood up with a smile and bowed to Zhou Daoyi and the other clan leaders, inviting them to join him in giving out the awards. Seeing this, the clan leaders also stood up and politely bowed back to him, saying, "Please, Taoist friend Wang." Then they followed Wang Zhixiong towards the 2 arenas. Distributing the rewards was mainly for the top 3 in the elite group and the youth group, since these rewards were fixed. For cultivators like Zhou Chun, who ranked between 4th and 10th, they could later choose different reward items based on their own preferences. However, the reward for the top 3 were indeed very enviable. For example, Zhou Zhengkong of the Zhou family, who won first place in the youth group, was awarded a first-order high-grade magic artifact, the Silver Dawn Shield, 3 bottles of Jade Ginseng pills that could enhance mana, a second-order talisman, and 500 spirit coins that if these rewards were to be calculated in spirit coins, they would amount to nearly 2,000. Even ordinary Foundation establishment stage cultivators would be envious upon seeing them. And the reward for the cultivator who took first place in the elite group was even more astonishing, a Foundation establishment pill that could increase the success rate of Foundation establishment by 30%. The 5 great families are really willing to spend their wealth. Even rare items like the Foundation establishment pill can be taken out as rewards for the martial arts competition. Such generosity. In the audience stands a Foundation establishment cultivator who had come to observe the awards ceremony couldn't help but sigh with a face full of emotion after witnessing the scene on stage. As soon as he spoke, it immediately triggered a series of discussions among the other Foundation establishment cultivators who had come to observe. Isn't that so? That is a Foundation establishment pill. After all, 1 pill is worth thousands of spirit coins, and many times you can't even buy it with money. Alas, back then, I also wanted to buy a Foundation establishment pill, but unfortunately, after scraping together for over a dozen years, I still had less than 1,000 spirit coins and in the end, I had to risk a life-and-death struggle to force my way in a Foundation establishment. Thankfully, I was lucky enough to succeed by a fluke. Purchasing a Foundation establishment pill on your own is too unrealistic, without the support of a family or sect. A chi refinement cultivator trying to earn thousands of spirit coins, even as a bandit cultivator resorting to robbery, couldn't achieve that. That's why I really envy these younger generations from the 5 great families. Without having to venture out and battle with demon beasts to the death, or match wits and bravery with bandit cultivators, they get the chance to obtain a Foundation establishment pill through such martial arts competitions. How fortunate they are. One after another, the Foundation establishment cultivators remembered the bitter tales from before their own Foundation establishment and could not help but feel a deep envy for the lucky ones on the stage who received the Foundation establishment pill. Even though they no longer needed a Foundation establishment pill, this did not prevent them from harboring feelings of envy towards cultivators who could possess such precious spirit pills that, of course, if they had any other thoughts beyond envy, that was something only they knew at this point. After the completion of the award ceremony, the clan leaders of the 5 great cultivation families thanked the cultivators who had come to observe and announced the end of the martial arts competition. Then cultivators like Zhou, who had achieved top 10 rankings in their groups, were summoned separately to pick their rewards from a list. The list included choices such as magic artifacts, talismans, elixirs, and demon beast eggs, with each item valued between 200 to 400 spirit coins. Zhou had already decided what he would choose as his reward. Therefore, after giving the list a quick scan, he immediately seized the initiative and chose 2 bottles of Jade Ginseng pills. The Jade Ginseng pills were a special product of the Wang family from Hongyao Valley, said to be refined from yellow jade ginseng with over 100 years of medicinal age as the main ingredient. The pills were mild and easy to assimilate, with strength significantly greater than the Zhou family's Spring Sun pill. The Wang family seldom sold such elixirs, often either exchanged for clan members or traded for special spiritual objects with other families and sections, just like Zhou also saw Zhou family special beast spirit pills listed on the inventory. Once the selection of rewards was completed, the cultivators of the Zhou family and the other 3 cultivation families were escorted out of Hongyao Valley by the Wang family cultivators, as they departed, the sky azure cloud python carrying Zhou. Daoist undeniably brought great pride to the Zhou family again. Watching the Zhou family members ascend on the python and fly away leisurely, each and every one of the cultivators for various families was dumbfounded, their eyes filled with envy and longing. Even though they had already heard some Zhou family cultivators talk about this before, seeing it with their own eyes was still an unavoidably shocking and enviable experience. Only those Foundation establishment cultivators, seasoned and discerning, maintained their composure without showing too much astonishment. After flying on the sky azure cloud python for more than 2 hours, Zhou and the others arrived smoothly back at the Zhou family's Jufeng Ridge. During this martial art competition between the 5 great families, you all performed very well, and the result have satisfied both myself and the family. Especially Zhengkong, who secured first place in the youth group, greatly elevated our Zhou family's prestige. It is fitting to reward him handsomely. And Jiaqing, Jiapeng, Zhengtao, and Zhengchun, all 4 of you successfully entered the top 10 of your groups, earning prestige for our Zhou family. And you too deserve generous rewards. As for the other clan members who didn't make it into the top 10, even though you didn't achieve that, your performance was commendable, and your efforts and hard work are both acknowledged. In Pagoda Peak's Central Peace Hall, the clan leader of the Zhou family, Zhou Daoist, looked at the 20 chi refinement cultivators of the Zhou family in the hall with a face full of gratification and joy as he delivered a concluding speech for the martial arts competition. Hearing his words, the Zhou family cultivators in the hall mostly let out a sigh of relief. Those who hadn't made it into the top 10 were initially anxious, fearing reprimand from the clan leader. But to their surprise, they received praise instead. This completely unexpected turn of events brought them great joy, instantly dissipating the disappointment and dejection they felt from not being selected. That moment, clan leader Zhou Daoist, after contemplating for a short while as he looked at the clan members, announced the rewards for everyone in a deep voice. I, entrusted by the Supreme Elder and all clan members, serve as the clan leader of the Zhou family. When it comes to rewarding contributions and punishing faults among clan members, I have always adhered to the principle of rewarding achievements and punishing wrongdoing. This time, Zhou Zhengkong has earned the first place in the youth category, a feat of great merit. Merely promoting him to a core member is not sufficient to commend his contributions. Therefore, I will consult with the other elders and report to the Supreme Elder to nurture him as the clan's foundation establishment seed. And in the future, he shall have the priority to use foundation establishment pills and other foundation establishment spirit items. Jiaqing and Jiaping have previously made significant contributions to the clan, and this time again, they have brought honor and fame to the clan. Their accumulated merits will also promote them to core members. Zhang Tao and Zheng Chun, although young, have also contributed to the clan's honor and reputation, and thus cannot go unrewarded. Each shall first be given the opportunity to select a secret technique cultivation opportunity. If they can demonstrate further achievements in the future, they may also be promoted to core members based on accumulated merits. For the rest, based on performance, there will also be corresponding clan merits awards. Wow! The Zhou family cultivators' faces lit up with excitement as soon as Zhou Daoist finished speaking about the internal rewards. For the 5 individuals like Zhou Zhengkong who received special internal rewards, their hearts were naturally filled with immense joy, and they found the family rewards quite satisfying. However, despite their happiness, for those like Zhou Zhengtao and Zhou Chun who were not directly promoted to core members, their hearts couldn't help but harbor some regrets. And for Jiaqing and Jiapeng, who were directly promoted to core members, they should have been very delighted and satisfied. However, when they thought about Zhou Zhengkong's award as a younger member of the family, their joy was significantly diminished. As for those cultivators who hadn't made it into the top 10 of their groups, they now looked enviously at the 5, especially Zhou Zhengkong, with very mixed feelings. Zhou Daoist took all this in, fully aware of what the Zhou family cultivators were thinking at the moment. But having made this decision, he was not concerned about how the other clan members felt about it. Resources are limited, and taking care of everyone's desires is simply impossible. If they truly envy the resources others have received, they should strive to make their own contributions to the clan to earn them. So, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Well, that's all for the family rewards for now. You've all been working hard these past few days, so go back and rest well." Yes, junior members take their leave. All the Zhou family cultivators, no matter what their current feelings were, quickly responded in unison and then left the central peace hall, leaving Pagoda Peak. Zhou Chun and Zhou Jingyong both lived on Baoji Peak and naturally went back together on the way. Each carried their own thoughts and did not converse until they arrived outside Zhou Chun's residence. Zhou Jingyong spoke up with a complex expression. "I never expected the clan leader would choose dead brother to be nurtured as a foundation establishment seed. Once this news spreads, the senior clan members will surely be in an uproar." Zhou Chun naturally understood what he meant. In the Zhou family, there are quite a number of older members of the Jia generation with cultivation levels at the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm, and quite a few at the 11th layer as well. These people, who are nearly ready for foundation establishment and are several decades older than Zhou Zhengkong, have not been chosen as the clan's foundation establishment seeds, receiving focused nurturing from the family resources. Now Zhou Zhengkong, a junior with a cultivation level at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm, has been granted this honor. How could those individuals readily accept this? The Zhou family, after all, is a cultivation family bonded by bloodline relations. Many of these elders are related to the clan leader and elders through intricate blood ties, and some are even the direct descendants of certain elders. If they were to cause a stir, it could lead to turmoil within the Zhou family. However, Zhou Chun did not wish to delve into this matter further. After all, who becomes the family's foundation establishment seed had nothing to do with him. Why trouble himself with these worries? He simply shook his head and said softly, "We should not meddle in the affairs of our elders. The clan leader has made his decision, and he surely has his reasons." Hearing this, Zhou Jingyong pondered momentarily before nodding, as if struck by a thought. Indeed, the clan leader is wise. Whatever I can think of, he has surely considered already. He must have a foolproof strategy. Then he clasped his hands toward Zhou Chun and said, "I won't disturb your rest then, Brother 13. I'm off to catch up on some sleep." "Brother Yong, take care," Zhou Chun replied, and after watching Zhou Jingyong walk away, he too stepped into his courtyard. Time flew by, and before Zhou Chun knew it, 3 months had passed since he returned from the Wang family in Hongyao Valley. In these 3 months, there had indeed been a stir within the Zhou family, due to Zhou Zhengkong being designated as a foundation establishment seed of the Zhou family. However, after the commotion, everything returned to normal, and the outcome remained unchanged. Zhou Chun, although he had gained another opportunity to choose secret techniques for cultivation, hadn't successfully cultivated the first 2 secret techniques, so naturally, he didn't have the time to pick new ones. His cultivation level quickly progressed after he began taking the jade ginseng pill. There were a total of 10 jade ginseng pills in the 2 bottles, and Zhou Chun took one every 50 days as usual, usually breaking through an acupoint each time. At this rate, those 2 bottles of jade ginseng pills would be enough to raise his cultivation level to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, which is the latter stage of Qi refinement. As his own cultivation steadily increased, Zhou Chun did not neglect the rock earth turtle spirit pet that had contributed greatly to his achievements that he used some of the family's goodwill to exchange for 3 bottles of beast spirit pills from Hunter Medicine's Peak, planning to use these elixirs to train the rock earth turtle into a first grade superior demon beast. One day, as Zhou Chun was deeply immersed in cultivating the 5 elements spiritual armor technique in the quiet room of his dwelling, he suddenly sensed someone triggering the formation outside, indicating a visitor. When he finished his cultivation and exited the quiet room, he opened the courtyard gate and immediately saw a middle-aged couple dressed in satin brocade, along with Zhou Jingyong, who had brought them there. Zhou Chun gazed at the couple, who showed not the slightest trace of mana, feeling that they were somewhat familiar and dear, yet he couldn't recall their names and backgrounds for a moment. Seeing him standing motionless, Zhou Jingyong couldn't help but give him a push and said, 13, what are you standing around for? Quickly invite your uncle and aunt inside. They've come a long way to see you and have had quite a tough journey. Boom! Hearing what Zhou Jingyong said, memories suddenly flooded Zhou Chun's mind, and he remembered the identities of the middle-aged couple before him. His expression changed, and he hurried forward, catching the corner of their clothes and kneeling as he cried out, Father, Mother, your unfilial son has let you suffer. On hearing his words, the couple, who had been staring blankly at him, immediately bent down and embraced his head tightly, weeping with joy. My child. Indeed, this middle-aged couple were the parents of Zhou Chun. They had been living as wealthy landlords in a mundane city of Fenghua, enjoying a carefree life. More than a year ago, once the Zhou family had established a foundation in Jufeng Ridge of Lanzhou in Jinghua country, they began to arrange for cultivators to relocate those mundane clansmen from Fenghua's direct relatives of the Zhou family cultivators. They were also among the first to be relocated, missing their son as soon as they were moved near a mundane settlement close to Jufeng Ridge. They couldn't wait to trek through mountains and waters to visit Zhou Chun. Now, having understood the situation, Zhou Chun also felt immensely moved and tightly grasped his parents' hands, saying, Father, Mother, you've worked hard. From now on, you should stay on the mountain and let your son honor you properly. However, upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun's father immediately shook his head and said, No, that won't do. This spirit mountain is a place for you cultivators to practice in solitude. Your mother and I, mere mortals, shouldn't disturb your cultivation here. Zhou Chun's mother also nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, yes, your brothers and sisters are also outside the mountain in the towns. Your mother, and I can't ignore them either. Hearing this reply from his parents, Zhou Chun fell silent. Truth be told, with his current status as an elite clan member of the Zhou family, he could have arranged for his immediate relatives to settle in Jufeng Ridge. But he knew that such surroundings at Jufeng Ridge were not really suitable for mortals to settle and live. Humans are social creatures, most of them enjoying bustling and lively places and the warmth of community life. Cultivators, on the other hand, prefer tranquility. Therefore, for most mortals, living in towns filled with a large population of fellow mortals is far more convenient and pleasant than residing in the wilderness of Jufeng Ridge. All right then, since father and mother don't fancy the mountain life, I won't force it. Anyway, where you live now is not far from the mountain. When I am free, I will come to visit you more often. After a long silence, Zhou Chun finally nodded that he no longer insisted on them living on the mountain, only asking his parents to stay for a few more days to allow him to fulfill his filial duties. This request, out of filial piety, was naturally not refused by his parents. After staying on a mountain for half a month because his parents were truly worried about their other children outside the mountain, Zhou Chun had to escort them back to the town and took the opportunity to meet with his brothers and sisters as well. In terms of family hierarchy, Zhou Chun was the 3rd eldest, with an elder sister and brother above him, and a younger sister and brother below him. Except for him and his youngest brother, the rest of his siblings were already married with children. This time, it was thanks to him, his siblings, and roughly 5,000 other Zhou family mundane clansmen that after migrating for more than a year and traversing thousands of miles, had arrived in Jinghua country's Lanzhou, restarting their lives under the protection of the family's cultivators. When Zhou Chun met these siblings this time, he gave them some elixirs he had specially exchanged from within the family as gifts, presenting a few to each of them. For cultivation families like the Zhou family, which had a large number of mundane clansmen, they specially concocted certain elixirs to serve these mortals to allow their cultivators to show filial piety and affection conveniently. Such elixirs were primarily concocted using spiritual medicine, with mild effects and easy absorption, beneficial for treating illnesses and detoxifying immortals, as well as extending their lives. Even some ailment from Zhou Chun's past life, like heart attacks and strokes, which were difficult to cure, would see miraculous effects after taking these elixirs, providing relief upon consumption, and could be considered omnipotent spiritual medicine. Zhou Chun provided each of his direct kin with one, as a token of his own heartfelt sentiment. After spending 3 days with his relatives in the world of the mundane, he finally returned to Jiufeng Ridge's gate on the Zhou family mountain. It seems I've truly adapted to this world and this identity. During these few days of meeting and interacting with my relatives, I didn't feel even a bit of discomfort or awkwardness. Everything felt so natural and relaxed. In his room, Zhou Chun muttered to himself in a low voice while looking into the mirror at his fair and handsome face, his eyes shifting unpredictably. Whether this was a good or bad thing, he himself couldn't tell. Perhaps the environment and atmosphere have such a powerful assimilating effect on people. Now, apart from insisting on 3 meals a day and occasionally having thoughts that differed significantly from other Zhou family cultivators, Zhou Chun was indistinguishable from the native inhabitants of this world. In the first year, he occasionally missed the technological products of his previous life, the comfortable soft beds, and the various delicacies and drinks. But now he had completely adapted to sleeping on hard wooden board beds, accustomed to the daily simple tea and meals, and to the routine of rising early for meditation and cultivation. He was now a proper cultivator, his every word and deed in line with the precepts of cultivation. Perhaps this is the real me now. With a slight smile on his face, Zhou Chun was very satisfied with his current life and preferred it over his past one in the following 2 to 3 months. Zhou Chun indeed took the time every month to visit the mortal town outside the mountain, checking on his newly settled parents and relatives, helping them overcome worries, and solving practical inconveniences in life. It should be said that the Zhou family took good care of their mundane clansmen and did not neglect them after they migrated. Within the residential area, the Zhou family now had a cultivator from the Jia generation permanently stationed to protect these mortals. Should the local mortal forces ever think to bully these Zhou family members, they would quickly learn how severe the consequences could be. However, that cultivator could only offer martial support for matters related to everyday life. He was truly helpless and could only rely on the mortals themselves to find solutions. With his knowledge and experience from a previous life, Zhou Chun could most of the time find ways to resolve these daily life issues, thus providing considerable help. As time unwittingly flew by, the cultivation-focused Zhou Chun had almost forgotten his agreement with Elder Zhou Daoquan, and it was not until this day, when Zhou Daoquan suddenly sent for him to Baoji Peak, that he remembered the matter. "Kid, you've finally shown up, that you've stumbled upon a great opportunity this time. I wonder how you plan to thank this." Old man, at Flying Rock Peak, when Zhou Chun met Elder Zhou Daoquan, he saw the latter looking at him with a displeased expression and uttering such words. As Zhou Chun pondered over these words, he soon grasped their significance. Then, with both joy and trepidation, he gazed at Zhou Daoquan and said, "Your grace and kindness, Elder, will surely be repaid by this junior in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoquan's eyebrows twitched, and he rolled his eyes in irritation. "What's the difference between saying that and saying nothing at all? Can't you speak frankly and promise to honor this old man with 10,000 spirit coins or perhaps 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine?" Now, it was Zhou Chun's turn to roll his eyes. 10,000 spirit coins. 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. The old man really dared to ask. With a pained expression, he could only reply, "Please don't jest with this junior, Elder. What I just said was utterly sincere. If you don't believe me, you can surely see for yourself in the future based on my actions." You've said it yourself. If you dare not to perform in the future, this old man won't let you off easily. Zhou Daoist snorted lightly, then waved his sleeve and took out the mysterious snake egg that Zhou Chun had handed over to him for research to tea that moment. The snake egg was slightly reduced in size, but a faint life force was now perceptible. In other words, the life within had been nurtured and was ready for a cultivator to form a contractual incubation. While Zhou Chun keenly gazed at the mysterious snake egg, Zhou Daoquan couldn't help but express his envy as he revealed its true origin. According to Zhou Daoquan, the demon beast incubating inside the snake egg he held was a mid-level demon beast called the Silver Lightning Python. This silver Lightning Python excelled in thunder element spells and possessed formidable strength. What was even more rare was that, like the Sky Azure Cloud Python owned by the clan leader Zhou, the Silver Lightning Python also carried the Flood Dragon bloodline, giving it the potential to ascend to a high-level or even top-level demon beast, as for why the Silver Lightning Python inside the egg hadn't developed normal life previously. Zhou speculated that it was likely because this was a premature egg. Some pythons do not lay their eggs directly, but rather allow the eggs to incubate into little snakes inside their bodies. The Silver Lightning Python belonged to this category as well. However, due to some unknown circumstances, this particular egg was prematurely expelled, and the female python did not reinsert it. This complicated matters because it required the mother's body for incubation. This premature egg, once separated from the mother, lacked the conditions for incubation, and naturally couldn't continue to develop. But perhaps due to the strong demon beast bloodline or some other reasons, it hadn't lost its vital force and turned into a dead egg despite not normally developing and incubating for a long time. As for how Zhou managed to restart its development, he did not elaborate, likely involving confidential knowledge. In any case, the snake egg had now fully developed normally and could be contracted for incubation by a cultivator. After explaining the situation to Zhou thrust the snake egg into Zhou hands with a look of reluctance, saying, "Come, contract it in front of me. With such a treasured item, I really wouldn't feel at ease letting you take it away without contracting." As he said this, his heart was truly filled with reluctance. A mid-level demon beast like the Silver Lightning Python, with immense potential for nurturing, was exactly the kind of demon beast treasured by a beast-taming cultivator like himself. Not to mention, this one carried the Flood Dragon bloodline. Had he been the one to incubate and nurture this Silver Lightning Python, he was confident that within 10 years he could elevate it to a second-tier demon beast, and within 50 years to a superior second-tier demon beast. When he confirmed that this was indeed an egg of a Silver Lightning Python, he too was once seized by the desire to possess it and considered keeping the treasure for himself. But in the end, he overcame the greed in his heart and refrained from committing the shameless act of usurping his junior's precious property. Zhou was, of course, unaware of the struggle that had taken place in Zhou Daochuan's mind, feeling nothing but gratitude and admiration for him at this moment. Through Zhou Daochuan's explanations, he also clearly understood just how precious the Silver Lightning Python egg in his hands was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if the item were auctioned, it could sell for at least several thousand spirit coins, and 10,000 would not necessarily be impossible. And yet, Zhou could hand over such an item to him without any charge. A noble personal character and morality that certainly deserve his respect and gratitude. Zhou truly made the right decision in coming to the Zhou family. "Yes, I will contract this item right now," replied Zhou. Zhou nodded emphatically and then began to inscribe the soul-controlling blood array right in front of Zhou Daoquan. It was only after completing the contract for the Silver Lightning Python egg that Zhou Daochuan's feeling of reluctance was finally severed. An egg could only be contracted once, so even if someone killed Zhou now, he would not be able to contract this Silver Lightning Python egg again. All the information about the Silver Lightning Python, as well as some cultivation methods I have summarized, are contained in this jade slip. Take it back and read it carefully. If you encounter any problems or confusion during the cultivation process, feel free to come to me for advice, said Zhou Daoquan. Yes, he spoke. He patted his storage pouch on his waist and took out a jade slip about 1 foot long and 2 fingers wide, and handed it to Zhou. This type of jade slip was a medium for cultivators to record knowledge, which could only be accessed by cultivators through their divine sense. Compared to paper books and stone tablets, it had the advantages of being convenient to carry and containing a large amount of information. The downside was that it could not be preserved for a long period at this point. Seeing the jade slip handed over by Zhou Daoquan, Zhou was also touched, and from the bottom of his heart, bent deeply at the waist and offered a profound bow, saying, "Elder, your great kindness is engraved in my heart. In the future, I shall undoubtedly offer substantial repayment." Afterward, he extended his hands respectfully to receive the jade slip. Zhou Daoquan, having lived for over 100 years, had seen many people and could, of course, tell whether the words spoken were sincere or merely polite. Therefore, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he gently patted Zhou shoulder, saying, "Work hard, as long as you nurture this Silver Lightning Python well. When you successfully reach foundation establishment, there should be no significant problem." "Yes, I'll definitely remember the Elder's teachings," Zhou replied. nodding vigorously before he thanked Zhou Daoquan profusely again. Then he left, joyfully holding the egg, and returned to his residence on Baoji Peak. In the following month, Zhou Chun checked on the snake egg he had brought back every day, hoping it would hatch soon. At 47 days later, while he was practicing his secret technique, the snake egg finally hatched on its own. Upon returning to his bedroom from the quiet room, a connection deep in his heart immediately drew his gaze to beneath the bed. There, wrapped around one of the bedposts, was a white little snake as thick as a thumb, flicking its tongue and looking towards him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but show a happy smile and said, "Little guy, you finally decided to come out, huh?" Then he walked over to the bed and reached out his hand. Due to the contract, the white snake felt no aversion or fear towards his approach. Instead, it quickly pressed its cool head against his palm before crawling up his hand and coiling around his wrist several times. It looked as if Zhou Chun was wearing several silver bracelets on his left wrist. "From now on, I'll call you bye-bye, a little bye-bye." Zhou Chun extended his finger to gently touch the white snake's head, smiling as he gave it a name. Newborn pythons require careful feeding and care. Zhou Chun strictly followed the diet plan established by Zhou Daoquan, feeding it appropriately sized bird eggs and a special Zhou family snake feed for hatchlings, which was essentially minced meat sausage. After half a month of this regimen, once Bai had grown to the thickness of 2 fingers, Zhou Chun added some young birds and young mice into its diet. Like turtles, snakes also prefer stillness over movement. Therefore, Bai usually coiled around Zhou Chun's wrist and slept. The bond of their contract made Bai innately see Zhou Chun as its parent, feeling secure and relaxed only when it could smell his scent. After initially feeling uncomfortable, Zhou Chun gradually got used to having a snake coiled around his arm. One day, Zhou Chun received an invitation to a full moon celebration at Xianxia Peak 3 days later. The host of the invitation was Zhou Xianxia, the 9th in the Zhang generation of the Zhou family. Like Zhou Chun, was also in the Qi refinement realm. More than 2 years ago, this man had married a female cultivator from the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge, who had given birth to a son for him a month ago. Therefore, he invited Zhou Chun and the other clan members of the same generation to celebrate the full moon festival. Zhou Chun certainly couldn't refuse such an event, so he prepared a gift and went to Xianxia Peak with Zhou Zhengyong 3 days later. Upon arriving at Xianxia Peak, Zhou Chun discovered that 9th brother hadn't just invited cultivators of their generation. Many elders were invited as well, including the clan leader, Zhou Daoist. Before the banquet started, clan leader Zhou Daoist personally named 9th brother's child and gave a speech. "Today is a day worth recording for our Zhou family, as Xianxia's child, Zhou Xinyan, is the first of the Zhou family to be born since we settled in Jiufeng Ridge, and the first of our Zhou family's excellent generation to possess a spiritual root. Whether a clan can flourish and prosper does not just depend on how many high-ranking cultivators it has, but also on whether the clan population is thriving and capable of continuously producing descendants with exceptional talent. The birth of Xianxia's child signifies that our Zhou family has successors, that the roots of our family tree have taken hold and can now bear abundant fruit. As the clan leader, I feel extremely gratified and happy about this, and on behalf of the clan, reward Xianxia and his wife with 100 family merits each. I also sincerely hope that our other Zhou family members will contribute their own strength to the lineage and prosperity of our family." At the banquet, clan leader Zhou Daoist expressed his happiness as he addressed the guests and clan members, delivering his procreation speech. Indeed, Zhou Chun had realized that clan leader Zhou Daoist's presence at the full moon celebration was intended to encourage childbearing. Most of the current Zhou family cultivators of the Jia generation were either too old and without plans to have more children, or they had already done so. However, few members of the Zheng generation were married with children. In the past, during the Sanju sect period, this wouldn't have been a matter of concern, as the lineage in Fenghua had been flourishing for over 1,000 years, and the mundane clansmen of the Zhou family had already grown to several 100,000. Even without cultivators having children, a large number of mortals would. With so many mortals producing offspring, there was bound to be a descendant with spirit root aptitude in the Zhou family's bloodline. But now, it was practically impossible for the Zhou family to relocate all those clansmen, nor could they frequently conduct large-scale spiritual root aptitude tests like before. Therefore, to supplement the family with fresh blood, they had no choice but to push their current family members to reproduce. After all, if both parents were cultivators, the likelihood of the offspring possessing spirit root aptitude was not insignificant. Hence, encouraging cultivators to have children was a far more efficient approach than relying on the chancy prospects of mortals. However, All of this was predicated on the willingness of these Zhou family cultivators to have children. Thinking this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but to glance over at the many Zheng generation cultivators present, as well as some Jia generation cultivators under 60 years. To his surprise, quite a few seemed persuaded by Zhou Daoi's words, looking contemplative, including Zhou Xingyong beside him. This left him slightly startled. Then suddenly somewhat ashamed as he lowered his head, he had projected his own thoughts onto others, assuming they would feel the same as he did. This was not the world of his previous life. Even among mortals here, the sense of clan was strong, and the saying, more children, more blessings, was no empty phrase. Even within a cultivation family like the Zhou family, having several direct kin would likely mean one could mix better with the family than other single clan members. Therefore, there was no aversion to bearing more children. What might truly hinder these Zhou family cultivators from having children was finding a suitable partner to their liking. That kid of ninth brother is nothing but lower spirit root aptitude. Zhou Xingyong suddenly said on the way back to Baoji Peak, looking at Zhou Chun and uttering these words. Originally preoccupied with his thoughts, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback by his words, then glanced at him and asked curiously, "If you understand this, Brother Yong, what are your plans?" Hearing this, Zhou Xingyong immediately replied without any hesitation, "Of course, it's to respond to the clan leader's call and find a partner to have more children as quickly as possible." At these words, Zhou Chun's brows twitched, and he looked at Zhou Xingyong with his mouth slightly open, hesitating for a long while before asking in a low voice, "But what if, I'm just saying what if you have children without spirit root aptitude?" To his surprise, Zhou Xingyong gave an answer to this difficult issue without a moment's hesitation. If there's no spirit root aptitude, then there's none, that it's all a matter of luck. If they don't have it, it's their own bad fortune for not having the destiny to pursue cultivation. This kind of response that blamed everything on fate made Zhou Chun frown deeply. He soon asked the most troubling question in his heart. "Aren't you afraid that after you successfully reach foundation establishment and your lifespan greatly increases, you'll witness the deaths of your children who cannot cultivate?" Sure enough, Zhou Xingyong fell silent at this question. Just when Zhou Chun thought he would be silent for a long time before he could answer, Zhou Xingyong suddenly looked at him with a strange expression and said, "The questions you're asking today are so odd. 13th brother, don't tell me that the reason you don't want to find a partner and have children is because you're worried about these things?" At that, Zhou Xingyong shook his head, then looked seriously at Zhou Chun and said, "If that's really the case, 13th brother, you need to change your mindset quickly. Otherwise, it could be very dangerous. What you just mentioned can happen not only to us cultivators, but also to ordinary mortals. Wild beasts, disease, wars, all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. These can all leave parents powerless to do anything as they watch their children die before their eyes. Just because of this worry, should all parents stop having children? To put it more bluntly, even if you can ensure that all your own children have spirit root aptitude, can you guarantee that they will be safe and sound when they leave home, that they won't encounter any trouble? Can you ensure that they will all reach foundation establishment? If you can't guarantee this, does it mean that you will also not have children? This is truly a case of refusing to eat for fear of choking, worrying needlessly about future calamities. Am I really worrying needlessly? Zhou Chun's mouth moved, but in the end he sighed softly. Perhaps you're right, Brother Yong. I'm just overthinking it. After speaking, he pursed his lips and muttered softly, "But I still feel that if I can wait until my cultivation is higher before finding a partner and having descendants, at least my offspring would have a much higher starting point and could travel much farther on the path of cultivation." Zhou Xingyong this time nodded in agreement and said, "That's true. Many of the elders in our family who haven't married or had children have this same idea. But still what?" Zhou Xingyong did not elaborate, yet he knew Zhou Chun certainly understood. After their conversation, the two of them returned to Baoji Peak and went to their respective homes. It should be said that in a cultivation clan like the Zhou family, the words of the clan leader are very influential. Since the full moon celebration that day, some of the elders in the Zhou family with partners indeed became pregnant again very quickly. When Zhou Chun was sitting at the spirit cleansing pavilion, he could often hear some elders complaining teasingly about a certain clan brother or clansman taking leave to visit other cultivating families, aiming to charm a female cultivator from another clan into marriage. Among them was that guy Zhou Xingyong. Sometimes even some visiting female loose cultivators would act coquettishly toward him, hoping to attract his attention. This made Zhou Chun feel somewhat amused and helpless. He could only blame himself for being too charming, too much of a ladies' man. And on this day, half a month after his last appearance, Zhou Xingyong finally showed up before Zhou Chun again, seeking his help once more. It turned out that during these last half a month, he went to Sun Yujiao of the Sun family at Golden Maple Ridge, whom he had met through the Wang family in Hongyao Valley. It should be said that this guy did have some skills. In less than half a month, he had managed to make the cultivator Sun Yujiao develop feelings for him, and even introduced him to her parents. Her father was a Qi Refinement Realm Level 12 cultivator of the Sun family, and her mother also hailed from another small cultivation clan. Sun Yujiao's father did not oppose the idea of her becoming Zhou Xingyong's cultivation partner. However, he posed a challenge for Zhou Xingyong to overcome. The challenge from Sun Yujiao's father was not impossible for Zhou Xingyong to complete, yet it was not easy either. He was tasked to kill a first-class high-grade demon beast, the Purple Flame Marten, and retrieve its pelt as a betrothal gift under the condition that he could only bring along one helper of a lower cultivation level than late-stage Qi refinement. In such circumstances, naturally, Zhou Xingyong could only ask Zhou Chun for help. In any case, this time, 13th brother, you must help me. Whether I can succeed and win the beauty depends on whether I can satisfy Miss Yujiao's father this time. In the guest hall, after explaining the situation, Zhou Xingyong looked at Zhou Chun with puppy dog eyes, full of hopeful expectation. Zhou Chun saw this and immediately nodded earnestly, saying, "Since this concerns Brother Yang's happiness in life, I naturally cannot refuse to help." After speaking, he looked at Zhou Xingyong and asked, "But have you discussed this matter with the clan leader?" Hearing this, Zhou Xingyong slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Not yet. If it weren't for you mentioning it, 13 younger brother, it would have completely slipped my mind." Then he hastily added, "Then let's go see the clan leader now." "All right then." Zhou Chun agreed, and immediately went with Zhou Xingyong to Pagoda Peak to see the clan leader, Zhou Daoist, and explain the situation in the central peace hall. After listening to Zhou Xingyong's account, Zhou Daoist also looked at him with a face full of approval and nodded, saying, "The clan leader is aware of this matter. If you can succeed, Xingyong, it would be beneficial for the family as well, and the clan will surely bestow a reward." Then, turning his gaze to Zhou Chun, he said, "As for you, Zheng Chun, although you are helping Xingyong with his mission due to a personal connection, you are also indirectly assisting the family. As long as the mission is successful, the clan leader will also reward you." The younger generation thanks the clan leader. Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong quickly expressed their thanks, and then together left Jiufeng Ridge. Compared to the Wang family of Hongyao Valley, which was relatively distant, the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge was quite close to the Zhou family's Jiufeng Ridge, being only a little over 300 li away. If riding an ink-scale steed, this distance could be covered in less than 2 hours. Unfortunately, the Zhou family had not yet purchased and bred ink-scale steeds, and they had only domesticated the large-horned green sheep, adept in climbing mountains and traversing ridges as mounts for short-distance travel by the clan members. This type of large-horned green sheep had hard horns like those of water buffaloes, sturdy builds, and weighed over 1,000 jin. They could scale mountains and cross rivers, and carrying a person on their back for a journey posed no problem at all. However, the physical strength of ordinary beasts was limited. Carrying a person over mountains and ridges without the use of special herbs to stimulate their vital potential, they would reach their limit after traveling 200 to 300 li a day. This time, Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong headed to the Sun family at Golden Maple Ridge. Riding this kind of large-horned green sheep, on the way, they climbed over mountains and traversed ridges, taking over a day to arrive at the gates of the Sun family's residence on Golden Maple Ridge. Since it was a test, to prevent cheating, it was natural for Sun Yujiao's father to personally supervise. After resting for a while at the Sun family, Zhou Xingyong soon brought with him a middle-aged couple and the lady Sun Yujiao to meet Zhou Chun. After meeting each other, Zhou Xingyong immediately began introductions, saying, 13 younger brother, this is Uncle Sun Lianzhong from the Sun family. This is Aunt Lin, and there's no need to introduce Miss Yujiao, as you have already met her. Uncle Sun, Aunt Lin, this is Zhou Zhengchun, my closest brother in the family. He is here this time to help me complete the trial set by Uncle Sunday. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun promptly saluted the middle-aged couple and said, Junior Zhou Zhengchun greets Uncle Sun and Aunt Lin. Nephew Zhou, no need to be so formal. Sun Lianzhong gently raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Chun's handsome face, and then he glanced at his daughter beside him, shaking his head slightly with a silent sigh of regret. It had been less than a year since the last competition held by the 5 great cultivation families. Considering that Zhou Xingyong had also mentioned Zhou Chun before, Sun Lianzhong naturally knew of Zhou Chun's achievements at that event. Now, having seen Zhou Chun in person, his appreciation for Zhou Chun grew even stronger in his eyes at this moment. If the one who wished to become dual cultivation partners with his daughter were Zhou Chun, then this trial would have been completely unnecessary. Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong both noticed Sun Lianzhong's gesture, but since neither of them could read his mind, they could only pretend not to see. After these pleasantries, the group of five headed towards the habitat of the purple flame marten. The purple flame marten was a solitary demon beast with a strong territorial instinct and was also extremely clever and alert. The purple flame marten that Sun Lianzhong tasked Zhou Zhengyong with hunting was located in the forest over 100 li east of the Sun family's gates at Golden Maple Ridge. According to him, multiple Sun family cultivators had previously failed to hunt the purple flame marten and ended up injured in surprise attacks instead. That if Zhou Zhengyong managed to hunt down this purple flame marten, even with assistance, that would prove he was more capable than those Sun family cultivators, worthy of having Sun Lianzhong's daughter entrusted to him. Now the group had traveled for half a day and reached the outskirts of a forest filled with tall red pine trees. Sun Lianzhong pointed to the forest ahead and said, "It is this red pine forest ahead where the purple flame marten normally moves about." After speaking, he turned to Zhou Xingyong and Zhou Chun and said, "Our family will not enter. We'll set a time limit of 3 days. If you can't succeed within these 3 days, then it will be considered a failure." He then patted the storage pouch at his waist, took out a specially prepared talisman, and handed it to Zhou Xingyong. "Also, if you encounter danger and cannot overcome it, you can release this distress flare at that time. I'll surely come to your aid. Uncle, rest assured, we won't need 3 days. We will definitely bring the carcass of that purple flame marten to present to you." Zhou Xingyong took the specially prepared talisman, confidently thumping his chest with bravado. Then he pulled Zhou Chun and strode into the red pine forest. The red pine is a kind of tall and sturdy pine tree, generally standing over 30 feet in height. Once such trees form a forest, they attract and breed several unique species of pine caterpillars, making it difficult for other tall trees to grow in the vicinity. Zhou Chun and his companions now found themselves in the red pine forest, which was filled with red pines reaching more than a dozen yards high, many of which were over 1,000 years old. The forest floor was covered with a thick layer of pine needles, bristling with various thorny bushes and weeds, making it very inconvenient to walk. Pine caterpillars as long as one's finger would often fall from the trees above. In such a place, one couldn't bear to stay without considerable courage. The moment, Zhou Chun and his companion donned hats to prevent pine caterpillars from falling on them, and had Zhou Xingyong's red-tailed monkey lead the way by clearing the path ahead. They quickly ventured over 10 miles deep into the pine forest. The purple flame marten is fond of hunting various kinds of rodents, and with such a vast red pine forest, there must be an abundance of squirrels and wood mice, perhaps even the mythical creatures like golden-toothed rats and flame rats. If we manage to catch one, using it as bait, we can surely lure out that purple flame marten. Under a red pine tree, Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong crouched down, looking at the black-brown marten droppings on the ground beside them. Zhou Xingyong whispered his plan. It was a solitary creature, and finding its incredibly hidden den within 3 days in this vast pine forest would require astronomical luck. Hence, the lure the snake out of its hole method seemed the most useful. Brother Yong, your method isn't bad, but those rat-like demon beasts are also quite timid and cautious. Catching them alive won't be easy, especially since we're short on time. Zhou Chun didn't doubt the efficacy of Zhou Xingyong's method, but also pointed out the difficulties involved. "I'm prepared for this. I specifically asked some clan leaders for some food that rat-like demon beasts enjoy eating and some sedatives." Upon saying this, Zhou Xingyong looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Let's split up and act separately next, each taking food to look for the traces of these rat demons." "Okay, let's give it a try then." Zhou Chun nodded in agreement with the plan. Immediately, Zhou Chun took some dried fruit and sedatives from Zhou Xingyong and split up with him to start searching for traces of those rat-like demon beasts in the pine forest. Both were experts in the beast taming technique, with abilities to track beast demons surpassing those of even some very experienced loose cultivators, from droppings and claw marks to the nearby types of plants, as well as changes in humidity and temperature, all serve to help them determine the nearby traces of certain demon beast activities. Take the golden-toothed rat as an example. This squirrel-like demon beast, with 2 golden incisors capable of biting through steel, often needed hard stones to sharpen its teeth and preferred to live in places with abundant hard rock. Zhou Chun darted through various parts of the pine forest, using both divine sense and keen eyesight to carefully observe the passing areas, searching for minute signs of rat-like demon beast activities. After half a day passed in this manner, He found 3 possible locations of rat-like demon beast dens and settled on the one he felt had the highest probability to stake out. He then scattered some dried meat and dried fruits imbued with faint spiritual power in a certain area of the pine forest and mixed in some sedatives that resembled the shape of the dried fruits, followed by scattering some fierce beast droppings and ant-repellent powder collected nearby. In this way, ordinary rodents and ants, even if they smelled the aroma, would not dare come forward to enjoy the food. After making these preparations, Zhou hid some distance away, silently operating the hidden cicada breathing technique to conceal his presence. Having been practicing 2 secret techniques for nearly a year now, although he had not yet mastered both to the point of effortless use, he was able to employ the techniques with some advanced planning. At the moment, Zhou lay hidden among the bushes and weeds, his body and the nearby plants completely blending in color, his own scent also masked by the fragrance of the plants under the influence of the secret technique. Even if someone were to pass by at this moment, it would be extremely difficult to detect Zhou in the underbrush by sight or smell. To avoid alarming any possible rat-like demon beast that might appear. He even scattered some particularly pungent, fresh, fierce beast droppings nearby to ensure that the scent would not spoil his plans. Of course, the downside to this was that, even wearing a homemade mask, he had to endure the assault of the foul odor, leading to an experience that was anything but pleasant. As time gradually passed, after nearly 2 hours of staking out, Zhou finally saw a red-furred rat appear in his line of sight. The rat was as large as an adult's lower leg, and it wasn't disturbed by the fierce beast droppings Zhou had scattered nearby. After looking around and sniffing fiercely with its nose, it directly crawled over to the dried meat and dried fruits and happily began feasting on the delicious food. After consuming all the food Zhou had scattered in one go, the large rat turned around and prepared to return to its den the same way it came, but hadn't gone far before it felt dizzy and disoriented, its body swaying uncontrollably from side to side. After a short while, the little creature couldn't withstand the effects of the potion and fell unconscious. Only then did Zhou leave his hiding place and pick up the unconscious rat. After holding it by the back of its neck and sizing it up, he muttered to himself, "Luckily, it's just a low-tier first-grade flame rat. If its cultivation had reached mid-tier first grade, these few beast bewitching pills would probably not have confused it." Then he carried the flame rat off in search of Zhou Xingyong. Compared to Zhou Xingyong's luck was far less favorable, and he had been waiting for quite some time without any success. Upon seeing Zhou approaching with the unconscious flame rat, he heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you made a catch, little brother. You've really helped me out this time." While expressing his gratitude, he immediately took the flame rat from Zhou hand and began to process it. Dealing with an untamed flame rat, trying to make it lure out a purple flame marten for hunting within a specified area, certainly required some special treatment. For Zhou Xingyong and Zhou, this wasn't a difficult task. The Zhou family, a beast-taming family, had long developed many methods for capturing various demon beasts alive. Zhou Xingyong now used drugs and silver needles to damage the flame rat's brain, making it go mad, while also heaping up some purple flame marten droppings collected earlier to prevent it from fleeing the specified area. Later, to avoid alerting the purple flame marten, and because Xingyong couldn't use the hidden cicada breathing technique, he left the scene from afar, handing over his spirit pet, the red-tailed monkey, in the spirit beast pouch to Zhou, who would then lie in wait nearby for the purple flame marten to appear. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The flame rat, with its brain damaged, ran and jumped chaotically across the clearing, constantly emitting loud, piercing squeals. Its eyes had lost all intelligence, filled only with madness. Its bloodshot and reddened eyeballs appeared rather frightening. Some predators in the pine forest were attracted by the noise, but upon seeing that the source of the screams was a flame rat, they scampered away in fright. Indeed, a normal rat is prey to these predators, but a flame rat is capable of casting spells. Even a simple ball of fire is enough to kill a fierce tiger. As time trickled by, the flame rat's energy gradually depleted from the constant screeching, and its voice became too hoarse to continue emitting loud noises. Yet, the silhouette of the purple flame marten was nowhere to be seen. This made Zhou, hiding in the shadows, increasingly anxious. Capturing this flame rat had already been lucky. Finding another one to use as bait was not going to be easy, but despite his urgency, Zhou dared not act rashly. The purple flame marten was extremely vigilant and careful. Perhaps it was already observing from a hidden spot if he made any reckless move and startled it. Then even if they were to capture another flame rat to use as bait, it would be impossible to lure the marten again in a short time. Time continued to pass, and the flame rat on the ground could barely make sound. It seemed as if it had died completely. IT was deep into the night now, with the access to stars and moonlight obscured by the tree canopy. Just a sprinkle of light fell through the forest, barely allowing Zhou to make out the silhouette of the flame rat. He dared not use divine sense to monitor the situation, because, though intangible and unseen, many demon beasts can sense it and would know they are being watched. Hence, unless the purple flame marten showed itself, and divine sense was needed to lock onto it, Zhou would absolutely not dare to use it. Just as Zhou's eyes grew sore, and he felt he could hardly hold on any longer, he finally spotted an anomaly. A dark shadow flashed by, and a large figure, the size of a yellow dog, appeared beside the flame rat, grabbed it in one bite, and dashed off into the depths of the forest with incredible speed. This scene immediately made Zhou's spirits lift, and he released his divine sense to lock onto that figure. IT was indeed the purple flame marten. The result from his divine sense scan greatly relieved Zhou, and he quickly chased after the retreating silhouette at IT the same time. He let out a long howl to signal Zhou, who was waiting in the distance, to come and assist. But the purple flame marten was incredibly fast within the forest, and even with the help of the wind control skill, Zhou couldn't keep up with IT.SO after signaling for help. He released Xingyong's red-tailed monkey, a creature also extremely agile in the forest, to chase the purple flame marten while he took out a flying artifact to follow suit. Boom! Roaring sound of a big tree falling echoed through the night. Eye in the sky. Zhou, while riding a bamboo leaf-shaped flying artifact, pursued and controlled the two crescent blades divided from the moon blade meteor wheel, alternately attacking the purple flame marten. The purple flame marten was indeed incredibly agile. It leaped and hopped within the forest, and although Zhou's divine sense had locked onto it, it still managed to repeatedly dodge the moon blade's attacks. However, because it needed to dodge Zhou's attacks, its speed inevitably slowed down. Therefore, Zhou's red-tailed monkey gradually caught up, joining the battle in nature. There's always a predator for every creature. Although the red-tailed monkey is not considered particularly strong among first-grade superior demon beasts, when dealing with nimble creatures like the purple flame marten in the forest, it proved to be quite effective. Once it joined the battle, the purple flame marten was forced to drop the flame rat corpse it had held in its mouth, and, while busy dodging the moon blade's attacks, was struck by its claw, leaving a bloody paw print on its body. The injured purple flame marten no longer dared to fight Zhou and only thought of fleeing for its life. That IT darted through the pine forest with a man and a monkey in pursuit, leaving Zhou, who was running on foot, far behind, out of sight. After flipping over several mountaintops, the purple flame marten, now with several more wounds on its body, suddenly burrowed into a certain cave and disappeared from Zhou's divine sense detection range. Has it hidden inside a cave? It seems this is most likely its den. Zhou looked at the entrance to the cave at the bottom of the rocky cliff, his face showing a touch of solemnity. The entrance to the cave wasn't very large. Only a 7- or 8-year-old child could squeeze through. An adult like him had no chance of getting inside, of course. His divine sense probe informed him that the space inside gradually increased in size, with inner chambers deep enough to accommodate a standing person. The problem was that the thick, rocky mountain body was an obstruction, and trying to widen the entrance to reach the depths was not something that could be done in a short time. And, as the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Zhou didn't believe the purple flame marten's den only had this one entrance. So, it was necessary to prevent the purple flame marten from escaping from other exits. Immediately, Zhou couldn't wait for Zhou to arrive and used the smoky method to pump smoke into the cave, then flew up to see where the smoke emerged. Upon inspection, he quickly found 3 places that were emitting smoke. That he sent the red-tailed monkey to one location, while he and the rock earth turtle blocked the other 2 spots to prevent the purple flame marten from slipping away before Zhou could get there. However, the purple flame marten had more endurance than Zhou had imagined and didn't come out of any of the holes, even after Zhou arrived at the mountain, panting heavily. Use poison smoke. I have dried black spotted stinkweed in my storage pouch. Let's find some more poisonous fresh leaves, burn them all together, and toss them into the cave. That I refuse to believe that beast can truly endure and not come out. After understanding the situation from Zhou quickly came up with his own strategy. The Zhou family had rebuilt the monkey garden, and Zhou usually took care of the monkey garden and other demon beasts. Hence, he was prepared with various items for punishing and taming demon beasts. Therefore, it was not surprising to Zhou Chun that his storage pouch contained black-spotted stinkweed, a poisonous plant. Zhou Jingyong quickly gathered the materials and tossed the ignited mix into the cave. But to their bewildered surprise, even after all the black-spotted stinkweed had been burned, the purple flame marten did not show any sign of appearing. Could have been fumigated unconscious inside? Zhou Jingyong, with a doubtful expression, voiced his speculation. Zhou Chun also thought this was likely, but he said instead, "Let's excavate the mountain. We have nearly 2 days left. With only one tunnel to dig, there's still a chance." "All right, let's excavate the mountain." Zhou Jingyong gritted his teeth, realizing this was the only viable solution to this. The two of them promptly used rubble to block the other holes and placed large stones atop the cave entrance to pin it down. They then had the rock earth turtle and red-tailed monkey take turns digging at one of the cave openings. When it came to digging holes, the rock earth turtle was indeed quite skilled. Its claws were sharp and strong, able to shatter hard rock with a single swipe, despite its size being a boon. Initially, it could only help at the start. Beyond that point, the red-tailed monkey took over, scraping away with its claws. For the sake of Zhou Jingyong's wife-to-be, who had not yet been married into the Zhou family, the poor red-tailed monkey had completely become a construction monkey at this time, forced to continuously use its 2 paws to dig soil and break rocks. Fortunately, after it had advanced to a first-grade superior demon beast, it awakened and mastered a spell called Flame Claw, which could enhance the destructive power of its claws with flames. Otherwise, even if its demon beast physique was far stronger than that of humans, it would probably not be able to dig for long without ruining its paws. Only after the red-tailed monkey had its mana and physical strength completely drained and could dig no more, did Zhou Jingyong put it back into the spirit beast pouch. Then he cast the massive strength technique on himself and started to excavate with tools in hand. When Zhou Jingyong had expended most of his mana and physical strength, Zhou Chun took over and continued the excavation. After a day of alternating digging in this mode, the red-tailed monkey had rested and recovered some of its strength and mana, and was once again released to take over the digging work. With the 2 men and 1 monkey working in relay, they spent roughly a day and a half to finally dig a passage that was more than 30 yards deep. Once they reached the depths of the 30-yard deep cave, the width of the cave was sufficient to accommodate a person walking while bent over. After discussing, Zhou Chun went down into the cave to find the purple flame marten, while Zhou Jingyong kept watch outside. Just in case of any accidents that in the cave, Zhou Chun held a sun glow stone in one hand for light illumination, while carrying the dark iron shield dharma tool in the other hand. He walked slowly and cautiously into the depths, bending his body and lowering his head at every step. The sun glow stone in his hand was a peculiar stone unique to this world, capable of absorbing sunlight and storing it, then releasing a bright glow in a dark environment, thus commonly used by cultivators as lighting in special environments. As he moved with cautious steps into the depths of the cave, Zhou Chun's always alert divine sense immediately detected the purple flame marten pouncing towards him. He quickly brought out the dark iron shield dharma tool in his hands to block in front of him, and not feeling entirely safe, made hand signs to cast a spell, conjuring the 5-element spiritual armor technique to envelop his body in a tricolored spirit armor of gold, blue, and green. Boom! A ball of purplish-red flames shot out from the purple flame marten's mouth, sweeping towards Zhou Chun's face. The dark iron shield dharma tool managed to block most of the flames, but some fire slipped through the gaps, licking at Zhou Chun, who was positioned behind it in an instant. Zhou Chun seemed like a firefighter walking into fire, with flames completely engulfing his body. Fortunately, this scene looked more terrifying than it actually was, as the spirit armor protecting his entire body easily kept the flames and high temperatures at bay, and Zhou Chun was not the type to just take hits without retaliating. Seeing the defensive power of the spirit armor was even more effective than he had anticipated, he immediately reached into his storage pouch and drew out the Moonblade meteor wheel. The cave's small space made it inconvenient for Zhou Chun to move his body, but it also restricted the mobility of the purple flame marten. Controlled by Zhou Chun, 2 moonblades struck from left and right, quickly severing the right hind leg of the purple flame marten. The heavily wounded purple flame marten seemed to realize its inevitable death, and thus unleashed its fierceness, suddenly lunging ferociously at Zhou Chun, spewing out a human head-sized fireball towards him. Bang! A loud explosion echoed from the depths of the cave, startling Zhou Jingyong outside and causing him to tense up, his face filled with anxiety as he looked toward the entrance that Zhou Chun had entered, as restless as ants on a hot pan. It should be fine, right? With 13th brother strength, even chi refinement cultivators in the late stage are no match for him. Muttering to himself, he quickly clenched his teeth and said with determination, "No, even if I can't get married, 13th brother absolutely cannot come to harm." Then he plunged recklessly into the entrance of the cave. By the time Zhou Xingyong followed the entrance into the depths of the cave and found Zhou Chun, he saw that Zhou Chun was not only in no trouble, but was actually controlling a magic artifact to continue digging. Seeing this, Zhou Xingyong's face relaxed, followed by a curious gaze towards Zhou Chun, asking, 13th brother, are you all right? What are you doing? Brother Yong, why did you come down? Zhou Chun instinctively replied, then quickly guessed the reason, feeling a warmth in his heart. He waved his hand and said, never mind, it's good that you came down. Take a look at what I've discovered here. After saying that, he squatted down and picked out several black and red stones from a pile of rubble and mud on the ground, passing them to Zhou Xingyong. Is this? Zhou Xingyong looked at the stones in Zhou Chun's hand with surprise, took them in his hands, and examined them closely. After a moment, he said in a low voice, somewhat uncertain, this stone looks kind of like red shine, iron, ore. Right, Brother Yong. You also think it looks like red shine iron, or don't you? A glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. Then he made a statement that accelerated Zhou Xingyong's heartbeat. I suspect that there's a vein of red shine iron ore here that we can mine. I suspect there's a vein here that could yield red shine iron ore. When Zhou Chun voiced his speculation, Zhou Xingyong's entire body jolted with a shocked expression on his face looking towards him. You're not joking, are you? 13th brother? A vein containing red shine iron, or do you realize what you're saying? This can't be concluded so lightly. Zhou Xingyong was so astonished that he almost tripped over his tongue, his face full of shock as he stuttered while speaking to Zhou Chun. Brother Yong, do I look like someone who enjoys boasting? If I say this, naturally, I have solid findings to back it up. Zhou Chun calmly responded to Zhou Xingyong's doubts, with a very firm tone. However, seeing that Zhou Xingyong still wore a stunned expression of disbelief, he pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. However, Brother Yong, your concerns are not unreasonable. Perhaps this place merely coincidentally contains some red shine iron ore and isn't a large vein as for the exact situation. Once we report back to the clan leader, he will naturally have a way to verify it. Hearing this, Zhou Xingyong finally came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded, saying, right, all we need to do is report the situation truthfully to the clan leader. Then let's head out now that I've already collected the body of the purple flame marten, Brother Yong, so you can put your heart back in your chest. Zhou Chun slapped his storage pouch at his waist and uttered words that filled Zhou Xingyong with immense joy. Immediately, the two of them put some red shine iron ore into their storage pouches as evidence and left, making their way back to the surface along the same path. Once on the surface, the first thing Zhou Chun did was block and camouflage the cave entrance to prevent anyone from accidentally passing by and noticing anything. After finishing the camouflage, he recalled the rock earth turtle that had been standing guard on the ground and proceeded with Zhou Xingyong toward the outside of Red Pine Forest. Uncle Sun, this is the body of the purple flame marten. Please have a look. Outside Red Pine Forest, in front of Sun Lianzhong and his family of 3, Zhou Xingyong tapped his storage pouch and retrieved the body of the purple flame marten that Zhou Chun had killed with Moonblade. The purple flame marten's final desperate attack did not cause Zhou Chun any substantial harm. Instead, when the cave partially collapsed due to the exploding fireball, the fall of red shine iron ore led to his unexpected discovery. Now, glancing at the dismembered body of the purple flame marten on the ground, Sun Lianzhong also shook his head slightly and uttered a what a pity. He then nodded to Zhou Xingyong, saying, indeed, it's the body of a purple flame marten. You've passed the test. Next, have your elders come to the Sun family to propose marriage. Hearing these words, Zhou Xingyong naturally showed a face full of joy for Sun Yujiao by his side. She blushed deeply and couldn't help but stamp her foot and protest coquettishly. Dad, how can you sell your daughter in just a few words? I haven't agreed yet. Before Sun Lianzhong could reply, Zhou Xingyong became anxious and hurriedly exclaimed, Yujiao, how can you say that? Didn't we agree? But before he could finish, Zhou Chun covered his mouth with one hand and whispered a few words into his ear, reminding him. And he was indeed eloquent, with a natural talent in charming women. His expression changing rapidly, he soon acted as if nothing had occurred, jokingly saying with a cheeky grin, Yujiao, don't misunderstand. I got too excited. Rest assured, My promise to you is forever valid, and you are the only one in my heart forever. Lucky you. Sun Yuzhou spat gently towards him with a shy, embarrassed look on her pretty face and was too bashful to speak any further. With laughter and teasing, the group made their way back to the Sun family's mountain gate. After returning to the Sun family, Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong sat down to replenish their mana and then hurried to excuse themselves and leave Sun Lianzhong's household. Are you sure you nephews don't want to rest for a few more days? Inside the Sun family courtyard, Sun Lianzhong looked at the Zhou family pair, who clearly showed signs of fatigue but were eager to take their leave, his face full of surprise. Uncle Sun, we appreciate your kindness, but the clan leader had instructed us that if our mission was successful, we should return as soon as possible to bring the good news, Zhou Chun said, and couldn't help but look at Zhou Xingyong beside him with a slight smile, saying, besides, Brother Yong also wants to bring his bride home as soon as possible. Zhou Xingyong laughed merrily, his expression cooperating with Zhou Chun to dispel Sun Lianzhong's suspicions. Seeing this, Sun Lianzhong indeed asked no further questions, and thus regarded Zhou Xingyong with even more favor. Although he still felt that Zhou Chun would be more in line with his own preferences compared to Zhou Xingyong's affection for his daughter was enough to make up for some shortcomings, and he believed his daughter should not suffer any losses. Once married at S.O., he gave a light nod and said, since that's the case, I wish you a safe journey. Remember to be careful on the road. This junior bids farewell. Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong bowed in unison, then mounted the large-horned green sheep that had been kept in the Sun family's beast garden and returned to the Zhou family. The return journey was another swift ride on the sheep, which also took more than a day to get back to Jufeng Ridge. Upon reaching the clan, they released the nearly exhausted large-horned green sheep into the mountains and went straight to Pagoda Peak. How did it go? By the looks of it, your trip must have been quite smooth, right? In the central peace hall, Zhou Daoist greeted Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong with a slight smile and inquired about the results of their journey. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances before Zhou Xingyong bowed and replied, clan leader's discernment is clear. Thanks to my 13th brother's blessing, this junior was able to pass Uncle Sun's test. He has agreed to the marriage between myself and Yuzhou, and asked me to find a senior member of our clan to make a formal marriage proposal at the Sun family. Zhou Daoist laughed approvingly and said, good, then let me be the first to congratulate you. After thinking for a moment, he continued, as for the marriage proposal, let Jiaping act as the male family elder to visit the Sun family. I will also send a letter with him for clan leader Sun Zhongping. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Xingyong's face immediately showed joy and gratitude, and he quickly bowed to express his thanks. Clan leader's great kindness. This junior is deeply grateful. This is what I should do as the clan leader. There's no need to be so polite. Zhou Daoist waved his hand, then turned to Zhou Chun and said, as for you, Zheng Chun, I'll reward you with. But before he could finish stating Zhou Chun's reward, Zhou Chun suddenly bowed, his face serious, and said, clan leader's discernment is clear. This junior has another important matter to report. Zhou Daoist looked at Zhou Chun with a surprised expression. When he saw Zhou Chun's serious face, he narrowed his eyes, nodded, and said in a deep voice, go ahead and speak. Zhou Chun immediately spoke about his discovery and speculation, and took out the red shine iron ore from his storage pouch to present for Zhou Daoist's appraisal. Listening to Zhou Chun's report, Zhou Daoist's expression also changed again and again. After examining the red shine iron ore given to him by Zhou Chun for a while, he sighed deeply with a complex look on his face and confirmed, although the quality is not very good, this is indeed red shine iron ore. He took a deep breath, his face solemn as he looked at Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong and slowly said, you did the right thing in this matter if there truly is a red shine iron mine. The value it contains will be enormous, so great that our Zhou family alone could not possibly swallow it all. Therefore, from now on, the two of you must keep quiet about this and not speak of it to a fourth person. As for your rewards, once this matter is completely confirmed, I will discuss with the Supreme Elder how to reward you. His demeanor and tone emphasized how seriously he took this matter. Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong well understood the gravity of the situation. If word got out, it could be fatal. Therefore, they quickly swore in front of Zhou Daoist to guarantee absolute secrecy. Seeing that the two understood the severity of the situation, Zhou Daoist felt relieved and waved his hand. All right, you may go back and rest for now. When everything is ready here, I will call for Zheng Chun to lead the way. Yes, this junior takes his leave. Zhou Chun and the other bowed, and soon left Pagoda Peak to return to Baoji Peak. The journey was silent until they reached the outside of Zhou Chun's courtyard, where Zhou Xingyong looked at him seriously and said, this matter was a success thanks to your help. 13th brother. Great kindness doesn't need to be spoken of. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, just ask, and I promise I won't hesitate. Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, Brother Yong, you're being too polite. Since we are brothers, what is there to thank or not thank for such matters? He also smiled lightly and added, I'll just be waiting to celebrate at your wedding. Seeing this, Zhou Jingyong felt an even greater sense of gratitude toward him. But he didn't say any more words of thanks, instead laughing heartily. Haha, I will make sure you get a drink it very soon. Then he nodded deeply toward Zhou Chun and left without another word. Watching Zhou Jingyong's departing figure, Zhou Chun's face also broke into a smile that he knew that with Zhou Jingyong's character, after this occasion, he had gained his first brother in the Zhou family who would be willing to risk his life for him. It was another sunny and bright morning. Upon returning to his home atop Baoji Peak from his cultivation practice on the mountaintop, Zhou Chun's silver lightning python that hid beneath the bed swiftly crawled out and slithered straight toward him. The silver lightning python had now grown to half a zhang long and was as thick as a baby's arm. Moreover, after several shedding of its skin, its white scales had gradually developed a hint of silver, making it appear even more elegant and beautiful. With the silver lightning python being so long, Zhou Chun could no longer let it constantly coil around his body and carry it everywhere. So he usually left it at home when he went out. Little White has grown again, that's great. Zhou Chun stretched out his arm, allowing the white snake on the ground to slowly wind itself around it, then gently stroked its cool head with his right hand, massaging it a few times. Hiss hiss. The white snake gently flicked its tongue, clearly enjoying the gentle caress. It had been born just over a month ago and had no intelligence to speak of, possessing only the instinctual bloodline of a wild animal. However, Zhou Chun was not in a hurry. With its intelligence so low, now was the best time to cultivate a bond. Cultivating a bond from a young age would make it easier to control once it grew larger. Why did many cultivators who practice the beast taming technique prefer to form contracts with young demon beasts? Aside from the fact that young demon beasts were easier to bond with, it was also because it was easier to cultivate a master-servant relationship with them. Otherwise, contracting an adult demon beast, even if successful, would always leave one worrying whether the beast might turn on its master when weak, and one would also have to expend mental effort and divine sense in battle to suppress the resisting will within the demon beast. After being affectionate with Little White for a while and feeding it chopped frozen flame rat meat, Zhou Chun then put it back under the bed, now wanting to rest after eating, and he himself went to the quiet room to cultivate secret techniques. Just as he practiced the secret techniques twice, clan leader Zhou Daoist personally arrived outside his dwelling. Zheng Chun, have you rested enough? If you have, come with me, Zhou Daoist said with a faint smile after appearing at the door and seeing Zhou Chun's surprised expression. Zhou Chun immediately understood why he had come and respectfully replied, Yes, Junior obeys. Then he left the Zhou family with Zhou Daoist. Outside, Zhou Daoist did not show off by traveling on the Sky Azure Cloud Python as before, but instead took out a flying boat instrument and flew up into the blue firmament with Zhou Chun, heading for the clouds. Traveling this way, within just 2 hours, they arrived above the red pine forest. This is the place. From the various traces, it seems that no one has come here before, Zhou Chun whispered, pointing to the cave entrance he had hidden. Let's go then. Enter with me, Zhou Daoist said. Nodding his head, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist to release the Sky Azure Cloud Python to guard outside, then strode into the cave. The two entered the cave and came to the spot where Zhou Chun had discovered red shine iron ore. Zhou Daoist first sent out his divine sense to scan the area, then took out an ancient bronze-colored flying sword talisman and began to excavate all around. This was Zhou Chun's first time witnessing a Foundation establishment stage cultivator take action, and it left him deeply shocked. The ancient bronze-colored flying sword talisman, under Zhou Daoist's control, darted around the cave like a nimble dragon. Wherever the sword's edge went, the stone walls were effortlessly torn apart as if they were tofu, leaving furrows like plowed fields, revealing rows of upturned cracks. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Zhou Daoist's flying sword carved numerous deep and long cracks into 100 zhang stretch of the cave. Even Zhou Chun could detect the red shine iron or mixed within those cracks using his divine sense. If Zhou Chun could notice it, how could Zhou Daoist fail to do so? Soon enough, Zhou Daoist was heard muttering to himself. It seems that this place indeed conceals a vein of red shine iron mine. However, Zhou Chun did not detect much joy in his words. Suddenly emboldened, he blurted out, Clan leader, you don't seem very happy. Oh, why do you ask that? Zhou Daoi's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Zhou Chun with curiosity. Zhou Chun was momentarily taken aback and stammered, Junior just feels that the clan leader doesn't seem very delighted. To his surprise, Zhou Daoi nodded after hearing his words and said, "Your feeling is not wrong. I am indeed not particularly delighted." Zhou Chun became even more perplexed and asked, "Why?" Although Junior does not understand the art of artifact refining, I am aware that red shine iron is a spirit material for crafting magic artifacts. Even if it's not as rare as pure gold or steel silver, the value of an entire ore vein must be surely immense. Yes, even a small vein, once fully mined, would be worth at least 200,000 spirit coins. Even after deducting various expenses and losses, the net income wouldn't be less than 150,000 spirit coins. Zhou Daoi sighed softly and nodded, acknowledging the immense value of this vein. Without waiting for Zhou Chun to ask further, he responded with a wry smile and a wave of his hand. But such a large amount of spirit coins is not something the current Zhou family can swallow. The saying goes, an innocent man holds no guilt. He who carries a jade bears the blame. With the strength the Zhou family currently possesses, if they try to claim this vein for themselves, the end result would be other powers banding together to annihilate us. As far as the local powers in Lanzhou are concerned, our Zhou family is still an outsider. They would never allow such a precious vein to fall into the hands of our Zhou family. Now Zhou Chun understood and fell silent. The ways of the world have always been such. There is no such thing as fairness. Even in his previous life's world, there was no rule saying the one who discovered a vein got to keep it. Not to mention in this strength-dominated cultivation world. If the Zhou family weren't outsiders, if they had intricate relations with the local powers, perhaps, with the deterrence of the family's Purple Mansion phase cultivator, there might be a slight chance of claiming this vein. But as outsiders, how could the local powers of Lanzhou sit idly by and watch the Zhou family take such a great profit? And now that the Zhou family had finally laid roots here and gradually gained some support from local Lanzhou powers, why would they give these powers an excuse to unite against them and crush the Zhou family? But if they couldn't mine the vein, what would Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyong's reward for discovering it be? So at this moment, various thoughts flashed through Zhou Chun's mind as he pondered solutions for his own benefit. After pondering for a while, he looked at Zhou Daoi and said, couldn't we possibly cooperate with other forces for the mining? Didn't our Zhou family just jointly hold a spell duel event with the Wang, Sun, Mu, and Yi families? If we join them in the mining, forming an alliance to resist external enemies, should that not be enough to secure the vein? That you've thought of this is not bad. Zhou Daoi glanced at him, then nodded slightly, saying, indeed, that's the only option for now, but whether it will be successful or not depends on whether the other families are willing. After collecting some more red shine iron, or as evidence, Zhou Daoi completely sealed the entrance of the cave and then returned to the Zhou family with Zhou Chun. And because the matter of how to mine the vein had not been settled, the rewards for Zhou Chun and Zhou Xingyong were naturally still undetermined. Over the next 3 months, clan leader Zhou Daoi and even the supreme elder Zhou Mingde left the family multiple times to rally support for the mining of the vein. Zhou Xingyong, after preparing a generous dowry, had also successfully went with his 27th uncle Zhou Jiaping to the Sun family at Golden Maple Ridge to propose, and successfully brought Sun Yujiao back to the Zhou family. Zhou Chun, as the main matchmaker in bringing the couple together, also received sincere thanks from the newlyweds, sitting at the honored guest position during the wedding celebrations. 3 months later, Zhou Chun was only 2 acupoints away from breaking through to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm. By then, the Silver Lightning Python had successfully awakened its innate spell, becoming a first-order low-grade demon beast. The Silver Lightning Python had grown to a length of 12 feet, its scales beginning to form and resistant to cuts from knives and swords. To train its abilities, Zhou Chun had stopped feeding it directly and would instead take it to places at the foot of the mountain where wild beasts and birds were abundant, leaving it to hunt on its own. Sometimes, he even forbade it from using its spells to hunt. On this day, while Zhou Chun was watching the Silver Lightning Python hunting at the base of Baoji Peak, suddenly the large blue parrot Lon Lon, belonging to clan leader Zhou Daoi, flew over Baoji Peak and came before him. Brother Chun, the clan leader requests you to make a trip to Pagoda Peak. The large parrot Lon Lon fluttered its wings, circling above Zhou Chun's head, loudly conveying clan leader Zhou Daoi's orders. Its eyes, however, watched nervously at the white line in the distant thicket. From its higher vantage point, it could see a large python hidden there. I understand, Lon Lon. You go back and tell the clan leader that I'll be there shortly. Zhou Chun smiled. took out a fresh wild fruit from his pocket that he hadn't eaten yet, and threw it to the large blue parrot as a reward. Seeing this, the blue parrot immediately swooped down, accurately catching the fruit in midair, and then called out to Zhou Chun, "Thank you, Brother Chun. Goodbye, Brother Chun." After saying this, it flew off with the fruit. Watching the blue parrot fly away, Zhou Chun couldn't help but ponder. What could the clan leader want with him at Pagoda Peak this time? Had there been a conclusion regarding the mining of the Red Shine iron vein? Or was it for some other matter? Pagoda Peak, inside the central peace hall. When Zhou Chun entered, he discovered not only clan leader Zhou Daoist was present, but another elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Jiaxing, was also there. Junior greets the clan leader, "Greetings to Uncle 16. He respectfully saluted the two family elders, then stood aside and waited for clan leader Zhou Daoist's orders. From the looks of it, the reason they summoned him today must be no simple matter. Since his return to the family, Xianxia has made rapid progress in cultivation, steadily advancing, and has contributed many meritorious services to the family, offering numerous valuable suggestions. With him and Jiaxing partnering up in the marketplace, I believe there will certainly be excellent performance." Having said this, Zhou Daoist gave Zhou Chun, who was still in a state of confusion, a slight smile and said, "The reason for calling you here today is because the family has decided to send you and Jiaxing to manage the newly opened family shop in Hongyang Marketplace, where you two will reside from now on. Manage and operate the family shop in Hongyang Marketplace." Upon hearing Zhou Daoist's words, Zhou Chun was first shocked, then delighted, overflowing with joy inside. If he could stay in a marketplace and gain the right to manage the shop, wouldn't that mean he could frequently have opportunities to acquire spiritual medicine from the marketplace to purify and sell? This is truly heaven sent. In fact, Zhou Chun had always had a deep understanding of the value of the purification stone pot. However, he was even more aware that with his current level of cultivation, it was not convenient to use the purification stone pot to earn spirit coins on a grand scale. Thus, he had always restrained his greed and didn't often purchase spiritual medicines from the marketplace to resell in his own plans. He at least had to wait until his cultivation reached the 10th level or higher in the Qi refinement realm, when his cultivation progress slowed down and he had to start preparing for the foundation establishment before he would use the purification stone pot to earn a large amount of spirit coins. By that time, whether he went hunting demon beasts for spiritual medicines or bought them in the marketplace to resell, he would have enough strength not to fear most bandit cultivators. But now, a safer and more stable shortcut appeared before him: going to manage the Zhou family shop in Hongyang Marketplace, and purchasing and selling various spiritual medicines in the name of the Zhou family would perfectly avoid all kinds of danger. As long as he kept his greed in check and was cautious and careful, there would be almost no chance of being discovered. If it weren't for clan leader Zhou Daoist's presence, Zhou Chun would have definitely excitedly clapped and shouted for the heavens' help. Right then, he suppressed his inner ecstasy and nodded firmly, replying, "Yes, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to this task and not fail the clan leader's trust." As soon as his words fell, Zhou Jiaxing nodded slightly and said, "Since the clan leader holds him in such high regard, he must indeed have remarkable abilities." But then he folded his hands toward Zhou Daoist and said, "However, I still wish to ask the clan leader to clarify the primary and secondary roles between Zheng Chun and me when managing the shop, to prevent disputes during operation that could cause losses to the family." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoist immediately said to Zhou Chun, "You've heard what Jiaxing said, Zheng Chun. When running the shop, Jiaxing will be the shopkeeper and you'll be the assistant. All business-related decisions should be based on Jiaxing's judgment." Just an assistant? Hearing this, Zhou Chun's joyful heart dimmed a little. But thinking that there would be only two of them, and the assistant should also have the chance to serve the customers alone, his resolve firmed again. He immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, I will certainly remember the clan leader's instructions, and will follow Uncle 16's orders without question." At that moment, Zhou Daoist added, "You've always been astute, often having unique insights on certain matters. With the Zhou family shop being newly opened, if you find any shortcomings, be sure to discuss them with Jiaxing in time, and if you have any suggestions, you can draft them into a letter for my review." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhou Jiaxing next to him and saw the uncle's expression change slightly, clearly understanding the meaning behind Zhou Daoist's words. Indeed, although these words seemed to be addressed to Zhou Chun, they were actually a warning to Zhou Jiaxing. Even though he was the shopkeeper and all decisions about the shop were primarily his, Zhou Chun, the assistant, also had the right to oversee him and report to the clan leader. This way, if he dared to act recklessly, Thinking he was far away from central authority, he would certainly end up in a bad situation. Yes, I have noted it. Zhou Chun nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. All right, now that both of you are clear about your tasks, go back and get ready today. And tomorrow morning, I myself will personally send you off to the marketplace. Zhou Daoist said this, and then waved his hand, signaling that they could step down. After returning from Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun was busy visiting various clan members he was on good terms with, informing them that he would be stationed in the marketplace for an extended period. For most Zhou family cultivators, Zhou Chun's assignment was undoubtedly a cushy job. Not to mention that working in a marketplace as a shop assistant would definitely come with an extra stipend from the family. Just the fact that he would no longer have to take on the duty of defending the spirit cleansing pavilion or handle other miscellaneous family tasks was enough to make many clan members envious. Besides, being stationed in the marketplace meant he could meet many cultivators and encounter far more opportunities than if he remained within the clan's gates pursuing cultivation. Thus, upon hearing that Zhou Chun had landed this task, the clan members who knew about it congratulated him one after another. I always knew, Brother 13, that you would one day be prized and distinguished by the clan leader. Zhou Xingyong seemed even more excited than Zhou Chun himself on hearing this news. With his face full of joy, he placed his hand on Zhou Chun's shoulder and excitedly said, Brother 13, as long as you do well this time, you should have no problem becoming a core clan member once the benefits come through. Why then? Even taking over as the shopkeeper could be within reach for you. The benefit he referred to was naturally the reward for discovering the Red Shine iron mine. But with his Dao companion, Sun Yujiao, by his side, it was not appropriate to speak too clearly. Zhou Chun, for his part, hadn't thought that far ahead, but he did not want to dampen Zhou Xingyong's spirits, merely smiling slightly at the couple. Brother Yong, remember to look me up if you come to the marketplace later. I'll treat you to some of the spiritual brews in the marketplace's taverns. Haha, that's a certainty. When that time comes, you'll have to bleed a little, Brother 13. Zhou Xingyong laughed heartily and readily agreed. After leaving Zhou Xingyong's home, Zhou Chun thought for a while and then made a trip to Flying Rock Peak. Upon reaching Flying Rock Peak, he first went to the book collection tower and said goodbye to the green-haired giant ape guardian. Elder Yuan, I will be leaving for the marketplace to be stationed there starting tomorrow, and I might not be able to come and keep you company for a long time. Be careful in all things while you are away. The giant ape wrote this line on paper and then showed him an amiable smile. Over the years, Zhou Chun often visited the book collection tower to read, bringing the ape fresh food and conversing with it each time. Therefore, compared to other members of the Zhou family, the ape naturally held a much more favorable impression of Zhou Chun. I will be careful. Next time I come back for the marketplace, I'll bring some spirit fruit for Elder Yuan to try, Zhou Chun said with a smile, nodding his head. He talked leisurely with the giant ape for a few more moments before proceeding to pay a visit to Elder Zhou Daoquan. Zhou Daoquan was somewhat surprised that Zhou Chun had come to bid him farewell. After contemplating for a while, he gave a faint smile and said, It's kind of you to make this consideration. Since the clan leader values you so highly, do your best and do not disappoint him. Besides, since you'll now be in the marketplace, it should be much easier for you to acquire various resources that, if your finances permit, keep an eye out for spiritual objects like dragon bloodgrass or dragon bloodstone for your silver lightning python. Even if such spiritual objects cannot evolve it into a flood dragon, they will enhance its bloodline potential, strengthen its constitution, and awaken certain dragon blood talents. He said this offhand, not really expecting Zhou Chun to be able to manage it just yet. After all, anything associated with dragon blood was extremely expensive in the cultivation world, having nothing to do with the word cheap. Even someone at the foundation establishment stage like himself would need to make a significant financial sacrifice to procure such materials. But Zhou Chun took his words to heart and sincerely replied, Yes, Elder, I will most certainly bear your teachings in mind. Hongyao Marketplace, that on this clear morning, the crisp sound of firecrackers suddenly rang out from the southeast side of the marketplace. Upon hearing the noise, the experienced cultivators within the marketplace knew that a new store was opening. Generally speaking, in the marketplace, only the opening of new stores was permitted to create such a commotion. Otherwise, any store or individual causing such a disturbance in the marketplace at other times would have to pay a hefty fine or even face imprisonment. With new store openings, it was customary to attract customers by selling items at slightly lower prices for the first few days or even a month. Therefore, whether it was out of curiosity or the desire for a bargain, many idle cultivators in the marketplace soon flocked towards the location of the newly opened store. Spirit Beast Restaurant. That was the name of the store that had opened that day. Just by the name, one could tell that the business dealt with demon beasts, and at that, Moment, the newly appointed shopkeeper, Zhou, stood outside the door, smiling and greeting guests from all directions with a traditional hand-folded salutation. Welcome, fellow Daoists, to our store. I am Zhou, entrusted by the Zhou family to serve as the shopkeeper. Today, as our store opens, all goods are being sold at a 10% discount. Fellow Daoists, do not miss this opportunity, he said. Zhou was 62 this year, with white hair and fine wrinkles on his forehead, indicating his advancing age. With a neat goatee and a constant smile on his face, he had the natural look of a shopkeeper. Zhou had chosen him to be the shopkeeper because of his past experience and high level of appraisal skill for common spiritual objects, which made it unlikely for him to be deceived by counterfeit goods. Choosing Zhou as an assistant was partly due to Zhou's recent accomplishments, which could not go unrewarded. Moreover, knowing Zhou's love for reading and studying, which had already put him far ahead of his fellow cultivators in theory, it was believed that after some years of hands-on learning in the store under Zhou, he would be able to turn his theoretical knowledge into practical wisdom, becoming highly valuable at that time. Hearing that Zhou was offering a 10% discount on all goods for today, many of the visiting cultivators were tempted. Immediately, someone started walking into the store and asked aloud, "Shopkeeper, Zhou, what treasures does your store have?" Judging by the name of the store, could be that you sell spirit pets amounts. You are right, Daoist, Zhou confirmed with a smile, nodding. Our Spirit Beast restaurant indeed has spirit beast eggs for sale, and we will periodically release some tamed demon beast cubs for pre-order. Then his tone changed as he continued. However, our main products are elixirs to enhance the cultivation level of spirit beasts, secretly made beast-repelling medicine, secretly made insect-repelling medicine, secretly made spirit beast feed, and more. We also offer customized breakthrough methods for spirit pets stuck at their cultivation bottlenecks. No charge if they do not succeed. After finishing his speech, he gestured welcomingly and then added, "Of course, our store also purchases various demon beast eggs, demon beast cubs, various spiritual medicines, ores, and even information on certain demon beasts at fair prices." After listening to his words, many cultivators present realized that the bargains today might not be easy to come by. Not everyone could afford a spirit pet, not even amongst cultivators from cultivating families. Perhaps not even 2 out of 10 could afford to keep one since the Zhou family's Spirit Beast restaurant was focusing on spirit pet supplies. What use would their purchases be to them? However, since they were already there, and considering that secretly made beast-repelling medicine and insect-repelling medicine could be useful while traveling, the cultivators still entered the store, keen to broaden their horizons. Inside, they saw Zhou, dressed in a cyan gray long robe, smiling and greeting each visiting cultivator with a bowed hand, and providing answers to those who had questions. However, under his suggestion, notes had been pasted near each counter, clearly listing the general effects and prices of goods. Traditionally, stores in this world operated by quoting prices on the fly, with prices kept in the minds of the shopkeeper and assistants, attempting to sell as high as possible when customers inquired, and allowing customers the space to haggle. But Zhou knew well the pros and cons of this approach, and that for a newly opened store like Spirit Beast Restaurant, which needed to establish a good reputation, it wasn't of much benefit. Therefore, before officially opening, he successfully persuaded the clan leader, Zhou, to price all items and sell them at the marked price, with no bargaining allowed. This was essentially operating a supermarket within the cultivation world. Zhou did not know if there were other stores in the world that did the same, but he had never seen such a system in Hongyang Marketplace, in this way. Even if Spirit Beast Restaurant's approach was initially difficult for some cultivators to accept, at least those who visited the store would have a deep impression and remember it. This was the most practical reason Zhou used to persuade Zhou at the time. Furthermore, the supermarket model had the advantage of reducing the need for price inquiries, allowing Zhou to avoid repeating a lot of meaningless talk. After all, without displayed prices, many cultivators would feel compelled to inquire and haggle regardless of whether they could afford the items or not. This time, many cultivators who entered the store were indeed surprised by Spirit Beast Restaurant's unique selling method, and they continuously expressed their opinions. Some thought that not being able to haggle was outrageous, while others believed that if the prices were indeed fair, it would save them a lot of trouble. In the end, there were many onlookers but few buyers. After all, spirit coins are not blown in by the wind. If something isn't urgently needed, most cultivators will not part with their money easily. On the contrary, what most interested these cultivators was the Spirit Beast Restaurant, purchasing demon beast eggs and demon beast information. Many people were inquiring about the purchase price, and some asked if the information they had about certain demon beast whereabouts could be sold to the Spirit Beast Restaurant. They even just wanted to earn spirit coins from the Spirit Beast Restaurant. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had made some preparations for this. For those cultivators who inquired about demon beast eggs and demon beast cub information, he gave a general reference price for low-level and mid-level demon beasts, stating that the specific price would depend on the quality of the beast itself. For those asking about purchasing demon beast information, Zhou Chun simply pointed to a white paper board in the shop, which already had several pieces of demon beast information being purchased by the Zhou family cultivators, written on it. Among them, the first was an announcement by Zhou Jiapeng that they were buying information on the whereabouts of female iron feather hawks. Indeed, most of the demon beast information purchased by the Zhou family was for the purpose of finding suitable beasts for breeding. Given the vastness of the cultivation world and the footsteps of cultivators present everywhere, seeking certain demon beasts through the help of the vast number of cultivators was certainly many times more convenient than searching alone. And just by providing information, they could earn a considerable amount of spirit coins, which also left many cultivators who visited the shop today with another deep impression of the Spirit Beast restaurant in the midst of the hustle and bustle. The first day finally came to an end. When it was deep in the night and most cultivators in the marketplace had already gone to sleep, Zhou Chun was still up with Zhou Jiaxing, tallying the day's shop income and expenses. Today we sold a total of 3 low-level demon beast fire sparrow eggs, 1 low-level demon beast gale eagle egg, 3 bottles of beast spirit pills, 56 portions of secretly made beast repelling medicine, 32 portions of secretly made insect repelling medicine, and 78 portions of secretly made spirit beast feed, a total income of 756 spirit coins. Additionally, today we purchased a century-old red candle fruit plant, a piece of Thunderstrike spirit wood, and 2 low-level demon beast blood snake eggs, a total expenditure of 439 spirit coins. In the shop, after tallying the day's business income and expenses, both Zhou Jiaxing and Zhou Chun's expressions were somewhat displeased. The first day of business was when customer traffic was at its peak, with one day often equaling a month's business, which was quite normal. The fact that the income in spirit coins did not break 1,000 was indeed somewhat embarrassing. There was nothing to say about the expenses, as they were all reasonable expenditures. Nephew Xianxia, tell me, what do you think about today's income? Behind the counter, Zhou Jiaxing closed the account book and looked calmly at Zhou Chun. Although there was no blame in his words, Zhou Chun knew that his insistence on setting clear prices had indeed upset his elder. This was actually quite normal. The longer a person works in an industry and the older they get, the more likely they are to be limited by their experience and to become arrogant in Zhou Jiaxing's eyes. No matter how much merit Zhou Chun had achieved for the family or how smart he was just a youth who had just passed the age of 25 and had no experience managing a shop. Such a junior learning how to manage a shop by his side would not cause any concerns for him. He might even be happy to have extra help. But for such a junior to start meddling and changing the shop's business model as soon as he arrived, undermining his authority as a shopkeeper, how could he not be angry? If Zhou Chun's clear pricing had resulted in very good business income today, Zhou Jiaxing, despite his discomfort, would have no further objections to it. But as fate would have it, the business income on the first day did not meet expectations and was even considerably lower than expected. How could Zhou Jiaxing keep the frustration inside from showing? The calmer his expression now, the more it indicated that the fire inside him was burning ever more fiercely, needing his strong effort to suppress and calm it. Yet, since he had asked the question, Zhou Chun still had to say what needed to be said. He immediately bowed his hands toward him and spoke earnestly. Uncle 16, please understand, I believe that although today's income is somewhat below expectations, it does not mean we have failed. I trust that you also saw and heard today, Uncle, that even if the customers who came to our store did not engage in trade, they were all abuzz about our practice of clear pricing that I believe if you go out and about tomorrow, you'll hear discussions about this matter. As word of mouth spreads, even cultivators who weren't in the marketplace today will hear of the reputation of our Spirit Beast restaurant and will come out of curiosity to verify its authenticity. In this way, I believe that in the coming month, our Spirit Beast restaurant will be crowded with people, and we won't have to worry about the source of customers. And as long as there are more customers, some of them will inevitably need the items in our store, and it will be quite normal for them to purchase something along the way. Therefore, in my opinion, the income from just one day doesn't say much. However, after he finished his righteous speech, what he saw was a barely concealed sneer on Zhou Jiaxing's face. Smooth talker, spouting nonsense. Within the Spirit Beast restaurant, facing Zhou Chun's impassioned speech, Zhou Jiaxing simply sneered and uttered these 8 words. He looked at Zhou Chun with a cold sneer and said in a cold voice, "You say that our market's cultivators are eagerly discussing our practice of clear pricing, which is indeed true, But even if we didn't practice clear pricing, would they stop talking about our Spirit Beast restaurant? Good wine needs no bush, our Spirit Beast restaurant's name, and our key products are unique in Hongyang Marketplace. We need not worry that people won't know about us in the future. So isn't this clear pricing tactic to attract customers an unnecessary move? And such an unnecessary move, other than hurting the shop's profits by reducing its income, Elder sees no other benefit. From these words, it wasn't hard to see that Zhou Jiaxing indeed had some level of competence. At least he knew clearly that a shop's unique features attract people. But his vision was undeniably still limited to the old business operation model. He only saw the minute profit from price fluctuations and had no idea about the huge impact of advertising on market share. Therefore, at this point facing a challenge, Zhou Chun felt it necessary to enlighten him as well, that he immediately said, "Uncle, 16, don't forget that our Zhou family holds certain secret recipes, but there's another family that holds them too, and they even have some secret recipes we do not." Who this referred to, Zhou Jiaxing of course knew. His face suddenly changed, but he quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, "What of it? They have not set up a shop in the marketplace yet. At least for now, we are the only ones selling those things." "Yes, but Uncle 16, do you think with their power and strength after seeing both the Li family and our Zhou family setting up shops in the Hongyang marketplace, they would delay entering the marketplace for long?" At this point, Zhou Chun didn't look at the changing expressions on Zhou Jiaxing's face, but went straight on to say, "Therefore, precisely because there is this potential competitor, we must let all the cultivators in Lanzhou know, before they enter the marketplace, that to buy elixirs for spirit beasts, beast-repelling medicine, and insect-repelling medicine, they should choose our Spirit Beast restaurant." You say good wine needs no bush, Uncle 16. That part is not wrong. We need to build a reputation so that everyone speaks highly of Spirit Beast restaurant, trusting that our products are the most practical and most authentic. Having said this, he spoke with fervent tone. To achieve this, clear pricing might not be the only choice, but it definitely is the fastest way to help us accomplish this. Under such circumstances, for the long-term benefit, what does sacrificing a little profit from price fluctuations now matter? When it comes to reason, it may not be that the one who speaks the most words is right, but those who speak at length and explain their reasoning definitely make the other party think. The premise is the other party is willing to reason and is a reasonable person. Zhou Jiaxing at his age certainly wasn't beyond reasoning. Therefore, he too started to deeply consider the rationale behind Zhou Chun's words, trying to find the flaws in Zhou Chun's argument. But Zhou Chun's words had no significant loopholes, and he couldn't find any errors for the moment. Yet he didn't want to admit defeat to a junior. With no other choice, he stubbornly retorted, "This so-called clear pricing of yours is only to attract customers with lower prices. But what if they also attract people with even lower prices after they enter the market?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Attracting people with lower prices, don't they want to make money?" Then he looked at Zhou Jiaxing and countered, "And if they keep attracting people with low prices, won't that prove our clear pricing to be even more honest and solid?" In the end, he looked meaningfully at Zhou Jiaxing and said, "We are running a shop, not a street stall for one-off deals. The most important thing for a shop is its reputation and word of mouth. Now we set a price clearly for everyone to see. Even if they find out that others are cheaper later, they can't blame us for deceit or curse us as swindlers. But if we did otherwise, it could be hard to say." The profound meaning in the last words was something Zhou Jiaxing couldn't fail to understand. His face turned very ugly at once, because Zhou Chun's words were almost like pointing at his nose and calling him a swindler. But at this moment, he couldn't refute Zhou Chun with the theory that everything he did was for the sake of the Zhou family. After all, it was he who first assumed that competitors would compete with Spirit Beast Restaurant by offering lower prices that, if the assumption held, the items previously sold at non-transparent, high prices would inevitably spoil the reputation of Spirit Beast Restaurant in the eyes of those customers, who would then stop shopping here in the future. Seeing Zhou Jiaxing silent and speechless, Zhou Chun also knew that he had nothing to say. He immediately gave him a way out, speaking a calm tone. "After all, fixed pricing was a suggestion I made to the clan leader. If this causes the shop's profits to fall short of expectations, and the clan leader is to blame anyone, it would surely be me. Uncle, why not just sit back and see how it turns out? Fine, I'll see whether you truly have wisdom or if you're just good at theorizing on paper." Zhou Jiaxing gave Zhou Chun a cold glance and turned away from the counter. According to marketplace regulations, depending on its size, each shop could have one or more permanent shop assistants. For instance, the Zhou family's Spirit Beast restaurant, including the shopkeeper, had 3 such positions. These 3 people belonging to the shop could stay in the marketplace indefinitely, cultivate in their own shop's backyard whenever they wished, freely enter and exit the marketplace without paying any additional fees or undertaking any tasks assigned by the marketplace. Therefore, Zhou Jiaxing and Zhou Chun usually took turns watching over the shop. However, since the shop was newly opened, Zhou Jiaxing, the shopkeeper, was excessively concerned about the shop's revenue. He preferred to neglect a month of cultivation to watch over the shop every day. Zhou Chun was happy to see this and didn't mind. And, as Zhou Chun had said, in the following half a month, a large number of cultivators who had heard about Spirit Beast Restaurant visited the marketplace and came to look around. Even if most of them only looked, as long as 1 or 2 out of every 10 made a purchase, the small amounts added up to a considerable revenue for the shop, especially after half a month. The cultivators who bought the secretly made beast-repelling and insect-repelling medicines found their effects to be truly excellent and came back to repurchase, which also drove a number of initially hesitant people to be as a result. The sales for the latter half of the month saw a significant increase. When the business had been running for 1 full month, Zhou Jiaxing and Zhou Chun totaled the month sales and found that they had reached 2,637 spirit coins, far exceeding the pre-opening estimate of 2,000 spirit coins. Now Zhou Jiaxing had nothing more to say about fixed pricing, that he might be a bit stubborn, opinionated, and set in his ways. But he was not foolish in the face of actual profits. How could he still cling to his original strictures? He just couldn't swallow his pride to apologize to Zhou Chun. Of course, Zhou Chun didn't need his apology as long as he accepted the results. Moreover, Zhou Jiaxing was indeed very skilled. In the past month, his discerning purchases of various spiritual objects did not go wrong, which allowed Zhou Chun to learn a lot. Not bad at all, that I didn't expect the shop to be doing so well just 1 month after opening. And even within the family, I've heard those loose cultivators discussing the presence of Spirit Beast Restaurant. It's quite reputable. Within Spirit Beast Restaurant, Zhou Daoquan, the third elder of the Zhou family, had traveled from the family to the marketplace for resupply and purchases after a month's gap. After reviewing the accounts and the collected spirit coins, he too showed a look of surprise and was quite astonished by the outcome in the face of Zhou Daoquan's praise. Zhou Jiaxing simply said, "The good performance is due to the family's exceptional secret medicines. We dare not take the credit." At these words, Zhou Daoquan chuckled and said, "Whether you deserve credit, that's for the clan leader to judge, not for me to say." After finishing his remarks, he shook his head and said, "In any case, I've brought the goods the clan leader asked me to deliver, and I've taken the items you've bought. Keep up the good work." Then he left the marketplace without saying anything more. After sending Zhou Daoquan off, Zhou Jiaxing glanced at Zhou Chun, who had been silent throughout, and suddenly said, "From now on, if someone comes to sell spiritual objects, you'll be the first to assess and set the price. If you're uncertain, then report to me for a final decision." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately showed a smile and respectfully thanked him. "Thank you, uncle, for your mentorship. I will strive to learn from you." Hongyang Marketplace, Spirit Beast Restaurant. After more than a month had passed, the customer flow at Spirit Beast Restaurant had greatly decreased. Now, unless they needed to buy or sell something, cultivators who had already visited the shop would not come again. However, some cultivators who sold items to Spirit Beast Restaurant saw that the purchase prices for certain items here were higher than other shops. Therefore, some cultivators who came back from adventuring and obtained various spiritual objects would compare prices among different vendors and always included the Spirit Beast Restaurant as one of their options. That morning, a black-clothed middle-aged man with a chi refinement late-stage cultivation level strode into the Spirit Beast Restaurant. After entering the shop, he called out familiarly to the person behind the counter, "Taoist friend Zhou, Lin has brought some business to you again." Behind the counter, Zhou Chun, who was reading a book, heard the greeting and hurriedly got up to look at the newcomer. Recognizing the man's face, he also greeted him with a smile and a clasped fist. "It turns out to be Taoist friend Lin. What treasures have you obtained this time?" "Nothing much, just a few spiritual medicines I picked a few days ago when I joined some friends to hunt demon beasts," said the black-clothed man. As he spoke, he patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out 3 wooden boxes, placing them on the counter. Then, without seeming to care much, he said nonchalantly, "Taoist friend Zhou, take a look for me and see how much these items are worth in spirit coins." "Then I won't be polite," replied Zhou Chun. He opened the first wooden box, took out a ginseng-shaped spiritual medicine the size of 2 fingers, and began to inspect it closely. He turned the spiritual medicine this way, and that to check for any damage or scars while also examining its length, size, and the patterns on it. He then brought it to his nose and sniffed deeply to take in the medicinal scent. Afterward, he pinched the ginseng stalk and rubbed it a few times to ensure that it was not a counterfeit glued together. After inspecting, smelling, and verifying the spiritual medicine, Zhou Chun put it back into the wooden box and said to the black-clothed man, "A freshly harvested yellow sprout ginseng, with an age between 50 and 70 years, no damages. Our shop's purchase price is 7 spirit coins." Upon hearing this, the black-clothed man's eyes flickered, and he said, "No rush. Let's look at the other 2 items." Seeing this, Zhou Chun nodded, smiling, then opened the other 2 wooden boxes and inspected the spiritual medicines within. A freshly harvested silver thread orchid, in good condition without damages. Our shop's purchase price is 5 spirit coins. A freshly harvested flame grass, slightly damaged. Our shop's purchase price is 8 spirit coins. After quoting the prices for the spiritual medicines in all 3 boxes, Zhou Chun began placing the medicines back into the boxes while asking the black-clothed man, "Taoist friend Lin, are you satisfied with my quotes? Would you like to sell these spiritual medicines to our shop?" "The quotes are indeed fair. It seems Lin must frequent your esteemed shop more often," the black-clothed man said with a slight smile, showing his satisfaction. Then, he pushed the 3 wooden boxes towards Zhou Chun and left with the 20 spirit coins given by Zhou Chun. After the black-clothed man left, Zhou Jiaxing, who was sitting in the shop, got up and walked to the counter in front of Zhou Chun. He opened the 3 wooden boxes and re-examined the 3 spiritual medicines. After looking at them, he said to Zhou Chun indifferently, "The yellow sprout ginseng is over 60 years old. A price of 7 spirit coins is very normal. The silver thread orchid has matured and can be used in medicine. A price of 5 spirit coins is also normal. The flame grass's rhizome has a slight crack, causing some loss in medicinal efficacy and making it difficult to preserve for a long time. It's worth at most 7 spirit coins." After saying this, he shook his head at Zhou Chun and continued, "You are still young and need to learn and do more. I'll put that 1 spirit coin on your tab for now." "Yes, nephew understands," Zhou Chun replied, noting down the transaction in the ledger. After the ledger was done, he said in a low voice, "Actually, nephew also knew that the flame grass wasn't worth 8 spirit coins, but the purchase prices given by other shops for the first 2 spiritual medicines basically wouldn't differ, and since Taoist friend Lin still chose to come to our Spirit Beast restaurant despite that, it's clear he was not satisfied with the other shop's purchase price for flame grass. In such a case, nephew thought, if we can make a concession of 1 spirit coin this time, making him prioritize our Spirit Beast restaurant the next time he sells spiritual objects, then this 1 spirit coin would be well spent." Zhou Jiaxing's expression became slightly intense, and he looked at him with a surprised look. After staring at Zhou Chun for a while, he sighed with a complex expression and said, "I am not as good as you." Having said that, he laughed at himself and said, "All these years, the Zhou family has thrived, and I've always prided myself on being mature and steady, experienced in worldliness. And yet today, the young junior has taught me a lesson that it's truly laughable." His feelings at that moment were indescribably complex. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly said, "Uncle 16 is being too serious. Your approach to this matter wasn't wrong. Don't all the other shopkeepers and shop assistants do the same?" After saying this, he also gave a bitter smile and said, "This approach of mine was just a little trick. Perhaps after the next visit, if Taoist friend Lin finds there's no profit to be made, he might not come back in the future. No, you don't need to comfort me." Zhou Jiaxing shook his head, his face a complex mix of emotions, and stretching out his hand, he said, "Although I had my disagreements with the way you handled things earlier, I am not blind, nor is my heart that I can still clearly discern the facts and judge what's good and bad. What you just said was exactly right, that if we can provide benefits to clients in these small details that other shops do not offer, we have a great chance of leaving a good impression in their hearts, making them prioritize us when they want to sell their spiritual objects next time, without giving other shops an excuse to cause us trouble." Having reached this point, he conceded sincerely, "No wonder the clan leader insisted on having you come here to gain experience. Evidently, our venerable clan leader had long noticed your extraordinary perceptiveness and brilliant ideas." From that day on, Zhou Jiaxing's attitude toward Zhou Chun had visibly improved a great deal. Even if Zhou Chun made a mistake when appraising certain spiritual objects, Zhou Jiaxing no longer scolded him with a frown. Instead, he would calmly explain where Zhou Chun went wrong and how to correct it, that he would even, during his leisure time, share with Zhou Chun stories about the times he was deceived when learning his trade, teaching Zhou Chun how to recognize the techniques of expert fraudsters. However, this meant that Zhou Chun's previous plan to discreetly acquire spiritual medicines had to be put on hold for the time being. Fortunately, he wasn't in a particular hurry and was content to learn this knowledge day by day as time passed. By the third month of Zhou Chun's arrival at the marketplace, he had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm after consuming the 10th Jade Ginseng pill, officially entering the latter stage of Qi refinement. This breakthrough from the middle to the latter stages of Qi refinement realm brought substantial benefits to Zhou Chun. First of all, his mana had increased by almost 60%, allowing him to sustain the battle with the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, a top-grade Tier 1 magic artifact, for over 15 minutes. Then his Divine Sense had also been greatly strengthened. The range of his Divine Sense detection had leaped to more than 80 zhang, enabling him to control 3 or 4 magic artifacts simultaneously without feeling any strain. Also, due to the increase in his cultivation level, the power of the secret techniques he had already mastered, especially the 5-element spiritual armor technique, had significantly improved, and fortunes tend to come in pairs. Not long after the news of Zhou Chun's breakthrough reached the family, clan leader Zhou Daoist promoted him to a core clan member and Zhou Zhengyong to an elite clan member. It turned out that after numerous negotiations and haggling, they were finally ready to announce the opening of the Red Shine iron mine for mining. After extensive discussions, the Red Shine iron mine would be mined jointly by the 5 major cultivation families, with the Zhou family being the discoverers of the mine and able to provide the deterrent force of Purple Mansion Phase cultivators to ward off any coveting parties, receiving 30% of the mining profits. The Sun family from Golden Maple Ridge, being closest to the mine, would provide free restocking and rest areas for the miners without compensation, also taking on part of the mining tasks and receiving 30% of the profits. The Wang family from Hongyao Valley had a Purple Mansion Phase cultivator and was willing to share the task of purifying and eliminating half of the evil qi within the Red Shine iron ore, thus getting 20% of the profits. The Mu family from Biyun Mountain and the He family from Qingzhou Mountain, because they only shared in the task of purifying and removing the evil qi from the Red Shine iron ore and providing military deterrence, would each only receive 10% of the mining profits. Having agreed on the profit distribution, the 5 major cultivation families each sent people to Sun family's Golden Maple Ridge to oversee the mine. They were also hiring a large number of lower-level loose cultivators to mine the ore. Moreover, news about the appearance of the Red Shine iron mine quickly spread throughout the marketplace. For a time, the entire cultivation world of Lanzhou was aflutter with the news of the mine. Recently, due to the events surrounding that mine, there has been quite a stir in Lanzhou's cultivation world. The clan leader told us through the messenger hawk that we should also collect and pay attention to the opinions of the cultivators in the marketplace regarding this matter. This old man needs to oversee the shop, so nephew Zhengchun, you take care of this task. In the Spirit Beast restaurant, after reading the letter brought by the messenger hawk from the family, Zhou Jiaxing informed Zhou Chun about the situation. The messenger hawks raised by the Zhou family could communicate over thousands of miles. Furthermore, except for taking off and landing, these hawks flew at high altitudes well above 1,000 zhang, and unless Foundation Establishment stage cultivators or flying demon beasts took action, it was difficult to intercept them. Thus, every 10 days, the marketplace could exchange letters with the family back at Jiufeng Ridge, sharing some non-sensitive information. Since the marketplace was protected by formations, the Flying Eagle couldn't enter. Normally, Zhou Chun would leave the marketplace at a fixed time to go to a mountaintop outside to signal the circling hawk to land and exchange letters. Hearing Zhou Jiaxing's words, Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and he immediately responded, I understand. Then I will take care of the shops affairs while Uncle 16 toils elsewhere.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.